Chapter 1. Return to University Days. Wang Gan jolted awake from a haze of slumber. He cautiously adjusted his movements, careful not to aggravate his injured leg. Wait, the pain has vanished? Instinctively, he reached down to his right calf, where a thick cast should have been wrapped. This had been his badge of honor from a recent incident while delivering food, where he had fractured his leg in an attempt to evade a reckless driver. Yet now, his fingers brushed against warm skin and well-defined muscle, brimming with youthful vitality. Wang Gan drew in a sharp breath, not from pain, but from the astonishing scene before him. Wasn't he supposed to be lying in his childhood bedroom, grappling with despair and uncertainty about the future? Instead, he found himself amidst a cacophony of bustling crowds. Blaring music resonated in the distance, intermingled with the screams and shouts of countless people. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat, cheap perfume, and the tantalizing aroma of street food. Above him loomed the bold letters of the Maoling Olympic Sports Center, and not far off, a massive billboard displayed a striking image, a figure wearing a cap, exuding an air of Defiance. J. Cho, Emodidi World Tour Concert, Maoling Station. Wang Gan glanced down at his attire: faded jeans, a washed-out t-shirt, and a pair of worn-out, generic sneakers. The outfit was so inexpensive it made him feel slightly disoriented. But what shocked him even more were his hands, clean, with well-defined knuckles, devoid of the rough calluses that years of labor had etched into his skin. More importantly, he clutched two hard tickets in his hand: J. Cho concert tickets, premium seats, quite favorably positioned, that a torrent of chaotic memories surged into his mind, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming his senses. In 2025, at 32 years old, he had suffered a leg fracture while delivering food, dealing with insurance disputes that left him recuperating in his hometown, facing a bleak future as a solitary, unmarried man. In 2014, at 21 years old, he was a third-year journalism student at Maoling University, albeit in a mediocre program at a second-rate institution, yet in good health and in the prime of his youth. He pulled out his phone, a battered cool pad received as a promotion, the screen marred by cracks from a prior mishap. The date read June 11th, 2014. He had been reborn, reverted to 11 years prior, to a pivotal moment when his life had begun its steep decline. Wang Gan exhaled deeply, his chest filled with the relief of a second chance and an indescribable excitement. Heaven had not been entirely unkind to him. Fragments of his past life flashed rapidly before him. A college student from a modest, well-off family. A monthly allowance exceeding 3,000 yuan in 2014 was not insignificant. Yet, Wang Gan lived more frugally than anyone else. Instant noodles were his staple, new clothes were a luxury, and gaming skins were acquired only through promotions. Even dining out with roommates required careful consideration. Where had his money gone? Nearly all of it had been devoted to his goddess's classmate, Wu Yiwei. The latest Apple phone, designer handbags, cosmetics, clothing, dining, and movie outings. Whenever Wu Yiwei spoke or merely hinted at a desire, Wang Gan would behave like the most loyal of dogs, striving to fulfill her every wish. He believed this was love, convinced that sincerity could break through any barrier. But what was the reality? Wu Yiwei comfortably reveled in his devotion, only to turn around and engage in ambiguous flirtations with other boys. She even lamented in her social circle about his lack of taste and how he was not presentable to him. She was merely the most foolish and generous among his many becups, a loyal dog, left with nothing in the end. Not only did he suffer in love, but his family was also burdened. His father's modestly successful machinery factory crumbled in 2015 due to issues with guarantees and market shocks, ultimately leading to bankruptcy. The family found themselves drowning in debt, and their previously stable life collapsed in an instant. His parents, in their twilight years, had to shoulder their burdens anew and return to the workforce. Meanwhile, he struggled to find a decent job after graduation, earning a meager salary while simultaneously supporting Wu Yiwei and helping to alleviate his family's debts. 2 years after graduation, just as he was nearing his breaking point, Wu Yiwei proposed a breakup to marry a wealthy second-generation heir. One would think this would provide a sense of relief, but the world of a devoted admirer is incomprehensible to the average person. In his previous life, Wang Gan fell into a deep depression over it. The weight of life's pressures and the sting of lost love drained him of youthful vigor, leaving him silent and unremarkable. It wasn't until the final months before his rebirth that he tirelessly worked delivering takeout and odd jobs, finally clearing the debts that had weighed upon him. Yet, Wang Gan paid a price though in his 30s. He appeared to be in his 40s. An unfortunate accident resulted in a shattered leg, and without the means for proper treatment, he faced the grim prospect of permanent disability. Had it not been for his rebirth, he could hardly fathom the bleakness of his future. The concert tickets in his hand felt burdensome. Wang Gan vividly remembered that he had painstakingly saved and even begged his family for extra funds to purchase these tickets at an exorbitant price from scalpers. He had spent nearly 4,000 yuan, almost a month's worth of living expenses, all for the fleeting remark from Wu Yue on WeChat. Jay Cho is coming to hold a concert. I really want to go, but the tickets are so hard to get. He had taken that as a divine command and exhausted every effort to secure the tickets, eagerly anticipating giving her a surprise. In retrospect, he felt utterly foolish. A surprise? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Wang Gan's lips. Now I shall bestow upon you a fright that moment. A melodious laughter, sweet yet familiar, reached his ears. Following the sound, his pupils constricted in shock. There stood a girl in a flowing white dress, her makeup impeccable, gracefully linking arms with a tall, stylish boy approaching him. The girl was none other than Wu Yue, and the boy she was with was someone Wang Gan recognized: Gao Ming, Wu Yue's male best friend. This young man, who had some family money and was handsome, was often surrounded by girls. He too was one of the goddess backups, yet he had not emerged victorious. However, his treatment was far superior to that of the knave Wang Gan. In his previous life, Wang Gan had harbored an intense dislike for Gao Ming, but Wu Yue always insisted that their relationship was merely a pure friendship. Though Wang Gan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, he could only strive to convince himself to believe. Yet now, as he revisits this moment, a restored clarity envelopes him. He observes Wu Yue nearly pressing her entire body against Gao Ming, her laughter a flurry of petals, and her affectionate demeanor betraying any semblance of pure friendship. Clearly, they resembled a couple deeply in love. How foolish of him to have idolized Wu Yue, cradling her as if she were a fragile treasure, fearing she might shatter or dissolve. It seemed she had long since engaged in clandestine exchanges with her male best friend, viewing him merely as a convenient source of support and utility. A torrent of uncontainable rage, coupled with the endless regrets amassed from a past life, surged within Wang Gan like a volcano ready to erupt. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Wu Yue, Gao Ming, in this lifetime, if I, Wang Gan, were to live as I did in my previous existence, I would be nothing short of a complete fool. As if sensing the intensity of Wang Gan's gaze, Wu Yue turned her head and noticed him standing a short distance away. A fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes, as if she had not expected to find Wang Gan waiting here. That momentary astonishment quickly transformed into something more expected. She released her hold on Gao Ming and approached Wang Gan, her face adorned with the familiar smile that he had always perceived as innocent. Yet her tone bore a hint of reproach and impatience. Wang Gan, why did you take so long to arrive? Where are the tickets? In practically being scorched alive. As she spoke, she naturally extended her hand to seize the tickets from Wang Gan, as if they were rightfully hers. She didn't inquire how he had procured them, nor did she express a word of gratitude. Only complaints and demands flowed from her lips. Sunlight cascaded upon her meticulously crafted visage, and in Wang Gan's eyes, that essence of innocence was now stripped bare, revealing nothing but glaring hypocrisy. Wang Gan regarded her outstretched hand, then glanced at Gao Ming not far behind her, who was observing him with a scrutinizing and somewhat disdainful gaze. The last remnants of his attachment to the past evaporated entirely. He remained silent, merely retracting his hand that held the tickets, withdrawing further into himself. Chapter 2. The anger of tickets scalping. Wu Yue's hand hovered in midair, her smile faltering momentarily. She was clearly unprepared for Wang Gan's reaction. In her past experiences, a mere hint of displeasure from her would prompt Wang Gan to immediately apologize, scrambling to appease her. Wang Gan, what are you doing? Wu Yue furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, her tone growing increasingly displeased. Hurry and give me those 2 tickets. The concert is about to start, and if we enter late, finding our seats will be a hassle. Her tone was so presumptuous, as if the tickets in Wang Gan's possession were inherently hers. And any hesitation on his part was an unforgivable sin. Standing not far away, Gao Ming had his hands tucked into his pockets, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he observed the scene with keen interest, akin to enjoying a free performance. His gaze was laced with disdain for Wang Gan, as if to say, "Look at this fool," revolving around his goddess. Wang Gan scoffed inwardly. There was a time when he had been tightly ensnared by Wu Yue, toiling tirelessly for a possibly insincere complaint of hers, emptying his pockets for a trinket that she might casually discard. But now he had lived a lifetime, witnessed the treachery of human hearts, and tasted the chilling indifference of the world. "Your tickets?" Wang Gan finally spoke, his voice calm yet imbued with an unprecedented coldness and detachment. "Wu Yue, are you mistaken? These 2 tickets were purchased with my own money. When did they become yours?" Wu Yue was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to believe her ears. "What are you saying?" Her voice rose in pitch, her meticulously applied makeup failing to conceal the shock and fury etched across her face. "Wang Gan, what do you mean? Didn't you buy these tickets for me? You promised." "Did I promise?" Wang Gan feigned confusion, pretending to clear his ears. "I don't recall that. I only remember someone casually mentioning wanting to see the concert, lamenting how difficult tickets were to procure. I never stated I would buy them for you, much less that they would automatically belong to you." His gaze was sharp as a knife, locking onto Wu Yue's eyes. "Moreover, even if I had intended to do so, seeing you so intimately close with your male friend now makes me think that these 2 tickets would be better suited for those who truly need them. You." Wu Yue's face flushed with anger, her finger trembling as she pointed at Wang Gan. "You scoundrel! How dare you speak like that? Gao Ming and I are just friends. Pure friends. How can your thoughts be so vile? Pure friends?" Wang Gan let out a derisive laugh, his voice low yet loud enough for the onlookers to hear clearly. "Pure enough to hold hands and press against each other? Wu Yue, we are all adults here. Do not treat others as fools. Your little tactics to keep a backup are something I was blind to before, but now I see them clearly." Wu Yue, ruthlessly exposed by Wang Gan, was left speechless in her fury. Her eyes instantly reddened, brimming with tears as she resorted to the most potent weapon she had once wielded against him. If the former Wang Gan had seen her in this state, he would have been overwhelmed with sympathy and surrendered immediately. However, the current Wang Gan felt nothing but disdain and amusement. Just then, an anxious voice interjected, "Brother, little brother, are you selling that ticket? My girlfriend is a huge J. Cho fan, and we've been waiting for ages without securing a ticket. Can you sell it to me at a markup? I beg you." The speaker was a young man in his 20s, accompanied by a girl who wore a hopeful expression. Wang Gan glanced at them, sensing a familiar essence. Could this guy be another devoted admirer? Yet observing the agitated Wu Yue and the arms-crossed Gao Ming, an idea suddenly struck him. "Sell," Wang Gan decisively declared, raising the 2 tickets in his hand. "These are inner circle tickets in a good location, 2 for 5,000. Take them if you want." This price was 1,000 more than what he had paid, but given the imminent concert and the scarcity of tickets, it was a reasonable offer. Yes. Thank you so much, brother," the young man exclaimed, joy radiating from him as he hurriedly pulled out his phone. "WeChat or Alipay?" "Alipay," Wang Gan replied, presenting his battered phone for the other to scan. A beep sounded, and 5,000 instantly transferred. Thank you," the young man exclaimed again, taking the tickets and joyfully dragging his girlfriend towards the entrance. Though they were of the same kind, their status was far superior to Wang Gan's. At least he had managed to win her over. Unlike his past self, who could only stand outside and listen to the sounds, feeling a semblance of involvement. Reborn. Wang Gan was brimming with vitality, multitasking as he entertained his thoughts while executing his actions without delay. The entire transaction occurred in a flash, leaving Wu Yue and Gao Ming stunned. By the time Wu Yue realized what had transpired, it was already too late. Her face turned pale, then flushed a deep crimson. "Wang Gan," she shrieked, her voice rising in pitch. "How dare you sell my ticket? That was mine. Get it back." She even attempted to snatch Wang Gan's phone, as if the 5,000 belonged to her. Wang Gan stepped back, evading her grasp, his gaze icy. "Wu Yue, I'll say it once more, this is my ticket, and I can sell it to whomever I wish. It has nothing to do with you. Also, refrain from getting physical. We're no longer connected. You are being utterly unreasonable. Wu Yiwei trembled with rage, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. How could you treat me like this? What have I done to deserve such humiliation? The crowd around them grew larger, whispering and pointing at Wu Yiwei, speculating. What's her deal? The young man bought the ticket. Why does she claim it as hers? It seemed she had taken him for a backup and had been discovered. TSK. She quite attractive, but her character leaves much to be desired. Is that guy her boyfriend? Why isn't he doing anything? These murmurs pricked Wu Yiwei's ears like needles, igniting her shame and fury. Gao Ming's smile also faded, feeling a sense of embarrassment. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wu Yiwei, furrowing his brow as he addressed Wang Gan. Classmate, this has gone far enough. We are from the same school. There is no need to escalate matters to such extremes. Yiwei is merely a young girl with her whims, and you, a grown man. Silence, you scoundrel. My refraining from striking women does not imply I will spare you. Wang Gan interjected brusquely, his gaze filled with derision as he assessed this pretty boy. What transpires between her and me is none of your concern. If you find my actions extreme, you may kindly cover her fare, 5,000 yuan, which should be a trifle for someone of your stature. Gao Ming's face alternated between shades of green and white as he processed Wang Gan's retort. 5,000 yuan was not something he could produce on the spot. Gao Ming navigated the world relying on his youthful visage and sweet words. However, the unmasked scorn in Wang Gan's eyes left him feeling deeply insulted. Yet, upon observing Wang Gan's imposing stature and the fierce determination glinting in his eyes, he felt a flicker of trepidation, deterred from taking any further action. You are utterly unreasonable, Gao Ming sputtered after a prolonged pause, leaving behind a feeble accusation as he pulled the still sobbing Wu Yiwei along. Yiwei, let us leave. Do not engage with this lunatic. Wu Yiwei shot Wang Gan a venomous glare, her eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness as Gao Ming half-dragged, half-led her away. Watching their disheveled exit, Wang Gan felt no sense of vindication, only an unprecedented lightness and liberation, as if he had shed the heavy shackles that had burdened his heart for years. Farewell, Wu Yiwei. Farewell to my foolish and humble past. Chapter 3. The roommate, as he boarded the bus returning to school, the scenery outside swiftly receded. Familiar streets, recognizable buildings. Everything appeared as it did in his dreams. Wang Gan leaned against the window, absorbing the bus's characteristic jolts and the rare scent of diesel. A sense of unreality enveloped him, yet he felt unwaveringly certain that it was all genuine. His phone vibrated in his pocket, the screen illuminating with Wu Yiwei's name. Had she finally come to her senses? Was she intent on continuing this entanglement? Wang Gan cast a glance at the screen, an icy smile curling his lips as he promptly pressed the disconnect button. A few seconds later, his phone buzzed again, still Wu Yiwei. He hung up once more. After several iterations of this pattern, his phone finally fell silent. Wang Gan understood that, given Wu Yiwei's character, after enduring such an affront, she would not easily relent. However, he had moved beyond caring. He had more pressing matters to attend to. The bus halted at the Muling Industrial University stop, and Wang Gan disembarked with the throng, stepping into the familiar campus. The tree-lined paths, slightly worn academic buildings, and students clad in a myriad of outfits, brimming with youthful energy, all mirrored his memories precisely. He inhaled deeply, savoring the unique atmosphere of the campus, infused with the scent of books and youthful exuberance, and strode briskly toward the dormitory. The boys' dormitory, Building 11, Room 105. Wang Gan pushed open the door to the familiar room adorned with various game posters and photos of sports stars. A.M. Lang of sweat, instant noodles, and smoke assailed his senses. He hastily opened the window to let in some fresh air, wondering how he had endured living there for 4 years. One could only attribute it to the resilience of youth. His 3 roommates were present. The one closest to the door, Su Wei, a bespectacled and portly fellow, was completely engrossed in his computer, engaged in a fierce battle within the realm of League of Legends. His fingers danced across the keyboard with fervor, while he chanted, "Middle lane, be wary of the bottom lane." A quintessential gaming addict, he served as the source of gossip within the dormitory. Across from him, by the window, sat a meticulously groomed student clad in a checkered shirt, deeply immersed in a pile of substantial academic texts. His brow furrowed, as if he were grappling with an insurmountable scholarly challenge. This was Huang Mingzhi, the epitome of a studious overachiever, exceptionally bright, yet somewhat pedantic and prone to moralizing. Above him, on the top bunk, lounged Gu Linfeng, a well-dressed young man with a carefully styled haircut, leaning against the bed's headboard while engrossed in his latest Samsung smartphone, a hint of arrogance gracing his expression. He hailed from a wealthy family engaged in business, boasting of assets exceeding 100 million, though the truth of his claims was uncertain. He enjoyed flaunting his affluence, though he was not inherently unkind. Upon noticing Wang Gan's return, the trio's gaze converged almost simultaneously. "Ah, Gangu is back," Su Wei quipped without turning his head, continuing to maneuver the mouse. "Isn't the concert just starting? I thought you wouldn't return tonight, perhaps spending a delightful evening with your goddess." Huang Mingzhi lifted his head, adjusting his glasses with a serious demeanor. "Wang Gan, have you had a spat with Wu? Young love requires patience and understanding." Gu Linfeng set his phone aside, raising an eyebrow with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. "What is this? You haven't been dumped, have you? I did say that Wu Yue is rather discerning." "Your circumstances," his words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. To them, Wang Gan's late return could only signify trouble with Wu Yue, likely stemming from feelings of inadequacy or conflict prompting his retreat. After all, over the past 2 years, they had observed Wang Gan's subservient demeanor around her. Wang Gan paid little heed to his roommate's jests and directly proclaimed his resolution. "From this day forth, I shall no longer be a sycophant." An abrupt silence enveloped the room. "What?" Su Wei was the first to react. Disbelief etched across his face. "Gango, what did you just say? No longer a sycophant? Is this for real? Weren't you willing to forego meals for Wu Yue?" Gu Linfeng, intrigued, leaned over the edge of his bunk. "What has triggered this change? Did you not manage to secure concert tickets, or were you rejected outright?" Wang Gan offered a faint smile. "Something like that. I have seen things clearly now. It is rather pointless. From now on, she and I shall walk our separate paths, without interference." "Good grief!" Su Wei exclaimed. "Gangu, you've finally come to your senses? That's wonderful. Brother supports you. That kind of woman was just toying with your emotions. It was high time you parted ways." However, Huang Mingzhi shook his head disapprovingly. "Wang Gan, one cannot speak in such terms. Encountering setbacks in pursuit of romance is entirely normal. One should not abandon their efforts over trivial matters, nor utter such derogatory remarks. You ought to communicate with Wu. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding." Wang Gan shot him a glance, inwardly dismissing his counsel. In the past life, despite their good relationship, he is foolishly leading himself into a pit of fire. In that previous existence, Huang Mingzhi delighted in standing atop a moral high ground, pointing fingers at others. Yet, what was the outcome? Until the moment of his rebirth, Huang Mingzhi had not even caught a glimpse of a girlfriend. In contrast, the internet-addicted youth Su Wei, though lacking in character, was not picky. He had successfully courted 2 girlfriends during his university years. Some truths can only be comprehended through experience. Theoretical discussions ultimately prove to be hollow. "I am well aware of my own affairs and do not require your guidance," Wang Gan replied in a calm tone, disinterested in engaging in debate. Just then, his cool pad, which he had tossed onto the table, rang unexpectedly. The screen displayed the name Wu Yue. Every gaze in the dormitory converged on that phone. Su Wei wore an expression of anticipation, while Huang Mingzhi frowned, seemingly on the verge of saying something. Gu Linfeng, intrigued, watched Wang Gan, eager to see how he would respond. Wang Gan picked up the phone, glanced at it, then pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. "Wang Gan, what do you mean? You sold my ticket. Are you out of your mind? Transfer the money to me immediately, and apologize right now." Wu Yue's voice crackled through the line, laced with fury, a tone brimming with arrogance and demands. Wang Gan's face betrayed no emotion. He spoke into the phone with a mocking tone. "Miss Wu, how was the concert?" "Oh, right, you didn't get in. As for the ticket money, I'm afraid that belongs to me. And an apology? Do you think you're worthy of one? You bastard. Wang Gan, just wait. This isn't over." Wu Yue sputtered, her voice nearly breaking with rage. "I shall await your call," Wang Gan replied before abruptly hanging up, in front of all his roommates. He deftly tapped on the cracked screen, located Wu Yue's number, and added it to his blacklist. It was time to replace this broken phone. Truly, she was blinded by wealth, buying a flagship phone while neglecting to improve her own image and competitiveness. Having completed this act, he tossed the phone back onto the table as though it were a trivial task. The dormitory fell into silence once more. Su Wei gaped, unable to close his mouth for some time, finally managing to exclaim, "Wow, Brother Gan is amazing. Did he really blacklist her?" Gu Linfeng's face broke into an appreciative smile as he clapped the bedboard. "Well done, Wang Gan. You've finally shown some fortitude." Only Huang Mingzhi frowned more deeply, adjusting his glasses, and expressed strong disapproval. "Wang Gan, your actions are excessive. Even after a breakup, there is no need to humiliate the other person in such a manner. One should leave a thread for future encounters. How will you interact with Wu Yue in class after this?" "Interact?" Wang Gan scoffed. "Don't need to interact with her? Our values are incompatible. There is nothing to discuss." With that, he disregarded Huang Mingzhi's displeased expression, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Powering on his 3-year-old Asus laptop, the screen illuminated, revealing the familiar interface. Severing ties with the past is merely the initial step. The subsequent contemplation of wealth accumulation is of paramount importance. "Ah, by the way, the World Cup is approaching." Su Wei finally emerged from his stupor, rubbing his hands in excitement and exclaiming, "The Brazil World Cup! This time, I am determined to make a significant fortune. I have studied the odds for several days and feel that this is my opportunity to strike it rich." Gu Linfeng interjected, "Just you? With your meager allowance? How many bets can you place? Don't come crying to me when you run out of funds." Upon hearing the words World Cup, Wang Gan's eyes ignited with fervor. Having just been reborn, he found himself immediately entangled in a melodramatic breakup, and he had not yet contemplated this aspect. Chapter 4. The Opportunity for Initial Wealth, the World Cup. Wang Gan reminisced about the fervor surrounding this particular tournament, unprecedented in its intensity. For the next month or so, the entire university and a significant portion of the world would be swiftly engulfed by the impending World Cup fever. The campus bulletin board was adorned with vibrant match schedules and posters announcing various betting activities initiated by local businesses. The cafeteria's television began to loop promotional videos of the matches and highlight reels of classic goals. Even the girls, who typically showed little interest in sports, engaged in discussions about which football stars were more handsome and which team's uniforms were more appealing. The boys' dormitory was particularly rife with activity. Every room echoed with discussions about matches, analyses of teams, and studies of odds, occasionally interrupted by heated debates sparked by team loyalties. Nights transformed into escapades, as students flocked to internet cafes and bars to watch live broadcasts. Naturally, Dormitory 105 was no exception. Su Wei, an enthusiast of diverse interests, was also a devoted football fan. In his previous life, Wang Gan had quarreled with Huang Mingzhi and Su Wei multiple times, urging him to maintain some tranquility at night. After all, neither of them were fans, nor did they believe in betting as a means to wealth. Moreover, Wang Gan's allowance was barely sufficient to support Wu Yue, leaving no room for speculation. However, this life was different. Having been reborn, he intended to seize this opportunity. "Brothers, I have figured it out. Follow me, and you shall prosper and marry the affluent," Su Wei proclaimed, waving a sheet of paper filled with various numbers and team names, his excitement palpable. The opening match, Brazil versus Croatia. Brazil has the home advantage, the 5-time Samba army, led by Neymar. This is a guaranteed victory, although the odds are somewhat low, around 1-3. It is a safe bet. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. I plan to wager all my remaining 300 yuan for the month. Winning would afford me a nice meal, freeing me from instant noodles. Gu Linfeng leaned against the headboard, scrolling through his phone, disdain evident in his expression. 300 yuan? That's your big bet? Su Wei, you have such little ambition. Even if you win, you'll only make a few dozen yuan. What good is that? It won't even cover the cost of a new skin in a game. If you're going to gamble, go big. Betting on underdogs is where the excitement lies. You privileged second generation Don't understand, Su Wei retorted, defiantly lifting his chin. This is about leveraging small investments for great returns. Historically, Chun Daozi turned 20 yuan into 37 million. Today, Wei Zai will turn 300 yuan into 30 million. Furthermore, how often do underdogs prevail? Brazil could hardly lose at home in the opening match, unless, of course, a pie falls from the sky. Huang Mingzhi remained engrossed in his reading, oblivious to their discussions. Only when Su Wei mentioned the term all-in did he furrow his brow, as if he had something to express, yet ultimately refrained from voicing it. Wang Gan sat before his computer, appearing to browse the web. In reality, his mind was racing, sifting through fragmented memories of the 2014 Brazil World Cup from his past life. Su Wei was not mistaken. Brazil was indeed a formidable favorite to win, especially with the opening match taking place on home soil, leading nearly everyone to predict an effortless victory for them. However, a subtle smile graced Wang Gan's lips, a curve of understanding known only to him. He vividly recalled that this seemingly predictable opening match was fraught with unexpected twists. Shortly after the match commenced, Brazilian defender Marcelo inadvertently scored an own goal, granting Croatia an unexpected lead. This unforeseen blunder left countless bettors, who had wagered on a decisive Brazilian victory or a first-half lead, lamenting their misfortune. Ultimately, thanks to Neymar's brace and Oscar's contribution, Brazil managed to overturn the situation, securing a 3-1 victory. Yet, for those who pursued high odds, the process and outcome concealed immense opportunities. A score of 3-1. Wang Gan's heart raced. He remembered vividly how dramatic this match was, particularly with that own goal. In his past life, he and T placed any bets. But as a football fan sharing a room with others who did, he was well aware of the opening match's significance. Su Wei had rambled on for quite some time about it, and post-match news and analyses flooded the media, repeatedly emphasizing the 3-1 scoreline and Marcelo's own goal. The odds for score betting were typically very high. He promptly navigated to a sports news website, locating the World Cup section to check the odds for the Brazil versus Croatia match. As expected, the odds for win, draw, or loss were not particularly favorable. Brazil's victory stood at around 1-3, a draw at 4-5, and Croatia's win soared to 10. However, when he clicked on the score betting options, astonishing figures unfurled before his eyes. 1-0, odds 65, 2-0, odds 70, 2-1, odds 90, 3-1, odds a staggering 150. 15 times. Wang Gan's breath quickened. This signified that if he invested 10,000, predicting the score of 3-1, it could transform into 150,000. 150,000. For an ordinary university student in 2014, this sum was undoubtedly a fortune. It would enable him to achieve initial capital accumulation, laying a solid foundation for future ventures. Beyond the opening match, other critical games flickered through Wang Gan's mind as hazy impressions. For instance, the defending champions Spain faced a humiliating group stage exit, suffering a staggering defeat in their first match against the Netherlands. Was it 5-1? The odds were absolutely explosive. Additionally, the hosts, Brazil, endured a catastrophic 7-1 loss to Germany in the semifinals, an unparalleled disaster in football history. The odds for this match were beyond imagination. Each fragment of vague, yet crucial information gradually crystallized in Wang Gan's mind, forming a treasure map leading to financial freedom. The World Cup was indeed a magnificent gift bestowed upon him, the reincarnated soul. It is his swift accumulation of initial capital that serves as the finest leverage to propel his future. After the initial excitement, Wang Gan quickly regained his composure. Knowledge devoid of financial backing is merely idle chatter. He opened his Alipay wallet and glanced at the balance, 5,230 yuan and 50 cents. This sum comprised the proceeds from selling concert tickets, along with the mere 200 yuan he had left for living expenses upon his rebirth. Over 5,000 yuan, even if fully invested and yielding a 15-fold return, would only amount to a little over 70,000. Though considerable, it still fell far short of the ambition he harbored. Moreover, the opportunities presented by the World Cup were not limited to the opening match. Numerous high-odds games awaited him. He required a greater capital to maximize the advantage of this information. A minimum of 10,000 was essential, if not more. But where would the money come from? Should he ask his family? Absolutely not. He had just sought financial assistance from them for the concert tickets. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that in a year's time, the family factory would face difficulties, and he could not further burden his parents. Should he borrow from his classmates? Wang Gan's gaze swept across his 3 dormitory mates. Su Wei, he was not a reliable option. He was even poorer than Wang, and that 300 yuan was likely all he possessed. Huang Mingzhi, even less likely, as he had just been lecturing and would undoubtedly refuse to lend money for gambling. Guilin Feng, perhaps there was a chance, although this fellow was rather proud. He likely had some financial flexibility. But how could Wang Gan broach the subject? What rationale could he provide? Apart from his dorm mates, who else was there? Wang Gan's mind began to rapidly sift through the relationships he had cultivated in both this life and his past. A thought struck him. Borrowing money was not merely about gathering capital. It was also a means to gauge the hearts of men. In his previous life, he had tasted the vicissitudes of human sentiment and discerned the intricacies of relationships. However, in this life, he was destined to become a magnate. At that time, outright refusal to those who had turned their backs on him would reflect poorly on him. It would be wiser to take the initiative. By borrowing money now, he could delineate a clear boundary in his future interpersonal relationships. Chapter 5. Borrowing money to test loyalty. With his decision made, Wang Gan immediately set his plans into motion. He quickly located a high school classmate group, known as the Zhongbei Youth League. The conversation within the group was lively, a testament to the carefree nature of students. Starkly different from the desolate chat groups of a decade later. The topics ranged widely, from idol worship to gaming grievances and even to romantic gossip. Naturally, the impending World Cup was also a hot topic. Wang Gan refrained from participating in the chatter. Instead, he composed a message and opted for a group send. He was wise enough not to announce his request in the group, but rather chose to send it one-on-one, thus avoiding any unnecessary awkwardness or speculation. The message was straightforward. He was currently in a tight spot and urgently needed assistance. Could anyone lend him a few hundred yuan to tide him over? He assured them he would repay it next month when his living expenses arrived. He had even prepared a reasonable excuse, claiming he had recently made some purchases and had exhausted his living allowance. This rationale seemed quite plausible for a university student known for a somewhat extravagant spending habit. He meticulously selected a dozen or so individuals with whom he currently shared a decent rapport or whom he might intersect with in the future. He harbored little hope, for he had witnessed the fickleness of human relationships in his past life. Moreover, he had resorted to the most challenging test of human nature, borrowing money. As he anticipated, after sending out his messages, most recipients remained utterly silent, akin to stones cast into a lake, creating not even a ripple. A few who were slightly closer responded, but their replies were strikingly similar. Ah, Wang Gan, how unfortunate. I'm in a tight spot myself lately, having just purchased a new phone and paid for tutoring classes in preparation for a trip. Borrow money? I'm afraid I can't. My living expenses are managed by my mother, and I don't have much myself. Perhaps next time, but this time it's just not convenient. Various polite refusals and insincere formalities ensued. Observing these responses, Wang Gan felt no stirrings in his heart. He had endured far harsher realities in his previous life. Such indifference could no longer wound him. Just as he was about to abandon this course of action, an unexpected reply emerged. It was from Yao Jiqiang, a boy who had sat behind him in high school, somewhat awkward and honest, yet genuinely kind. Their relationship was not particularly close, but they occasionally played basketball together and chatted about games. Yao Jiqiang's response was straightforward. How much? I have 800. Will that suffice? If not, I can lend you a bit more. Upon reading this message, Wang Gan felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. He recalled that during his most challenging times in his previous life, it was Yao Jiqiang who had unhesitatingly lent him 20,000 yuan. That debt had only been repaid shortly before his rebirth. To his surprise, in this life, the first person to extend a helping hand was still this honest soul. That's more than enough. Thank you so much, Jiqiang. Wang Gan quickly replied, promising to repay him next month when his living expenses arrived. No worries. I'm not in a hurry. Yao Jiqiang promptly responded and then directly transferred 800 yuan. Wang Gan accepted the transfer, silently noting, Yao Jiqiang, this kindness, this favor, I shall certainly repay in kind in the future. Shortly thereafter, another classmate replied. It was Zhou Xingjia, his desk mate from high school, with whom he had a reasonably good relationship, often skipping classes to visit internet cafes together. Ganzi? Need money? How much? I just managed to get a bit of pocket money from home. I can lend you 2,000 without a problem. Wang Gan chuckled. This lad was probably concocting an excuse to swindle his girlfriend out of money. His relationship with her, who would one day become his wife, was rather complicated. However, many events had yet to unfold, so those matters could wait. All right, thanks, bro. You're a lifesaver. Wang Gan replied. Soon enough, Zhou Xingjia transferred 2,000 yuan via Alipay. Another acquaintance, Zhang Bo, a middle school classmate with whom he had a rather average relationship, also replied, I only have 500 left, but I can lend you that for emergencies. Thanks. Wang Gan expressed his gratitude, accepting the 500 yuan. As anticipated, only these three friends extended their assistance, just as in his previous life. It's truly fascinating how one's perception of steadfast friends can differ so greatly from reality. Those whom one least expected often provide the most delightful surprises. Although the debts of his past life have been settled, the rewards have not been substantial. However, this life is different. I, dear brother, will elevate you all. Thus far, the classmate has borrowed a total of 2,500 and 3,300 yuan. Adding to his original sum of over 5,200, he now possesses approximately 8,500 yuan. He is still a bit short of the goal of 10,000. Wang Gan cast his gaze towards his three dormitory mates. If he could not borrow from them, he would have to approach Brother Dong for a line of credit. Yet, in a previous life, he had vowed never to engage with capitalists after experiencing the hardships of debt. Clearing his throat, he spoke. Hey guys, I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. Could you lend me some money for emergencies? I'll repay you next month. Su Wei was the first to react, his face a picture of despair. Dear brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm truly broke. Look, all I have is 300 yuan, and I'm planning to go all in on the World Cup. He emptied his pockets, revealing only a few crumpled coins and a single 100 yuan note. Wang Gan understood that Su Wei was genuinely in need and did not harbor any expectations from him. He smiled. All right, I know you're tight on funds. Just keep it for instant noodles. Next, he turned to Huang Mingjie. Huang indeed furrowed his brow, set his book down, and said earnestly, Wang Gan, you just said you wouldn't be a sycophant anymore. I thought you had truly awakened. Why do you want to borrow money again? Are you planning to buy something to impress a girl? You're not considering betting on football like Su Wei, are you? Let me tell you, gambling is a pit of fire. Lending you money would be detrimental to you. I cannot lend you this money. Wang Gan remained silent, receiving a lecture filled with righteous indignation. He scoffed inwardly, too weary to explain, and shifted his gaze to Gu Linfeng. Gu Linfeng was watching him with keen interest, and upon noticing Wang Gan's stare, raised an eyebrow. Oh, how much do you need to borrow? 2,000, Wang Gan replied, fearful of the butterfly effect, leaving some funds for living expenses. In such a scenario, he would have to toil at work to save up, no matter how the butterfly flapped its wings. It would not deter him from becoming a wealthy man. What do you need the money for? Are you planning to throw it away on Wu Yue again? If you're still thinking about her, I won't lend you a dime. Wang Gan met his gaze and replied calmly. Rest assured, it has nothing to do with her. I'm just tight on cash and need to manage a bit. He paused, then added, and a small gamble could be enjoyable. I want to test my luck during the World Cup. Wang Gan didn't reveal the entire truth, but he did provide a hint of information. He understood that Gu Linfeng, as a rich second generation, typically had an interest in money-making and investment discussions and was relatively accepting of risks. Indeed, upon hearing Wang Gan mention testing his luck, Gu Linfeng's eyes sparkled with interest. He scrutinized Wang Gan, seemingly confirming whether he had truly severed ties with Wu Yue. Observing Wang Gan's candid expression and the decisive manner in which he had previously confronted Wu Yue, Gu Linfeng nodded. He knew that Wang Gan's family was decent. His father owned a small factory, which, while not as affluent as Gu Linfeng's family, was sufficient to ensure he wouldn't default on debts. Moreover, Wang Gan's recent confrontation with Wu Yue left a lasting impression on him. All right, Gu Linfeng responded with alacrity, rummaging through his wallet for his phone. Should I use Alipay or WeChat? Just remember, you must repay me next month. I'm rather strapped for cash lately, having set my sights on a new watch. Not a problem. Thank you so much, brother phone. Wang Gan felt a surge of joy. He hadn't anticipated Gu Linfeng's readiness. It appeared his earlier judgment had proven correct. Despite his arrogance, this individual possessed a fundamentally good nature and a strong sense of loyalty. Just a trivial matter, Gu Linfeng waved off the gratitude, swiftly transferring 2,000 yuan via Alipay. Ding dong. The notification from Alipay confirmed the transaction. Wang Gan gazed at his wallet balance, which now stood at 305 yuan, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The initial capital of 10,000 yuan was secured. This borrowing experience reaffirmed his perception of those around him. Yao Jiqiang and Zhou Xingjie were genuine friends who provided timely assistance. Zhang Bo maintained an acceptable relationship. Gu Linfeng, although they hadn't spent much time together post-graduation, was willing to lend money, signifying a potential friendship. As for those classmates who had declined or dismissed him, as well as the preachy Huang Mingzhi, Wang Gan silently marked them in his mind, deciding to keep his distance moving forward. In this new life, he aimed not only to amass wealth, but also to sharpen his discernment, distinguishing between allies and adversaries, and cultivating a truly reliable network. He sought to avoid the pitfalls of his past life, being dragged down by petty individuals and deceived by superficial affections. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 6. All in with the funds secured, Wang Gan hesitated no longer and directed his focus toward the imminent kickoff of the World Cup. Less than 10 hours remained before the match between Brazil and Croatia at 4 in the morning. He needed to swiftly place his bet with the 10,000 yuan, a sum imbued with trust and goodwill, a harbinger of his hopes for resurgence in this second chance at life. The year 2014 marked the golden age of rampant growth for domestic online lottery services, a final flourish before the tightening of regulations. Major internet giants had entered the fray, launching their own lottery platforms amidst fierce competition. Users could conveniently purchase various sports lottery tickets, including World Cup predictions, through their computers or mobile devices. Wang Gan opened his computer, skillfully entering several website addresses into the browser. There was Penguin Sports Lottery, Taobao Lottery under Ali, Pig Farm Lottery, Sina S Lottery, and a plethora of other well-known vertical lottery sites. Although he engaged much with these platforms in his past life, Wang Gan was not unfamiliar with them. He understood that each platform was backed by substantial corporations, lending a degree of credibility. At least, during this 2014 timeframe, withdrawals were relatively smooth. However, to mitigate risk and avoid placing all his eggs in one basket, Wang Gan resolved to diversify his bets. After all, no one could guarantee that a platform wouldn't suddenly malfunction or encounter some so-called technical issues. Although 15,000 was a mere drop in the bucket for these large companies, a wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall. This represented his capital for takeoff, and he needed to exercise utmost caution. He ultimately selected 5 platforms that boasted the largest user bases and the finest reputations at that time: Chia, Ali, Zhuchang, Zhalang, and 500 Lottery. He then proceeded to register an account, link his bank card, and undergo real name verification. These procedures were second nature to a person who had experienced a rebirth. He deliberately chose an infrequently used savings card under his name, which held a near-zero balance, specifically for this lottery endeavor. Once all preparations were complete, Wang Gan commenced his inaugural bet. After some contemplation, he mused that gambling was indeed an art. Retaining 500 yuan in change served little purpose. After all, he would need to work to earn a living. 30 yuan would suffice for purchasing half a month's worth of steam buns. Thus, he meticulously divided the total sum of 10,500 yuan into 5 equal parts, each amounting to 2,100 yuan. He opened the Chia Sports Lottery interface, located the match between Brazil and Croatia, navigated to the score option, selected 31, entered the amount of 2,100, and confirmed the bet. He repeated this identical procedure on Tau Lottery, again selecting 31, inputting 2,100, and confirming. The same steps were carried out on the NetEase Lottery, Ali Lottery, and finally the 500 Lottery site. 5 bets, totaling 10,500 yuan, were all placed on the specific score of Brazil 31, Croatia. The odds stood at 150. When the confirmation of the final platform's bet appeared, Wang Gan let out a long sigh of relief. Everything was in place, merely awaiting the favorable wind. Now, he needed only to quietly await the match results at 4 in the morning. If successful, his 10,000 would transform into 150,000. The vast sea allowed fish to leap, and a high sky permitted birds to soar. If he were to fail, he would not only lose this sum, but also the most convenient path after his rebirth. However, Wang Gan was unperturbed by the prospect of failure. Having come from the future, he possessed an abundance of information. If one side was dim, the other would surely shine. He was not afraid of falling short. This seemingly omniscient certainty infused him with immense confidence. "Brother Gan, are you studying this too?" Su Wei had approached at some point, glancing at Wang Gan's betting interface on the computer screen. "So, have you decided which bet to place? Do you need my input?" Wang Gan nonchalantly closed the betting record page, switched to the event information, and replied coolly, "Just browsing. I'm considering betting on Brazil to win for a bit of fun. Great minds think alike, but the odds are too low. I'm contemplating whether to place 100 on a 3-0 score." "Betting on Brazil to win?" Gu Linfeng scoffed. "The odds are too low, only 13. It's not worth it. Let me tell you, I've researched this. Croatia's midfield is formidable with Modric and Rakitic. What the rest an upset? An upset?" Su Wei chuckled derisively. "Feng Xiao, do you understand football? Brazil's home opener. How could there possibly be an upset? I predict Brazil will win by at least 2 goals. Gu Linfeng, with a hint of provocation, remarked, "Talking to someone like you, who is financially challenged about winning is futile. I plan to play it risky. I'm betting 5,000 on Brazil to lose. A gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Wow, Feng Ge, you're incredible." Su Wei, unperturbed by the insult, exclaimed in astonishment, 5,000 on Brazil to lose? The odds are 100. If it hits, that's 50,000. But the risk is enormous. Gu Linfeng, with a triumphant tilt of his chin, declared, "It's all about the thrill. If I lose, it's merely pocket money gone. If I win, I shall treat you all to a lavish feast." Su Wei chuckled. "That sounds splendid. However, I still believe Brazil is a safe bet. I've made up my mind. I'll wager 100 on Brazil for the win. Though it's a modest amount, participation is what truly matters." Gu Linfeng scoffed. 100? Winning would net you merely $30. Hardly enough for a pack of cigarettes. Didn't you wish to emulate Chendea's eye? Why so timid? Su Wei Vito. $30 still holds value. I don't even smoke. Besides, Brazil is bound to win. Aspiring to be like Deizai doesn't mean acting recklessly. While the two engaged in their banter, Wang Gan listened quietly, choosing not to interject. Suddenly, Gu Linfeng recalled something and inquired, "By the way, Wang Gan, how much do you intend to wager? Didn't you say you want to test your luck?" Wang Gan smiled lightly, feigning nonchalance. "I'll just dabble a bit. Let us say I'll bet 2,000 on Brazil winning." He deliberately withheld the truth. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention and to circumvent unnecessary complications. If they discovered that he had risked it all with 10,000 on a score with a 15-fold payout, they would likely deem him mad. And he would surely endure Huang Mingzhi's lectures once more. Even disregarding the noise, winning such a sum as an ordinary university student would undoubtedly stir up a tempest. Faced with this rare opportunity, Wang Gan preferred to accumulate wealth quietly. 2,000 on Brazil winning? Gu Linfeng was somewhat taken aback, then understanding, concluding that it was indeed a more prudent choice compared to Su Wei's meager 100. Su Wei muttered, "Winning 2,000 would yield only 600. Not much at all." Wang Gan chose to remain silent, discreetly shutting down the web page. The bet was placed. Now, all that remained was to await the outcome. He glanced at the clock on his computer. It was just past 6 in the evening. There were still over 9 hours until the match commenced. The wait felt interminable, a true torment for Wang Gan. Chapter 7. Watching the game at the internet CAF, having invested real money, the trio became increasingly engrossed, incessantly refreshing the web page on their computers. Su Wei was so distracted he lost interest in gaming, instead meticulously organizing his betting notebook, making it appear quite legitimate. Though Gu Linfeng boasted, 5,000 was still a significant sum for him. Wang Gan estimated that his monthly allowance hovered around 10,000. Even with various expenses, it wouldn't exceed 20,000. Only Huang Mingzhi remained unaffected, rising to announce, "If we don't head to the cafeteria soon, it will close. Are you coming? Let us go. There's still time before the match begins. We should fill our stomachs to enjoy the game later," Wang Gan said as he accompanied his roommates to the school cafeteria. He ordered a meal with 2 meat dishes and a vegetable, with rice at 50 cents extra, totaling merely 8 yuan. As he surveyed the generous portions of braised pork and tomato, scrambled eggs on his tray, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. How affordable, he mused. The prices from over a decade ago felt like paradise. He pondered the year 2025. The same meal would hardly cost less than 20 yuan, while wages had hardly increased. Delivering takeout wore him out, with each order netting only a few yuan. The sensation of rebirth was truly delightful. As he savored his meal, he listened to the fervent discussions among his fellow students surrounding the World Cup. The debates regarding which team was favored to win, which star player was in peak form, and which group was deemed the group of death created an atmosphere as vibrant as if the tournament had already commenced. After finishing dinner and returning to the dormitory, he found the hour still early. Su Wei, unable to contain his excitement, hastily powered on his antiquated desktop computer, the fan's noise resembling that of a chainsaw. "Su Wei, when will you replace that contraption? It's truly disruptive, you know? Wind, why don't you sponsor a new one?" With that, he resumed his analysis of the odds for other group matches, muttering to himself as if he were a professional betting analyst. Huang Mingzhi sat steadfastly at his desk, engrossed in his academic texts, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Gu Linfeng, feeling somewhat miffed by the lack of interest, thought that no matter how wealthy he was, he didn't want to be taken for a fool. After all, Su Wei was not his son. He then made a phone call, seemingly arranging to watch the game with friends that evening. "Hello, are you going to the World Cup opener tonight?" "Same place, 0-hour bar. I've already reserved a booth." "Yes, absolutely. Let's create the atmosphere." "All right, see you then." After hanging up, Gu Linfeng glanced at the others in the dormitory and, with a hint of superiority, announced, "We're going to watch the game tonight. Anyone else interested? 0-hour bar. I'll cover the drinks, but tickets are on you." Su Wei's eyes lit up momentarily, but upon hearing about the ticket cost, his enthusiasm waned. "A bar? Isn't that place a bit too pricey? I think I'll just watch it at the internet CAF. I can squeeze in a few games as well." Huang Mingzhi, never lifting his gaze, replied, "I'm not going. It would interfere with my studies. Besides, staying up late is not good for one's health." Gu Linfeng shrugged and turned his attention to Wang Gan. "What about you, Wang Gan? Are you going to the bar? The environment is far superior to that of an internet CAF." Wang Gan chuckled and shook his head. "Thanks, Wind, but I'll stick with Su Wei at the internet CAF. It's too noisy at the bar, and I'm afraid I won't be able to see the match clearly." He was well aware that the bar's ambience was more appealing and might even present some romantic opportunities. However, as a longtime bachelor who had not tasted the pleasures of companionship for nearly a decade, he found it enticing yet impractical at the moment. With only 30 yuan left in his pocket. "Oh wait, just 22 yuan now." "All right then, suit yourself." Gu Linfeng made no further attempts to persuade them, grabbing his jacket. "I'll be on my way now. You all do as you wish." Once Gu Linfeng departed, the dormitory fell into a quieter state. Wang Gan reclined on his bed, resting his eyes, yet his mind raced with thoughts of future financial prospects. The prices were likely on the rise now, probably in the hundreds of dollars, far beyond his means. The bull market had yet to commence, and as for purchasing property, he couldn't even afford a single brick of cement at this juncture. At 10 o'clock, the power in the dormitory was cut off promptly. The room was instantly engulfed in darkness, and Su Wei's chainsaw-like machine ceased its operation. "Let's go, Gangu." "To the internet CAF," Su Wei exclaimed, appearing somewhat impatient. "All right, let's go." Wang Gan sprang up, grabbing his phone and wallet. Together, they exited the dormitory building and headed toward the nearby street known for its indulgences. This so-called decadent street was lined with a plethora of food stalls, budget accommodations, an internet CAFS, serving as a favored haunt for university students in search of nocturnal pleasures. Upon entering an internet CAF named Emotional Bond, one is immediately enveloped by a potent mingling of cigarette smoke and the aroma of instant noodles. The proprietor demonstrates astute business acumen, adorning the walls with televisions that broadcast live events to captivate patrons. The CAF is dimly lit, with rows of computer screens flickering in a kaleidoscope of colors. The cacophony of keystrokes, the sounds of virtual battles, and the animated discussions of early arrivals anticipating the football match converge to create a lively, albeit chaotic, atmosphere. Despite the less-than-ideal surroundings, the CAF is nearly at full capacity, as many opt to spend their World Cup viewing night here. Two individuals approach the front desk and secure two adjacent computers, having paid the requisite deposit. Wang Gan selects a corner seat and adeptly powers on his machine, logging in with ease. He does not rush to catch up on World Cup updates. Instead, he opens the League of Legends client. The login interface appears, evoking a long-lost sense of familiarity. Demacia, entering the game, he gazes at the recognizable hero icons and interface, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. In a previous life, he was a dedicated player, though he gradually set it aside in pursuit of a more pragmatic existence. He casually queues for a match in the era mode. Welcome to the Howling Abyss. The familiar game sounds resonate, prompting Wang Gan to stretch his fingers as he immerses himself in this lighthearted match, a means to unwind. Beside him, Sue exhibits no inclination towards gaming. Instead, he opens multiple betting websites, intently comparing odds for various matches. Occasionally, he pulls out his phone to perform calculations, his brow furrowed, as if engaged in a meticulous research endeavor. While Wang Gan plays, he divides his focus, opening a search page in his browser. In the search box, he slowly types 3 letters, BTC. The results materialize swiftly, displaying a plethora of news articles, forum posts, and price information regarding Bitcoin. Bitcoin prices plummet. The impact of Chinese regulatory policies continues to unfold. The aftermath of bankruptcy events looms large, casting a shadow over Bitcoin's future. How much is one Bitcoin worth? Latest price, approximately $650. Wang Gan's gaze sharpens as he observes this figure. Indeed, it aligns closely with his memories. Following the monumental surge at the end of 2013 and the subsequent bankruptcy of the MT-GOX exchange, along with tightening domestic regulations, Bitcoin prices languished in a relatively subdued state throughout the first half of 2014, oscillating within the hundreds of dollars range. Many at that time deemed Bitcoin a mere scam, anticipating an imminent bubble burst. Yet, only Wang Gan comprehends the astronomical heights this asset will reach in the future, tens of thousands of dollars, or even more. This current price is essentially a rock-bottom figure, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy in. He silently commits this price to memory. Once the World Cup concludes and he possesses sufficient funds, his first action will be to purchase Bitcoin in large quantities. The more, the better. This will serve as the cornerstone of his future wealth. The profits from the World Cup are merely initial capital. A chaotic match concluded swiftly, with Wang Gan experiencing an effortless defeat. Having not played for quite some time, his skills had dulled. He exited the game, glanced at the time, and noted it was nearing 3:30 in the morning. The internet CAF was becoming increasingly crowded, the atmosphere growing ever more fervent. The pre-match program was already being broadcast on the large screen, with commentators analyzing the starting lineups and tactical approaches of both teams. Sue also ceased his examination of the odds, rubbing his hands together, his face alight with anticipation as he focused intently on the screen. Wang Gan took a deep breath, opened the web pages of the betting platforms he had utilized, logged into his account, and braced himself for the imminent moment of revelation. Brazil versus Croatia, the opening match was about to commence. Chapter 8. A promising start at precisely 4 o'clock in the morning. The whistle of the main referee signaled the official commencement of the 2014 Brazil World Cup's opening match between Brazil and Croatia at the Corinthians Arena in São Paulo. The internet CAF erupted in exhilaration. Cheers, whistles, and shouts, infused with various dialects, filled the air. All eyes were directed toward the several large-screen televisions mounted on the CAF's walls. the atmosphere thick with excitement and anticipation. Go Brazil. Neymar score 1. Croatia defend well. Suwei, too, was swept up in the fervor, pumping his fist in the air, though his wager of 100 yuan was modest. It significantly impacted the quality of his meals in the days to come. He had bet on Brazil to win, with odds of 13, although low. He firmly believed in Brazil's inevitable triumph. Gangu, how many goals do you think Brazil will score? Suwei inquired, turning to Wang Gan. Wang Gan, calmly watching the screen, smiled at the question. 3 or 4, perhaps. His heart remained unperturbed. He not only anticipated Brazil's victory, but was also aware that the specific score would be 3-1, even recalling the sequence of goals with relative clarity. This omniscient perspective allowed him to remain composed as the match unfolded, devoid of the tension and thrill typical fans experience, instead feeling as though he were watching a film whose conclusion he already knew. As the match commenced, the scene unfolded as anticipated. The host nation, Brazil, leveraging their home advantage and superior overall strength, launched a ferocious assault on Croatia's goal. The attacking trio of Neymar, Oscar, and Hulk showcased their prowess, frequently creating threatening opportunities. The Brazilian fans in the CAF erupted in cheers, the atmosphere growing ever more intense. Suwei was animatedly gesticulating. Yes, just like that. Push forward. Shoot. However, it was not the home team that first broke the deadlock. In the 11th minute, Croatia initiated an attack from the left flank, with Olic delivering a low cross. The ball traveled at a moderate pace and was not particularly acute in angle. Brazil's seasoned left-back Marcelo, having retreated to the edge of the small box, aimed to clear it with his foot. Yet, perhaps due to nerves or the state of the pitch, Marcelo's attempt inadvertently altered the ball's trajectory, slipping past goalkeeper Caesar's fingertips and rolling into his own net. An own goal, 0-1. Croatia unexpectedly took the lead. The entire Corinthians arena was suddenly enveloped in silence, and the internet CAF felt eerily quiet. Only a few Croatian supporters, or those placing bets on an upset, emitted sporadic cheers. What is happening? Suwei sprang up from his chair, unable to believe his eyes. An own goal? What on earth is Marcelo doing? The expression of anticipation that had adorned his face instantly crumbled, as if that 100 yuan had sprouted wings and flown away. Could it be that Brazil is truly on the verge of defeat? Suwei lamented, painfully clutching his hair. The others who had wagered on Brazil's victory wore expressions of shock and dismay. How could this be? An own goal in the opening match? Brazil's form appears lacking. Surely, it cannot lead to a shocking upset. Meanwhile, Wang Gan, upon witnessing Marcelo's own goal, felt a subtle smile creep upon his lips. Here it comes. Just as he had remembered, the first critical juncture had come to pass. This filled him with even greater confidence for the eventual score of 3-1. Veillez. There's no need to be so tense. Even though we're a goal down, Brazil still has a significant chance of winning. With the own goal having arrived on schedule, Wang Gan's spirits lifted considerably, and he began to jest with Suwei. Gangu, you wouldn't understand. I also placed 100 yuan on a 2-0 victory. My condolences, Wang Gan replied, unsure what else to say. Suwei had already lost 100 yuan, which when totaled meant a loss of 70. The already tight budget had become even tighter. In the ensuing match, the trailing Brazilian team seemed to awaken from a dream, launching a more aggressive offensive. Croatia, on the other hand, retreated in full force, attempting to preserve their lead. At the 29th minute, Brazil finally found their opportunity. After intercepting the ball in midfield, Oscar delivered a precise through pass, allowing Neymar to advance with the ball. Near the edge of the penalty area, he suddenly unleashed a low shot with his left foot. The ball flew like a dart, striking the inner side of the right post and nestling into the net. 1-1. Brazil had equalized. The CAF erupted once more into deafening cheers. The Brazilian fans, who had long suppressed their emotions, could finally release their jubilation. Suwei was instantly revitalized, leaping with excitement. It went in. It went in. I knew we could equalize. Neymar is phenomenal. Wang Gan remained composed. The equalizer was merely a step in the process. What he desired was a 3-1 scoreline. As the first half drew to a close, both teams exchanged offensive plays, yet neither could alter the score again. The 1-1 tie held firm until halftime. During the intermission, Su Wei went to purchase a bottle of cola and a pack of cigarettes. Returning to continue his analysis, the first half ended 1-1. Brazil will certainly score again in the second half. I believe they can win by at least one goal, whether it be 2-1 or 3-1. Wang Gan smiled but said nothing. The second half commenced and the teams resumed battle. Brazil intensified their attacks, placing immense pressure on Croatia's defense. The pivotal moment of the match occurred in the 69th minute. Brazilian forward Fred collided with Croatian defender Lovren in the penalty area and fell to the ground. The Japanese referee, Yuichi Nishimura, decisively awarded a penalty. The penalty decision sparked immense controversy, with Croatian players surrounding the referee, arguing that Fred had simulated a foul. Slow-motion replays revealed that the contact between players was indeed minimal. Nevertheless, the decision had been made and could not be altered. A penalty? A dive, perhaps? Is the referee blind? A biased officiating, without a doubt. The uproar in the internet CAF was palpable, even among Brazilian fans, who found the penalty somewhat dubious. Su Wei, however, was elated, regardless of whether it was a dive. We have a penalty. Neymar, convert it. Neymar stepped up to the spot once more, bearing the weight of immense pressure. He took his run up and struck. The Croatian goalkeeper, Platicosa, correctly anticipated the direction and managed to touch the ball with his fingertips. Yet the shot's power was too great, and the ball found its way into the net. 2-1. Brazil had taken the lead. It's in. It's in. 2-1. Su Wei exuberantly pumped his fists in the air, convinced of victory. My $30 are in the bag. Wang Gan gazed at the scoreboard, a faint smile gracing his lips. The second pivotal moment had indeed unfolded as expected. Now, only one final goal remained. Way go. Even if we win, you're still down $70. This remark froze Su Wei's smile, causing his cigarette to nearly drop from his mouth. Ah, had I known, I wouldn't have bought cigarettes. I could have saved $5. As he spoke, he procured a cigarette from the green box and offered it to Wang Gan. Gangu, you've won 600. How about sponsoring the cigarettes this month? Wang Gan waved it off, preferring his own white Tycoon. Sure, as long as we win, I'll cover the cigarettes this month. As the match approached its conclusion, the trailing Croatian team surged forward in a desperate attempt to equalize. However, their offensive efforts faltered, inadvertently granting Brazil opportunities for counterattacks. In the first minute of stoppage time, Brazil intercepted the ball in their own half and launched a swift counter. Oscar surged forward with the ball, and at the edge of the penalty area, he suddenly flicked a shot with his toe. The ball arced beautifully, finding the dead corner of the goal. 3-1. Brazil had secured victory. Magnificent. Oscar. 3-1. All but assured. Ultimately, the match concluded. Thanks to Neymar's brace, Oscar's contribution, and an own goal, the host nation, Brazil, triumphed over Croatia with a score of 3-1, marking a triumphant start to the World Cup. Chapter 9. The Earnings Hooray. We won. Su Wei was nearly leaping with joy, despite the tumultuous journey. The result bore a slight blemish. Yet with $30 in hand, he felt a sense of vindication. Ecstatic, he turned to Wang Gan. Gangu, you invested 2,000 and made 600. Don't forget your promise to your brother. One must admit, this lad truly possesses a remarkable mindset, maintaining a cheerful demeanor despite the current state of affairs. However, one must also acknowledge that a carefree attitude can be beneficial. After all, one cannot simply succumb to despair when faced with misfortune. Haha, you're indispensable. Green Nanjing is always sufficient. Gangu, I actually quite like Tycoon too. It doesn't have to be exclusively green Nanjing. Wang Gan paid no further heed to Su Wei's incessant chatter, instead opting to check his phone. Earlier, while in the dormitory, he had meticulously cleared his device, deleting numerous applications, and had finally managed to install all the necessary platforms. At the very moment the final whistle blew, his phone vibrated repeatedly. He unlocked the screen and accessed several lottery platforms. A series of striking notifications appeared. Penguin Sports Lottery. Dear user, congratulations. Your bet on the World Cup match Brazil versus Croatia with a score of 3-1 has won, and a prize of 31,500 yuan has been credited to your account balance. Tao Lottery. Good news. Your purchase of the football betting scheme Brazil versus Croatia, with a score of 3-1 has won, and a prize of 31,500 yuan has been credited. NetEase Lottery. Winning notification. Your bet with number 656-8425 for the scheme, Brazil 3-1 Croatia, has been successful, earning you a prize of 31,500 yuan. Love Lottery. Congratulations. Your World Cup prediction scheme, Brazil versus Croatia 3-1, has won. A prize of 31,500 yuan has been credited. 500 Lottery. Dear member, your bet number 845685 for Brazil versus Croatia 3-1 has been settled with a winning amount of 31,500 yuan. 5 winning notifications, each one worth 31,500 yuan, a total of 157,500 yuan, an investment of 10,500 yuan, yielding a return of 157,500 yuan, a net profit of 147,000 yuan. Gazing at the string of numbers on his phone screen, even Wang Gan, who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt his heart race with excitement. To be honest, ever since his family went bankrupt, he had not seen any substantial wealth. For the affluent, 150,000 yuan may not be significant. But for someone who had lived as a pauper for over a decade, the impact was monumental. It worked. It truly worked. The first bucket of gold in his rebirth had arrived. He quickly withdrew the winnings to his bank card, and the roller coaster of emotions finally settled. As Wang Gan and Su Wei exited the internet CAF, the eastern sky was already tinged with dawn's light. The cool morning air, imbued with the moisture of dew, dispelled the lingering scent of smoke and the fatigue of a sleepless night. Wang Gan's muddled mind began to clear. Overnight wealth, although he had anticipated it. The sheer thrill of seeing over 150,000 yuan in actual cash resting in several platforms' accounts was exhilarating. Brother Gan, are you going back to catch up on sleep? I believe there are classes this morning. Su Wei yawned and inquired. Classes? Wang Gan paused for a moment, then chuckled. He had just become a holder of 150,000 yuan. Why would he attend class? Moreover, he had little regard for that trivial major. His mind was brimming with information about the next 11 years, which was far more valuable than the outdated knowledge imparted in class. Not going. I'm skipping it, Wang Gan replied nonchalantly. Having won some money, I must treat myself. Su Wei grinned. Exactly. We won 600 yuan. We must celebrate. How about we go for a nice meal? I know a breakfast place with delicious beef noodles. 600 yuan? Wang Gan looked at Su Wei's smug expression, amused but refraining from commenting. You go ahead and eat. I have a few other matters to attend to. Wang Gan transferred 10 yuan to Su Wei. Don't broadcast my winnings everywhere. Brother Gan, you're generous. Rest assured, wealth should not be flaunted. Su Wei nodded in understanding, stating that he would return to the dormitory to catch up on sleep and would rise when hunger beckoned him for noodles. After parting ways with Su Wei, Wang Gan headed straight towards the bus station outside the campus. He was intent on indulging himself, not for the sake of ostentation, but as a means of transformation. He glanced down at his attire, a faded shirt, frayed denim jeans, and a pair of generic sneakers. This ensemble not only exuded a sense of cheapness, but also bore the weight of his past life as an obsequious and impoverished individual. He had grown weary of this feeling. One must treat oneself with kindness. If you do not regard yourself with respect, others will certainly do the same, treating you as refuse, perhaps even kicking you aside like a discarded soda can. In this new life, he vowed to bid farewell to the timid, frugal version of himself. He was determined to purchase new clothing, acquire quality shoes, and rejuvenate his entire appearance. This was not merely a material transformation, but a profound reshaping of his mindset. He would embrace a new life with a fresh image. Boarding the earliest bus into the city, Wang Gan made his way to the bustling commercial hub of Maling City, specifically to Zinjiku. It was just past 9 in the morning, and the major shopping centers had only just opened their doors. He casually entered a lavishly decorated large shopping mall, surrounded by a dazzling array of brand boutiques. Enveloped by an aura of fashion, taking a deep breath, he suppressed the discomfort that lingered from years of poverty and strode confidently inside. He vividly recalled how, in his previous life, each visit to such places with Wu Yue left him feeling diminutive. As Wu Yuwei perused expensive clothing and handbags, he trailed behind, calculating prices and attempting to fulfill the goddess's desires. After entering the workforce, the burden of debt weighed heavily upon him, rendering such malls unapproachable. Clothes became unwearable, leading him to search for bargains online. The feelings of inferiority and embarrassment were deeply ingrained. Yet today, he was no longer the sidekick, no longer a marginalized customer. He was a patron in pursuit of indulgence. He walked directly into an Adidas store. The sales assistant, upon noticing his attire, momentarily displayed a hint of disdain in her eyes, but she quickly masked it with professionalism. "Hello, sir. What would you like to see? Please bring out your latest clothing. Pants and shoes that would suit me, so I could try them on?" Wang Gan replied in a calm tone, his balance instilling an undeniable confidence. The sales assistant was taken aback for a moment, but promptly regained her composure, eagerly beginning to showcase items. Wang Gan was not picky. If it looked appealing, was of good quality, and was reasonably priced, he would purchase it. Of course, reasonable was relative to his current purchasing power. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the nearby Deji Mall. A few shirts, 2 pairs of casual trousers, and a pair of the latest running shoes later. When he donned his brand new outfit and stood before the mirror, he felt utterly transformed. The tailored fit and high-quality fabric accentuated his already commendable physique, making him appear even more distinguished. The young man in the mirror exudes vitality, his bright eyes brimming with self-assurance. This is precisely how a 21-year-old university student ought to appear. That will suffice. I shall settle the bill. The total expenditure approached 3,000 yuan, a sum that once constituted his monthly food and miscellaneous expenses. Yet now, he feels it is entirely worth it. The transformation of his image is merely the initial step. Upon exiting the clothing store, Wang Gan proceeded directly to the adjacent digital plaza. Chapter 10. Treat yourself kindly. Wang Gan's next objective is to upgrade his communication and entertainment devices. The CoolPad phone he has, obtained through a prepaid plan, is long overdue for retirement. Setting aside concerns about depreciation, merely opening an app can take an eternity to load. In the era of mobile connectivity, a smartphone is an extension of one's very being. Without one, progress becomes nearly impossible. Although mobile payments are still in their infancy, it will not be long before even the elderly master them with ease. Wang Gan recalls his youth when his father often chastised him for being a web-addicted youth. However, his parents' internet fixation far surpassed his own. They would endlessly scroll through short videos whenever they had a moment to spare. Returning to the present, he recognizes the necessity of acquiring a smartphone that allows him to receive information and perform online tasks at any time, especially with his future endeavors in cryptocurrency and fintech. A high-quality smartphone is an indispensable tool for accessing information on demand. His target is, of course, the iPhone 5. Currently, the term Apple enthusiast does not carry overly negative connotations, and the iPhone 6 is still a few months away from release. Nonetheless, the iPhone 5 remains the flagship of flagships, with its luxurious gold color serving as a status symbol. Wang Gan is determined to purchase the best available device. As for his computer, the old Asus laptop in his dormitory, which has served him for 3 years, is inadequate. As a novice when he first entered university, he had been swindled on Zhujiang Road. It can barely handle any demanding games, let alone the data processing or programming tasks he may require in the future. His ambition? An Alienware laptop, the top-tier gaming machine he had always dreamt of in his previous life. Not only does it boast formidable performance, but its aesthetics are also strikingly impressive. Owning an Alienware was the ultimate aspiration of countless gaming enthusiasts. Initially, with careful budgeting and some support from his family, this dream could have been achievable. However, he is a devoted admirer, and ultimately, the allure of Wu Yiwei far surpasses that of any Alienware. Having just bid farewell to the delightful Wu Yiwei, and with a small fortune now in his possession, he is determined to realize this aspiration without delay, seeking to rectify past regrets. Stepping into the Apple authorized store at Xinjiku, he is surrounded by a dazzling array of products, radiating the glow of technology. The once futuristic design has now become the hallmark of Apple. Wang Gan, uninterested in the distractions, heads straight to the display for the iPhone 5. Good day, sir. Would you like to learn more about the iPhone 5? A melodious voice inquires. Wang Gan lifted his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. The young lady before him was quite stunning and bore a familiar visage. She was a young girl clad in the uniform of an Apple employee. Tall and with fair skin, her features delicately refined, exuding an ethereal elegance reminiscent of a rare orchid in a secluded valley. Her long, lustrous black hair was simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and graceful neckline. Even in her standardized attire, her exceptional beauty and poise were undeniable. It was evident that she recognized him as well. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before she quickly resumed her professional demeanor, greeting him with a smile. "Is that you, Wang Gan?" Wang Gan recalled that she was a classmate from the same department, albeit not from his class. It was Ji Qinqin, the belle of Class 2 in the journalism department, celebrated for her aloof beauty. Their two classes often shared public courses, which allowed Wang Gan to remember her. Although in his previous life, his affections were solely directed towards Wu Yuwei, leaving no room for interaction with the true belle of the department. He never anticipated encountering her here. "It is I, Ji classmate." "What a coincidence," Wang Gan replied, somewhat surprised, yet quickly adjusting his demeanor to present a friendly smile. "Are you working part-time here?" "Yes, just earning some pocket money," she replied. Wang Gan suspected that her reasons were more complex than merely seeking extra cash. Otherwise, she wouldn't be skipping classes at this hour. Was her financial situation strained? However, they were not well acquainted, and discussing such matters felt inappropriate. Ji Qinqin pointed to the iPhone 5 displayed at the counter, providing a professional overview. "This model is the iPhone 5. It performs quite well, and the fingerprint unlock feature is very convenient. However, I would recommend waiting another 2 to 3 months if you're not in a hurry." Traditionally, Apple releases new models in the fall, and there will be significant improvements in both performance and aesthetics, along with a substantial price drop for older models. Purchasing the 5 now might not be the wisest choice. Her pragmatic approach was refreshing, devoid of the typical salesmanship. Wang Gan chuckled lightly. "Yo, speaking candidly like that, aren't you afraid your boss might dock your pay?" Ji Qinqin's lips curled into a subtle smile. "I am paid by the hour. Moreover, providing genuine advice to customers is part of my responsibility." "That makes sense," Wang Gan nodded, feeling a flicker of admiration for this girl. Her cool demeanor, coupled with sincerity, was a stark contrast to Wu Yuwei's disingenuous innocence. "Let us not delay. I'll take the iPhone 5 in gold, 64 gigabytes, max configuration," he stated decisively. Ji Qinqin regarded him with mild surprise at his straightforwardness, but proceeded to handle the purchase professionally. After completing the transaction and receiving the pristine iPhone 5, Wang Gan reveled in the smoothness of the metallic body, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. "Ji classmate, may I have your contact information? It would be convenient to consult you regarding any issues with my phone in the future." He seized the opportunity to request her number. Ji Qinqin smiled gently, declining. "For any after-sales inquiries, you can directly call our store service number or Apple's official customer service. I'm afraid I cannot disclose my personal contact information. My apologies." At that moment, a lively female colleague clad in a similar uniform approached, playfully interjecting, "Oh, Qinqin, how could you deny such a handsome young man your number? That's rather impolite. I assent it." Ji Qinqin merely smiled without uttering a word, yet her demeanor conveyed a clear message. Wang Gan did not press the matter further. Encountering resistance was entirely expected. It was evident that someone as aloof as Ji Qinqin would be difficult to approach. He chuckled lightly. "No worries, thank you." With that, he grasped his new smartphone and gracefully turned away. Without delay, he made his way to the computer mall, heading straight for the Alienware store. Amidst the sales representative's extravagant pitch, Wang Gan was not swayed by the merchant's tricks. He pointed directly at the highest configuration model. "This one, please charge it." As he exited the digital plaza, carrying the pristine packaging of his new Alienware laptop, it was already noon. Calculating his expenditures for the day, clothing and shoes amounted to 3,000 yuan. The 564 model cost 6,000 yuan, and the top-tier Alienware laptop totaled 15,000 yuan. In total, his spending reached 24,000 yuan. To have spent nearly 24,000 in a single day was an unimaginable extravagance in the past. In his previous life, delivering takeout on a bicycle barely earned him such an amount. Yet now, his account still boasted over 130,000 yuan. Observing the balance notification on his bank card, a surge of confidence filled Wang Gan. This sum was but a trifling amount. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. The World Cup awaited, with ample opportunities to earn even more. Chapter 11. The class monitor Wang Gan instinctively made his way towards the bus stop. Halfway there, he abruptly halted, smacking his forehead with exasperation. I must cure this poverty mentality. Just as he prepared to hail a taxi, his phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was their class monitor, Wang Qi. Raising an eyebrow, he answered the call. Hello, is this Wang Gan? This is Wang Qi. I know, go ahead, he replied. He was all too familiar with her, to the point of intimacy. This class monitor had a penchant for wielding trivial matters as authority, always eager to outshine others. After an early marriage followed by a hasty divorce, she swiftly entered into a second marriage. Their camaraderie blossomed between her two unions. Wang Gan found himself lost in nostalgic recollections. The serious tone of the class monitor's voice jolted him back to reality. Wang Gan, are you even listening? Why weren't you in class today? The morning news interviewing course is a core requirement. The counselor noted your absence and asked me to check on you. You've skipped several classes this semester. I won't cover for you any longer. Be careful, or you might fail your participation grade. Wang Qi retained her fiery temperament. Her sharp tongue, as unyielding as ever, devoid of the gentleness she exhibited during her marriage. To put it kindly, one might say she was diligent and responsible. Less charitably, one could label her as nitpicky. Most of their classmates harbored a certain disdain for her. In later years, Wang Gan would hear her recount how she had cried several times in the dormitory over this. He had inadvertently been the cause of her tears on more than 3 occasions. Faced with such grievances, all he could do was lower his head in apology and offer to assist her with various tasks. Regrettably, their relationship had come to an abrupt halt due to her second marriage. Wang Gan did not blame her. Instead, he lamented his own poverty at the time. Not only was he financially constrained, but he also carried a burden of debt. There was a period when the class monitor was somewhat impulsive, taking advantage of the situation to coax her into registering their marriage. However, a union without a solid financial foundation is destined to fail, and thus Wang Gan refrained from taking that step. Hey, you've fallen asleep again. No wonder the counselor claims you are the reincarnation of a sleep deity. Should I go to the dormitory and wake you up? The spirited little Chili began to chatter away, reminiscent of a machine gun. Back in their college days, she had been quite the bold one, even barging into the dormitory to yank off his blanket. For that, Wu Yiwei had sulked in jealousy, and Wang Gan had to appease her with gifts. In retrospect, it was merely a pretext for her to seek presents. She could not possibly be jealous of him. However, after incurring expenses, Wang Gan harbored resentment toward Wang Qi for quite some time, often opposing her whenever the opportunity arose. Now, Wang Gan would no longer confront her directly. Yet, he remained somewhat distracted, casually responding, "Oh, class monitor, I felt a bit unwell this morning, dizzy, so I skipped class and forgot to request leave. I apologize. Did you go to the hospital? It's nothing serious, just need some rest. Then you didn't see a doctor, so no sick leave notice? That will still be marked as an absence. How utterly unappealing. Suit yourself. If you wish to record it, go ahead." On the other end of the line, he could imagine her flustered expression. He decided to maintain the same demeanor they had during their school days. A sudden change might lead the class monitor to think him peculiar. As he walked along the street, he suddenly noticed a sign teeming with people. The unremarkable sign seemed to shimmer with golden light. Wang Gan recalled his purpose and quickly said, "All right, class monitor, I'll hang up now. I need to lie down for a bit." Without waiting for Wang Qi to respond, he abruptly ended the call. Skipping class? The counselor? In the face of an imminent fortune, these concerns seemed trivial. Taking a deep breath, his gaze hardened with determination as he strode purposefully toward the lottery shop. The establishment was modest, yet it was filled to the brim with patrons. The air was thick with smoke, and one could sense the atmosphere of anticipation. Amidst the swirling haze, the excited or frustrated murmurs of the players could be heard, mostly revolving around the World Cup that was about to commence. The discussions among the players struck Wang Gan like a bolt of lightning, unlocking a floodgate of memories. A night cherished by countless football fans and etched into the hearts of innumerable gamblers vividly resurfaced in his mind. Spain, the Netherlands, the reigning champions pitted against the previous runner-up in the group stage of the tournament. The time was tomorrow, June 14th, at 3 o'clock in the morning Beijing time. The result was that the Netherlands defeated the formidable Spanish Bulls with a jaw-dropping score of 5-1. Wang Gan's heart tightened sharply, then began to race uncontrollably. He vividly recalled that match. Van Persie's astonishing diving header, Robin's audacious breakthrough on the flank. Iker Casillas' blunder marked the beginning of the collapse of the Spanish dynasty. More significantly, the odds on this score were astronomical. Wang Gan vaguely recalls reports from his previous life, where fortunate individuals struck it rich with such scores, transforming modest sums into fortunes. The odds were at least 100-fold, if not higher. Upon checking his phone, he confirmed that the odds on the betting site were indeed 100-1. Wang Gan's breath quickened. How much capital does he currently possess? After recent expenditures, he had approximately 133,000 left. If he were to wager 100,000 on this score, a 100-fold return, that would yield 10 million. 10 million. This figure echoed like thunder in Wang Gan's mind. If the 15,000 he won yesterday merely alleviated his financial struggles, this 10 million would irrevocably alter his destiny, granting him the means to wield power in this era and achieve a leap in social class. He had to seize this moment. Such an extraordinary opportunity, if missed, would render his rebirth meaningless. Wang Gan resolved instantly. He would retain over 30,000 as a safety net for living expenses, wagering the remaining 100,000 entirely on the score between the Netherlands and Spain. His goal was a fortune of 10 million. Given the magnitude of this bet, online platforms were not viable. Despite being massive corporations, online betting felt ephemeral, devoid of any tangible proof to contest should they refuse to honor the bet or deny payout. In such a scenario, he would be utterly powerless. Thus, for significant wagers, an offline betting shop was undoubtedly the safer choice. Fortunately, Wang Chi's call was timely. Otherwise, he would have had to rush back to school and then return. Chapter 12. A frenzied gamble on outsiders as he entered the lottery shop. An overwhelming mix of smoke and sweat assaulted his senses. Even Wang Gan, a seasoned smoker, found it somewhat unbearable, momentarily dazed by the stench. Were it not for the prospect of wealth, he would have fled at once. The cramped space was filled with diverse patrons, middle-aged men in work attire, corporate professionals in suits, and young students like Wang Gan, all captivated by the odds displayed on the wall or fervently discussing their hopes for riches. The daydreams of ordinary individuals seeking fortune were bound to these elusive pursuits. Wang Gan's arrival went largely unnoticed amidst the fervent atmosphere, as countless novices had entered the fray. He approached the counter with purpose. Behind it sat a slightly overweight middle-aged proprietor, around 40, who was skillfully manipulating the betting machine while smoking, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with the finesse of a grandmaster. "Sir, I wish to place a bet on the World Cup," Wang Gan uttered, a statement that felt redundant. With stakes rising higher each time, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. The portly proprietor continued his incessant motions, slightly lifting his head to cast a glance at him. Every 4 years, a plethora of pseudo-fans would emerge, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he asked indistinctly, "Which match do you wish to wager on? The outcome or the score? If you're unsure, the schedule is detailed on the wall." "Holland versus Spain," Wang Gan replied with a calm demeanor, yet his words were astonishing. "The score will be 5-1. The proprietor's fingers faltered momentarily, and he raised his head, gazing at Wang Gan with an expression of disbelief, as if questioning his own hearing. "Pardon? Holland wins against Spain? By 5-1? Is that correct?" "Indeed. Holland 5, Spain 1, Wang Gan reiterated with conviction. The proprietor paused for a few seconds, then let out a scoff, shaking his head as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. "Young man, are you mistaken? Holland defeating Spain by such a margin? Spain is the reigning champion. Placing a bet on this would be tantamount to throwing money away. Wang Gan couldn't help but admire the proprietor's concern for his finances. After all, without a profit among them, how many present had not lost their wagers? In the realm of gambling, 9 out of 10 bets are destined for failure. Although betting on football may be slightly more favorable, it is only marginally so. Match fixing and manipulation are all too common. Such actions are not exclusive to the national team. The world is uniformly murky, akin to a flock of crows. When financial temptation beckons, who can claim that any gold bar is virtuous? The surrounding punters, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. Upon hearing the score Wang Gan intended to bet on, they wore expressions akin to that of someone witnessing folly. In an instant, the collective sentiment was one of amusement, as they felt their intellect had claimed the high ground. Hey, this fellow has an interesting perspective. Holland 5-1? One wouldn't dare dream of such a score. Young man, heed my advice. Betting on Spain to win or draw will be far more plausible. That score suggests a novice, perhaps betting blindly. Unfazed by the proprietor's skepticism and the murmurs from the crowd, Wang Gan replied nonchalantly, I will place that bet. He intended to wager the maximum multiplier of 99, repeating the bet, totaling a sum of 100,000. What? This time, not only the proprietor, but also every punter present was left utterly astonished. The entire lottery shop fell silent. All eyes were fixated on Wang Gan, filled with shock, disbelief, and a tinge of pity for what they perceived as madness. 100,000! The proprietor nearly dropped his cigarette, his eyes widening as he sought confirmation. Young man, you yist? Do you not? 100,000, all on Holland 5-1. No jest, Wang Gan maintained his composed tone. Shall I pay via scan or card? The proprietor was rendered utterly bewildered. After years of running a lottery shop, he had encountered all manner of bettors. There were those who placed small bets of a few dollars, and those who splurged on the lottery or double-color tickets, some even staking tens of thousands on combination bets. However, he had never before witnessed someone like Wang Gan, calmly proposing to wager 100,000 on a nearly impossible World Cup score. Scan or card are both acceptable. The proprietor responded instinctively, then quickly added, but young brother, have you truly contemplated this? 100,000 is no trifling sum. The score of 5-1 boasts an astonishing odds of 100-1, yet achieving such a result seems nearly impossible. Once your money is placed, it is non-refundable. I am aware that you will not be seeking a refund. After all, this betting game is not operated by you. Wang Gan, sensing the urgency, interjected, urging a swift conclusion as he was pressed for time. He quietly lamented the spectacle he was causing, knowing that if fortune favored him, many would remember his audacious gamble. Perhaps by tomorrow, he would become a legend within the provincial lottery circles. However, there was little choice. The stores were teeming with eager patrons, making it impractical to disperse and purchase tickets from various locations. The surrounding players erupted in chatter. Is he truly buying? 100,000. Insanity. Who is this affluent heir with too much time and money to burn? A 100-1 odds? If he hits the jackpot, a mere 100,000 could transform into 1,000,000. My goodness, hit the jackpot, only if the sun rises in the west. Amidst the murmurs, there was a palpable mix of confusion, mockery, and an undeniable intrigue towards the astronomical prize. The proprietor, observing Wang Gan's serious demeanor, confirmed once more. Are you truly placing this bet? Indeed, Wang Gan nodded, fully intent. Just as he reached for his mobile to scan the payment, he recalled potential limits. Thus, he produced his bank card, urging the owner to process the transaction swiftly. With a beep and the entry of his password, the 100,000 was transferred. The owner, no longer hesitating, recognized that to forego such an opportunity would be foolish, as the risk was borne solely by the punter. Taking a deep breath, he began to operate the betting machine. According to regulations, both the amount and multiples for a single ticket are restricted. The rotund proprietor could only select the maximum bet of 99 times, equating to 198 yuan, repeatedly printing 5 bets per ticket. The machine whirred into action, printing ticket after ticket inscribed with Netherlands 5 Spain. Wang Gan stood at the counter, observing with a calm demeanor as surrounding players gathered, silent yet watching with a complex array of expressions. This was no mere purchase. It had transformed into a grand performance art of gambling. With each ticket printed, Wang Gan received and verified it. This entire process extended over nearly 20 minutes, with the proprietor's fingers growing weary as a substantial pile of tickets amassed. Ultimately, the total investment of 100,000 yuan was converted entirely into lottery tickets. Wang Gan meticulously counted the quantity and amount, ensuring accuracy before carefully stowing the hefty stack into the inner pocket of his alien laptop bag. Having completed this extraordinary feat, he departed the lottery store amidst a chorus of astonished, regretful, and curious gazes. Behind him, discussions persisted, unable to settle. Upon exiting, Wang Gan lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sun continued to shine brightly. He understood that he had just embarked on an utterly audacious endeavor. Yet within him swelled an unprecedented sense of conviction and anticipation. 10 million. Awaiting the draw. Chapter 13. Returning in splendor upon hailing a cab back to the university. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Noticing the cafeteria had closed, Wang Gan realized with dismay that his excitement had overshadowed his need for sustenance. Youthful as he was, he thought little of skipping a meal or two. He resolved to return to his dormitory, tidy himself up, and then treat himself to a lavish meal as a reward. As he made his way to the dormitory, he was greeted by several acquaintances, some of whom exchanged playful banter. Wang Gan understood that his transformed appearance and the conspicuous Alienware backpack had caught the attention of his peers, a stark contrast to his previous image as a hapless underachiever. After more than a decade, he hardly recognized any of these classmates, merely offering perfunctory nods as he ambled toward his room. Upon pushing open the door to room 105, the scene within resembled what he had left the previous night. Unchanging was the faintly unpleasant odor that lingered, a testament to the need for a change of residence. Come on, can't you guys even crack a window? This place is practically marinating in stench. Gu Linfeng looked up upon noticing the shopping bag Wang Gan held. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Ah, you're back. Went on a shopping spree, did you? You must have won quite a bit yesterday." Wang Gan chuckled, casually placing the shopping bag on his bed before setting the Alienware backpack on his desk. This commotion finally captured Su Wei's attention. He removed his headphones and turned to face Wang Gan. As his gaze swept over Wang Gan's obviously expensive new attire, shoes, and the brand new smartphone in hand, his eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Wow, brother Gan. Su Wei et Galim. Abruptly springing from his chair and lunging toward Wang Gan, inspecting him from head to toe with a voice that had shifted pitch. Did you hit the jackpot? You must have won a fortune yesterday. Spill it. Confess freely, or face the consequences. Earlier that morning, they had shared a meal that cost a mere 10 yuan. And now, witnessing Wang Gan's complete transformation, adorned in premium goods that surely cost a small fortune, Su Wei firmly believed that Wang Gan had indeed struck it rich. Huang Mingzhi and Gu Linfeng exchanged dubious glances, evidently not as quick-witted as Su Wei. Wang Gan sensed he needed to address the situation, for otherwise, the misinterpretations from these boys could lead to unnecessary complications. While envy towards the wealthy was a common sentiment, it typically resided within reasonable bounds. However, if someone close to them were to suddenly acquire a windfall, the thoughts brewing in their minds would be inscrutable. This was also why many who struck it rich chose to relocate overnight. One must always be cautious of those around them. I had hoped to interact with you all on equal footing, but it seems I've instead invited slander and malice. Therefore, I shall reveal my truth today. I am, indeed, a scion of wealth. Is that true? Wang Gan sat on his bed, preparing to weave a tale. From the very beginning, my mother vehemently opposed my romantic involvement with Wu Yiwei, imposing an economic blockade upon me. Consequently, as you might observe, my previous life was somewhat disheveled. However, after much contemplation yesterday, I ultimately decided to concede to my mother, who then lifted her financial restrictions on me. Gu Linfeng, pointing at Wang Gan, was rendered momentarily speechless. And after a prolonged pause, he finally inquired, "Then why do you still need to borrow 2,000 yuan from me?" That's because my family just transferred the money today. I initially intended to continue my resistance, unwilling to let my struggling persona falter. But really, how absurd. Your usual living expenses are not insignificant. The reason you previously lived like a pauper was that all your funds were squandered on your unrequited affection. Is Wu Yiwei truly that enticing? Wang Gan remained silent, as he genuinely wished to affirm that, indeed, Wu Yiwei was quite alluring. Nevertheless, all of that is now in the past. We must look forward. There are even more enticing prospects ahead. Sui nodded vigorously, commenting, Brother Gan, you are like a man possessed, completely devoid of self. The standard of living at 3,000 yuan does not even compare to my modest 800. Sui hailed from a rural area in the northwest, where his parents had never ventured beyond their hometown, engaging in agriculture and facing economic hardships. Really now, your 800 is more than sufficient. You've never even bought shampoo or laundry detergent, you rascal. Wang Gan recalled. Su Wei was a character who never shied away from benefiting himself, even if it meant losing face. The three roommates had become somewhat exasperated with him. After all, they couldn't afford to bicker over trivial matters daily. Hey, Feng Xiao, just consider it a form of assistance. Observing the banter between them, Wang Gan felt a sense of relief as the matter of a lottery was deftly sidestepped. The first thing on his agenda was to repay his debts. Returning borrowed funds is a matter of principle, especially to those who extended their support during his time of need, albeit for just a day. He not only intended to repay, but to do so with interest. This was not merely a matter of reputation, but rather a testament to his principles. He first sought out Gu Linfeng's Alipay account. Feng Gu, Wang Gan called up to his upper bunkmate. Thank you for the 2,000 yuan I borrowed yesterday. As he spoke, he swiftly navigated the screen, entering the amount of 2,200 yuan and clicking transfer. Ding! Gu Linfeng's phone chimed. Upon checking, he saw an Alipay notification indicating that Wang Gan had transferred 2,200 yuan. He paused momentarily, then broke into a smile, leaning over the edge of the upper bunk. Well done, Wang Gan. Truly worthy of being a rich heir. You even added an extra 200? Is this interest? That is quite a high daily rate. Wang Gan understood that Gu Linfeng was merely posturing, and any explanation would only backfire. Oh, Feng Xiao, you hardly need interest. This is merely a token of gratitude, a couple of packs of cigarettes as a gesture. After all, you had a rough time last night. Consider it a brotherly sponsorship for your smokes. Now, that's music to my ears. Brother Gan, let us keep this camaraderie alive. Whenever we find ourselves financially constrained, I expect your assistance. Wang Gan chuckled inwardly, amused by Gu Linfeng's continued pretense. As for the title of Brother Gan, he had never encountered such an appellation in his over 30 years of life. During the pinnacle of Wang Gan's family's economic prosperity, he was merely a small factory owner, hardly noteworthy when brought to the provincial city. A trivial matter. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. I can still assist with a few tens of thousands. Wang Gan, fully committed to his pretense as a wealthy heir, maintained a bravado that even his dorm mates found hard to believe. Gan, you are quite audacious, Gu Linfeng remarked, giving a thumbs up. Subsequently, Wang Gan found his high school classmates, Yao Jiqiang and Zhou Xingjie, as well as his middle school friend, Zhang Bo, on his phone. For Yao Jiqiang, the honest soul who had lent him money in both this life and the past, Wang Gan unhesitatingly transferred 1,000 yuan, having borrowed 800, with a note. Jiqiang, thank you, my brother. I'll return the money first. The extra is on me for a meal. To Zhou Xingjie, with whom he shared a good rapport, he sent 500 yuan, having borrowed 2,000, adding, Jiezi thanks. Use the extra for some cards. For the more casual acquaintance, Zhang Bo, he transferred 600 yuan, having borrowed 500, with a note. Thanks, I'll return the money. After completing the transfers, Wang Gan placed his phone on the table, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 14. The Establishment of Persona. By the way, Gangu, have you placed your bets for today's match? Su Wei inquired, diligently jotting down notes. Wang Gan packed away his lottery bag and secured it in the cabinet, casually responding, not yet. I'll decide when it's closer to the deadline. Betting on football is merely a pastime. One must not become overly engrossed. What do you mean by getting engrossed? This is a rare opportunity that comes once every 4 years. If you miss it, you have to wait for the next tournament. Su Wei tapped his notebook and declared, I have faith in Cameroon and Spain. Both teams should achieve significant victories. Didn't you lose 70? Be cautious, lest you lose even more this time. Huang Mingzhi interjected unexpectedly, nearly throwing Su Wei off balance. Nonsense. The bad luck doesn't hold, but the good fortune does. You can't deny that my prediction of Brazil winning yesterday was spot on, albeit with a slight flaw. Football is unpredictable. Anything can happen, and my guesses fall within the margin of error. Let me tell you, I've studied every formation of Spain. Gulinfong, having suffered a considerable loss of 5,000 last night, was now open to listening to expert opinions. The Netherlands isn't weak. Can they really lose heavily to Spain? Feng Xiao, you're quite the novice. My background may not rival yours, but my football knowledge surpasses yours. What about Spain's lineup? Xavi, Iniesta, and Costa create a stunning midfield. Can the Netherlands rely solely on Robin and Van Persie? Let me assure you, Spain will win by at least 2 goals. And in the other match, Cameroon versus Mexico, Cameroon is sure to prevail. Eto'o is still going strong. Su Wei grew increasingly animated, picking up his old Android phone, ready to place his bets. I'm not aiming for score predictions today. I'll play it safe, opting for steady gains. Betting on Spain and Cameroon to win together offers odds of 48 to 1. 100 yuan could yield 480. Delightful. Observing Su Wei's animated gestures and passionate predictions, Wang Gan nearly burst out laughing. This fellow was truly a beacon of reverse forecasting. It seems Cameroon might indeed falter. Yet given that this lad was making a parley bet today, one could never be entirely certain. Wang Gan pulled out 5 bills and glanced at the odd for the Mexico versus Cameroon match, finding them rather unappealing. He decided not to pursue further investments. One signature move can conquer all. With an exceptionally rare upset on the horizon, why bother with trivial matters? Gu Linfeng, having already lost money, was eager to recoup his losses. Hearing Su Wei's astute analysis and noticing Wang Gan's apparent hesitation, he was swayed. Well, what Wei Gu says does seem somewhat reasonable. Spain's lineup is indeed formidable. Damn it, let's take a gamble. I'll wager on Spain to win 1,000. Gu's brilliance shone through. But please, don't call me Wei Gu. Just call me Wei Zai, thank you. Su Wei, sensing the approval, immediately grew smug. Wang Gan observed the 2 gamblers with a smirk of amusement. Gu Linfeng's $1,000 seemed destined to vanish again, and he mused whether a few more such instances could maintain the lavish persona of the wealthy heir. Meanwhile, Su Wei's role as a contrarian beacon appeared to hold some merit for the future. Regardless, during the World Cup, it was essential to stay close to him. At that moment, Su Wei turned to Wang Gan, his expression brimming with anticipation. Gangu, Feng Xiao has decided to follow my scheme. How about you join in too? I have no other demands, just a little pocket money if we win. Goodness, this unfortunate soul still had the audacity to ask for pocket money? Did he not fear retribution from Gu Linfeng tomorrow? What is the point of betting on the favorites? Perhaps I should take a cue from Feng Xiao and risk a long shot? No, Gangu, please don't despair, Su Wei cautioned, worried that Wang Gan might lose too much and revert to an ordinary existence, thus diminishing his own chances to benefit. After all, he still held some skepticism regarding Wang Gan's wealthy persona. Wang Gan waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly stating, a small wager is merely for enjoyment, just a game. How could I risk my principal? Well then, I'll bet 10,000 on the Netherlands to win. With that, Wang Gan picked up 5 bills, open Alipay, and placed a wager of 10,000 at odds of 348. It must be said, Wang Gan was rather deliberate in constructing his persona. Winning 10,000 would yield 34,800, a modest amount that wouldn't incite envy, but rather showcased his affluent bravado. Truly, he had gone to great lengths for this. Gangu, are you serious? Su Wei watched in disbelief as Wang Gan meticulously completed his bet, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Hey, Gangu, you shouldn't just throw your money away. What a pity. Su Wei felt a pang of regret, sensing that the 2 wealthy roommates were rather unhinged, akin to foolish sons of landlords. Squandering their family fortune seemed inevitable. At that moment, he wished he could take their place. A clever idea flickered in Su Wei's mind. Gange, you are now the esteemed young Master Wang, Reborn. Shouldn't you treat us to a feast? Exactly. You must host. Gu Linfeng joined in the raucous cheer. needing an outlet for his frustrations after losing money. Faced with the enthusiastic encouragement of his roommates, Wang Gan had anticipated this outcome. This was precisely the effect he sought, using a meal to consolidate friendships while further solidifying his image as generous and affluent. With a hearty laugh and a grand gesture, he readily replied, "No problem. A small expense. Just tell me what you wish to eat tonight. You choose the place, and I'll cover the bill." "Oh yeah, long live Gongo." Su Wei instantly erupted with joy, eagerly counting on his fingers to ponder the sumptuous feast awaiting them that evening. Gu Linfeng also nodded in satisfaction, convinced that Wang Gan was indeed quite astute. However, Huang Mingzhi stood to the side, his brow furrowed, gazing at this scene of monetary corruption with a silent sigh. He lamented the betrayal of his last ally in the dormitory, leaving him utterly isolated. With the evening's banquet secured, Su Wei's thoughts swiftly returned to the captivating alien laptop before him. "Hey, Gongu," Su Wei said, rubbing his hands together and shamelessly inching closer to Wang Gan, his eyes fixed intently on the device. "Could I borrow this computer for a while? Just until dinner. I promise I won't break it." The laptop's futuristic design and dazzling lighting effects captivated him, particularly when powered on. Its seamless operating speed and top-tier gaming performance were nothing short of a dream come true for a young man with an addiction to the internet. His own battered computer now seemed nothing more than a pile of electronic refuse. Wang Gan glanced at Su Wei, who was nearly drooling in anticipation, and found it somewhat amusing. He understood that for someone like Su Wei, even a small act of kindness would earn him unwavering gratitude. Moreover, this alien laptop was merely a transitional toy for him. He would undoubtedly replace it with something superior in the future. "All right, go ahead and play," Wang Gan generously conceded. "But take it easy and also install the games for me." "Don't worry, Gongo. I've got this. I'm a seasoned pro," Su Wei exclaimed, his joy palpable upon receiving Wang Gan's approval. He carefully cradled the alien laptop and placed it on his desk, plugging it in and donning his headphones. He re-entered the beloved Summoner's Rift, continuously murmuring, "Top-tier performance is truly exceptional. Look at these effects. The frame rates. What a thrill," observing Su Wei's unrefined enthusiasm. Gu Linfeng smirked, remarking how someone else had effectively taken the reins. He too enjoyed gaming, though he favored console games, which were impractical in their current dormitory setting. Consequently, he retrieved his phone and began chatting with girls. As for Wang Gan, he felt a bit fatigued. From the previous night until now, he had traversed through rebirth, severed ties with Wu Yue, engaged in betting, and made purchases. His mind had been in a state of heightened excitement and tension, and now he finally allowed himself to relax. He yawned and told Gu Linfeng and the gaming-obsessed Su Wei, "I'm going to take a short nap to recharge. Wake me up for dinner." "Sure thing, Gongu. Please, rest well," Su Wei replied without lifting his head. Chapter 15. Gossip. Wang Gan slept deeply, oblivious to the passage of time, until he was abruptly awakened in the evening by a flurry of shaking and urgent calls. "Gange, wake up. The sun is already setting. No, it's dark outside." Wang Gan groggily opened his eyes, confronted by Su Wei's anxious face hovering before him. "What's going on?" he mumbled, rubbing his still sleepy head, his voice thick with sleep. "It's time for dinner, Gongu. You promised we could choose, and we've decided on Haidaleo." Su Wei grumbled with irritation. "You truly can sleep. It's almost 6 o'clock. If we don't head out during peak hours, there certainly won't be any spots left. I'm nearly starving." It dawned on him just how late it had become. Wang Gan stretched lazily, sitting up in bed, feeling considerably more refreshed. After this nap, the weariness that had previously engulfed him vanished entirely. I understand. Must you be so insistent?" Wang Gan remarked while putting on his shoes. "What's the rush? We can always wait in line." "That simply won't do. We must eat at the first opportunity." "I haven't even had a meal yet," Su Wei asserted decisively, clearly fixated on Haidaleo. The other two had also prepared themselves, eagerly awaiting their grand feast. Wang Gan quickly freshened up and donned his newly purchased attire. Glancing at his revitalized reflection in the mirror, he quietly praised his own handsomeness and nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a grand gesture, he declared, "Let's go. Destination, Haidaleo. Tonight, we feast to our heart's content. We won't return until we're intoxicated." "Oh yeah, Haidaleo, here I come," Su Wei exclaimed, bursting out of the dormitory door first. Gu Linfeng chuckled and followed suit, while Huang Mingzhi, the self-proclaimed intellectual, leisurely trailed behind, engrossed in a book. Wang Gan said nothing about it. After all, one more pair of chopsticks never hurt anyone. By the way, Fatty, I need to ask you about someone. Su Wei perked up, turning around. Who is it, Gangu? From our department? Yes, Wang Gan nodded. Ji Qinqin, are you familiar with her? The pretty one from class 2. Ji Qinqin? Su Wei's eyes sparkled with recognition, his expression suggesting he understood. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he said, Gangu, are you interested in her? You got good taste. She's recognized as one of the 2 beauties in our journalism department. He paused, his tone taking on a more mysterious edge. But hey, let me share something from the heart. If you're just playing around, that's fine, but don't get too serious. Don't treat her like you did with Wu Yue. Ji Qinqin may seem quite innocent, but whispers among the girls tell a different tale. Oh, what do you mean? Wang Gan feigned curiosity. Some say she often returns to the dormitory around 11 or 12 at night, and several times, different cars have been spotted dropping her off at the dorm entrance. So everyone is speculating whether she has a benefactor, Su Wei concluded, glancing around furtively as if afraid of being overheard. A benefactor? Wang Gan scoffed inwardly at these words. Combining vague memories from his past life and today's encounter at the bustling marketplace, where he had observed her diligently working at the counter, he was convinced such rumors were baseless. How could a woman purportedly living off a benefactor still toil away from meager wages? It was more likely that she was striving to support herself due to financial hardships. Such slander stemmed merely from envy among some girls. Truly, why must women complicate matters for one another? Nevertheless, this presented an interesting angle. Money, in this rebirth, was something Wang Gan had in abundance. Noticing Wang Gan's apparent skepticism, Su Wei continued, of course, this is all just hearsay. There's no evidence to substantiate it. However, it appears that her family circumstances are rather challenging. She's often seen either working or on her way to work. He patted his chest and continued, I have a high school acquaintance named Ruan Qing, who is in the same class as Ji Qinqin. If you genuinely have an interest in her and wish to know more, I can inquire with Ruan Qing for you next time. All right, please lend me a hand with this matter. Wang Gan nodded, a plan forming in his mind. This Ruan Qing might potentially serve as an informant. When pursuing a girl, one should not be overly zealous. Sometimes, a single remark from those around her carries more weight than countless declarations from oneself. Wang Gan reminisced about his university days, when he was solely focused on being a sycophant to Wu Yue, neglecting to nurture his relationship with her close friend. That girl had consistently spoken ill of him, leading to numerous disputes. However, Wang Gan was different now, despite having little practical experience over the past decade. He had witnessed the intricate dynamics between men and women through the lens of short videos in the modern era. Some individuals even crafted courses around these strategies, profiting from the naivete of others. At that moment, the usually taciturn Huang Mingzhi spoke up. Wang Gan, you had just parted ways with Wu Yue. How can you so swiftly inquire about another girl? He continued, one must be devoted in life, and pursuing a girl requires both sincerity and patience. After a brief pause, he felt compelled to provide further context. Moreover, I heard from Chunjing yesterday that Wu Yue cried for a long time in the dormitory because you sold the concert tickets and blocked her. Her eyes were swollen. Perhaps you should ponder this matter more, considering the 3-year relationship you shared, which was not easily forged. Wang Gan, not waiting for him to finish, waved his hand to interrupt, his tone laced with clear impatience. Enough, Huang Mingzhi. My affairs do not require your concern. Focus on your own matters. He found no inclination to explain himself to this pedantic academic. Did Wu Yue weep out of love? No, she lamented the loss of her pride. What was so difficult about it? It was he who had endured challenges, not her. Was she exhausted from work, weary from drinking, or simply from shopping until her legs grew slender? This fellow clearly harbored feelings for Chunjing, but lacked the courage to express them. Hearing snippets about Wu Yue from Chunjing and then coming to act as a mediator was utterly laughable. Huang Mingzhi, momentarily taken aback, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more, merely shaking his head. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at Haidaleo. as Su Wei had anticipated. A long queue had already formed at the entrance. Alas, we arrived too late. I wonder how long we must wait, Su Wei lamented, stepping up to the front desk to grab a handful of sunflower seeds, intending to share them with Wang Gan and the others. Wang Gan waved his hand, chuckling. Look at you. Have you never had hot pot before? I've had home-cooked meals, but I've never dined at a renowned establishment like this. It was only 2014. Hadaleo's fame had not yet fully permeated the industry. Its service level, surpassing industry standards, still held great allure for youth from small towns. Young people enjoy novelty and love to revel in the excitement. Wang Gan approached the front of the queue, quickly inquiring with 2 tables of patrons and, with a simple expenditure of 500 yuan, secured their spot in line. Dare, this is truly extravagant, excessively so. We can afford to wait. There is no rush. While your time may not hold much value, the time of Dare cannot be purchased for a mere 500. There is no need for Wang to explain, as Gu Linfeng, the wealthy scion, has already concocted a narrative in his mind. He prides himself on being a privileged heir, exuding a sense of superiority before his peers. However, the thought of spending hundreds on a queue number is far beyond his means. For a university student, time is not a valuable commodity, and the cost-effectiveness is exceedingly low. At this moment, Gu Linfeng is utterly convinced of Wang Dare's persona, certain that he is a young man who has had a falling out with his family only to reconcile later. In less than 2 minutes, a staff member dressed in uniform appeared with a beaming smile, guiding them to the newly vacated seats. The booth was situated by the window, offering a splendid view of the bustling crowd outside. Once seated, the server promptly provided warm towels, aprons, fruits, and snacks, attentively inquiring about their preferred broth and beverages. Wang Dare handed the menu directly to Su Wei and Gu Linfeng, saying, "Do not hesitate. Order whatever you desire. Let us go for a yin-yang broth, half spicy and half mild." Upon hearing this, Su Wei wasted no time, eagerly picking up the menu and placing an extravagant order for premium ingredients, such as exquisite beef tripe, marbled beef, fresh shrimp dumplings, and brain matter, favoring the pricier options as if determined to indulge fully. Gu Linfeng and Huang Mingzhi also selected several of their favorite specialty dishes. Soon, the broth and various dishes began to arrive in succession, the red oil bubbling and fragrant. The group eagerly dug in. Delicious! The beef tripe from Hadaleo is exceptional, Su Wei exclaimed, placing a piece of tripe into his mouth, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. This marbled beef is quite tender, Gu Linfeng remarked. Wang Dare took a slice of marbled beef, dipped it briefly in the scalding spicy broth, and then savored it with sesame oil and garlic. The spicy and aromatic flavors instantly blossomed on his palate. Ah, this is a taste I have long missed. Ever since he had fallen into the depths of delivering takeout, he had not once indulged in a hot pot meal that cost hundreds. After all, the absence of a social setting for a solitary bachelor made such an experience unimaginable for Wang Dare. As for occasional gatherings with friends, wouldn't a street-side stall be far more economical? As the 4 indulged in their lively meal, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, a chorus of chattering female voices emerged from the nearby aisle. Wang Dare looked up to find his class monitor, Wang Qi, accompanied by several girls from their dormitory. Among them was He Qingxian, one of the 2 beauties from the journalism department and the class flower of Wang Dare's cohort. Clad in a delicate blue dress, her long hair cascading gracefully, He Qingxian possessed an elegant demeanor that made her stand out among the crowd of girls. Gu Linfeng's eyes instantly brightened. He discreetly nudged Wang Dare with his elbow, lowering his voice with a hint of excitement. "Hey, Lao Wang, look. It's He Qingxian. Quickly invite them over. This meal is on me." This lad, upon seeing He Qingxian, had completely forgotten to address Dare properly. Gu Linfeng had long harbored feelings for the affluent and pure-hearted class flower, yet his affections had remained unreciprocated, leaving him quite disheartened. Wang Gan followed his gaze, nodding slightly with a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "No need, I'll handle it myself." He had been yearning for an opportunity to showcase his remarkable transformation to a wider audience. Wasn't this chance practically handed to him on a silver platter? Moreover, Assisting a brother in need could be seen as befitting his facade of a wealthy second generation. He rose, adjusted his collar, and strode towards Wang Qi and the others, who were frowning while negotiating with the server. With an exuberant smile, he greeted, "Class monitor, what a coincidence. Are you all here for hot pot as well?" Wang Qi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wang Gan, but quickly responded with a smile. "Yes, Wang Gan. You're here too? The place is so crowded. We might have to wait a long time." "How fortuitous." Wang Gan pointed to his table. "We still have some vacant spots here. If you don't mind, shall we share a table? There's plenty of room, and a larger gathering is always livelier. Today it's my treat." Wang Qi and the girls behind her, including He Qingqian, Zhang Xiaoya, and Huang Wan, were somewhat surprised. Wang Gan's demeanor today was a stark contrast to his previous image of orbiting around Wu Yue. "How about we do this? Each gender pays half," Wang Qi suggested, eager to avoid waiting any longer while agreeing with Wang Gan's proposal. However, she was not one to take advantage of others, and besides, they had budgeted sufficient funds for their gathering. What a rare opportunity to treat the class monitor and all these lovely ladies. "It's a privilege, wouldn't you agree?" Wang Gan exclaimed, prompting Gu Linfeng to quickly rise in agreement. Yes, class monitor, please join us. It just so happens that our Gan Ge has come into some fortune and insisted on treating." The girls exchanged glances, and He Qingqian nodded slightly. Wang Qi politely inquired, "Wouldn't that be too much of a bother for you?" "Nonsense. We're all classmates. Come, sit down," Wang Gan warmly urged, calling for the waiter to bring over additional chairs. Thus, what had initially been a gathering of 4 boys transformed into a lively assembly of both genders. With the atmosphere suddenly buzzing with energy, Wang Gan confidently took on the role of host. He seized the menu, disregarding the prices, and boldly placed his orders. "Let us have a dual-flavor broth, extra spicy with sesame. 3 portions each of tripe, duck intestines, and beef stomach. 2 plates each of snowflake beef and premium lamb rolls. Shrimp paste, brain matter, luncheon meat. Oh, and let the girls choose their favorite vegetables. Drinks? Let us start with a dozen beers. Ladies, would you prefer sour plum juice or coconut water?" His extravagant ordering left Su Wei speechless and caused several girls from Wang Qi's dormitory to exchange astonished glances, particularly for Zhang Xiaoya and Huang Wan, who came from modest backgrounds and were accustomed to frugal gatherings. Witnessing such a display was truly a revelation. Their eyes, when directed at Wang Gan, brimmed with curiosity and intrigue. Wang Qi recalled the earlier confrontation at lunch, but realized that one should not bite the hand that feeds. Thus, she teased, "Aren't you feeling unwell today? Can you handle such greasy food?" "Haha, I might struggle a bit, so why don't you eat more and help me out?" Soon, the waiter brought the dishes to the table, creating a lavish spread. Wang Gan placed the cow tripe and beef stomach in front of Wang Qi and said, "Enjoy. Eat plenty." He then called out to the waiter for 5 more plates of tripe and beef stomach. "Oh, this is far too much. We can't possibly finish it all." "No worries, it's all just throwaway food. It won't fill us up," Wang Wan remarked, observing the camaraderie between Wang Gan and Wang Qi as they exchanged knowing smiles. She teased, "Wang Gan, how did you know our class leader's favorite dishes? Have you two been secretly meeting?" Wang Gan was momentarily taken aback. These preferences were remnants of a past life, yet they were all destined to unfold in the future. How could he possibly explain this now? Wang Qi's cheeks flushed at her roommate's words, and she playfully pinched him, leading to a light-hearted scuffle between the 2 girls. "Hey, eating hot pot is all about these dishes. Doesn't everyone enjoy them?" With this clarification, the brief interlude came to a close. During the meal, Wang Gan was animated, sharing stories and subtly revealing snippets of information, such as how his family's factory had recently secured a significant order, leaving them overwhelmed with work, or how his father had encouraged him to take on more responsibilities, making him realize how challenging it is to earn money. Perhaps he would soon venture into some investments on his own. Wang Gan felt a bit embarrassed by his own boasting. Yet the atmosphere of drinking and hot pot masked it well. However, a bit of boasting was essential. The first step in crafting an impressive persona was self-promotion. Once he gained momentum, his entourage would naturally follow suit. Currently, he had no one to play the straight man, with only Su Wei occasionally chiming in. Nevertheless, his words, combined with his recent purchase of new clothes, had successfully planted the image of a wealthy second-generation heir beginning to engage in family business in the minds of most attendees. Gu Linfeng took the opportunity to sit next to He Qing Shan, engaging her in various topics of conversation, but sadly only eliciting a few polite smiles in return. Huang Mingzhi remained taciturn, focused solely on his food. Meanwhile, Su Wei transformed into the life of the party, incessantly sharing jokes to enliven the atmosphere. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal and lively discussions, 3 individuals entered the restaurant, 2 girls and a boy. Wang Gan caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and recognized Wu Yue and her friend Chen Jing, accompanied by a boy who was unfamiliar to him. Unlike the tall Ming he had seen previously, this newcomer appeared stylishly dressed and seemed to come from a well-off family as well. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the bustling table by the window, with Wang Gan at the center, engaged in cheerful conversation. Wu Yue's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 17. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Wu Yue and Chen Jing clearly did not expect to encounter Wang Gan here, and certainly not in such a setting. Wang Gan sat confidently at the head of the table, surrounded by a crowd of classmates, including the class beauty, He Qing Shan, enjoying lively discussions, exuding the aura of a social center and a successful individual. This starkly contrasted with their recollection of him as a timid, compliant follower. Especially for Wu Yue, seeing Wang Gan attentively serving food to Wang Qi without even glancing in their direction was particularly disheartening. A sudden pang of inexplicable loss and resentment ignited within her. The young man beside them evidently noticed the commotion and paused to glance at Wu Yue, seemingly inquiring about her thoughts. When a good friend is insulted, a bestie must step in. Does the sycophant still have the audacity to act out? Let us see how to humble you and graciously apologize to them. Confidently, Chen Jing approached the booth, a fa-ade of false cheer upon her face, and spoke in a tone just loud enough for everyone present to hear. Oh, ISNT the Wang Daquan. Have you found a new venue to squander your wealth today? TSK, how lavish. Are you here for another extravagant meal? Did you win the lottery? Or perhaps you profited from concert ticket sales? Have you so quickly forgotten our dear Wei Wei? Truly, how pragmatic and heartless. Her barbed remarks dripped with sarcasm and insult, instantly capturing the attention of those around them. Upon hearing her mention the lottery, Wang Gan momentarily froze, thinking this woman had perhaps been reborn. It turned out she was merely venting her frustration. I wondered who she was referring to, only to realize it was none other than Wu Yue's chief follower and professional foot servant. What is this? Your master hasn't spoken yet, and you're already leaping to defend her? Guffawing, Gu Linfeng could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Su Wei too struggled to suppress his amusement. Chen Jing's face turned ashen from Wang Gan's merciless retorts, her finger trembling as she pointed at him. She had assumed that by standing in solidarity with Wu Yue, she would easily bring this sycophant to kneel before her. Surely, treating them to a meal or buying gifts would be a trivial matter, right? Yet, the situation unfolded far differently than she had envisioned. Chen Jing's mind word, momentarily dumbfounded. You, what do you call a foot servant? You scoundrel, Wang Gan. Don't push it. Me overstepping? Wang Gan snared. Compared to some who feast while eyeing others' plates, treating people like fools and spreading slander, I merely speak the truth. Besides, I eat my own meals and spend my own money. What business is it of yours? Who I associate with or forget, does it fall to you, an outsider, to meddle? Are you the Pacific Police, overseeing everything? Mind your own business. Run back to your master and wag your tail. You are just a nuisance here. After unleashing his words, Wang Gan felt a wave of relief wash over him. His mood considerably lightened. In his past life, he had longed to rebuke Chen Jing fiercely, but had restrained himself, mindful of her friendship with Wu Yue. Following their formal breakup 2 years later, she had long since departed the provincial capital. He had harbored this pent-up frustration for many years. Chen Jing, struck speechless by the onslaught, could only stammer. Su Wei, realizing the moment, jumped in to strike against the drowning dog. This fellow was a born protector, instantly dropping his chopsticks and switching to combat mode. Oh dear, in this day and age, the forest is vast, and filled with all kinds of birds. Some people, alas, have truly poor eyesight, ignoring the shimmering diamonds before them, only to rummage through garbage for stones. And when they realize they've made a mistake, they wish to regret it. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's too late. Although he did not name anyone directly, it was apparent to everyone present who his remarks were aimed at. The girls in Wang Chi's dormitory paused with their chopsticks, awkwardly watching this unfolding drama. Huang Mingzhi furrowed his brow. How could Chun Jing, with her fiery temperament, endure this? She had already felt indignant on behalf of her friend Wu Yuwei, who had been sorrowful in recent days. And now she found herself confronted by the very person she sought to defend. With Su Wei publicly making veiled insults, she was incensed. Pointing at Su Wei, she shouted, "You fat idiot! Who are you talking about? Mind your words." After berating Su Wei, she turned to Wang Gan, her tone filled with fury. "Wang Gan, what is your meaning? If you want to break up, fine, but is it necessary to humiliate someone like this? Moreover, what gives you the right to block Yue's calls and messages without reason? You owe her an explanation." At that moment, Wang Gan was leisurely sipping on a cup of sour plum drink. Upon hearing Chun Jing's accusation, he slowly lifted his eyelids and glanced at her with the disdainful eyes reserved for a jester. His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Humiliate someone? Those who insult others shall themselves be insulted. After a brief pause, a sneer curled at the corners of his mouth. Explanation? Do I owe you one? Who do you think you are? Chun Jing trembled with rage, her face flushed. Just then, the well-meaning Huang Mingzhi attempted to mediate. He stood up and advised, "Hey, Chun Jing, Wang Gan, we're all classmates. Let us discuss this calmly and avoid fighting. It creates a negative atmosphere. Sit down." Before Wang Gan could respond, Su Wei forcefully pushed Huang Mingzhi back in his seat, glaring at him and growling, "Are you foolish? Can't you see they're bullying our Dongo? Everything you have to eat and drink is paid for by him. How can you side with outsiders? Have you no conscience?" After chastising Huang Mingzhi, Su Wei immediately turned his full ire on Chun Jing, spitting words with fervor. "How dare you ask why he blocked her? Doesn't Wu Yue know what she has done? Treating her Gongo like a backup, summoning him at will. Now that he has found success and clarity, she realizes her mistakes? It's too late." He grew increasingly agitated, pointing at the pale-faced Wu Yue by the door. "Listen, Chun Jing, and you too, Wu Yue. A good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it once grazed. What is Wang Gan's current status? He is a wealthy heir, capable and desirable. Does he need someone like her, who flits between partners and values riches over integrity? Take your backup, who knows how many he is, and leave. You are nothing but an eyesore here." Su Wei's words struck like a barrage from a machine gun, mercilessly tearing into both Wu Yue and Chun Jing. Diners at surrounding tables turned their heads, whispering and pointing at Wu Yue. Having never experienced such public humiliation, she felt a burning heat on her face, her head buzzing, tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. She bit her lip fiercely, her body swaying unsteadily. The boy accompanying her was equally mortified, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Several times she attempted to speak up in support, yet was stifled by Su Wei's imposing demeanor and the scrutinizing gazes surrounding her. Ultimately, Wu Yue could no longer withstand the humiliation. She shot a fierce glare at Wang Gan and Su Wei, her eyes brimming with resentment and defiance. With a sudden stomp of her foot, she seized the still protesting Chun Jing and nearly fled the hot pot restaurant. The young man hesitated for a moment before trailing after them, his retreat marked by a sense of defeat. The farcical scene abruptly ceased, leaving the atmosphere at the table somewhat stifled. Wang Chi and the other girls exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say next. Meanwhile, Wang Gan appeared unfazed, lifting his glass and flashing a smile at the stunned crowd. All right, the party poopers have left. Let's continue eating and drinking. We shan't allow a few flies to dampen our spirits. Come, let us toast to celebrate my liberation from the past and my newfound life." His nonchalant demeanor, laced with a stark ruthlessness, left the attendees, especially the girls, with increasingly complex impressions of him. Wang Gan had indeed transformed. He had become somewhat elusive, even a touch intimidating. Yet, Simultaneously, this assertiveness and decisiveness exuded a perilous allure. He Qingxian regarded Wang Gan, her eyes flickering as she seemed to reassess this classmate who had recently faded into the background. Chapter 18. Watching the game at the bar. Wang Gan, please. No more food for me. I truly cannot eat another bite. Wang Qi clutched her round belly, protesting her fullness. In Wang Gan's eyes, she had taken on a hint of adorability. The glances exchanged among the others at the table were tinged with curiosity, although the two involved remained oblivious. Wang Gan's behavior stemmed from habits of his past life, while Wang Qi perceived his actions as a bribe to absolve him of his absences. As the hot pot meal drew to a close, the gathering neared its conclusion. Despite a minor interruption, Wang Gan's deliberate banter with Su Wei ensured that the atmosphere had not entirely cooled. At the very least, a nascent image of Wang Gan as a wealthy heir, lavishly spending and merciless toward his ex-girlfriend, had begun to crystallize in the minds of those present. Gu Linfeng glanced at his phone, noting it was still not yet 8:30 p.m. For the youth, the night was just beginning. He proposed to Wang Gan, seated across from him. Old Wang, it's still early. Ending it now would be rather dull. Tonight features a monumental clash, Netherlands versus Spain. The defending champions face off against the unheralded kings. How about we find a bar to watch the game? The atmosphere will surely be more exhilarating than at an internet CAF. Wang Gan understood the true intent behind his words. He suspected that the others were merely ancillary to the core interest. He Qingxian. Wang Gan was indifferent to his roommate's ostentatious display. He was eagerly awaiting the outcome of the match. His lottery ticket, worth a staggering 100,000, lay in his dormitory bag, holding the promise of a future fortune in the millions. The internet CAF was an unsuitable environment, rife with poor conditions and cigarette smoke, which he could not tolerate at present. A bar, however, seemed a splendid choice, equipped with a large screen, drinks, and perhaps even the chance to encounter other prospects. He nodded in agreement. All right, that sounds great. I was just thinking of finding a place to watch the game. Su Wei's eyes lit up at the mention of going to a bar. The bar boasts a grand screen, an array of beers, and delightful company. Although he lacks the funds to indulge, the mere thought fills him with excitement. Yet, as he touches his withered wallet, a troubled expression crosses his face, and he murmurs softly, perhaps I should refrain from going. The expenses at a bar are exorbitant, and I find myself without money. Wang Gan finds his cowardice somewhat amusing. Yet he understands that despite Su Wei's superficial nature and penchant for petty gains, he can still prove useful in critical moments. For instance, his recent confrontation with Wu Yue and Chun Jing had truly impressed Wang Gan. He finally comprehends why affluent families have kept sycophants and clients. Spending this little amount of money is indeed worthwhile. He playfully pats Su Wei on the shoulder, teasingly remarking, "Look at your aspirations. Following me around, and you think you want to get a drink? Besides, considering your rather mediocre fan knowledge, perhaps your contrary nature could turn out to be an unexpected blessing. By aligning myself with you, I might just strike a fortune through reverse betting." The jovial words of Wang Gan leave the others perplexed, unable to fathom the sincerity behind them. Let us not falsely tarnish anyone's reputation. I am a seasoned fan, and Su Wei's protests are disregarded, as he is not the focus of attention at the table. University mirrors a miniature society, where the dynamics of uplifting some while belittling others are inescapable. Su Wei's life is exceedingly austere, not merely due to being a sycophant, but from genuine poverty, so destitute that it brings him to tears. Wang Gan calls the waiter to settle the bill. The hot pot feast costs him 1,500, nearly half of his previous living expenses. Yet, he does not bat an eye. A few girls feel a tinge of embarrassment and collectively express that they will treat him next time. Wang Gan feels a sense of gratification, though the timeline for this next time remains uncertain. At least it doesn't carry the expectation of Wu Yue's entitlement. The era of female empowerment has yet to reach its zenith, and the notion of ethereal maidens is still a distant reality. Gu Linfeng, noticing the girl's reluctance to engage, opts for a more direct approach. How about we all go watch the game together? It'll be livelier with more people. Before anyone else can respond, He Qingshan interjects. I'm sorry, but my family is quite strict and doesn't permit me to stay out late. This leaves Huang Wan, who is eager to join, feeling quite disappointed. Suggesting her attendance now would reflect poorly on her upbringing. However, she remains unnoticed in this gathering. As for Wang Gan, aside from Wang Qi and He Shan, the other two are merely background characters. Huang Mingjie, maintaining a respectful distance from the noisy scene, shakes his head and adjusts his glasses. You all go ahead. The bar is too loud for me. I'll return to my dormitory to study. Exams are approaching at the end of the month. Wang Gan is momentarily speechless, questioning who cares whether he joins or not. After a brief farewell to the girls from Wang Qi and He Shan's dormitory, He Shan, before departing, seems to soften her demeanor towards Gu Linfeng, even offering a friendly goodbye, which brings him immense joy. Hey, don't get too giddy. They've already walked away. Old Wang, do you think He Shan would make an ideal wife? She exudes the essence of a matron. Wang Gan scoffs. You're not seriously considering what to name your future child, are you? Huh? What do you propose it should be called? How do you call you Big Head Ghost? Subsequently, the trio hailed a taxi, making their way to the renowned bar District 1912 in the provincial capital. The taxi came to a halt in front of a stylish establishment, its vibrant lights casting a mesmerizing glow. Two oversized neon letters flickered in the night, while security personnel in black suits stood at the entrance, and the pulsating rhythm of music wafted from within. As they pushed through the door, they were immediately enveloped by a warm wave infused with the scents of alcohol, perfume, tobacco, and youthful exuberance. The interior of the bar was expansive, adorned with a modern and psychedelic decor. In the center of the dance floor, men and women swayed wildly to the electrifying beats. The bar counter was filled with patrons engaging in lively conversation over drinks. The booth area was relatively quieter, yet every seat was occupied. A massive projection screen hung prominently, currently showcasing promotional clips and pre-match analyses for the World Cup. The entire bar buzzed with an ambience of restlessness, fervor, and subtle allure. Gu Linfeng, evidently a regular here, skillfully navigated through the throng with Wang Gan and Su Wei, leading them to a booth with an excellent view directly facing the large screen. This is the prime spot for watching the game, Gu Linfeng proclaimed proudly, before summoning a waiter and expertly ordering several expensive bottles of foreign liquor, along with beverages and snacks. Wang Gan surveyed the surroundings, nodding in approval. The atmosphere was indeed a far cry from that of an internet CF, filled with vibrant lights, attractive people, and the allure of urban opulence. He even noticed a few stylishly dressed, striking girls casting curious glances their way, evidently intrigued by Gu Linfeng's familiarity and their choice of lavish drinks. Meanwhile, it was Su Wei's first experience in such an environment, and he appeared somewhat anxious, yet unable to resist the temptation to explore his surroundings. His eyes darted around, captivated by the alluring figures of scantily clad girls, leaving him both dazzled and parched. At that moment, a young girl clad in a promotional skirt for Carlsberg beer, looking somewhat out of place, approached their booth awkwardly, balancing a tray as she navigated through the crowd. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, not particularly tall, with a somewhat slender frame and a hint of baby fat on her cheeks. In the bar's enchanting lighting, her complexion seemed less than fair. The promotional outfit she wore appeared ill-fitting, and her makeup was somewhat cheap and unrefined. However, her features were quite delicate, especially her large, bright eyes, reminiscent of startled doe, reflecting a hint of shyness. This stood in stark contrast to the bar's flamboyant and boisterous environment. As she approached the booth, clearly unaccustomed to selling, she appeared nervous and uncertain. Taking a deep breath to gather her courage, she softly spoke in Mandarin, tinged with a regional accent. Good evening, gentlemen. Would you care to try our newly launched summer ice-cold pure beer set? Currently, there is a promotion. Purchase a dozen and receive 2 bottles complimentary, boasting a delightful flavor at a remarkably reasonable price. Her voice, amidst the clamor of loud music, was faint, nearly inaudible unless one was close by. Gu Linfeng did not spare her a glance, merely gesturing dismissively, indicating he had no need for her offerings, having already ordered a more expensive foreign liquor. Su Wei, on the other hand, cast a few more glances her way, but clearly held little interest in the beer. his attention captivated instead by the more alluring and vivacious girls surrounding them. Wang Gan initially paid her little mind, yet the girl's clear, slightly defiant, and helpless eyes stirred a flicker of empathy within him. He gazed at her for a moment longer. Noticing his interest, the girl quickly presented her tray forward and ardently intensified her pitch. "Sir, it's truly delightful. Chilled, it's the perfect companion for watching the game. And the price is quite reasonable." As she spoke, she cautiously observed the trio in the booth. She noted the luxurious watch adorning Gu Linfeng's wrist and the foreign liquor on the table. Realizing this was a table of affluence, she also observed that Wang Gan, despite his casual attire, wore brand new clothes and possessed a demeanor markedly more composed than the lecherous, rotund man beside him, seeming to be the one in charge. She surmised that this table held potential for expenditure. Successfully selling a set of beers could significantly enhance her commission. Thus, she fixated on Wang Gan, her eyes brimming with hope. In response to Sun Qing's expectant gaze, Wang Gan did not reply immediately. He lifted his whiskey glass, filled with ice, gently swirling it, the ice clinking melodically. A mere glance had drawn her attention. However, feeling somewhat bloated from the hot pot, he found himself unable to assist her. Seeing Wang Gan's apparent disinterest in the beer, Sun Qing felt a pang of urgency. There were many beverage vendors today, and the competition was fierce. Her lack of eloquence had hindered her sales. Biting her lip and with a spark of inspiration, she leaned slightly closer to Wang Gan. Lowering her voice and adopting a conspiratorial tone, she said, "Sir, I can see you're a football aficionado. Would you be interested in a little wager on the Spain versus Netherlands match tonight?" Saying this, she carefully extracted a tablet from her promotional uniform's pocket, unlocking it to reveal a software interface replete with various match odds and betting options. "We offer external betting," Sun Qing whispered, bringing the screen closer to Wang Gan. "The odds are significantly higher than the official ones, with a variety of betting options, including point spreads, over-under, and halftime full-time bets. Moreover, the settlement is exceptionally swift. As soon as the match concludes, if you win, the money is immediately at your disposal." Wang Gan recognized it as underground betting. Such practices were commonplace in bars and entertainment venues of Europe, enticing gamblers with high odds and convenience. This revelation dampened his earlier flicker of compassion. Gu Linfeng, upon hearing about the external betting and high odds, approached to take a closer look at the interface on Sun Qing's phone. "Oh, the odds are indeed considerably higher," he exclaimed. "The Netherlands is getting a half-goal allowance, and the odds are nearing 2. In the realm of gambling, he had initially lost money and hoped to recoup his losses. Tempted by the alluring odds, he felt a flicker of interest. Wang Gan cast a glance at those odds, yet felt disdain in his heart. Such private betting platforms are notoriously treacherous. Small wins may pose no issue, but substantial victories often lead to the bookmaker absconding or defaulting, a common occurrence. He cautioned Gu Linfeng, "Young Master Gu, while you ponder the enticing odds, remember they are equally eager for your capital." "Indeed," Gu chuckled. "I was merely curious. Purchasing lottery tickets is far more reliable." Sun Qing, unwilling to concede, persisted in her relentless pitch. "Boss, just give it a try. Think of it as entertainment. A modest amount poses no risk. It's absolutely safe. Our brother Dao is a reputable figure, very trustworthy. Look at these odds. They far surpass the official ones. It would be a pity not to partake." She even attempted to display a smile she deemed charming, leaning closer to Wang Gan, almost inhaling her fragrance, her tone laced with an awkward flirtation. Wang Gan found her tenacious advances somewhat irksome. Was she trying to drag him into this? He had no initial interest in such private gambling. Yet, observing the young girl, visibly anxious yet ardently promoting for a meager commission, even resorting to clumsy charms, stirred an unusual feeling within him. He recalled his past self, struggling at the bottom. Wang Gan scrutinized Sun Qing, noting the slight flush of her cheeks from nervousness. As a playful, mischievous smile crept upon his lips, he set down his glass, reclining on the sofa, regarding her with an appraising and mocking gaze. "You wish for me to place a bet? Very well." Sun Qing's eyes lit up, assuming there was potential. "How about after this match? We all go for a late-night snack together?" Wang Gan's sudden, unabashed proposition left her stunned. Her face instantly flushed crimson, her heart racing. She had thought these university students would be easy to manipulate, yet found herself confronted with a wolf in sheep's clothing. She quickly retorted, "Boss, if everyone places a bet, I won't be able to keep up with the late-night snacks. Besides, how much do you intend to wager?" Gu Linfeng speculated that Wang Gan, having suffered a romantic setback, sought solace in frivolity. Nightclubs are often venues for such escapades. After all, seeking a hint of romance is quite natural. However, he hadn't anticipated Wang Gan's unusual taste, either drawn to sophisticated women or rustic charm. It was quite the conundrum. But since Wang Gan was treating today, encompassing both dinner and drinks, he decided to assist. "So, little sister, how much will our young master Wang wager for you to accompany him tonight?" Gu Linfeng's words cornered Sun Qing. Should she refuse, her sales pitch would falter, jeopardizing a significant commission of 10%. Yet if she acquiesced, she risked being whisked away by the man before her. Sun Qing had been working at the nightclub for over half a month, and she had heard various stories about her peers, many of them engaged in side jobs, but to yield herself so readily was simply unacceptable. Although the man before her, known as Gu, was somewhat handsome, the proposition he made was outrageous. "If you stake 100,000, I'll go with you." Sun Qing pondered her family situation, steeling herself and uttering a figure that felt astronomical to her. "Goodness, are you gilded?" Gu Linfeng could not help but exclaim. Wang Gan was equally taken aback. Did these young ladies truly possess such audacity? Did she comprehend the significance of 100,000? Not only was this amount beyond the average annual income today, but even in years to come, many would struggle to earn such a sum in a year. More critically, Wang Gan did not possess that kind of money at present. He had just over 30,000 in his pocket, and he still needed to settle a few thousand at the bar. Without such financial capability, unreasonable demands should not be made. "All right, gentlemen, shall we indulge in a little fun? A small wager to lighten the mood. Spending a few thousand for a glimmer of hope, for a glimpse of the future." Sun Qing chattered away, her delivery becoming increasingly fluent, as she followed the script taught by her supervisor. Playing the fool, behaving foolishly, this simply would not do. "Sun Qing, right? Let us engage in something more thrilling. Wagering on small stakes is mundane. How about betting whether I can win over 100,000? If I win, you'll accompany me tonight. What do you say?" This. Now, it was Sun Qing who was caught off guard, stammering and unable to provide a definitive answer. Beside her, Gu Linfeng felt a twinge of concern, sensing that Wang Deshao was becoming rather impulsive, even more so than himself. Winning 100,000? The difficulty far exceeded that of simply wagering 100,000. It was likely that a few thousand would vanish without a trace, leading to both financial loss and embarrassment. Reckless. This was truly reckless. Before he could speak, Wang Gan slapped the 5 on the table and declared, "If I win, I'll throw in a phone as well." Working in such a chaotic environment of the bar had endowed Sun Qing with a touch of performative professionalism and a gambler's spirit of adventure. Biting her soft pink lip, she lifted her gaze to meet Wang Gan's playful eyes and, almost as if under a spell, responded, "All right, if you truly can win over 100,000, I'll go with you. Who is afraid?" After uttering those words, she was taken aback herself, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. "Very bold," Wang Gan remarked. "Let us bet on the score. Spain 1-5. Su Wei was astonished and quickly interjected, "Gu, don't be reckless. Don't be deceived by the high odds. That kind of bet is throwing money away." Yet Gu Linfeng realized Wang Gan was merely seeking a way out and tugged at Su Wei's sleeve. Wang Gan pulled out 100 yuan notes from his wallet and handed them to Sun Qing. "The odds are 130 to 1. When a match concludes, come collect your 130,000, and we shall enjoy a late-night meal together. How about a pink phone?" Sun Qing's face turned pale with indignation. 1,000 yuan bet would yield her a mere 100 in commission, leaving her with nothing but disappointment. The phone was out of question. She hastily accepted the cash and rushed inside. Gu Linfeng leaned closer to Wang Gan and remarked, "Brother Gan, your approach is rather unexpected. It holds no sway in the nightlife here, where the women are solely captivated by wealth. The romantic notions of flowers and moonlight are best left for the schoolyard." Wang Gan offered no elaborate explanation, simply stating that he was merely seeking a bit of amusement. Su Vida expressed his agreement, exclaiming that it was utterly absurd to follow for a mere 100,000. Before long, Sun Qing approached the front desk and presented a betting slip. Gu Linfeng, despite his nature of being quite amiable, placed a 2,000 wager on Spain, hoping to salvage a modicum of dignity for Wang Gan. Su Vida watched on, his anxiety palpable, internally berating both Gu Linfeng and Wang Gan as reckless spendthrifts, while simultaneously feeling an intense envy, wishing desperately to partake in this exhilarating gamble. Unfortunately, his pockets were as empty as his expression. The match commenced, and the bar was instantly ignited with fervor, a cacophony of cheers, boos, and shouts intertwining. In the initial phase, both teams played cautiously, exchanging attacks and defenses, with the situation remaining tense. Gu Linfeng held a drink, his gaze fixated on the screen, fervently chanting, "Come on, Spain, obliterate the Dutch." Su Vida, meanwhile, was busy stirring up the crowd, alternating between suggesting passes and shots. Wang Gan, in stark contrast, appeared remarkably unperturbed. Reclining on the booth's sofa, leisurely sipping whiskey, his expression indifferent, as if he already possessed an understanding of the match's outcome. Sun Qing busied herself nearby, yet her glances frequently darted towards Wang Gan, a flicker of anger at being toyed with lingering in her heart. As the match progressed, the dynamics on the field began to shift dramatically. The Dutch team launched an assault like a surging tide, with Robin, Van Persie, and Sneijder forming an unstoppable triumvirate, repeatedly tearing through Spain's aging defense. A goal. Van Persie, a spectacular diving header. 1-1. Another. Robin, a clear shot on goal. 2-1. The Netherlands took the lead. A penalty. The Dutch team was awarded a penalty. De Vrij. 3-1. My heavens. Van Persie scores again. A colossal blunder by Casillas. 4-1. The bar erupted in a frenzy. Aside from a few fans clad in Spanish jerseys, pale and dumbfounded, the majority were swept into a jubilant celebration. With each Dutch goal, the bar reverberated with deafening cheers and the clinking of beer glasses. Gu Linfeng's expression morphed from anticipation to shock, then to a ghastly pallor of despair. The beer glass in his hand creaked under the pressure of his grip as he muttered incessantly, "This is absurd. What are they playing at? Match fixing. It must be a fixed match." Su Vida, in stark contrast, was practically electrified, dancing with exuberance, bellowing incredible. "The Dutch are phenomenal, toppling the defending champions. Brother Gan, did you see that? It's 4-1. Could it possibly be 5-1? He turned to Wang Gan, disbelief etched on his face. Wang Gan merely smiled faintly, raising his glass in a silent toast. As the match approached its conclusion, Robin embarked on another long-range run, skillfully evading Casillas, and slotted it into the empty net. 5-1. The final whistle blew. The score was set. The entire bar erupted into a complete frenzy. This is an unforgettable, exhilarating competition. A ruthless slaughter of the defending champion. You did it. You struck gold, handsome. Sun Qing rushed over, her face alight with incredulous joy and excitement. Her gaze towards Wang Gan was filled with shock, admiration, and an indescribable fervor, as if she herself had won a fortune. Indeed, it was 5-1. Your 1,000 has turned into 130,000, a staggering sum of 130,000. Her voice trembled with exhilaration. Chapter 21. A night of triumph. Wang Gan remained composed as he approached the front desk to redeem his betting slip. With a projected income of 10 million from the betting pool, a mere 130,000 hardly stirred his emotions. The young man at the counter paused upon seeing the betting slip, astonished that someone had actually won such an outrageous payout. Realizing he could not make the decision alone, he signaled to a man with a scarred face inside the office. The scarred man glanced at the slip, nodded at Wang Gan, and with a grin said, "You got quite the luck, young man. Care to continue with the next match?" Wang Gan yawned and replied, "I'm rather tired today. I'll play again tomorrow. Is it convenient to redeem my winnings?" Receiving a rather dismissive retort, the scarred man's expression shifted momentarily before he burst into laughter. Yes, health is paramount. Do take care of yourself. Someone, please assist this young man with his payout. Would you prefer a transfer or cash?" Cash. Wang Gan thought it imprudent to leave a trace of his account details in such a scenario, as it would surely invite trouble. A hidden door at the front desk opened, and a person emerged carrying a thick stack of banknotes. The sight of 130,000 in cash was indeed visually striking. The bar patrons, transfixed, turned their gazes toward him, gasping in awe, their faces reflecting envy. Among them, the die-hard Spanish fans displayed even more intense emotions, not merely envy, but palpable jealousy, for this sum was largely their contribution. Wang Gan's expression remained unchanged, as if the 130,000 were but an inconsequential amount. He took the cash handed to him by his associate, weighing it casually in his hand. Returning to their booth, he nodded at Sun Qing and remarked in a neutral tone, "Do you have a bag?" What had begun as a simple outing to watch a match had unexpectedly turned into a winning endeavor. His nonchalant demeanor, treating money with such indifference, only deepened Sun Qing's impression of him, enigmatic and alluring. "Ah, yes, I do." Shortly, Sun Qing produced a small clutch made of synthetic leather, likely purchased cheaply online, perhaps not even worth 30 yuan. Wang Gan unzipped it, revealing an array of feminine belongings, a small mirror, a comb, and inexpensive cosmetics. The clutch was too small to hold the cash, prompting Wang Gan to dump its contents into the trash bin. Curious, I didn't find any personal care items. He mused. How could you throw away all my things? Sun Qing exclaimed, distressed, for she had only recently started using the cream inside, and there was still plenty left. I'll buy you replacements later. I never agreed to go with you, Sun Qing protested, mustering a hint of defiance. Though her voice was so soft, she could barely hear it herself. Gu Linfeng was utterly dumbfounded, slumped on the sofa, devoid of any hope. Not only had his investment gone up in smoke once again, but what troubled him even more was that Wang Gan, this fortunate fellow, had once again guessed correctly. Moreover, it was in such an astonishing manner. Su Wei was so envious that he could barely contain his saliva, incessantly chanting praises for Wang Gan, urging him to lead the way. Wang Gan, however, was not in a hurry to depart with his spoils. He needed to confirm one more thing. He turned to the dazed Sun Qing and said, "As we agreed, you will come with me tonight." Then, he surveyed the surrounding friends of Gu Linfeng and boisterously proclaimed, "I want a little money, just a stroke of luck. I'm feeling jubilant tonight. Let us go. I'll treat everyone to a late-night feast. Barbecue, crawfish, order whatever you like. All on me." "All right. Wang Gu is so generous." "Thank you, Wang Gu." A chorus of cheers erupted, and a throng of people enveloped Wang Gan as they exuberantly exited the bar. Perhaps Wang Gan was overly cautious for once outside. No one followed them. It might have been that the sum of over 100,000 was too insignificant, as the patrons of the bar were likely well off. Furthermore, the security might have been excellent, with everyone behaving themselves. But more plausibly, these young men appeared to possess formidable fighting spirit. It simply wasn't worth it to brawl over such a trivial sum. Even so, Wang Gan insisted on taking the group by taxi to the Confucius Temple night market, claiming that the late-night snacks there were superior. With someone treating, no one objected. Upon arrival, they found a bustling eatery and commandeered several tables. Wang Gan exhibited remarkable generosity. Beer, skewers, and crawfish flowed freely, soon filling the tables to the brim. Throughout the feast, everyone raised their glasses in toast to Wang Gan, showering him with compliments and admiration. Wang Gan graciously accepted all the accolades, maintaining a clear gaze and drinking with moderation. Halfway through the meal, he set down his glass, rubbed his temples, and feigned a slight inebriation. Addressing the crowd, he declared, "I can't take it anymore. I've had a bit too much to drink, and my head is spinning. I must excuse myself and rest. Continue enjoying your meal. I've already treated, so if it's not enough, let Gu Shao order more." With that, he stood up, resolutely beckoning Sun Qing, who had been quietly seated beside him. "You, come with me." Gu Linfeng wore an ambiguous smile and said, "Old Wang, you go ahead. I've got this covered here, don't worry." What could Wang Gan possibly be concerned about? Among those present, apart from Su Wei, the others were merely acquaintances of Gu Linfeng. His invitation to dine was merely coincidental, filled with pleasantries, and held little real sentiment. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Sun Qing rose, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, taking small steps to follow Wang Gan, leaving the raucous eatery behind. After turning down a couple of streets, The vibrant lights of the night market gradually faded away. Only the tranquility of the late night remained, accompanied by a few scattered pedestrians, possibly weary workers returning from their jobs. Having distanced themselves from the cacophony and now alone together, Sun Qing's impulsive mind regained a semblance of clarity. Gange. It's too late. I must head back. The rabbit must flee. How could the wolf possibly acquiesce? One must recall the dismal existence he endured in his past life, where only fleeting romances were within reach. Just then, he spotted a nearby hotel, a modest establishment, and Wang Gan dismissed any thoughts of more luxurious accommodations for another time. Gently taking Sun Qing's hand, he spoke softly, "Let us seek respite there. It will be rather difficult to secure a taxi at this hour." Whether his words truly convinced Sun Qing remains uncertain, as the girl remained silent, allowing him to lead her without protest. It is worth noting that ride-hailing apps have recently flourished, engaging in a fierce competition that offers substantial subsidies. At the hotel reception, Wang Gan registered for a standard double room using his identification. Once inside, he closed the door, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. Under the dim light, Sun Qing appeared increasingly anxious, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Observing her youthful and alluring demeanor, Wang Gan refrained from uttering any further trivialities. He stepped closer, gently lifting her chin. The ensuing 6,600 words are omitted. Chapter 22. A Heart of Iron. The following morning, as dawn broke outside, Wang Gan woke early after a night of laborious thoughts. After all, 1 million is not a sum that allows for restful sleep. He turned his head to glance at the still sleeping Sun Qing beside him. The girl bore a faint smile of satisfaction mingled with fatigue, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Such a silly girl. It is indeed true that young women are most endearing in their innocence, so easily deceived. Reflecting on what Wang Gan had invested the previous day, it was evident he had not spent much, and the money was certainly not expended on her. He had merely crafted an atmosphere of affluence. After a brief moment of silent admiration, he quietly rose from the bed. He entered the bathroom and swiftly completed his morning routine. Upon emerging, he dressed himself and meticulously gathered his belongings. Picking up Sun Qing's handbag, he considered leaving some cash on the bedside table, but noticed a business card tucked within its compartment and abandoned the idea. To offer money? That would imply a transaction. To withhold it? That would imply genuine affection. Thus, Wang Gan carried the handbag filled with cash, slipping out of the room with utmost care, ensuring not to disturb the girl still resting on the bed. Stepping outside, the brisk morning air invigorated him. He hailed a taxi, heading directly to school. Unfortunately, he encountered the morning rush hour. Even a taxi ride would not save much time. Nevertheless, Wang Gan's spirits remained high as he observed the crowd of commuters, a sense of distinct satisfaction blossoming within him. He had been reborn. At long last, he had emerged from obscurity, no longer sharing in the struggles of the masses. Had it not been for his rebirth, he might have never risen from his previous plight. If he had not fortuitously reincarnated at the time of the World Cup, he would not have earned his first fortune so swiftly, thereby achieving financial freedom. After a series of stops and starts, he arrived at school just before 8 o'clock, pulling a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and instructing the driver to keep the change. The driver wore a broad smile, and although the modest tip was not significant, the early morning auspiciousness suggested a day filled with good fortune. Wang Gan chuckled softly, understanding the driver's joy, for he too had once spent time as a rideshare driver in a previous life. On rare occasions, encountering generous passengers could indeed brighten one's entire day. However, due to the rental nature of his vehicle, the meager earnings scarcely covered the fodder for a day's labor, ultimately leading Wang Gan to don the mantle of a delivery worker. As he exited the vehicle, a refreshing breeze cleared his mind, and he felt a pang of hunger. Thus, he made his way toward the hamburger shop at the school gate, with a tantalizing aroma of fried chicken stirred nostalgic memories within him. Though this establishment was independently owned, its ingredients were of commendable quality, rivaling those of larger chains. Yet, in his previous life, Wang Gan had seldom indulged himself with the limited funds at his disposal. 2 pieces of fried chicken and a cup of milk tea, please, and make it quick. Certainly. As he looked up, he realized he was in the company of acquaintances. Ji Qin greeted him with a faint smile. Have you just returned from a night of revelry? Indeed. I stayed out late watching the game last night, he replied. Oh. Ji Qin observed the bag he held and responded nonchalantly. Are you working here in the mornings now? Is it hectic every day? Not too bad. Certainly busier than you affluent gentlemen. We still need to eat, Ji Qin replied, her hands moving deftly despite her casual demeanor. Wang Gan felt a bit put off by her dismissive tone, but shrugged it off, handing over the money and turning to leave. Wait, I haven't given you your change. Never mind. Consider it a tip. Wang Gan heard hurried footsteps behind him, and Ji Qin swiftly approached, stuffing a handful of coins into his pocket. Don't pretend. This isn't a foreign land where tipping is customary. With that, she ignored his reaction and returned to her station, continuing her work. Chuckling to himself, Wang Gan found her personality intriguing rather than irritating. He decided to visit a nearby bank to deposit the cash into his card, as carrying it back to the dormitory could lead to misfortune. Despite being the pride of their families, university students were not immune to petty theft. Throughout his academic journey from elementary school to university, he had experienced theft multiple times. The most disheartening incident occurred when he saved for nearly 2 months to buy a remote-controlled car, only to have the money stolen just as he was ready to make the purchase. The frustration had nearly rendered him reclusive. Upon returning to dormitory 105, he found his roommates still asleep, except for Su Wei and Huang Mingzhi. Gu Daxiao was likely off enjoying himself, probably not having returned the previous night. Wang Gan entered quietly, opening his cupboard to retrieve his laptop bag. Phew! Fortunately, the lottery ticket worth millions was still there, resting quietly in the compartment. Su Wei stirred, groggily opening his eyes. Upon seeing Wang Gan's return, his sleepiness vanished, replaced by a playful grin. With a teasing glimmer in his eye, he whispered, Hey Gan, you're back. How'd last night go? Did you party until dawn? What was the little wildcat at the bar like? Was she delightful? The folly of certain university students lies in their lack of boundaries when conversing, often steering their inquiries toward the most inappropriate topics. Naturally, Wang Gan, in his previous life, was no better. He too reveled in boasting, regaling tales of romantic escapades without pause. However, having been reborn, he has matured and now regards such trivialities with disdain. Retorting instead, what of Gu Linfeng? Ah, don't mention him. He has events to attend without me, came the reply. Oh, how did you return then? How else? I caught the earliest bus. I had just fallen asleep, and you woke me, he replied. Then do continue your slumber, Wang Gan casually remarked, preparing to step out and claim his prize. At that moment, Huang Mingzhi awakened, furrowing his brow upon overhearing their exchange. Sitting up, he commenced his unwavering lecture. Wang Gan, Su Wei, we young people must prioritize our health and maintain our integrity. Avoid the temptations of indulgence. Academics should take precedence. And one must cultivate a proper worldview and values. Yes, we understand, Huang Ma. Please spare us, Su Wei interrupted impatiently. Wang Gan offered no response, seemingly in a meditative state. Gangu, about your old Asus laptop. Could you possibly sell it to me at a lower price? I just returned this morning, ready to game, only to discover the motherboard had burned out. A faulty motherboard can be repaired, can it? Gangu, this outdated desktop of mine is practically ancient. It holds no value for repairs. Are you looking to buy? What price are you considering? Wang Gan retrieved the old laptop, noticing it was still in sleep mode. After checking the hard drives, he concluded there was nothing of significance. What important data could a university student possess? Apart from some educational films from the land of the rising sun, Wang Gan swiftly formatted the device, restoring it to factory settings. How does 500 sound? Huang Mingzhi, feeling slighted by Su Wei's interruption, scoffed. 500? Why not just have Wang Gan gift it to you? That laptop is worth at least 1,000 in the second-hand market. Su Wei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nevertheless remained eager, gazing at Wang Gan. Gangu, how about I wash your clothes in exchange for the laptop? Please, as if I would entrust you with my laundry. You can't even clean your own underwear properly. Fine, 500 it is. Su Wei was neither a beauty nor a person Wang Gan would willingly let handle his belongings. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. While exchanges between classmates should remain cordial, Too much familiarity can lead to overstepping boundaries. Thank you, Gangu. Thank you, Su Wei exclaimed, nearly bowing in gratitude. Wang Gan added, do you even have that much cash on hand? You've lost 2 rounds in a row now. How about you give me 100 first, and we can settle the rest later? Or I could give you 100 now and pay the remainder in installments. Su Wei suggested hastily, pulling out a crumpled canvas wallet from beneath his pillow and counting out 100 in crumpled bills, which he handed to Wang Gan with both hands. Gange, here S100 for now. I promise to pay the remaining 400. Within a month, no, within half a month, I'll have it all settled. This lad, still clinging to hopes for the upcoming World Cup, had not yet given up. Wang Gan nodded nonchalantly, accepting the money and slipping it into his pocket. Chapter 23. The enormous jackpot realized master to the Provincial Sports Lottery Center. Wang Gan sat in the back seat of the taxi, gazing out at the swiftly passing cityscape. Yet his heart was far from tranquil. The thick stack of lottery tickets, nestled in his pocket, felt as if it radiated a searing heat, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. 10 million. Young man, have you struck it rich? Are you off to claim your prize? Quite the fortunate one, aren't you? The driver glanced at Wang Gan through the rearview mirror, his tone infused with a hint of envy. Wang Gan was momentarily taken aback. Had his exuberance betrayed him? No. I'm just going to the sports bureau to see someone. Ha! Had you said the lottery center directly, I might have believed you won. I lack such luck. Wang Gan chose to close his eyes and rest, disregarding the driver's idle chatter, which soon bored the driver into silence. Before long, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the Lottery Administration Center. The grandiose 5-ring building stood as a testament to the contributions of countless lottery players. Wang Gan took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and stepped through the door. Perhaps due to the recent commencement of the World Cup, the number of individuals claiming prizes was sparse. The first-floor redemption hall appeared somewhat desolate. Only a handful of staff members and a few patrons seeking to redeem smaller winnings occupied the space. Following the directional signs, Wang Gan made his way directly to the window marked for major prize claims. Behind the counter sat a young woman in her 20s, wearing glasses, idly playing a game on her phone. Hello, I'm here to claim my prize, Wang Gan called out, startling the girl. Why shout? Just claim your prize, she retorted with a glance, her demeanor shifting as she noted the sign indicating that this window was for claims over 100,000. Anything below that was handled at an outer window. Wang Gan slid his identification and the stack of lottery tickets through the opening. Initially, the girl paid little attention, assuming he was yet another eager novice seeking to redeem a few hundred or thousand yuan. She glanced at his ID, then picked up the top ticket, preparing to scan its barcode out of habit. However, as her gaze swept across the printed details, World Cup soccer match, Netherlands versus Spain, score 5-1, and noted the identical betting content with an astonishing number of repetitions, her pupils dilated in shock. She hastily examined the subsequent tickets, realizing they were all identical. Her hands trembled slightly as she abruptly lifted her gaze. Disbelief etched across her features as she stared at the young man before her. Why, you purchased all these tickets for the Netherlands, 5-1. Wang Gan nodded calmly, yes. The young staff member inhaled sharply. Being in the industry, she was fully aware of the monumental upset from the previous day's match. The score of 5-1 was indeed one of the most shocking outcomes in World Cup history. The odds were staggering, and this young man had bought so many tickets. In an instant, she recognized the magnitude of the jackpot. Her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness and caution as she quickly picked up the internal phone. Hello, Director Zhang? This is the redemption office. Yes, we have a major prize, a super jackpot. Please come down at once. Soon, a middle-aged man with graying hair, who appeared to be a leader, hurriedly descended from the upper floor. Upon grasping the situation, Director Zhang's face revealed his astonishment. He personally took the lottery tickets and identification card, initiating the verification process. Due to the substantial prize amount and the numerous duplicate tickets involved, the entire verification process became exceptionally stringent and tedious. They not only had to repeatedly confirm the authenticity of each ticket, but also needed to consult the system for betting records to ascertain the time and location of each wager. They might even have to contact the sales outlet for further verification. Mr. Wang was ushered into a nearby VIP reception room to await the outcome. During this time, various staff members from his center, filled with curiosity and shock, feigned passing by or entered to deliver water, secretly observing the young millionaire. Mr. Wang maintained his composure. Quietly seated on the sofa, sipping tea offered by the staff, patiently awaiting the results. He understood that these procedures were necessary. As long as the tickets were genuine, the funds would undoubtedly be his. As time ticked away, approximately an hour later, Director Zhang and the young woman finally entered the reception room, carrying a stack of documents. Their faces alight with excitement and respect. Mr. Wang, congratulations. Director Zhang's voice quivered slightly as he spoke, after thorough verification. We can confirm that all the lottery tickets you hold are authentic. You purchased a total of 50,000 tickets, with a total investment of 100,000 yuan. And the odds for each ticket are 100 to 1, culminating in a total prize amount of 10 million yuan. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, the moment the figure was officially confirmed and clearly announced, Mr. Wang's heart raced uncontrollably for a brief moment. 10 million. It was truly within his grasp. Thank you, Mr. Wang made an effort to compose himself, striving to keep his voice calm. Mr. Wang, the young woman added, in accordance with national regulations, any winnings exceeding 10,000 yuan are subject to a 20 personal income tax. Since your prize for each ticket is 200 yuan, which is below 10,000 yuan, your tax liability for this win is 0, and you will receive the entire amount. All right, I understand. Mr. Wang nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Wang. Director Zhang rubbed his hands together, a formal smile gracing his face as he inquired, winning such a significant prize is indeed a cause for celebration. We at the center share in your joy. As per customary practice, we would like to ask if you would consider anonymously or publicly donating a portion of your goodwill to the city's sports initiatives. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. Donate? Mr. Wang's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Why should he part with the money he had earned through hard work? He was no saint. Without hesitation, he shook his head firmly, saying no, thank you. I have other plans for this money and do not intend to make any donations at this time. Director Zhang's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded, stating, Mr. Wang may not fully grasp the significance of donations. Allow me to elucidate. Wang Gan, however, was acutely aware of the matter and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I won't donate. This amount is hardly sufficient for my expenses. Very well, we respect your decision, replied Director Zhang, who understood that only a select few among such grand prize winners would be inclined to contribute, often those of wavering conviction, easily swayed. The young man before him exuded an air of stubbornness, prompting Zhang to refrain from further persuasion. Could you please provide your bank card number so we may process the transfer? Inquired a female staff member. Wang Gan produced his pre-prepared savings card and handed it over. The staff member meticulously verified the card number and account name before initiating the requisite transfer approval procedures on her computer. Mr. Wang, due to the substantial amount, the bank will require some time to process this. The funds are expected to be transferred to your account within 1 to 2 business days. Please keep an eye out for it, she informed him. Understood, Wang Gan nodded. Additionally, Mr. Wang, Director Zhang interjected, we will strictly maintain the confidentiality of your winning information. However, our center may release a statement regarding the local jackpot without disclosing any of your personal details, so rest assured. That's acceptable, Wang Gan replied, satisfied as long as his identity remained concealed. Having completed all formalities, Wang Gan secured the relevant prize vouchers and bank card. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. We hope to see you often. Director Zhang and the staff once again extended their congratulations, their eyes reflecting envy. Wang Gan nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly exited the lottery management center. Stepping out into the sunlight, he exhaled deeply. Although the money had yet to be deposited, everything felt settled. In less than 3 days, he had transformed from a 32-year-old delivery worker with a bleak future to a 21-year-old university student with a fortune of millions. The sensation was surreal, yet profoundly tangible. Chapter 24. Awakening from the dream as the sun climbed high in the sky. Sun Qing was just beginning to stir from her slumber while Wang Gan was redeeming his lottery prize. The remnants of a hangover and the aches of newfound experiences weighed heavily on her body, making her reluctant to open her eyes. However, having caught the attention of a wealthy heir, her spirits were buoyed. Her days of hardship were soon to be a thing of the past. He spent money so lavishly that even a mere trickle would afford her a comfortable life. Moreover, Gan was quite handsome, far superior to the men her fellow villager Li Mei had chosen. Those suitors were not only older and unattractive, but also all had families. In contrast, Gan, as she overheard during their conversation yesterday, was among a group of academically gifted students from a prestigious university. As the old saying goes, they were indeed the embodiment of literary excellence. In her village, no university student had emerged in 3 years, let alone those from esteemed institutions. Yet now this affluent and good-looking prodigy was her boyfriend, or at least her prospective boyfriend. She could hardly believe her luck, as even in her dreams, she would wake up smiling. Sun Qing felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered her ideal partner on her very first attempt. Unlike Mei Li, who had suffered through a series of unfortunate encounters. It is worth noting that in her youth, Mei Li was the belle of the town, with matchmakers practically breaking down her door in their eagerness to arrange suitors. However, she was unwilling to remain confined to a small mountain village, no matter how generous the bride price offered. Sun Qing dared not open her eyes, fearing that she might awaken from this dream and find it all vanished. It was no dream. The discomfort in her body served as a reminder that everything was indeed real. With her eyes still closed, she sweetly contemplated her situation. Instinctively, she reached out her arm to embrace the person beside her, only to find emptiness. Suddenly, Sun Qing opened her eyes wide, sitting up and surveying her surroundings. The room was desolate, and she was utterly alone. On the other side of the bed, the pillow lay undisturbed, and the blanket was neatly folded, as if no one had ever slept there. The faint scent of tobacco lingered in the air, yet the man had vanished without a trace. A wave of overwhelming disappointment and panic seized her. Had he left? Just like that? Without leaving a word or any sign? Was everything that transpired last night merely a figment of her imagination? The wealthy heir who had treated her to a night of gambling, late-night snacks, and a hotel room had simply disappeared? Refusing to succumb to despair, Sun Qing leaped from the bed and began to search the room, hoping to find any remnants left by Wang Gan. But the compact hotel room offered little room for exploration. Aside from the bathroom, everything was visible. She combed through the wardrobe and the bedside table, clinging to the hope that Wang Gan was merely playing a prank on her. Alas, there was nothing. He had truly left. A profound sense of grievance and bewilderment washed over her, and she could not help but sit on the edge of the bed, cradling her knees and sobbing softly. After a long while, she wiped her tears away and silently donned her cheap attire, departing the hotel in a daze. She returned to the dim, damp, cramped rental unit she shared with her compatriot, Li Mei, situated in an urban village. Upon opening the door, she found Li Mei, who was in the midst of applying her makeup in preparation for work, and who immediately dropped her eyebrow pencil, scrutinizing her with unabashed intensity. "Oh, Sun Qing, you finally decided to come back? I called you, but you didn't answer, and you even had the audacity to turn off your phone. If something had happened to you, how would I explain it to your mother? Huh? Speak up. There's no room for you here anymore. You need to pack up and return home today." Sun Qing remained silent, her gaze vacant as she sat in the chair, devoid of her usual spirited demeanor. "Say something. I heard you left with those rich guys last night. What happened?" Sun Qing lowered her head. Her spirits dampened as she recounted the events of the previous night in brief. Upon hearing her tale, Li Mei initially displayed a look of envy, but quickly latched onto the key point, pressing for more details. "And what about that iPhone he promised to give you? The gold one. Did you get it?" Sun Qing's voice quivered with the remnants of tears as she stammered. "And no, he said it was too late last night, and the mall was closed. He'll buy it for me next time." "Next time? When will that be?" Li Mei exclaimed with a sharp, derisive laugh. With a finger adorned in bright red nail polish, she jabbed Sun Qing's forehead with force, scolding her with exasperation. "You foolish girl. I told you long ago. You've been duped. Play like a fool. Do you understand?" Sun Qing retorted, "They are university students. and they were quite generous when it came to footing the bill, not at all stingy. How many truly wealthy individuals would choose to lodge you in a budget hotel, costing just a few tens of yuan per night? They are likely just fortunate enough to have won a bit of pocket money. They are merely toying with you, having their fun, and then disappearing. And they're going to buy you a phone next time? Who would believe that? Do you truly think so highly of yourself? Wake up. Are you foolish or what? Li Meili's words pierced Sun Qing's heart like sharp daggers. Though she was reluctant to accept it, Wang Gan's sudden disappearance that morning seemed to corroborate Li Meili's assertions. Could he indeed be a fraud? Was she just a plaything for him? Sun Qing's heart plummeted into despair, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She felt both foolish and degraded for having believed in such a ridiculous wager, for naively surrendering her innocence. Observing Sun Qing's heart-wrenching sorrow, Li Meili let out a sigh, her tone softening slightly. All right, stop crying. Every woman has her share of such experiences. Consider last night a lesson learned. From now on, keep your eyes open and don't let yourself be deceived by such smooth-talking men again. Hurry and get ready for work at the bar. Brother Dao is waiting for you to explain your absence yesterday. Sun Qing silently wiped away her tears, her heart heavy with regret and bitterness, as well as resentment towards the man who had vanished. Meanwhile, Wang Gan, who had already been thoroughly scolded, had taken 2 different taxis and was now several kilometers away from the lottery center, wary of being followed. Suddenly, the pleasant sound of a text notification chimed, prompting Wang Gan to quickly check his phone. Gazing at the dizzying string of numbers totaling 1,000,000,000, a smile finally broke out at the corners of his mouth. He opened his banking app and refreshed the balance. He had to commend the swift processing. They had promised it would take 1 to 2 business days, yet the funds had arrived in less than an hour. His first substantial fortune had arrived. From this moment on, Wang Gan would no longer be the impoverished student fretting over living expenses or seeking others' approval. His life was destined to change completely. The first step, purchase a car, a luxury vehicle that befits his newfound worth. He opened his phone's map to locate areas with a concentration of luxury car dealerships. Chapter 25. Acquiring a luxury car, gazing at the balance in his account, Wang Gan felt as though he was walking on air. Over 10 million. This substantial sum weighed heavily on his mind, bringing excitement alongside an unprecedented sense of security. With money in his pocket, he felt untroubled, though the funds had just arrived. He was already eagerly planning how to allocate this wealth. Investing in Bitcoin was his primary task. He must swiftly invest the majority of his capital before the onset of the next bull market. This represents the pivotal moment for him to achieve exponential wealth growth in the future. Secondly, it is essential to enhance the quality of life. Money is meant to be earned and spent, not left to languish in a bank. Wang Gan holds little regard for the meager interest that barely outpaces inflation. Having endured a constrained existence in his past life, he is determined to lavishly reward himself in this one. The sudden influx of wealth demands a form of retaliatory consumption. After years of struggling in the provincial capital, with no stable place to call his own, frequently chased away by landlords, the sense of frustration can only be understood by those who have experienced it. Purchasing a home is imperative, and it must be a spacious apartment or villa in a prime location to withstand the market down in a decade from now. However, the funds at his disposal seem insufficient for such opulence. Nevertheless, there is no rush in acquiring property. The selection process should be deliberate. At that time, the capital can be allowed to flourish in the World Cup festivities. Currently, the most pressing need is a vehicle that befits his newfound status, not only for convenience, but also to manifest his identity and cultivate his persona as a wealthy individual. In a society that places great value on appearances, a fine automobile often speaks louder than 100 words. What car should he choose? Without hesitation, the emblem of the distinguished blue and white logo materialized in his mind. Driving a BMW, riding in a Mercedes. As a university student, there is no need for a chauffeur. A BMW, specifically the flagship BMW 7 Series. In 2014, the BMW 7 Series epitomized the pinnacle of luxury sedans, exuding prestige whether in business settings or casual outings. Driving a 7 Series would undoubtedly elevate his status wherever he went. As for electric vehicles, Wang Gan deemed it best to pass for now. This was the choice. Resolute. He promptly retrieved his phone, preparing to head to the automobile city located in the southern part of town. At that moment, a business card slipped from his pocket, revealing the name of the girl he had abruptly left earlier that morning, Sun Qing. Previously, in his haste to claim a prize, he had dismissed her presence. Not even the ethereal Lu Tianxian could have deterred him. Now that all had settled, his interest was rekindled. The allure of fine cars paired with beautiful women made the prospect of picking up a vehicle alone seem rather dull. How could he not share such an experience? He recalled the somewhat absurd wager from the previous night and his promise to gift her a phone. Although he could easily renege on it, Wang Gan did not consider himself heartless. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to engage with this girl and assess her character before making a decision. Should she exhibit a bit of charm, he would be inclined to share his fortune. If she proved to be overly demanding and lacking in restraint, it would be farewell. It must be noted that Wang Gan had a deep-seated traditionalism, and Sun Qing's innocence had certainly added to her appeal. Moreover, taking a young and attractive companion to purchase a luxury car seemed to align perfectly with the narrative of a wealthy individual. With a smile gracing his lips, he dialed the number on the card. The phone rang for an eternity, and just as he was about to hang up, it was finally answered. On the other end, Sun Qing's voice came through, thick with nasal congestion and sounding rather fatigued. "Hello, who is this? It sounds as though you have just wept bitterly or perhaps spent a restless night." "It is I, Wang Gan, who spoke in a calm tone." "Ah, is that you, Brother Gan?" Sun Qing's voice soared by an octave, brimming with disbelief and immense joy. "Is it truly you, Brother Gan? Where are you?" On the other end of the line, another woman's voice could be faintly discerned, sharp and caustic. "Who is that? Is it that loser who deceived you last night? How dare he call again? Does he not feel satiated and seeks to trick you once more? Do not pay him any mind. If he dares to harass you again, I shall ensure he is dealt with." It was Li Mei's voice. Wang Gan disregarded the background noise and succinctly stated, "I am about to purchase a car. Would you like to join me for a look? I could use your advice." "Buying a car?" Sun Qing exclaimed, astonished and elated. Just moments ago, Li Mei had remarked that he might be a pretender, yet now he was on the verge of making a significant purchase. Brother Gan must certainly have pressing matters to attend to, hence his call at this hour. Sun Qing chastised herself internally. She quickly responded, "Yes, of course. Where are you? I will come right away." Faintly, Li Mei could be heard scoffing on the other end. Buying a car? Likely just a modest domestic vehicle to maintain appearances. Perhaps a Great Wall or something similar. Wang Gan paid no heed to the noise and mentioned the name of a car dealership. Oh, very well. Brother Gan, please wait for me. I shall be there promptly." Sun Qing, fueled by excitement akin to a surge of adrenaline, eagerly affirmed, her previous feelings of sorrow and disappointment vanishing into thin air. "Simply take a taxi to the BMW dealership in the south of the city and wait for me. I will reimburse you for the fare." "The BMW dealership?" Sun Qing gasped once more, followed by a wave of ecstatic joy. "All right, Brother Gan, I will go immediately." After hanging up, Sun Qing nearly leaped from her bed, frantically rummaging through her belongings for suitable attire, preening herself before the mirror. A profound sense of happiness left her lightheaded. He had not deceived me. He truly reached out to me, and he is taking me to the BMW dealership. Observing her nearly frantic excitement, Li Mei rolled her eyes and could not resist dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. "Look at your naivety. What going to the BMW dealership? He might just be taking you to look at cars, not purchasing one for you. Even if he were to buy, it would likely be a modest vehicle, perhaps a Great Wall or BYD, merely for show. Do not get ahead of yourself." Yet at that moment, Sun Qing was completely intoxicated by her soaring hopes, unable to absorb any of Li Mei's cautions. To her, Wang Gan's willingness to reconnect and take her to such an upscale BMW dealership signified boundless possibilities. Even if, as Mei had suggested, it was merely to peruse a domestic car, the prospect of being with this enigmatic Brother Gan filled her with contentment. Moreover, during their brief encounter the previous night, Brother Gan's charismatic demeanor was not something a poor individual could feign. Those surrounding him appeared to gravitate towards him. "I have an eye for character, and I cannot be mistaken." With an overwhelming sense of excitement and anticipation, Sun Qing hastily summoned a taxi, racing towards the BMW 4S dealership that she had previously only dared to pass by, never venturing inside. Chapter 26. The 7 Series in the automotive city of Southern Muling. The BMW 4S dealership boasted a spacious and luminous showroom, where gleaming new BMWs sparkled under the lights, exuding a metallic sheen and an air of opulence. The distinct scent of fresh leather lingered in the atmosphere. Wang Gan arrived ahead of Sun Qing, dressed in casual attire that, while not luxurious, fit him well and appeared clean. His composed and confident demeanor, a result of his rebirth, harmonized with the upscale surroundings. Upon entering, he was greeted by a tall, elegant sales consultant named Jiang Xiaoya, whose appearance was strikingly attractive. "Good day, sir. Welcome to BMW. I am the sales consultant, Jiang Xiaoya. How may I assist you today?" Her voice was melodious, and her approach was warm, clearly indicating her professional training. As one of the top sales representatives in the dealership, she possessed an acute ability to read customers. Noticing Wang Gan's youthful appearance and casual sportswear, she surmised he might merely be browsing or was a customer with a limited budget. Just then, a taxi pulled up outside, and Sun Qing hurriedly descended. She had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance, donning her finest dress and applying a touch of makeup. However, perhaps due to haste or limited aesthetic judgment, her makeup appeared somewhat unrefined, and her dress bore the unmistakable style of a popular online shop, complemented by a pair of slightly worn wedge sandals. This starkly contrasted with the dealership's upscale ambience and Jiang Xiaoya's polished professional image. She rushed to Wang Gan's side, her face alight with excitement yet tinged with a hint of shyness as she softly exclaimed, "Gan Go, I'm here." Jiang Xiaoya observed Sun Qing's demeanor, then glanced at Wang Gan, a fleeting look of subtle disdain crossing her eyes. The customer profile became increasingly clear in her mind. She promptly labeled Wang Gan as a likely individual with a modest amount of money, seeking to impress his girlfriend by perusing cars, probably with the intention of purchasing an entry-level 1 Series or a standard 3 Series. Nevertheless, her professionalism ensured that her smile remained unchanged as she courteously addressed the pair. "Good day, sir and madam. Do you have a particular model in mind? Perhaps you would like to consider the 3 Series? Wang Gan disregarded Jiang Xiaoya's scrutiny and Sun Qing's unease, directly stating, "We are looking at the 7 Series. "Very well, sir. Right this way, please." Jiang Xiaoya felt a twinge of surprise, internally questioning the audacity of his claim. Yet, she maintained her professional demeanor, guiding them towards the innermost and most prominent area of the showroom, showcasing the flagship models. There, a sleek black BMW 740 luxury sedan stood majestically on the platform. Its streamlined body, imposing front fascia, iconic kidney grille, and angelic headlights emanating the aura of a top-tier luxury vehicle. Sun Qing gazed at the car, whose price surpassed that of her family's home several times over. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her palms grew clammy with nervousness, and she dared not approach too closely. Fearing even the slightest scratch might result in an insurmountable loss, Jiang Xiaoya began to eloquently expound upon the myriad features, performance specifications, and pricing of the BMW 7 Series. "Sir, this model is the luxurious BMW 740, equipped with a 3.0 twin-turbocharged engine. It boasts our latest driving assistance system, a rear entertainment setup, and sumptuous leather seating." She enumerated a series of high-end configurations before concluding with a smile, "The official guide price for this vehicle is 14.38 million yuan, and we currently have some promotional offers available." Though her tone was gentle and professional, a discerning ear might detect a hint of sarcasm. Wang Gan was perceptive enough to notice, yet he chose to conceal his awareness. After all, it was only natural to be looked down upon when one was merely browsing for a fine car. "Just wait for the moment when I prove them wrong," he thought to himself. He circled the vehicle, opened the door, and examined the interior. The spaciousness, exquisite craftsmanship, and cutting-edge dashboard indeed aligned with his expectations of luxury. Not being a car enthusiast well-versed in technical specifications, he felt no inclination to delve into details or even take a test drive. Standardized industrial production assured a basic level of quality. Should he encounter any deceit from a dealership, he could always resort to legal recourse. After all, having wealth and leisure afforded him a certain audacity. He interrupted Jiang Xiao's enthusiastic monologue, inquiring, "Is this car available for immediate purchase?" Taken aback by Wang Gan's directness, she quickly checked the inventory system, and her face lit up with delight. "Sir, you are in luck. We have a vehicle in the same model and configuration, in obsidian black, readily available. All paperwork is in order, and if you decide to proceed today, we can finalize the transaction by this afternoon." Wang Gan nodded decisively, adopting a tone reminiscent of a market vendor finalizing a sale. "All right, I'll take this one. Full payment." "Very well, sir." Jiang Xiaoya, who had instinctively begun to outline financing options, froze in disbelief at his last two words. Her eyes widened, struggling to comprehend. "Sir, what did you say?" "Full payment." Beside her, Sun Qin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "Full payment for a BMW 7 Series? Over 140,000. Her mind struggled to process the reality of the man who had taken her to a budget hotel just the day before. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. As a seasoned salesperson, Jiang Xia quickly regained her composure, realizing she had encountered the legendary affluent client. The condescension she had previously felt evaporated, replaced by overwhelming excitement and elation. Selling a fully paid 7 Series would undoubtedly yield a substantial commission. Her demeanor transformed dramatically. Her smile became radiant and ingratiating, her voice adopting a more melodious tone. "Mr. Wang, is it? You are truly impressive. Please have a seat. I will promptly assist you with the necessary paperwork. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea?" Wang Gan let out a dismissive snicker. "Please take a seat. Enjoy some tea. The ancients do not deceive me. In this world, one is esteemed for their attire rather than their character." He had indeed made the right decision to purchase an extravagant car to showcase his status. The commotion attracted the attention of the sales manager from the fourth store. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and rather portly, approached briskly, his face adorned with a broad smile. "May I inquire your esteemed surname, sir?" "I am Li Ming, the sales manager here." "Ah, young Master Wang, your discernment is truly commendable. The 7 Series is our flagship model, a symbol of status and taste." Manager Li enthusiastically shook Wang Gan's hand and discreetly glanced at Sun Qin beside him, before dismissing her from his thoughts. He politely suggested, "Young Master Wang, our store is currently offering exceptionally favorable financial loan policies for the 7 Series. The interest rates are quite low. Would you care to consider it? This would allow you to maximize your funds, and we handle the process with great ease." However, his concern was not genuinely for Wang Gan, but rather for the substantial fees the store would earn from processing the loan, along with the generous rebates from a bank. Wang Gan interrupted him with a dismissive wave of his hand, a hint of impatience in his tone. "No need. It's too troublesome. I'll pay in full. With my card." Chapter 27. It's not that they aren't proactive. Manager Li attempted to persuade him further, but Wang Gan's impatience finally surfaced. "No loan, no sale. Is that it? Then I shall go to Mercedes and see for myself. I refuse to believe that with money I cannot purchase a car." With that, he took Sun Qin's hand and prepared to leave. Wait, young Master Wang, there has been a misunderstanding." Manager Li quickly plastered on a smile, clarifying, "I underestimated your wisdom. I thought you would engage in some financial planning like those other bosses. I beg your pardon. Let me assist young Master Wang with the paperwork promptly." "Huh? Do you think I am like those rural tycoons? Must I wrangle over the funds to buy a car?" Wang Gan boasted arrogantly while retrieving his wallet and producing a freshly arrived bank card. Having been reborn, he was now in his 30s, and he was all too familiar with the circumstances Manager Li described. For instance, his close friend, Zhou Xingjia, who lived off others, had taken out a loan when purchasing a Mercedes SUV. As Zhou Xingjia would say, while the car loan's interest may seem considerable, it is far preferable for those who own businesses than a mortgage. Additionally, having liquid funds can yield unexpected benefits, potentially proving life-saving in critical moments. However, the thrill of flaunting his wealth was intoxicating, especially with others seemingly hanging on his every word. It is no wonder that some become arrogant after achieving success. Who could resist such temptation? The bank card was merely a standard card. Manager Lee felt a twinge of mockery, but maintained his professionalism. He thought to himself, it is merely a matter of time to ascertain whether he is genuine or not. Soon, the transaction was complete. With a beep, the full payment was received. Manager Lee and Jiang Xiaoya were left utterly speechless. This individual was indeed an authentic magnate. Moreover, he exuded an air of humility. The country is truly a land of hidden talents, filled with individuals of great wealth. One must never underestimate others. Otherwise, a lucrative business opportunity could slip away. Especially for Jiang Xiaoya. Her gaze towards Wang Gan transformed from mere enthusiasm to something far more profound. The subsequent process of handling the formalities was imbued with unabashed flirtation and allure. The manner in which tea was served and water poured became increasingly intimate. As the address for Wang Gan shifted from Sir to the endearing Wang Xiao, she leaned in close, her body almost imperceptibly brushing against him. Her tone so tender it seemed to exude sweetness. Even when Sun Qing was momentarily distracted, she slyly cast a flirtatious glance at Wang Gan, attempting to use her beauty to usurp the seemingly unsophisticated Sun Qing's position. Wang Gan observed Jiang Xiaoya's subtle maneuvers with a cold smile within. Indeed, women only appear passive when they are disinterested in you. Jiang Xiaoya's beauty could easily earn her the title of Campus Belle, which explained her thriving career in a luxury car dealership. Wang Gan suppressed a slight thrill, choosing not to indulge her overtures. Firstly, Sun Qing had only recently entered his life. It would be inappropriate to flirt with another in her presence. Secondly, since a gold digger had made her move, she would surely not relent without further attempts. He decided to remain an observer, calmly sipping his tea while awaiting the completion of the formalities. Meanwhile, Sun Qing sat anxiously beside him, acutely aware of the beautiful saleswoman's intentions toward Wang Gan. She could feel the unabashed superiority and disdain in the woman's gaze directed at her, which surged within her a profound sense of inferiority, making her wish to disappear into the ground. Yet at the same time, witnessing Wang Gan's extravagant demeanor filled her with vanity and satisfaction. This complex tapestry of emotions deepened her dependence on and admiration for him. During the wait for the temporary license plate to be processed, Jiang Xiaoya took out her phone and opened the WeChat QR code, sweetly imploring Wang Gan, Wanga, let us add each other on WeChat. Should you have any questions regarding vehicle usage in the future, I am at your service 24/7. By the way, I'll add you to our BMW 7 Series owner group. It consists of our most esteemed owners, where we share driving experiences online and occasionally organize road trips or exclusive tasting events offline. Wang Gan nodded nonchalantly. For most, such networking opportunities might be invaluable, but for him, they were utterly inconsequential. He anticipated that once the time was right, discussions about wealth would be irrelevant, as financial freedom spanning generations would be assured. As soon as he was added to the WeChat group named 7 Series Exclusive Exchange, his phone began to buzz incessantly. Immediately, 5 or 6 glamorous female owners, their profiles adorned with stunning selfies and social media filled with designer handbags, luxurious afternoon teas, and ostentatious car interiors, deliberately showcasing their logos, reached out to him. Hello, handsome. Are you new here? Welcome to the family. Which model of the 7 Series do you own? I'm also a 7 Series owner. Looking forward to your guidance. Shy newcomers. Share your photos. Wink. Wang Gan regarded these messages with a faint smirk. Indeed, it was precisely as he had heard in his previous life. This so-called elite car owner group was undoubtedly teeming with socialites masquerading as owners, all while seeking affluent suitors. It is indeed reminiscent of a grand online banquet, with the likes of a lavish feast. Beside him, Sun Qing noticed the continuous influx of alluring female avatars and friend requests popping up on Wang Gan's phone screen. A tinge of unease crept into her demeanor as she bit her lip and softly inquired, "Who are they? Are they owners of luxury cars as well?" Her tone carried a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. Amused by her anxious expression, reminiscent of a kitten guarding its food, Wang Gan chuckled softly. He playfully pinched her slightly chubby cheeks, which had a childlike innocence due to her nervousness, and teased, "Silly girl, are you feeling jealous?" As Sun Qing's gaze flushed with bashfulness, he continued, "Most of them are professional players, adept at mingling within various luxury car groups and exclusive clubs, fishing for attention. Their social media may appear glamorous, but they likely don't even own the cars they flaunt. They're not our kind, so there's no need to pay them any mind." Upon hearing Wang Gan's words and feeling the warmth of his affectionate gesture, Sun Qing's mood brightened considerably, her worries dissipating. She nodded in partial understanding, even sensing that Wang Gan might find her naive demeanor somewhat endearing. Wang Gan, observing her easily appeased disposition and her slight air of self-satisfaction, found himself increasingly enchanted by this innocent girl. Such a girl was easy to manage and brought peace of mind. Under the attentive service of the store manager and sales advisor, Jiang Xiaoya, the car purchasing process was completed swiftly. Insurance, purchase tax, and temporary plates were all meticulously arranged. The brand-new black BMW 7 Series was thoroughly cleaned and elegantly rolled out to the showroom entrance. The sleek body glimmered under the sunlight, exuding understated luxury. "Mr. Wang, your beloved car is ready. We wish you delightful journeys." The manager, along with Jiang Xiaoya and others, beamed as they respectfully handed the car keys to Wang Gan. Jiang Xiao seized the moment to lightly graze her fingertip across Wang Gan's palm, her eyes laden with suggestion. Wang Gan accepted the keys, neither affirming nor denying their flattery, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As he opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, he relished the comfort of the leather upholstery and the enveloping aura of luxury. Sun Qing cautiously took her place in the passenger seat, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush, her hands unsure of where to rest. Wang Gan started the engine, its low, melodious rumble resonating as they smoothly departed from the dealership, leaving behind a chorus of envious and respectful gazes. The salespeople, who themselves lacked the means to drive such opulent vehicles, were mere spectators in this lavish display. On the road, it felt as though they commanded an unspoken authority. The usual road hogs and aggressive drivers that Wang Gan had often encountered in his past seemingly vanished. "Gango, where are we headed now?" Sun Qing fumbled to fasten her seatbelt, her voice trembling with anticipation. She felt as if she were in a dream. Wang Gan, eyes fixed ahead, casually replied, "Let us buy you a few outfits." Having resolved to embrace her as his own, he deemed it essential to enhance her appearance, for he wouldn't want to feel embarrassed introducing her to the world. Sun Qing possesses a solid foundation, and being youthful, she can easily surpass others with just a slight enhancement in her appearance. However, Gange, you promised me yesterday that you would buy me a phone. Sun Qing, at the tender age of 18 and fresh out of high school, finds the allure of a flagship smartphone far more compelling than that of clothing. Naturally, having made a promise, he would not go back on his word. "Which brand do you desire? What color? How about Samsung? The curved screen is quite aesthetically pleasing." Sun Qing's heart raced with excitement. He truly intends to buy her a phone. She quickly replied, "Apple. The iPhone, the same one you have. The luxurious gold is the most beautiful." Although Samsung is also a prestigious brand, it pales in comparison to the prestige of the iPhone. She had long envied Ganji's luxurious gold version. When she first started working, she fantasized about owning one after seeing her friends use it. Ulrich Gangenovet, turning the direction towards Zinjiku. Upon arriving at the Apple authorized store in Zinjiku, Gangu led Sun Qing inside. The store was relatively quiet this time, and he did not see Ji Qin, indicating she was not on shift. "Hello, I would like to purchase an iPhone 5, 64 gigabytes in luxurious gold," Gangu stated to the approaching salesperson. The staff, upon recognizing Gangu and noticing the somewhat shy Sun Qing beside him, understood the situation. They quietly acknowledged that the young lady had some influence, persuading the affluent young man to spend generously. And he was quite handsome too, despite some internal musings. The staff swiftly processed the purchase. When the brand new, still sealed iPhone 5 in luxurious gold was handed to Sun Qing, she delicately caressed the cool metallic exterior, her fingers trembling slightly. This was the phone she had dreamed of. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sun Qing nearly burst into tears, cradling the phone in her hands, turning it over and over, unable to let go. "Thank you, Gange. I'm so grateful to you. She stammered in her gratitude. Is this how you express your thanks? Sunshine quickly rose on her toes and planted a swift kiss on his cheek. All right, let's go, Gangu replied nonchalantly, though internally he was elated. The emotional value Sun Qing brought was far greater than that of Wu Yue from years past. This expenditure, merely a few thousand yuan, was well worth it. Having fulfilled Sun Qing's core desire, Gangu took her, still buzzing with excitement, to initiate a transformation in her wardrobe. Let us pick out a few outfits to replace what you're wearing, Gangu suggested. Sun Qing paused for a moment. Then her face lit up with ecstatic joy. Not only was she receiving a phone, but also new clothes. She had thought it was already fortunate to acquire a phone today, but unexpectedly, her joy was doubled. This Gangu was exceptionally generous. He did not take her to those high-end luxury boutiques, where items cost tens of thousands, as he believed Sun Qing was not yet ready for that level of extravagance. Instead, he chose some contemporary luxury brands and designer collective stores within the mall, such as those that offered stylish yet accessible fashion. This dress is lovely. It complements your complexion beautifully. Give it a try, he encouraged. The ensemble, reminiscent of the classic Chanel style, is quite appealing, exuding an air of sophistication. Perhaps a different pair of shoes with a slight heel would be more suitable. How about these nude high heels? Additionally, a handbag would complement the outfit nicely. This petite square bag seems appropriate for your age. Wang Gan possesses a keen eye for fashion, swiftly coordinating several outfits for Sun Qing, drawing inspiration from his memories of certain socialites and escort standards. The clothing, shoes, and bags, each priced between several thousand to tens of thousands, collectively amounted to approximately 50 to 60,000 yuan. For Wang Gan, this expenditure was negligible. But for Sun Qing, it represented an astronomical sum. She felt an urge to refuse, but was simultaneously captivated by her vanity. Sun Qing found herself passively directed by Wang Gan to try on the outfits, watching as brands she had only dared to admire from afar transformed into her own identity. She felt dizzy, as if she were living in a dream. Gazing into the mirror at her refreshed and stylish reflection, she could scarcely believe her eyes. Upon exiting the fitting room, she noticed Wang Gan leaning against the door, waiting for her, her heart swelling with gratitude and an indescribable emotion. Yet, the familiar pang of insecurity from her earlier experience resurfaced, fearing that this bliss might shatter like a soap bubble. Approaching Wang Gan, she cautiously inquired with a hint of eagerness, "Brother Gan, do I look good in this? Am I still a source of embarrassment for you?" The saleswoman from earlier had been so beautiful and articulate. Wang Gan recognized the young girl's insecurity, sensing her desire for reassurance. However, he was no longer the submissive figure he once was. He believed that, in addition to spending money, he should provide emotional value. Wasn't this a reversal of roles? He frowned, interrupting her with a hint of impatience. Stop dwelling on trivial matters. If I buy it for you, wear it. As long as the clothes fit and I like them, that's all that matters. From now on, follow my lead. Don't ask what you shouldn't, and don't think what you shouldn't. Just focus on your own responsibilities. He required a compliant and dependable companion to alleviate his loneliness, not someone prone to overthinking and insecurity. This was merely the beginning. Making excessive promises could lead to unforeseen complications. Oh, I understand, Brother Gan. Sun Qing, startled by his indifferent tone, quickly lowered her head, refraining from further questioning. Good. She was obedient and sensible, just as they were leaving the mall. Laden with bags and with Sun Qing holding her new phone, her face radiated happiness and satisfaction. Fate, however, had other plans as Wang Gan unexpectedly crossed paths with Wu Yue and Xinjing once more. The two women observed intently from across the way. The girl beside Wang Gan, though unfamiliar, was holding the latest model of the iPhone and donned the current season's collection from a luxury brand they recognized. Furthermore, Wang Gan was carrying several shopping bags from brands they were well acquainted with. Had he attended a gathering with female classmates yesterday, and now was flirting with a young girl today? He had no money to buy me concert tickets, but could afford to treat someone a hot pot and shop at a high-end mall. Men are all the same. Aren't they? Didn't he promise to love me forever and cherish me? The smile on Wu Yue's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a complex an inscrutable expression. She pressed her lips tightly together, choosing silence. Chapter 29. Ignoring Wu Yue remained silent, while Chen Jing, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury. Although she had lost the argument the previous night, the psychological advantage gained from nearly 3 years of interaction with Wang Gan left her undaunted. After all, he was merely a sycophant, a coward. Chen Jing strode up to Wang Gan, pointing at Sun Qing, and exclaimed sharply, "Wang Gan, what do you mean by this? Who is this woman? Buy her a phone. Clothes. Are your eyes blind? Look at her rustic appearance. How does she compare to our Wei Wei?" Chen Jing, in a fit of rage, spoke without regard for decorum, driven not solely by loyalty to her dear friend. Jealousy and resentment were the predominant sentiments. She considered herself youthful and vibrant. Yet it seemed that the handsome scions of wealth were utterly oblivious to her allure. Among the girls in class, the boys either pursued He Qing Qian or sought to curry favor with her friend Wu Yue. Even the tomboyish Wang Qi had admirers. And here was Chen Jing, a beautiful young lady, left with suitors who were either nerdy and detestable or impoverished pretenders. Quality men were simply too scarce. Now, the young girl beside Wang Gan, though adorned with high-end luxury items, was clad in cheap, mass-produced garments. Such fine things wasted on her were akin to a jewel in a pig's snout. Chen Jing could not fathom why Wang Gan chose to feign poverty, nor why he had ceased to do so. However, it was utterly intolerable to see him spending money on this girl. She felt as though it were her own money being squandered. Wang Gan regarded Chen Jing, whose demeanor resembled that of a shrew, with a flicker of disdain. In their previous life together, Wu Yue had been responsible for at least a third of their arguments. As a classmate and friend, she exhibited a complete lack of decorum. All the romantic surprises during holidays had been her suggestions. Many of the snacks and cosmetics they enjoyed had been purchased with her contributions. For this ungrateful parasite, he could hardly muster the effort to engage in a debate. Even uttering another word to her felt superfluous. Ignoring such a raucous woman would be the most effective rebuke. However, Chen Jing's subsequent words halted him in his tracks. Seemingly unsatisfied with merely berating Wang Gan, she turned her vitriol toward the downcast Sun Qing, speaking with extreme malice and disdain. "And you, don't think that donning a few new garments and wielding a new phone can transform you from a chicken into a phoenix. A country chicken remains a country chicken. The essence of your poverty cannot be washed away. What is there to be proud of in being a kept mistress? Who are you calling a mistress?" Sun Qing, who had kept her head bowed, suddenly raised it, her eyes red and glaring at Chen Jing, summoning the courage to retort. At that moment, security personnel in the shopping mall took notice of the commotion and began to approach. Wang Gan, not wishing to entangle himself further in the situation, realized he could not resort to physical confrontation lest he provoke a backlash. Engaging in futile discourse with her resulted in an unwarranted loss of identity. Consequently, she clutched Sun Qing and made to depart. Wu Yue, taken aback by her friend's apparent frenzy, discerned that the previous night's events had significantly impacted her. She also tugged at Chen Jing, whispering in a low tone, "Chen Jing, let it be. No more words. Let us leave." At that moment, they remained completely immersed in their disdain and resentment towards Wang Gan, who, in their eyes, had blundered by choosing a rustic girl. They were oblivious to Wang Gan's current financial standing and failed to realize that just outside the mall, in a parking lot, a brand new black BMW 7 Series, a symbol of ultimate wealth and status, awaited its owner. Throughout this scene, Wang Gan offered them not even a fleeting glance. He simply wrapped his arm around Sun Qing's waist and walked past them with determination. This utter and heartfelt disregard proved far more damaging than any venomous words could convey. Once they had distanced themselves, Sun Qing could still sense the complex gazes directed at them from behind. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, she quietly inquired of Wang Gan. "Gangu, that girl seemed rather upset. Is she your ex-girlfriend?" Wang Gan gently squeezed her hand, responding with a casual tone, as if discussing an inconsequential passerby. "Their happiness is of no concern to me. Merely a buffoon. Ignore her. Just focus on being yourself." His blunt, yet somehow enchanting words instantly dispelled Sun Qing's unease, wrapping her in a comforting illusion of protection and validation. She nodded, her her face brightening with a renewed smile. As twilight descended, Wang Gan glanced at the time and remarked to Sun Qing, "It's getting late. Let me take you somewhere nice for dinner, and then we can rest." This time, he eschewed any casual arrangements and instead activated the car's navigation system, entering the name Jinling Hotel. This establishment is one of the oldest and most renowned five-star hotels in Moling City, epitomizing the pinnacle of luxury and service in the region. When the navigation announced that their destination was Jinling Hotel, Sun Qing gasped softly. She had heard of this place, a venue that graced television news and newspapers, frequented by the true upper echelons of society. "Gonggo, are we really going there?" Sun Qing's voice trembled with excitement. "Yes," Wang Gan replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. After more than half an hour, the black BMW 7 Series glided into the Jinling Hotel, ultimately halting at the magnificent entrance adorned with a resplendent red carpet. A sharply dressed doorman swiftly approached, respectfully opening the door for Wang Gan and Sun Qing. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Sun Qing was utterly awestruck by the sight before her. The soaring dome, the dazzling giant crystal chandelier, the marble floor that gleamed like a mirror, and the air suffused with a subtle fragrance enveloped her senses. Elegantly attired guests conversed in hushed tones, while trained waitstaff navigated the space with grace. All of this made her feel as though she had stepped into an entirely different realm, one that was completely detached from her previous existence, brimming with opulence and a palpable sense of distance. Her palms grew clammy with nervousness as she closely followed Wang Gan, scarcely daring to lift her gaze to explore her surroundings. Wang Gan appeared remarkably composed. The balance in his bank card provided him with immense confidence. He strode directly to the front desk, presenting his identification to check in. "Good day, sir. What type of room would you prefer?" inquired the receptionist with a smile. "Please provide me with a suite that offers the finest view of the river," Wang Gan replied in an unperturbed tone. "Certainly, sir. The luxurious Riverview suite is priced at 6,888 yuan for one night. May I kindly request your identification?" The receptionist disclosed the price. 6,888. Sun Qing gasped audibly upon hearing that figure, unable to contain her astonishment. She whispered to Wang Gan, "Brother Gan, this is far too expensive. The cost for one night is equivalent to our family's annual expenses. Shall we consider an alternative?" Her family had always been frugal, and their food budget could never reach such a sum. Wang Gan, undeterred by her incredulity, handed over his ID and bank card, completing the registration. He was aware that the price was somewhat inflated. Five-star hotels often had negotiated rates, and employees of certain large corporations could enjoy substantial discounts. However, as it was his first experience indulging in such luxury, he chose not to dwell on the trivialities. After all, one must take from the people to serve the people. If money is not spent, how can it circulate? How can the economy thrive? With the room key in hand, guided by the attendant, the two ascended to the opulent Riverview suite located on a higher floor. Upon opening the heavy door, a lavish space of over 100 square meters unfolded before them. The expansive living room boasted a soft, comfortable sofa, while the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows framed the shimmering Yangtze River and the dazzling city skyline across the water. The bedroom was furnished with a grand bed and an independent dressing room, while the bathroom featured a luxurious massage bathtub. Chapter 30. Father's Gambling, Mother's Illness. Brother studies upon entering the room. The extravagant decor and spaciousness left Sun Qing utterly captivated. She felt as if she had stumbled into a royal palace, much like Cinderella. Standing before the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, she gazed down at the city lights below, twinkling like stars in the night sky. The soft carpet beneath her feet and the refreshing air from the central air conditioning system enveloped her in a sense of comfort. It seemed as though she were floating on a cloud. Everything felt surreal. From a moment she met Wang Gan at the bar last night to now standing in this luxurious suite, less than 24 hours had passed. Yet her life had undergone a monumental transformation. The stark contrast between wealth and poverty struck her, causing her once tightly wound nerves to fray. The humiliation she endured from Chunjing during the day, her uncertainty about the future, and her complex emotions towards the man who had altered her destiny all intertwined. bringing her to the brink of tears. Wang Gan retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the bar and offered it to her, observing her tear-streaked face. Rather than comforting her in the typical manner, he calmly inquired, "What troubles you?" Perhaps it was the weight of her suppressed emotions, or perhaps the luxurious and intimate setting provided her with a sense of security. Sun Qing accepted the water and, in a fragmented manner, unveiled her life story. She hailed from a remote and impoverished village, where the conditions were dire. Her father's lack of ambition led him to succumb to the vice of gambling in his youth, draining the family's savings and incurring substantial debts. Menacing creditors frequently visited their home, creating an atmosphere of chaos and distress. Her mother, worn down by years of toil and worry, suffered from chronic illness, requiring long-term medication that imposed a heavy financial burden. Additionally, she had a younger brother in middle school, the family's sole hope, who also needed financial support for his education. As the eldest daughter, Sun Qing bore the heavy responsibility of providing for her family. Having dropped out of high school, she followed her compatriots to Moling to seek work. Lacking education and skills, she could only secure menial jobs. Recently, she was introduced by her compatriot Li Meili to work as a beverage promoter at a bar. Although the job was arduous and often involved enduring harassment from patrons, the income exceeded that of her previous factory job. To earn a bit more commission, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Her greatest aspiration was to earn enough money to help her family repay their debts, ensuring her mother could receive proper medical care and her brother could complete his university education, thereby changing their fate. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, her voice choking with emotion, vividly portraying the struggles and helplessness of a girl from a typical low-income family before Wang Gan. Wang Gan listened quietly, his expression remaining largely unchanged. He had encountered numerous tales of this somewhat cliché yet painfully realistic nature during his own struggles at the lower echelons of society in his past life. Was it merely the tale of a gambling father, ailing mother, and an aspiring student brother? Wang Gan felt neither excessive sympathy nor disdain. Instead, he was further convinced that Sun Qing represented an ideal subject for his control. Her acute financial distress and heavy family burdens provided ample motivation for her to seek the support of a stronger figure. Young and inexperienced, she was easily swayed by material allure and appearances, rendering her susceptible to manipulation. Wang Gan had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. He envisioned renting a decent apartment for her in a convenient location near the school, providing her with a stable allowance to extricate her from her chaotic environment and social circle. This arrangement would ensure her safety and loyalty, transforming her into a reliable personal assistant at his beck and call. As for emotions, they were non-existent. For him, this remained a transaction. He provided material support, and Sun Qing offered her youth and obedience. Nothing more. Sun Qing's most significant issue lay in her recent outpouring of feelings, which revealed no sense of personal agency. Was she merely a sibling caretaker? Although money was merely a numerical value to Wang Gan, excessive greed could extinguish his interest in further engagement. However, it was still premature to dwell on such matters. Time would reveal the outcome. After listening to Sun Qing's tearful confession, Wang Gan offered no comforting words, but simply handed her a tissue. "Are you hungry? Let's go eat." Sun Qing quickly dried her tears and nodded in agreement. Wang Gan escorted Sun Qing into a hotel, an upscale Western restaurant renowned for its exquisite seafood. The ambience was refined, with soft lighting and gentle background music flowing through the air. The waitstaff, clad in elegant tailcoats, exuded politeness and sophistication. Wang Gan casually ordered several signature dishes: Australian lobster, French baked snails, black truffle pasta, and Kobe steak, each dish priced to astonish the average working-class individual. For Sun Qing, this was an extravagant experience she had never even dared to imagine in her dreams. She was so nervous that she barely glanced at the menu, instead watching Wang Gan as he skillfully engaged with the waiter to place their order. Although Wang Gan had little experience himself, he was not ignorant of fine dining. After all, in the era of short videos, there were numerous programs showcasing restaurant experiences. Dining etiquette felt trivial. What truly mattered was the wealth in one's pocket. As dishes, resembling exquisite works of art, were presented at their table. Sun Qing was completely mesmerized by the spectacle before her. Particularly captivating was the large, brilliantly red Australian lobster, which elicited a soft gasp of astonishment from her. "Go ahead and eat," Wang Gan encouraged, picking up his knife and fork, gesturing for her to relax. Sun Qing cautiously followed suit, attempting to emulate him as she clumsily cut into her steak. "Would you like me to ask the waiter for chopsticks?" he inquired. "Oh no. No, that's unnecessary." This was her first encounter with such opulent Western cuisine, leaving her somewhat flustered. Yet her face radiated excitement and joy that was impossible to conceal. She could not resist pulling out her brand-new phone to capture the delightful feast and the restaurant's elegant surroundings, snapping photos with fervor. Afterward, she hesitated for a moment before asking Wang Gan, "Brother Gan, may I post these on my social media?" "Feel free, just don't take pictures of me up close," he replied. "Oh, I want to include you, just the food and the ambience. And don't be too tense. I don't mind being in the frame occasionally." Wang Gan was not one to shy away from the spotlight. He simply preferred not to be the subject of scrutiny. However, from this moment on, living the life of the affluent would inevitably attract attention, and a bit of early adaptation seemed prudent. Sun Qing selected the most captivating photos, including those of the luxurious car, pairing them with enthusiastic captions. "Thanks to Brother Gan for introducing me to the lifestyle of the elite. The lobster is absolutely delicious." She eagerly shared these on her social media and WeChat moments, feeling an overwhelming need to flaunt her newfound status. She was eager to prove to those who once looked down upon and mocked her that she, Sun Qing, was now transformed. She was with a wealthy boss, a young and handsome one at that, living a life she had once only dreamed of. These photos and captions indeed created ripples in her small social circle, akin to stones thrown into a tranquil lake. Her colleagues from the bar, her sisters from her hometown, and even Li Meili, who had always shown concern for her, flooded her post with likes and comments. "Wow, Qing, you've struck it rich. Where's this hotel? It looks extravagant. I'm so envious. Please introduce me to your wealthy friend." Qing seized this opportunity. Of course, the comments were interspersed with a tinge of jealousy and speculation. Li Meili even sent a private message, her tone complex. "Oh, Sun Qing, have you really managed to latch onto a wealthy suitor? With luxury cars and lavish meals. But I must caution you against developing genuine feelings. Do not foolishly plunge into this. These rich second-generation heirs are merely playing around. They will not take you seriously." As she perused the envious and spiteful comments on her social media, Sun Qing's heart swelled with an unprecedented sense of vanity and satisfaction. At that moment, Li Meili's advice felt exceedingly piercing. Deep down, she was convinced that Meili was simply envious, having spent so many years without encountering a worthy partner, while she had swiftly found one who had pulled her from the flames. Sun Qing felt somewhat elated, believing that Wang Gan must certainly have feelings for her. Perhaps he had even fallen for her. Otherwise, why would he treat her so well? Purchasing her a phone, buying her clothes, booking five-star hotels, and dining on lavish seafood feasts. She reveled in this enveloping happiness born from material wealth and attention, completely overlooking Wang Gan as consistently indifferent, even somewhat aloof demeanor. Chapter 31. A sensation on campus the following day. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Wang Gan yawned and gently pushed aside the still-sleeping Sun Qing. The girl had been a bit wild last night, repeatedly charging ahead without restraint. "Gangu, aren't you going to sleep a bit longer?" Sun Qing stirred awake at his movements, sitting up in a daze, oblivious to any unintended exposure. Wang Gan cast a glance her way before retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. "No, you can continue sleeping. I have to head back to school." "What? I want to go back too." This was no ordinary budget hotel, and Sun Qing lacked the courage to stay there alone. The items in the room were quite expensive. Even a trivial trinket could cost dozens or hundreds. If Wang Gan were delayed again, she would have no means to cover the bill for the next day. Wang Gan arranged for room service to deliver breakfast, and after enjoying a sumptuous meal together, he drove her back to her rented accommodation in the urban village in his BMW 7 Series. As the luxurious vehicle glided into the narrow, grimy alley, it drew the curiosity and whispers of the surrounding neighbors and tenants, all wondering whose affluent relative this might be. The car halted beneath the dilapidated building where Sun Qing resided. Reluctantly, she gazed at Wang Gan and invited him, "Gan Ge, would you like to come up for a bit?" Wang Gan peered through the car window at the building, marred by stains and cluttered with debris in the corridors, and his brow furrowed tightly. He had no desire to set foot in such a place. "No, it's fine," he replied coldly. "I have things to attend to and must leave now. I will contact you if necessary. Please refrain from going to the bar for the next few days. Stay at home and wait for my news." With that, he did not wait for her response. Starting the engine and swiftly departing from a locale that made him feel physically uncomfortable, Sun Qing watched the BMW 7 Series vanish at the alley's end, feeling a mix of disappointment that Wang Gan would not visit her home, yet sweetly entertained by his instruction to stay at home and wait for news. Interpreting it as a sign that he intended to support her, she returned to her rental apartment, radiant as she carried the new dress she had purchased the day before. Li Meili was busy tidying up her belongings in preparation for work when she noticed Sun Qing's arrival, especially upon seeing the glow of love that adorned Sun Qing's face. Her expression grew more complicated. "You're back," Li Meili said with a hint of jealousy. "You look quite pleased with yourself. I presume you had quite the night?" Sun Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment, but couldn't help but boast. "Gao Gu told me not to go to work for the next few days, just to wait for his news at home." At this, Li Meili's expression changed, and she leaned closer to Sun Qing, adopting a serious tone. "Sun Qing, don't be foolish. Are you really going to skip work just because he said so? Gao Gu at the bar was furious yesterday, saying you've been absent without reason and aren't answering your phone. If this continues, he will surely fire you. This job may be tough, but at least it pays the bills. Do you truly believe that wealthy heir can support you for life? People like him often seek novelty. Once they grow bored, they'll discard you. When that time comes, you'll be left without a job, without money, and with nowhere to cry." Though Li Meili's words were harsh, they stemmed from sisterly concern, reflecting the realities of life. However, at that moment, Sun Qing was utterly enchanted by the fleeting luxury woven for her by Wang Gan. She believed Li Meili was merely envious of her newfound fortune. Dismissing her concerns with a wave of her hand, she replied, "Oh, Meili, you're overthinking. Gao Gu is a wonderful person. With his wealth, he would never mistreat me. If I get fired, so be it. I don't care about that meager salary. I'll follow Gao Gu from now on, and I'll do as he says." Seeing Sun Qing so blissfully oblivious, Li Meili was infuriated and could only stamp her foot in frustration. Ultimately, she sighed in exasperation, shaking her head as she walked away. In the afternoon, as class time approached, a brand new, gleaming black BMW 7 Series glided into the southern gate of Ma Ling Industrial University with an air of calm authority. The security guard at the entrance momentarily froze upon spotting the million-dollar luxury vehicle, but quickly pressed a button to raise the barrier. After all, those who could afford such a car were either distinguished guests of the school or individuals of significant wealth, far beyond the means of a mere security guard to offend. The arrival of the BMW 7 Series created a tremendous stir on campus, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout. In 2014, while one might occasionally encounter luxury vehicles like Mercedes or BMWs on campus, they were typically of the 3 Series or 5 Series variety, and perhaps some small sports cars such as the 4 Series or Mazda. A flagship luxury sedan like the BMW 7 Series, valued at over $1 million, was an extraordinary sight, almost unheard of. As this commanding 7 Series cruised leisurely down the main thoroughfare of the campus, it immediately captured the attention of every passing student. "Wow, look, a BMW 7 Series. The latest model. Is this for real? Who at our school is so impressive as to drive a 7 Series to class? Surely, it must be a prominent figure or leader inspecting the premises, right? But wait, look at who is driving. They appear rather youthful. Countless curious, envious, and astonished gazes are fixed upon this moving symbol of luxury. Many students even take out their phones to capture this rare sight of opulence, preparing to share it on social media or campus forums to flaunt their discovery. The vehicle's final destination is the teaching building of the School of Journalism and Communication. When the BMW 7 Series smoothly comes to a halt beside an empty parking space, and the door swings open, revealing a young figure clad in casual attire and standing tall, all the onlooking students are instantly rendered speechless. Is it him? Oh my, is that Wang Gan from the journalism department? This cannot be true. Am I seeing things? The very same Wang Gan. Just a few days ago, he was dressed rather modestly, and now he suddenly arrives in a BMW 7 Series. My goodness, does his family own a mine? Indeed, the individual stepping out from this million-dollar luxury vehicle is none other than their familiar, yet unfamiliar classmate, Wang Gan. The impact of this scene is 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than when Wang Gan previously flaunted his new clothes or purchased an Alienware laptop. If the rumors before were merely conjectures, then now, this BMW 7 Series, parked before the crowd and radiating an aura of wealth, stands as an undeniable truth. The various speculations about Wang Gan's affluent background and lottery winnings have now reached their ultimate confirmation and elevation. Wang Gan is undoubtedly a concealed, super-rich second-generation heir, and one that exceeds their wildest imaginations. This news spread through the campus like wildfire, taking flight with astonishing speed. Chapter 32. Regret Extra. Extra. Wang Gan from the third-year journalism class has arrived in a BMW 7 Series for class. Is this for real? The same Wang Gan who once pursued Wu Yue? Absolutely true. Photos are circulating wildly. The license plate is temporary. It's a brand new car. A hidden big shot. He's been so low-key. Low-key my foot. I see him as the foolish son of a landlord, previously concealing his identity in search of true love, only to be slapped in the face. Now that he has single, he no longer pretends, revealing his true nature. Wu Yue must be regretting her choices immensely. Right? Ha 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 ha. Wang Gan's name has instantly become the hottest topic at Muling University that day. His character as a super-rich second-generation heir has been firmly cemented in the minds of all. The previously scattered rumors of gambling winnings have now vanished without trace. According to the reasoning of an average person, how much would one need to wager to win over $1 million to purchase a luxury car? A bet with a payout of 3-1 or 5-1 would be remarkable. And even if one were extraordinarily lucky and hit $1 million jackpot, would a rational individual bet everything on a luxury vehicle? Let alone $1 million, even $10 million. If Wang Gan did not possess memories from past life, he would not indulge so recklessly in such retaliatory consumption. The daily lives of university students are still far too leisurely, providing them endless time to gossip. Countless students flock to the teaching building's parking area, eager to catch a glimpse of the 7 Series guy and his luxurious automobile. Meanwhile, Wang Gan, the subject of their fascination, remains oblivious to the gazes fixated upon him, as if he were a rare panda. He securely locked his car door, slung his bag over his shoulder, and calmly proceeded towards the teaching building, as if he were merely driving an ordinary vehicle. This nonchalant demeanor, treating luxury cars with utter indifference, left onlookers in awe, convinced that this was the true bearing befitting a top-tier second-generation heir. Conversely, the other central figure of this tempest, Wu Yue, could not escape the overwhelming scrutiny and whisper surrounding her. As she made her way to the teaching building, she was enveloped by the peculiar glances and hushed conversations of her peers. Eventually, a kind-hearted friend, with good intentions, forwarded her a post. In that instant, Wu Yue felt as though the sky were collapsing upon her. What was happening? The narrative was not unfolding as she had envisioned. She hurriedly rushed towards the teaching building, ultimately witnessing the very person she once dismissed, a sycophant who had once been at her beck and call, now standing beside a BMW, chatting amiably with familiar classmates. Many students could not resist the temptation to experience the thrill of luxury, and Wang Gan generously opened the car doors, inviting them to indulge. However, a greater number watched from a distance, their words laced with disdain, though a closer inspection revealed their faces were painted with jealousy. Wu Yue, unperturbed by the sentiments of the onlookers, whether envy, reverence, or jealousy, felt her world shatter completely. That dream car was meant to be hers. Even her tears should have been shed within its confines. All her pride, reserve, Regret, resentment, jealousy, and indignation erupted within her like a volcanic explosion, instantly overwhelming her rationality. In a frenzy, she pushed through the crowd, recklessly rushing in front of Wang Gan to block his path. Her voice trembled with emotion, laden with disbelief and a desperate outcry. "Wang Gan, is this car really yours? Tell me, were you pretending to be poor all this time to deceive me? Huh? Did you enjoy watching me like a fool, satisfying your twisted second-generation whims? Did you revel in my willingness to come at your beck and call for gifts worth a few hundred yuan or concert tickets? Do you feel particularly smug about this? Why did you treat me this way?" Faced with Wu Yiwei's near collapse of composure, Wang Gan halted. This woman, at such a moment, still sought to shift the blame. He looked down upon her, the once revered goddess who had reduced him to dust. There was no pity on his face, only an extreme sense of vindication and cold mockery. A cruel smile slowly crept across his lips, his voice low yet clearly audible to Wu Yiwei and every curious ear nearby. "Pretending to be poor? Ha!" He chuckled softly, shaking his head, his gaze scrutinizing her as if assessing a worthless relic. "I merely wanted to see who would genuinely care for me when I had nothing, and who would reveal their true colors." He paused, relishing the sight of Wu Yiwei's face draining of color in an instant. Then, he leisurely articulated the words that would firmly affix her to the pillar of shame. "Alas, it has been proven that some individuals truly possess a rather limited perspective." He tilted his head slightly, as if genuinely contemplating, his tone laced with a hint of cruel amusement. "However, one must admit, testing so-called true love in this manner is rather intriguing, don't you think?" Upon finishing, Wang Gan refused to cast another glance in her direction, as if she were merely a repugnant wisp of air. He locked the car door and strode past Wu Yiwei, who stood frozen in place, trembling and pale. Under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, he made his way directly toward the teaching building, leaving Wu Yiwei standing there alone, enduring the baptism of sympathetic disdainful and schadenfreude-laden glances from all around. It felt as though she had been stripped bare and cast into the center of square, consumed by humiliation and rage, teetering on the brink of collapse. In that moment, Wang Gan understood that all the past entanglements and grievances between him and Wu Yiwei had dissipated entirely with this final blow. He had triumphed, thoroughly and unequivocally. Upon receiving the news, Gu Linfeng rushed over from the dormitory. When he laid eyes on the brand-new BMW 7 Series, which was a level above even his father's vehicle, he was struck with shock, envy, jealousy, and a fierce sense of indignation. Why? Why had Wang Gan suddenly become so formidable? Gu Linfeng felt that the superiority he had cultivated as a rich second-generation student in the dormitory had been utterly crushed by Wang Gan's 7 Series. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed his father, his voice brimming with unprecedented excitement and dissatisfaction as he exclaimed, "Dad, I don't care. You must buy me a car. Right now. What's the matter? Wang Gan. That Wang Gan from our dormitory. He drove a brand-new BMW 7 Series to school today. A 7 Series. The latest model. I don't care what his family does. You can't let him outdo you, right? I want a car too. I want a good car. Can't afford a 7 Series? Then at least give me a top-of-the-line 5 Series. What? The 5 Series is too expensive? At the very least, buy me a fully equipped 3 Series. White. It must be white. Otherwise, I'll have no face at school." IDB laughed at to death. The voice on the other end of the line was that of his father, exuding a sense of helplessness and exasperation. A storm on campus, ignited by a BMW 7 Series, was merely beginning. Chapter 33. The mask is torn as he entered the classroom. Intending to find an empty seat at the back to catch some sleep, he was intercepted from behind. "Wang Gan." A shrill female voice shattered the tranquility of the room. Wang Gan turned to Si Qinjing, hands on her hips, her face frosty, resembling a victorious rooster. Beside her stood Wu Yiwei, looking aggrieved with reddened eyes. The classroom was sparsely populated, with a few classmates already there, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. Some mischievous souls even pulled out their phones to record the scene. Wang Gan realized that his earlier antics had likely incited the ire of the boys in the class. The expressions of those individuals were unreservedly filled with envy, concealed jealousy and pure curiosity. In contrast, the girls exhibited little variation in their demeanor, though a peculiar glimmer began to spark in their eyes. Is there something amiss? Have you come for another round of insults? How shameless can you be? Wang Gan raised an eyebrow, his tone unwavering. He surmised that Chun Jing was about to voice her grievances, likely defending her friend. Indeed, upon witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, Chun Jing's frustration intensified. Wang Gan, do you still have any shame left? You pretended to be poor, deceiving our Yue, and now you flaunt a dilapidated BMW? How amusing! Her voice rose, drawing the attention of passing students who began to whisper and point at Wang Gan. A dilapidated BMW? Wang Gan chuckled. A car worth over $1 million is considered dilapidated in your eyes? It seems our esteemed Miss Chun has indeed experienced the world. He paused, directing his gaze toward Wu Yue. What about you, Miss Wu? Do you share this sentiment? Wu Yue felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, lowering her head and murmuring. I just think you didn't need to act that way before. Act how? Wang Gan pressed. How did I act? Was it merely because I didn't disclose the number of houses and cars my family possesses? Must I enumerate my wealth before pursuing a romantic interest? Furthermore, his tone shifted to one of mockery. How else could I discern who genuinely cares for me and who is merely attracted to my finances? His words struck like a series of sharp slaps, landing heavily on Wu Yue and Chun Jing. Wu Yue buried her face deeper, nearly disappearing into her collar, while Chun Jing trembled with rage, pointing at Wang Gan. You twist words. In any case, you are a deceiver. Yue, let us depart. Do not waste another word on such a person, lest we soil our ears. She grasped Wu Yue, attempting to leave, but Wang Gan interjected calmly, wait. Chun Jing turned back, wary. What more do you want? Wang Gan produced his phone from his pocket, waving it slightly. There are matters that I believe should be addressed before the entire class. For instance, how certain individuals enjoy my generosity while simultaneously keeping other options on the side. Upon hearing this, Wu Yue stiffened, her complexion draining of color. She shot a panicked, incredulous glance at Wang Gan. Some actions are one thing. Revealing them is an entirely different matter. Surrounded by classmates, if he were to dissect the situation openly, it could very well become a sensational spectacle. Chun Jing, too, was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Wang Gan to unleash such a bombshell. She glanced at Wu Yue's reaction, her heart tightening as she realized that if she continued speaking, her best friend would surely break down. What nonsense are you spouting? Chun Jing retorted fiercely, yet her conviction was evidently lacking. Wang Gan, uninterested in further discourse, strode directly to his seat. He knew that his words would leave both Wu Yue and Chun Jing restless for the entire morning. This was precisely the effect he desired, to unsettle them, to strike at the heart. Naturally, one must employ a dull knife to slice flesh. The surrounding chatter grew louder. Wow, is Wang Gan about to spill a major secret? Observing Wu Yue's expression, it appeared genuine. Chun Jing, who usually exuded confidence, seemed deflated now. Dealing with someone like Wu Yue required a thunderous approach, ensuring her complete social demise, leaving no room for hope. As for Chun Jing, she was merely a petty clown, easily dealt with. What truly captured his attention was Ji Qin, that cool and independent girl, as pristine as a snow-capped lotus. In his previous life, after his family fell into ruin, he had little interaction with her. This time, he was determined not to miss the opportunity. Gu Linfeng, Su Wei, and Huang Mingzhi arrived in succession. Wang Gan, I heard you left Wu Yue and Chun Jing utterly speechless. But are you really going to say that in class? How will Wu Yue ever show her face again? Wang Gan raised his gaze to him. What she does with her life is of no concern to me. When she toyed with me, did she consider how I would manage? Su Wei chimed in, exactly. Brother Gan is formidable. When dealing with such women, one must not show mercy. Huang Mingzhi pushed up his glasses, hesitating before ultimately shaking his head and returning to his book. Gu Linfeng was wholly indifferent to Wu Yue's fate. He was still seething over the luxury car incident. Dude, today you totally outdid yourself. Next time you plan something big, could you give us a heads up? The way you did it today makes it tough for the rest of us to navigate school. Although Gu Linfeng was a rich second generation and enjoyed the admiration of many girls at school, Wang Gan had truly made waves today, creating a buzz far superior to any advertisement. Not only did the girls in class gaze at him with starry eyes, but even those in the hallway gathered by the windows to whisper among themselves. Before Wang Gan could respond, Su Wei interjected, "Feng Shao, you should just buy a car too. Something even better than Brother Gan S, and you won't have to worry about losing your charm." Gu Linfeng was left speechless. If he could acquire a superior vehicle, he wouldn't be wasting breath here. He would have already skipped class to pick it up. The bell signaling the start of class was nearing, and nearly all the students had arrived. All eyes, intentionally or not, gravitated towards Wang Gan and Wu Yue. The air thick with gossip. Wu Yue fidgeted, her palms clammy with sweat. Chun Jing appeared equally anxious, several times attempting to speak to Wang Gan. Yet upon seeing his indifferent demeanor, swallowed her words. Wang Gan relished this effect. He aimed to make Wu Yue acutely aware of the discomfort of being under scrutiny in front of their classmates. This was merely an appetizer. The main event was yet to unfold. He was determined to make it clear to everyone that he, Wang Gan, was not a soft target to be easily manipulated. Glancing at his phone, he noted that there were 3 minutes remaining until class commenced. It was nearly time to begin. He cleared his throat, poised to speak, when suddenly, his phone vibrated with a WeChat message. Chapter 34. Sisterly Bonds. A message appeared on the screen, sent by Chun Jing. The emperor may be patient, but the eunuch is anxious. Indeed, this woman was truly the vanguard for Chun Yue, always stepping forward in every situation. Chun Jing, Wang Gan, let us discuss this calmly and avoid causing a scene in class. It would not benefit anyone. A cold smile crept across Wang Gan's lips. As expected, she was losing her composure. In his past life, Chun Jing had frequently relied on her relationship with Wu Yue, trailing behind to enjoy the perks, while treating him with disdain, as if their association with Wu Yue was a privilege they had conferred upon themselves. Now that the tables had turned, her attitude had undergone a complete transformation. There was no way he would let her off so easily. Rather than respond immediately, Wang Gan raised his gaze to Chun Jing. She was anxiously watching him, and upon making eye contact, she quickly forced a smile, clasping her hands together in a gesture of pleading. Beside her, Wu Yue gazed at him with pleading eyes, filled with desperation. Wang Gan averted his gaze and leisurely began typing. Wang Gan, cause a scene? I merely wish to clarify some facts. What are you afraid? Chun Jing replied almost instantly. Chun Jing, it's not about fear. We are all classmates, and it would be quite awkward to create tension between us. Moreover, it wouldn't reflect well on you. Besides, Yue realizes her mistakes. Can't you be magnanimous and not hold it against her? Wang Gan scoffed inwardly. Wu Yue realized her mistakes? If she truly understood her wrongdoings, she would not have treated him as a backup for so long, only to discard him after draining him dry. As for face in 2 lifetimes, Wang Gan had long abandoned any concern for such trivialities. Wang Gan, she realizes her mistakes? How did I miss that? Did she tell you? Chun Jing, yes. She just told me that she shouldn't have treated you that way in the past, and that it led to misunderstandings. She actually still has feelings for you. Hearing that she still had feelings for him nearly made Wang Gan regurgitate his last meal. Chun Jing was truly willing to fabricate any lie to placate the situation. Wang Gan, your words are so far-fetched that I can hardly believe them myself. There was a brief silence from Chun Jing's side, as if she were carefully considering her words. Chun Jing, Wang Gan, I know you have money now, and your circumstances have changed. Previously, we were blind to your worth, and we may have offended you. If you desire any form of compensation or a way to vent your frustrations, we could discuss it privately, but please, let us not disrupt the class. This statement piqued his interest. Compensation? Venting frustrations? Wang Gan's fingers hovered over the screen, momentarily curbing his impulse to create a scene. Wang Gan, compensation? What do you think I lack? Chun Jing, I know you don't lack money. However, we should still express our apologies in some way. Shun Tiwi? Wang Gan, apologies should not merely be verbal. Chun Jing, then what do you propose? We will certainly exert ourselves to the best of our abilities. Wang Gan gazed at the message, his eyes momentarily flickering. A thought took shape in his mind. Since Chun Jing was so astute, would it not be a waste not to take advantage of the situation? Wang Gan, What kind of phone do you use? Chun Jing was taken aback, bewildered by Wang Gan's sudden inquiry. Chun Jing, Xiaomi, why do you ask? Wang Gan, would you like the latest model? The top configuration. At that time, the iPhone 5 had just been released, and for an ordinary university student, it was undeniably a luxury. It was a status symbol, with many young women opting to hold it in their hands rather than conceal it in their bags, fearing others might not notice. However, for many, it remained a mere dream, far beyond their financial reach. The top-tier version, in particular, deterred countless individuals with its exorbitant price. Chun Jing came from a modest background, and her Xiaomi phone was an outdated model from 2 years prior. She was precisely the type of individual that Lei Jun had referred to as a steadfast consumer. Upon reading the message, Chun Jing's breath quickened. The latest model? The top configuration? How much would that cost? Though she had contemplated it before, her financial constraints loomed large. Even Wu Yue only possessed an iPhone 5, and she had initially hoped Wang Gan would upgrade it for her. But that idea had evaporated amid the commotion of the concert incident. What was once promised to be passed down to her now seemed uncertain. Chun Jing, what do you mean? Her mind felt overwhelmed. While they had been embroiled in a heated argument, how had the conversation shifted to him, gifting her a phone? Was this persistent suitor perhaps a masochist? Wang Gan. It holds no particular meaning. It merely depends on your sincerity. Chun Jing, you can't be thinking of using a phone to buy my loyalty, can you? I'm not that kind of person. Though she spoke thus, her heart raced with increasing intensity. If Wang Gan truly gifted her a phone, she might indeed contemplate betraying her friend. After all, while Wu Yue was her close companion, she had also benefited from their friendship in numerous ways, yet had often treated her like a servant. Wang Gan, whether you are that kind of person is not for you to decide. After sending that message, he immediately accessed the red envelope feature, dispatching 3 envelopes of 200 yuan each. Upon seeing the notifications of the red envelopes pop up on her screen, Chun Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. He was truly generous. 200 yuan, 3 envelopes totaled 600. This amount equated to her living expenses for half a month. Without any hesitation, she swiftly tapped to claim the red envelopes. Congratulations and prosperity. In the blink of an eye, all 3 envelopes were secured. Chun Jing, thank you, boss. You are so magnanimous. After sending that message, she realized her lapse in decorum and quickly added, Chun Jing, Wang Gan, what is the meaning of this? I cannot accept your money. Wang Gan observed her contradictory responses with disdain. Women, it seemed, were invariably susceptible to material temptation. Wang Gan, you accepted it, so why be polite? What are your thoughts on the phone? Silence fell on Chun Jing's end. She understood that accepting this red envelope meant embarking on a treacherous journey with Wang Gan. However, the allure was simply too great. Moreover, Wang Gan was a wealthy second-generation heir, driving a BMW, a college student with a vehicle worth approximately 1.5 million. His family background was self-evident. Cultivating a good relationship with him might yield unforeseen advantages in the future. Chun Jing, I want a phone. But will you truly give it to me? Wang Gan, of course. But good fortune doesn't come easy. A pang of apprehension struck Chun Jing. It was evidently not so simple. Chun Jing, what are your conditions? Wang Gan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. The bait had been set. Wang Gan, the condition is quite simple. Right now, I need you to find a marker. Chun Jing, a marker? What for? Wang Gan, you will understand when you get here. Hurry, don't dawdle. Despite her doubts, the enticing prospect of the phone propelled Chun Jing to bite her lip and leave the classroom. When Wu Yue noticed her sudden departure and seemed inclined to inquire, Chun Jing merely gestured for her to remain silent. A few minutes later, Chun Jing returned, clutching a black marker. Chun Jing, I'm back and I got the pen. Wang Gan, excellent. Now, with this marker, write my name on your thigh. 2 characters, Wang Gan. Ensure it is large and legible. Upon reading this request, Chun Jing's face flushed crimson, writing a name on her thigh. This was utterly humiliating. Tianying, Wang Gan. You're going too far. Wang Gan, am I? I think it's reasonable. Compared to obtaining the latest model, this minor request seems trivial. Doesn't it? Or do you value Wu Yue's friendship more than a phone? He directly posed the dilemma to Chun Jing, forcing her to make a choice. The teacher had already commenced the lecture in the classroom. Chun-Jing lowered her head, her hand trembling slightly as she grasped her phone and the marker. She glanced at Wu Yuwei, who was feigning attentiveness in class, though her anxious gaze betrayed her true feelings. Contemplating Wang Gan's self-assured expression alongside the coveted phone, a fierce battle waged within her, a conflict of humiliation and possessiveness. Ultimately, her yearning for material possession overwhelmed all else. Chun-Jing bit her lip and responded, "Chun-Jing, I will write it, but you must keep your word and give me the phone. Wang Gan, rest assured, it's merely a phone. I, Wang Gan, am always true to my word. After you finish, take a picture and send it to me. Remember, it must clearly show you and the inscription on your thigh." Chun-Jing's face reddened further, as if it might bleed. Chapter 35. The lecture, not only did she have to write, but she also had to take a picture. This was akin to placing a weapon in Wang Gan's hands. Despite being a student at a prestigious university, Chun-Jing's intelligence was undoubtedly intact. Yet, the phone gnawed at her heart incessantly, creating a breach in what she had once believed to be a solid resolve. She turned to glance at Wang Gan, his profile shimmering with a golden hue under the sunlight. However, she found herself at a point of no return. She took a deep breath, discreetly lifted the corner of her skirt, and quickly glanced around to ensure no one was watching her. Trembling, she unscrewed the cap of the marker and meticulously inscribed the name Wang Gan on her pale thigh. The cold tip of the pen glided over her skin, evoking a peculiar sensation, shame, humiliation, and a hint of inexplicable excitement. Once finished, she repositioned herself several times as per Wang Gan's instructions, capturing a photo to send him. In the image, her thigh appeared exquisitely fair, with the two bold black characters standing out starkly. To affirm her identity, she deliberately exposed half of her face. Upon receiving the photo, Wang Gan smiled with satisfaction. "Wang Gan, not bad. Your handwriting is quite beautiful. I will have someone deliver the phone to you. As for Wu Yuwei, you know what to do, right?" Chun-Jing stared at the response, her heart a tumult of emotions. She realized that from this moment forth, her friendship with Wu Yuwei had irrevocably ended. For the sake of a mere mobile phone, she had betrayed her friend. "Chun-Jing, I understand." "Understand what?" Wang Gan was somewhat perplexed. He had not explicitly instructed her on what to do. Yet, he had not devised a proper plan to deal with the two women. After all, he had merely been a privileged scion from a small town in his past life, and now he had just hit the lottery. Though he harbored no genuine desire to eliminate Wu Yuwei, he was at a loss and decided not to dwell on it. Wang Gan simply tucked away his phone and laid his head on the desk for a nap. It must be said, sleeping in class was truly delightful, and he soon drifted into slumber. Chun-Jing noticed the prolonged silence from the other side and put away her phone, casting a complex glance at Wu Yuwei beside her. To her surprise, she felt a twinge of satisfaction in having overshadowed her friend. Wu Yuwei seemed to sense something amiss and quietly inquired, "Jing-Jing, what's wrong? You don't look well." Chun-Jing silently chastised herself and forced a smile. "It's nothing, just a little stomach discomfort." She understood that Wang Gan's maneuver had not only ensnared her, but was also driving a wedge between her and Wu Yuwei, aiming to turn them against each other. And she, for the sake of that phone, willingly leaped into this pit. The morning's specialized class concluded without incident. Wang Gan's threat to meet in class had been nullified by Chun-Jing's betrayal. Although Wu Yuwei had narrowly escaped calamity, she spent the entire morning on edge, the echo of Wang Gan's threats lingering in her ears. As a prominent figure, her psychological resilience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, she could not have navigated among various suitors with such finesse. She was not the least bit afraid of the impotent fury of the infatuated. In a society governed by law, she had no fear of these desperate souls. However, the privileged signs were different, representing wealth, power, and influence. If they truly sought revenge, there existed a myriad of ways to make her demise utterly unfathomable. Wu Yuwei found herself silently praying that Wang Gan would spare her, considering their past camaraderie. At this moment, she felt a tinge of regret for having involved Wang Gan. Her frustration stemmed from the fact that a perfectly fine scion chose to feign poverty. Little did she know that he was a wealthy heir. Wu Yuwei would bend to his whims, providing him with unparalleled emotional value. A hint of confusion and unease flickered in her gaze as she looked at Chen Jing. She had an inkling that something was amiss with Chen Jing since her return from the restroom. The subsequent class was a large lecture, the auditorium bustling with students. Wang Gan and his roommates had arrived early to claim seats at the back. Shortly after settling down, his eyes fell upon Ji Qinxin. She was dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans, carrying a canvas bag, her face devoid of makeup, yet her exquisite demeanor shone through. Seated alone in the middle of the classroom, she quietly prepared for the lesson with her books and notes. Wang Gan found himself irresistibly drawn to her. He waved in her direction, flashed a smile, and greeted her. However, Ji Qinxin seemed oblivious to him, or perhaps she chose to ignore him. She kept her head down, engrossed in her book, as if the world around her had little to do with her. The smile on Wang Gan's face faltered for a moment before returning to its natural state. This girl was certainly different from the usual flashy types. How disappointing to have his warm greeting met with such cold indifference. Su Wei, who sat nearby, snickered in amusement. Wang Gan shot him a glance and retorted, "You don't understand a thing. This is called personality." He withdrew his gaze, contemplating his next move. It seemed that conventional methods of courtship would not suffice with someone like Ji Qinxin. He needed to devise a more unique approach. "Su Wei," Wang Gan lowered his voice. "What's the status on the contact information for Ji Qinxin's roommate that I asked you to get? It has been days without any updates." Su Wei rubbed his hands together. A sycophantic grin plastered on his face. "Gango, I've been working on it. But you know how it is. Girls can be rather reserved. And asking directly for their contact number isn't the best approach. I'm trying to find a more subtle method." "Cut the chatter," Wang Gan interrupted impatiently. "How long will it take?" Soon. I promise I'll have it sorted out in the next couple of days," Su Wei assured him, then quickly shifted the conversation, grinning. "But Gangu, gathering such intel requires some funds, right? Treating her to a meal or a cup of milk tea would make it easier to ask." Wang Gan was well aware of Su Wei's ulterior motives. He merely sought a way to benefit himself. He didn't dwell on it too much and pulled out his phone, opening WeChat to send Su Wei a 200 yuan red envelope. "Here, your funding. Get done swiftly. If you fail, you know the consequences." Wang Gan spoke with a calmness that belied an underlying authority. Upon receiving the red envelope, Su Wei's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly nodded, "Don't worry, Gangu. I'll make sure to complete the task. By tomorrow at the latest, I'll have the contact information for you." 200 yuan was no small sum for a struggling student like him. It could cover several hearty meals or a few nights at an internet CF. As soon as the envelope arrived, Su Wei claimed it in a flash. Gu Linfeng, sitting nearby, rolled his eyes and muttered, "Su Wei, are you out of your mind? You're really going to profit off a mere phone number? Wind, you are a well-fed man unaware of the hunger of the starving. Am I not merely accumulating some capital to prepare for the next grand conquest?" Gu Linfeng fell silent, realizing he had touched a nerve. Did he not understand that Wind had been experiencing a series of unfortunate losses recently? The thought of having requested money from home that morning for a car only deepened his gloom. Everything seemed to be going awry. His father had only agreed to purchase a vehicle worth around 300,000, citing concerns about safety since he had just obtained his driver's license. What utter nonsense! Shouldn't one, lacking in driving prowess, invest in a superior vehicle with a higher safety rating? Was he even his father's biological son? Wang Gan chose to disregard Gu Linfeng's complaints, his thoughts still preoccupied with Ji Qinxin. Given her self-reliant nature, even the most trivial gestures of kindness might have the opposite effect on her. This girl resembled an iceberg. Melting her would require considerable effort. However, the more challenging the endeavor, the more intrigued he became. The content of the lecture was monotonous, lulling Wang Gan into a near slumber. He decided to take out his phone and delve into the latest stock market trends. Having returned to life with the advantage of foresight, it would be a waste not to utilize this knowledge to generate profits. To his dismay, the stock market appeared grim. A sea of red enveloped the screen, with trading volumes dismally low. He recalled the substantial bull market that had occurred from the latter half of 2014 to the first half of 2015. Although his capital was limited, with astute maneuvers, multiplying his funds several times was still feasible. Moreover, with assets amounting to 10 million now, the conclusion of the World Cup would surely alter that figure. In due course, he would possess ample resources to embark on grander ventures. At last, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Wang Gan tucked away his phone and stretched. Sue immediately approached him. "Gangu, I will go gather some information for you." "All right, go ahead," Wang Gan nodded. As he observed Ji Qin packing her belongings and preparing to exit the classroom, a sudden impulse struck him, prompting him to rise as well. He resolved to make a more direct effort. Chapter 36. Direct approach. The bell's chime echoed like a clarion call of liberation, and students surged forth from the lecture hall like a tidal wave. Wang Gan's gaze was fixed upon Ji Qin's retreating figure as she ambled leisurely with the crowd. "Ji Qin, please wait a moment." Wang Gan hastily pursued her, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to her and those nearby. Hearing her name, Ji Qin paused and turned, her frosty gaze meeting Wang Gan's with a hint of curiosity. "Is there something you need?" Her voice matched her demeanor, crisp and cold, reminiscent of a mountain spring, devoid of any warmth. After a few days of rebirth, Wang Gan regained his confidence, donning what he believed to be a flawless smile. "It's nothing pressing. I merely noticed the pleasant weather and thought to invite you, G classmate, for a leisurely drive to unwind." He raised the BMW car key in his hand, the implication unmistakable. This gesture immediately captured the attention of several students nearby, who halted to witness the unfolding drama. After all, the fact that a wealthy heir driving a BMW 7 Series proactively invites the campus beauty from the journalism department for a joyride is, in itself, quite newsworthy. Ji Qin's brow furrowed ever so slightly, only to shake her head almost imperceptibly, her tone remaining nonchalant. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have to work shortly, so I don't have the time." "Work?" Wang Gan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Working is commendable. Labor is the noblest pursuit. Let me drive you. It would save you from the hassle of taking the bus." He believed his words conveyed sufficient consideration, yet Ji Qin once again declined him. "No, thank you. The bus is quite convenient." After her reply, she nodded slightly as a farewell, then turned and merged into the crowd, swiftly disappearing around the corner of the hallway. Wang Gan, with his hands still suspended in the air holding the car keys, found his smile somewhat stiffening. Being rejected twice in succession, especially in front of onlookers, left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Whispers erupted around them. Though deliberately hushed, they were still audible to Wang Gan's ears. Wow, Wang Gan really took a hit. Rejected by the girl not once, but twice. Serves him right. Does he think being wealthy makes him special? Just because he drives a BMW, does he think all girls would flock to him? A plain-dressed boy remarked with disdain and jealousy. Exactly. Ji Qin clearly isn't the type to crave vanity. Wang Gan's tactics are useless on her, a bespectacled nerd added, adjusting his glasses. Yet, there were dissenting voices as well. What do you know? This is called a strategy of pursuit. Ji Qin is surely pretending to be aloof, trying to keep Wang Gan interested. A stylishly dressed girl scoffed. Which girl would want a wealthy boyfriend? Her refusal now is merely a tactic to elevate her own value. Absolutely, she might be secretly thrilled. Just look at her beauty. She certainly doesn't wish to live an ordinary life. This is about waiting for a worthy offer, understand? Another girl chimed in. Listening to the surrounding gossip, which oscillated between schadenfreude and envy, Wang Gan's eyes narrowed slightly. This Ji Qin seemed more extraordinary than he had initially perceived. However, the more elusive the conquest, the greater the challenge. Wouldn't you agree? His interest in her only intensified. A bunch of gossips. Why does it concern you? He muttered under his breath, pocketing the car keys and turning to walk in another direction. Gu Linfeng and Huang Mingzhi followed suit. Sue had not yet returned from gathering information. Gu Linfeng wore an expression of amusement. TSK. Wang Gan is off to a rocky start. Your wealthy heir status doesn't seem to work wonders here. It appears Ji Qin is indeed something else. But I must tell you, girls like her are either genuinely high-minded or possess high status. You'd better tread carefully. Don't let anyone take advantage of you. Wang Gan shot him a glare. Irritated. What do you know? Am I the kind of person who would allow myself to be played? Really? Then how do you explain Wu Yue? This remark struck a nerve, leaving Wang Gan momentarily speechless. Yet the truth of it was undeniable. One must assert firmly, this time is different. Wang Gan is now in his complete form. Just wait and see, he must achieve his goal within a month. Wang Gan harbors the same intention. Pursuing girls is acceptable. But he will not lose himself as he did in his previous life. Money can be spent, yet his spirit must not wane. Intriguingly, his interest in Ji Qin has grown deeper. Is this girl truly untouched by material wealth? Or does she have ulterior motives? Regardless of her nature, he will not easily relent. The more elusive the prize, the greater the challenge. No woman chosen by Wang Gan has ever slipped from his grasp. He resolved to alter his strategy. If a direct approach proves ineffective, then perhaps a different method will suffice. Let us go eat, Wang Gan declared, shaking off his unpleasant emotions. The foremost priority now is to satisfy his hunger, and afterwards, to meticulously devise a plan to conquer the icy demeanor of Ji Qin. Wang Gan, Gu Linfeng, and Huang Mingzhi made their way to the small cafeteria on the second floor of the school. Su Wei seemed to be off gallivanting somewhere, unresponsive to messages, likely enjoying himself with the funds Wang Gan had provided for activities. The offerings in the second-floor cafeteria are more refined than those in the larger dining hall below, naturally accompanied by a higher price. Typically, only faculty members dine here, and students who frequent this place usually come from affluent backgrounds. The trio perused the menu and settled into a vacant table. Tonight, it's my treat. Gu Linfeng generously offered, a rare display of openness, as he generally only shows such generosity in the presence of girls. Perhaps it was due to the money-related inconveniences he faced earlier in the day that he sought to redeem himself in other ways. Huang Mingzhi, adjusting his glasses with a serious expression, interjected, "No, let us split it evenly. 30 each. No more, no less. It's fair and reasonable." He is a man of strong principles, especially when it comes to finances, always keeping a meticulous count. Gu Linfeng scoffed. Huang Mingzhi, you really are. He intended to label him as pedantic, but thought better of it, opting instead for, "Fine, whatever you say." Wang Gan, however, was indifferent. This amount of money meant little to him, and he was amenable to either arrangement. As the three dined, they engaged in trivial conversation, primarily revolving around Gu Linfeng boasting about his family's assets exceeding 100 million and his grand plans for a new car. Occasionally, Huang Mingzhi interjected with academic critiques, while Wang Gan listened half-heartedly, his thoughts still fixated on Ji Qin. After finishing their meal, the trio descended the stairs. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, they spotted a familiar figure standing under a nearby street lamp, seemingly awaiting someone. It was Chunjing. Chapter 37. Obsession. She wore a pink dress, adorned with light makeup, appearing more feminine than she had during the day in class. It was commendable that, in the brief span of time it took to have a meal, she transformed her appearance so dramatically. Wang Gan chose to disregard her presence, preparing to leave. However, Huang Mingzhi's eyes brightened upon seeing Chunjing, and he excitedly approached her. Wang Gan nearly forgot that this shy fellow had a crush on her. "Chunjing, are you waiting for Wu Yue? Or do you have a message to convey to Wang Gan?" This timid individual has spoken at length, yet failed to address the crux of the matter. Lacking the courage to be forthright with the girl he fancies, he instead resorts to trivial conversation. Perhaps the naive Huang Mingzhi genuinely believes that Chunjing has come to mediate on behalf of her friend. Upon seeing the three of them approach, Chunjing's gaze fixated directly on Wang Gan, disregarding Huang Mingzhi's inquiries. A hint of urgency and anticipation adorned her expression as she strode confidently towards Wang Gan. "Wang Gan, I have been waiting for you for quite some time," she stated, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Both Gu Linfeng and Huang Mingzhi exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by Chunjing's apparent singular focus on Wang Gan. Moreover, her tone did not suggest a confrontation. Wang Gan raised an eyebrow, signaling to Gu Linfeng and Huang Mingzhi to depart. "You two may head back. I have a few words to exchange with her." Gu Linfeng regarded Wang Gan with a knowing look, then glanced at Chunjing, wearing an expression that conveyed understanding, before pulling the still perplexed Huang Mingzhi away. Huang Mingzhi attempted to advocate for open communication to maintain harmony, but Gu Linfeng swiftly ushered him away. Once Gu Linfeng and Huang Mingzhi had retreated, only Wang Gan and Chen Jing remained beneath the street lamp. "Speak, what is it?" Wang Gan inquired, his hands tucked into his pockets, his tone unremarkable. Chen Jing stepped closer, lowering her voice, a hint of shyness evident. "Wang Gan, what about the phone? Did you not say someone would deliver it to me?" It turned out this was the matter at hand. Wang Gan had anticipated something of greater significance. He retrieved his phone, intending to transfer her the funds so she could make the purchase herself. After all, it would be beneath his dignity to buy a phone and deliver it personally. "What model do you desire? What color? I will transfer the money to you. You can purchase it yourself," he remarked, opening his payment app. Unexpectedly, Chen Jing suddenly grasped his hand, which was poised to operate the phone. "No, I don't want money," she exclaimed urgently, her hand cool and gripping tightly. Wang Gan furrowed his brow, displeasure evident as he shook off her hand. "You don't want money? Then what do you want?" "I only want the phone," Chen Jing replied, biting her lip and gazing at Wang Gan with a stubborn intensity. "You promised me a phone, not money." Wang Gan found himself at a loss for words. Was this woman not in her right mind? What difference was there between money and the phone? Did she expect him to personally select a model for her at a specialty store, wrap it up, and present it with heartfelt sincerity, saying, "Here it is for you"? "Chen Jing, have you misunderstood something?" Wang Gan's tone turned icy. "I agreed to provide you with a phone, but I never stated I must be the one to purchase it. Giving you money to buy it is equivalent, is it not? You might even choose a color you prefer more. It's not the same." Chen Jing stubbornly shook her head, her eyes shimmering with an emotion Wang Gan could not comprehend. "I want you to buy it for me. Money holds no significance." Wang Gan was utterly speechless. He felt that Chen Jing's reasoning was utterly unconventional. For the sake of an intangible notion, she would refuse tangible wealth. Still, does she subconsciously seek a deeper connection with him through this method? Fine, I understand. Wang Gan waved his hand impatiently, stating that he would arrange the phone matter. "Just wait patiently until I have the time to discuss it." After saying that, he ignored Chen Jing and walked directly towards the dormitory building. Chen Jing watched Wang Gan's retreating figure, opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. A wave of disappointment washed over her as she stood there, the streetlight casting a long shadow behind her. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Gan found Gu Linfeng and Huang Mingzhi already present. Su Wei had yet to return. "So, what's the scoop?" Gu Linfeng leaned in with a curious expression. "What did Chen Jing want? Has she been captivated by your commanding presence and is now ready to throw herself at you?" Wang Gan shot him an annoyed glance. "Get lost. Her? Does she even qualify?" His impression of Chen Jing had devolved to merely thinking of her as a lunatic. It was better to keep a distance from such a woman, lest he be infected by her bizarre thought processes. Chapter 38 Class Meeting the next day. Class monitor Wang Qi announced a class meeting. The main agenda for this gathering was to discuss the end-of-term class outing. Lin Shuya, the Youth League secretary, stood at the podium to present several proposed outing locations along with a rough budget. "Based on our current class fund situation, if we choose to go to Zijing Mountain, the funds would barely suffice. However, if we opt for Pearl Spring, we will definitely fall short, and there would be a significant deficit, requiring each of us to contribute an additional 100 yuan, Lin Shuya expressed with some difficulty. The class fund was collected at the beginning of each semester from the students, and the amount was limited. Organizing a decent outing was indeed quite a challenge. Immediately, murmurs began to ripple through the class. "Zijing Mountain is so boring. We've been there several times already." "Exactly. If we're going out, let us go to Pearl Spring. I've heard the scenery there is particularly beautiful, and we can paddle bamboo rafts." But what if the class fund is insufficient? Surely, we can't all be asked to contribute a large sum again? Just then, an ill-timed voice suddenly interrupted. "Hey, why worry about the class fund being insufficient? Don't we have a wealthy benefactor in our class? Just let Wang Gan sponsor it." The speaker was Zhang Jinxiang, one of Wu Yue's many admirers and also Wang Gan's rival in a previous life. He came from a family with modest assets, owning a small factory, and fancied himself a significant figure, often trying to compete with Wang Gan. ever since Wang Gan had returned to campus in his BMW 7 Series. Zhang Jinxiang had taken it upon himself to make life difficult for him at every opportunity. As soon as Zhang Jinxiang's words fell, the classroom fell silent, and all eyes turned to Wang Gan. A cold smile crept across Wang Gan's face. This Zhang Jinxiang was truly persistent. Did he think he could make him the scapegoat? Not a chance. The tactic of moral coercion might have worked when Wang Gan was naive in his previous life, but now, as a seasoned individual reborn, he no longer cared about face or others' opinions. Money could be spent, and he could afford to splurge, but he would not be coerced. Today, if he spent money, if he would express gratitude, he might even be called a fool. Zhang Jinxiang, in a fit of self-satisfaction, announced that it was he who had stepped forward to secure benefits for everyone. He leisurely rose from his seat, surveyed the room, and declared in a resonant voice, "The outing is a collective activity for the class, and the expenses should rightly be covered by the class funds, or by all of us together. While I am not lacking in funds, I'm under no obligation to foot the bill for the entire class's excursion." Zhang Jinxiang believed that if he fancied the Pearl Spring, he might as well treat the whole class himself. Wang Gan, would be the first to applaud his generosity. His words, delivered with neither humility nor arrogance, were grounded in reason, leaving Zhang Jinxiang's face alternating between shades of green and white. "You're just being petty. Are you pretending to be something you're not?" Zhang Jinxiang, flustered and enraged, lashed out indiscriminately. "Whether I am or not is none of your concern." Wang Gan retorted without hesitation. "If you have the audacity to cover the costs entirely, then I will match your contribution. If you put up 10,000, I will put up 20. If you offer 50,000, I will offer 100. Let us ensure our classmates have a good time. Do you dare take me up on that, coward?" Zhang Jinxiang was left flabbergasted. His proposal was far inferior to Wang Gan's, and even more so when compared to Gu Linfeng's. With over 40 classmates, each contributing 100, the total would surpass 4,000, a sum he could ill afford and was loath to part with. He stood there, momentarily stunned. A soft laugh erupted from an unknown classmate, quickly cascading into a chorus of laughter. Zhang Jinxiang's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot a fierce glare at Wang Gan before sulking back into his seat. Lin Shuang, witnessing the commotion, quickly intervened to smooth things over. All right. We are all classmates here. Let us not allow this to sour our spirits. We will reconsider the outing plans and perhaps discuss the location further." Thus, the minor uproar subsided. However, Wang Gan understood that a petty individual like Zhang Jinxiang would undoubtedly seek opportunities to vex him in the future. Yet, he remained untroubled, believing that one should meet challenges head-on, and besides, he considered Zhang Jinxiang nothing more than a nuisance. As the class meeting neared its conclusion, Gu Linfeng's phone suddenly rang. He stepped outside the classroom to take the call, returning with an expression of exuberance. "It's settled. My dad has agreed to buy me a car," he whispered triumphantly to Wang Gan and Huang Mingzhi. "Oh, what kind of car?" Wang Gan inquired casually. Gu Linfeng's expression faltered slightly. "Ahem." He said, "The 5 Series isn't feasible for now. He will first get me a 3 Series to drive around, and once my skills improve, we can consider a switch. Nevertheless, the 3 Series is still quite decent, certainly better than nothing." He attempted to salvage his pride. Wang Gan merely smiled and refrained from further comment. This fellow, Gu Linfeng, was so concerned with appearances that he often suffered for it. After the class meeting concluded, Su Wei finally emerged like a specter, mysteriously beckoning Wang Gan aside. "Brother Gan, I've got it," Su Wei exclaimed, producing a small slip of paper from his pocket and handing it to Wang Gan. "This is the phone number of a girl named Wan Qing from Ji Qing's dormitory. I put in a considerable effort to obtain this." Wang Gan glanced at the note and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. You've proven yourself somewhat useful." "Heh. Now, Brother Gan, regarding the activity funds." Su Wei rubbed his hands together, hinting once more. Wang Gan shot him a look. "Didn't I just give you 200 yesterday? Have you already spent it all?" "Well, that was for treating Wan Qing and her friends to a meal, plus some karaoke. 200 is hardly sufficient. I even had to cover some extra out of my own pocket." Su Wei lamented, feigning poverty. Wang Gan, dismissive of the trivial amount, withdrew 300 yuan from his wallet and handed it over, stating, "All right, take this. In the future, be a bit more astute in your dealings and avoid such delays." "Fankayu, gange. Fankayu, gange," Su Wei exclaimed, his face aglow with joy as he accepted the money gratefully. Having acquired Ruan Qing's phone number, Wang Gan refrained from calling her immediately. Instead, he sent a text message requesting a meeting at the school's supermarket entrance that evening, mentioning a matter of importance that would warrant generous compensation. Ruan Qing swiftly responded with a simple emoji. At the appointed time, Wang Gan arrived punctually at the supermarket entrance. Shortly after, a fashionably dressed girl with an exquisite makeup approached, glancing around before fixing her gaze upon Wang Gan. "Are you Wang Gan?" Ruan Qing inquired, scrutinizing him with an evaluative stare. "Indeed, and you must be Ruan Qing. A pleasure to meet you," Wang Gan said politely, extending his hand. Ruan Qing offered a perfunctory handshake before getting straight to the point. "So what is it that you need? You seem rather mysterious." Wang Gan chuckled softly, gesturing towards the inside of the supermarket. "Let's discuss it inside. I also wish to purchase a few items. Whatever you find appealing, consider it my treat." Ruan Qing's eyes sparkled. "Really? You mean it?" "Absolutely," Wang Gan replied, making a welcoming gesture. The two entered the supermarket, where Ruan Qing wasted no time, pushing a shopping cart and enthusiastically raiding the snack and cosmetics aisles. Chips, chocolates, imported biscuits, facial masks, and lipsticks quickly piled up in the cart, forming a small mountain. Wang Gan made no attempt to stop her, merely trailing behind quietly. Once Ruan Qing finally ceased her shopping spree, the cart was filled with an impressive haul. "I think that's enough. Any more and it would be quite embarrassing," Ruan Qing playfully remarked, sticking out her tongue. Wang Gan smiled and took the cart to the checkout. The scanner beeped, ultimately revealing a total of 2,368 yuan. Wang Gan remained composed as he swiped his card. Exiting the supermarket, Ruan Qing, burdened with her spoils, wore an even brighter smile. "Now, speak up, Wang Dequai. What do you require of me? Given your generosity, as long as it's not anything criminal, I will certainly do my best." Ruan Qing patted her chest confidently. "I wish to pursue Ji Qin and need your assistance in gathering information or creating opportunities," Wang Gan stated directly. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing's expression revealed that she had anticipated this request. "I suspected it was related to Qin. Our dorm is well aware of your recent interest in her. However, pursuing Qin is no simple task." "I understand, which is precisely why I require your help," Wang Gan replied earnestly. Ruan Qing pondered for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I'm only willing to assist because I find you quite agreeable and generous. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother with such affairs." Wang Gan recognized the value of her compliment, worth several thousand yuan. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice and added, "Currently, Qin does not have a boyfriend. However, a senior from the 4th year has been pursuing her quite ardently, showering her with attention and gifts. Although Qin hasn't accepted him, she hasn't outright rejected him either." Wang Gan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed," Ruan Qing nodded. "If you wish to pursue Qin, you must act swiftly and employ some unique tactics." "What do you suggest?" Wang Gan inquired. Ruan Qing's eyes gleamed with mischief as she smiled slyly. "Well, I have an idea, albeit somewhat cliché, yet it might prove effective. You should corner her, leaving her no escape, while simultaneously deterring other suitors." "How do I corner her?" "Quite simple." Ruan Qing snapped her fingers. "Bring her flowers daily, persistently, until the entire school is aware, leading everyone to believe you are an inseparable couple. In doing so, the senior will likely withdraw. As for Qin, with so many eyes upon her, she may initially resist, but gradually come to accept it." Wang Gan stroked his chin, acknowledging that while the approach was indeed conventional, it bore a certain logic. At the very least, it would diminish the hopes of others. "Very well, that is a splendid idea." Wang Gan nodded in appreciation. "You're welcome. Wishing you every success," Ruan Qing replied, gleefully departing with her spoils. Wang Gan watched her retreating figure, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Though he had spent over 2,000 yuan, the valuable information and advice he had received made it worthwhile. Just as he was about to leave, a soft voice called out from behind him, "Wang Gan." Turning, he saw Chen Jing standing a short distance away, her gaze forlorn, reminiscent of a wronged woman. "What are you doing here?" Wang Gan asked, somewhat surprised to see her follow him. Chen Jing approached him quickly, her tone tinged with a mix of grievance and stubbornness. "Did you forget your promise? Where's my phone?" Only then did Wang Gan recall his earlier commitment to provide her with a phone. He had intended to delay the matter for a few days, but her persistence and the fact that she had followed him here caught him off guard. "I haven't forgotten about the phone," he replied with a hint of impatience. "It's just a phone. Why the fixation? That is not the point." Chen Jing bit her lip. "You promised me, and you made me do something so humiliating. Are you playing with me?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, rendering her quite pitiable. Wang Gan observed her demeanor, feeling a wave of distaste wash over him. "Oh, has the shrew transformed into a damsel in distress? Anyone unaware of the situation might think I had mistreated her." He despised such self-indulgent women, who would shine brightly with just a hint of attention. He reproached himself for having provoked her in the first place. "All right, enough of this charade." He waved his hand dismissively. "I'll take care of it now. Follow me." Turning, he walked towards the exit of the campus, with Chen Jing hastily trailing behind, a flicker of joy illuminating her face. Wang Gan led her to a nearby flower shop. "Boss, I'd like to place an order for flowers," he said directly to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman, greeted him warmly upon seeing potential business. "Handsome, what kind of flowers would you like? Are they for your girlfriend?" She cast a glance at Chen Jing, who was trailing behind Wang Gan, and revealed a knowing smile. Chen Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment under her boss's gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet a flicker of secret delight surged within her. Wang Gan, however, paid no heed to his boss's teasing and stated directly, "Deliver flowers twice daily to the School of Journalism, Class 2 of the junior year, specifically to Ji Qinxin. Once in the morning and once in the afternoon. One delivery to the classroom and another to her dormitory. It is imperative that she herself signs for them, and I require photographic proof of the delivery. If she is not present, you must wait. If she refuses to accept them, you are to employ every tactic to persuade her. In short, she must receive them." The flower shop owner was taken aback. "Twice a day? And you require photographic evidence? This seems rather complicated. What if the young lady is unwilling? We cannot force her." "Money is not an issue," Wang Gan replied, extracting a thick wad of cash from his wallet, estimating it to be around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, and placing it firmly on the counter. "This is a deposit for 1 month's service. If all goes well, we shall continue next month. If not, or should any complications arise, you will receive not a single penny." The shop owner's eyes widened at the sight of the substantial cash. This would be quite a lucrative arrangement over the month. The shop owner's wife, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, interjected, "Handsome, you haven't specified which flowers to send. How about 99 roses each time?" Wang Gan, who possessed an understanding of floral symbolism, waved his hand dismissively. 99 is acceptable, but I expect a different arrangement each time." The look of uncertainty on her face instantly vanished, replaced by an enthusiastic smile. Calculating the figures, the shop would see tens of thousands in revenue over the month. The flower shop thrived on volume. If business was poor, they barely scraped by during holidays. Fresh flowers arrived daily, and unsold inventory would result in loss. With a 2/3 gross margin, catering to him alone would suffice. "Not a problem. Rest assured. Handsome, we shall fulfill your request flawlessly. Not only will we provide photos, but if you desire video recordings, we can accommodate that as well," the owner assured with a pat on his chest. Meanwhile, Chen Jing, listening to the exchange between Wang Gan and the shop owner, felt her expression shift from joy to shock and disbelief. Ji Qinxin? Wang Gan was willing to spend such a sum daily to send flowers to Ji Qinxin for an entire month? She had initially assumed Wang Gan brought her to the flower shop to buy her a bouquet, perhaps as a supplementary gift for her phone or as a romantic gesture. Little did she know, she was merely an afterthought. His mind had been solely preoccupied with Ji Qinxin from the beginning. A wave of intense jealousy and resentment surged within Chen Jing. Why should Ji Qinxin, of all people, be worthy of such elaborate efforts to win her over? Once Wang Gan had delineated the details to the flower shop owner, paid the deposit, and added him as a friend, he turned to leave. Wang Gan. Chun Jing could not contain herself any longer, her voice trembling slightly. What about my phone? It was then that Wang Gan seemed to remember her. Glancing her way with a nonchalant expression, "Oh, I almost forgot. Let us go by your phone." He drove to Xinjiku with a disheartened Chun Jing by his side. Upon entering the store, Wang Gan immediately spotted Ji Qinqin busily attending to customers behind the counter. Clad in the store's uniform, her hair was simply tied back, and she wore a professional smile as she introduced a mobile phone to a customer. When she noticed Wang Gan and Chun Jing's arrival, her smile momentarily faltered before returning to its usual demeanor, yet her gaze had grown noticeably colder. "Welcome. May I ask what you two would like to see?" Ji Qinqin inquired with a rehearsed politeness as she approached them. Wang Gan did not respond immediately. Instead, he observed her with keen interest. In her work attire, Ji Qinqin appeared less distant than usual, exuding a sense of competence. However, the air of aloofness surrounding her remained unchanged. "What a coincidence, Ji. You're working today too?" Wang Gan asked with a teasing smile, fully aware of the underlying tension. Ji Qinqin's brows knitted slightly, barely perceptible. "If you're not here to purchase a phone, please refrain from interrupting my work," she replied, evidently perceiving Wang Gan as a frivolous rich kid seeking to annoy her. "Of course, I am here to buy a phone." Wang Gan chuckled, pointing to the latest model, the 5. "I'd like 10 of those, please." 10? Ji Qinqin was taken aback, and the other staff and customers turned to stare, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief. Chun Jing's mouth dropped open in astonishment, unable to fathom the request. 10 to 5? How much would that cost? Is Wang Gan out of his mind? What? Are you afraid I can't afford it? Wang Gan raised an eyebrow. Ji Qinqin took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Sir, are you certain you want to buy 10? That is quite a substantial amount. Do I seem like I'm joking?" Wang Gan retorted. Ji Qinqin bit her lip, feeling that he was deliberately trying to make a fool of her, indulging in the petty amusement typical of wealthy youths. Maintaining her composure, she replied coldly, "I'm sorry, but I do not have time to engage in childish games with you. If you are genuinely here to purchase a phone, I would be happy to assist you. If not, I kindly ask you to leave." Chapter 40. Excess Child's Play? Wang Gan's smile widened. "Gee, what is the purpose of your university education? Isn't it to secure a good job and earn more money in the future? Here you are, working hard for a meager salary. How much do you earn a month? 3,000? 5,000? He paused, his tone laced with mockery. "To be honest, I admire your dedication. Balancing school and work is commendable. However, have you ever considered the meaning behind it all? If you truly need money, wouldn't it be wiser to work full-time instead of incurring tuition fees?" Wang Gan's words pierced through Ji Qinqin's defenses like daggers, striking at her heart. Her financial struggles were real. Her tuition and living expenses were earned through relentless hard work. She yearned for success and to escape the shackles of poverty more than anyone else. Yet, she held on her pride and principles, refusing to compromise her dignity as some young women might for monetary gain. "Your well-being is of no concern to me." Ji Qinqin's eyes were slightly reddened, yet she bravely restrained her tears from falling. She defiantly lifted her head, gazing at Wang Gan, and articulated each word with conviction. "Even in my poverty, I shall not accept any of your charity. Your money is better spent on those willing to be bought." "Well said." Wang Gan suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, "What a spirited girl. I admire your tenacity." However, he quickly shifted the conversation, pointing at the smartphones on the counter. "Nevertheless, business is business. I shall purchase these 10 units of the 5. Now, I kindly ask you, as a professional sales associate, to thoroughly detail the features and functions of this model. I desire the most comprehensive explanation." Ji Qinqin, witnessing Wang Gan's smug expression, trembled with indignation. It was evident that during his previous visit, he had not requested her assistance. So why now? She understood that Wang Gan was deliberately attempting to humiliate her, seeking to trample upon her dignity. The store manager, alerted to the tense atmosphere, rushed over and interjected, "Good day, sir. I'm the manager of this establishment. Young Ji is still a student and may not articulate herself well. Please do not take offense. You wish to purchase 10 units of the 5, correct? No problem. I will personally assist you." Yet Wang Gan waved his hand dismissively. No need. I want her to provide me with the introduction. Should her presentation lack quality or her demeanor be unsatisfactory? My purchase of these 10 phones is far from certain. Upon hearing this, the manager's expression shifted, and he discreetly signaled Ji Qin to endure this moment of humiliation. After all, this was a lucrative order that had come to them effortlessly. If it fell through, the manager's bonus for the month would be jeopardized. Ji Qin took a deep breath, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. She understood that she could not act impulsively. Losing this order would surely bring the manager's wrath upon her. A glimmer of tears welled in her eyes, yet she fought to prevent them from spilling. Ultimately, she relented, her voice quivering as she mechanically began to outline the features of the 5. Her tone was barely audible, laden with humiliation and resentment. Listening to her emotionless delivery, Wang Gan suddenly found the encounter less engaging than he had anticipated. His initial intent was to impart a harsh lesson to this Navi girl, to expose her to the harsh realities of life. However, witnessing her near tears stirred a pang of empathy within him. Enough of the introduction, he abruptly interrupted. Let's proceed with the payment. He produced his bank card and handed it to the manager, casting not a single glance at Ji Qin, as though she were an inconsequential passerby. The manager swiftly completed the transaction, and 10 brand new units of the 5 were neatly packaged before Wang Gan. He casually picked one up and tossed it to Qin Jing, who had remained in a state of shock throughout the ordeal. Here's your phone, he said flatly, his tone reminiscent of discarding refuse. Qin Jing instinctively caught the phone, gazing at the latest model in her hand, her heart a tumult of emotions. The smartphone she had longed for had come to her with such ease. Yet why did a sense of joy elude her? Wang Gan paid her no further heed, clutching the remaining 9 phones, and turned to exit the store. As he stepped outside, he cast a fleeting glance back at Ji Qin, who remained at the counter, head bowed, her shoulders subtly trembling, a complex emotion flickering within him. This girl was more tenacious than he had anticipated, and she stirred a deeper sense of conquest within him than he had imagined. Nevertheless, this encounter should have awakened her to some extent, for he, Wang Gan, was not one to be easily dismissed. After leaving the phone store, Wang Gan felt a peculiar sensation. The thrill of teasing Ji Qin dissipated swiftly, replaced by a vague emptiness. He carried the 9 pristine smartphones, as if they were mere cumbersome bricks. What do you intend to do with these phones? Qin Jing queried softly from behind, clutching her own device tightly, as if fearing it might vanish at any moment. Wang Gan shot her a glance. What business is it of yours? At that moment, his phone erupted with an unexpected ringing, the default tone jarring to the ears. He frowned, noticing an unfamiliar number on the screen. Hello? Wang Gan's tone bore a hint of impatience. Hello, is this Wang Gan? Came a somewhat juvenile voice from the other end, tinged with an overt eagerness. It is. Who's speaking? Greetings, Wang Gan. This is Lu Feng from the school's Entrepreneur Association. I've heard much about your illustrious reputation. It said you've made notable strides in the investment realm. Our association has a project concerning a campus lifestyle service platform, which holds immense potential. I wonder if you would be interested in learning more and perhaps investing in our angel round? The words flowed rapidly, clearly a rehearsed pitch. Lu Feng, I'm still waiting for my yun. The entrepreneurial fervor has now reached my doorstep. Wang Gan, having experienced this era, recognized the fervent zeal of young entrepreneurs. In his youth, he too had dreamt of brilliance, envisioning a path to wealth and success, only to find himself distracted by romantic pursuits. Such audacious claims made by these youngsters when seeking financial backing were bewildering. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Wang Gan's brow furrowed deeper. How did you obtain my number? His private contact was shared only with a select few acquaintances. Oh, that. Lu Feng hesitated briefly, but continued. I was just at your dormitory 105, discussing the project with Huang Mingzhi. He mentioned you were the pride of their dorm, known for your integrity and willingness to help. And he provided me with your contact details, suggesting you would surely be interested in such a promising project. Huang Mingzhi. Wang Gan's expression darkened instantly, a surge of unbridled anger coursing through him. This bookish fool, with his self-righteous benevolence, is utterly preposterous. You let Huang Mingzhi take the call. Wang Gan's voice was as frigid as ice. Chapter 41. A Fool's Errand. On the other end of the line, Lu Feng was evidently taken aback by the chill in Wang Gan's tone, unsure of where he had offended a potential benefactor. Yet, he could not fathom the reason and dared not to be dismissive, stammering in response. Oh, all right, please hold on. A moment later, Huang Mingzhi's voice, tinged with confusion and naivety, came through. Hello? Wang Gan, you were looking for me? Wang Gan, suppressing his ire, articulated each word with precision. Who bestowed upon you the authority to indiscriminately share my private number with others? Have you lost your senses or been struck by a donkey? When did it become your prerogative to decide matters on my behalf? Huang Mingzhi was momentarily stunned by this abrupt tirade, taking several seconds to regain his composure. He replied, defensively, Wang Gan, I didn't mean it that way. I noticed that Lu Feng and his team are struggling to start their venture. They are quite passionate. I thought, given your current circumstances, perhaps you could lend them a hand. Isn't that a good thing? A good thing? Wang Gan's Chalfit. Do I need your guidance on what constitutes a good deed? Who do you think you are? The Virgin Mary or a savior? I warn you, Huang Mingzhi, refrain from making decisions on my behalf in the future. Should there be a next time, do not expect me to be courteous. With that, Wang Gan abruptly hung up the phone, his chest still heaving with agitation. He loathed individuals who, under the guise of goodwill, committed foolish acts. Difficult? Who in this world has it easy? Nearby, Chun Jing dared not breathe, her heart racing from the intensity of Wang Gan's earlier call. She clutched her phone carefully, suppressing her desire to unwrap it for the time being. Wang Gan took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions. He began to contemplate changing his number to prevent any more unwelcome intrusions from such oblivious individuals through various channels. Just as he was about to return to arrange this, he noticed the service center nearby was within the mobile store where Ji Qinshin worked. Returning there felt somewhat shameful, as though he was clinging on stubbornly. Wang Gan decided instead to adjust his phone settings, activating the whitelist mode, allowing only contacts saved in his address book to reach him, while all unfamiliar numbers would be blocked. This brought him a sense of tranquility. After completing this task, he cast a glance at Qin Jing, who resembled a quail in her demeanor. Upon noticing his gaze, she quickly mustered a conciliatory smile, clutching her phone, and bravely remarked, Wang Gan, why are you so angry? Qin Jing was merely filling the silence. She felt Wang Gan was unleashing his frustrations of failed romantic pursuits upon his roommate. Poor Huang Mingzhi, the bookworm. Wang Gan casually replied, shouldn't I be upset about the casual breach of someone else's privacy? Oh, he turned back to observe her, noting her calm expression as if it were a trivial matter. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Presently, telecom fraud had not yet reached the frenzied extremes of later generations. Engaging in further conversation with her would be futile. If you're not leaving, are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Oh, really? Is that possible? Upon hearing these words, Chun Jing's eyes sparkled, her spirits soaring. Get lost, you're dreaming, Wang Gan retorted with an eye roll, adding, your phone has arrived. You should return to school or attend to whatever you need to do. Noticing Wang Gan lifting his long legs to depart, Chun Jing hurriedly followed. Thank you for the phone. I would like to invite you to a movie as a token of gratitude. Is that all right? Her voice dwindled, her heart racing anxiously. Wang Gan smirked, an unmistakable hint of derision gracing his lips. A movie? With you? What relationship do we share? Do you truly believe you are entitled to accompany me to the cinema? His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flicker of vanity and dreams that had ignited within Qin Jing. Her complexion shifted from red to pale, her hands tightly clutching the phone box, her knuckles whitening. Yet she could muster no retort. Indeed, what right did she have? She had previously mocked him, and now she merely sought a sliver of his generosity, attempting to overreach. Wang Gan, disinterested in her further, retrieved his phone and dialed Sun Qing's number. The call connected swiftly, and Sun Qing's voice, laced with a hint of languor and sweetness, greeted him, Hello, Gan Ge. Get ready. I'll come pick you up soon for the movie tonight. Wang Gan's tone brooked no argument, carrying a slight commanding edge. Chun Jing's remarks had prompted him. As a university student, he ought to relish life. The cinema. It had been years since Wang Gan had spent money there. Work had relegated him to merely browsing online. His life lacked any semblance of quality. This had to change. He was determined to gradually rectify his impoverished lifestyle habits. Great. I'll get all dolled up and wait for you. Sun Qing's voice brimmed with excitement. In the background, another voice, likely that of her roommate Li Meili, could be heard. Did that rich second-generation call? Qing, let me tell you. Dating a young rich kid is unreliable. They're fickle. Don't foolishly waste your youth. In the end, you'll have nothing to show for it. Sun Qing seemed to cover the microphone, her voice noticeably quieter. I know, Meili. I'm being cautious. Then she resumed her sweet tone into the receiver. Gan go. I'll be waiting for you, moi. Wang Gan ended the call, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. Women like Sun Qing were clear about their goals, unencumbered by the constraints of supposed friendships, fully aware of their desires. This arrangement was advantageous. It simplified matters for everyone involved. He did not spare Chunjing another glance as he strode towards the parking lot and his BMW 7 Series. With time still on his side, he knew that it would take the young lady an eternity to prepare. He had no intention of waiting. Such behavior belonged to those who fawned. Moreover, he had more pressing matters to attend to, specifically placing his third bet on the World Cup. Analyzing the upcoming 2 matches, he felt a strong sense of confidence. While not absolutely certain, he estimated the odds at a staggering 999, promising returns that could easily surpass gold. Previous expenditures had somewhat diminished his cash flow, and the substantial cost of purchasing a vehicle, combined with a seemingly effortless lifestyle, had left him with just over $3 million at hand. However, should this wager prove successful, he would genuinely possess the capital to leverage his future. Chunjing stood rooted in place, watching Wang Gan's car swiftly depart, its tailpipe releasing a wisp of smoke, leaving her feeling like a mere jester. The phone case in her grasp felt somewhat heated, and despite the urge to hurl it away, she hesitated, unwilling to part with it. She bit her lip, her gaze fraught with complexity. Meanwhile, Wang Gan had long since dismissed her from his thoughts, as his BMW glided smoothly out of the commercial district. He randomly chose an intersection and drove towards the bridge, needing to procure a sack to hold his money. Chapter 42. A $1 million gamble. Wang Gan left behind the tumult of Chunjing and the school, as his BMW 7 Series navigated the city streets with ease. For this World Cup bet, he intended to wager a staggering $1 million. His target was clear, a match on June 17th between Russia and South Korea. He remembered vividly how Su Wei had once criticized the Russians for their rough play, stating that both teams were evenly matched. Despite their tenacious spirit, the match ended in a drab 0-0 draw, perfectly aligning with his vague recollection of South Korea's winless streak. More crucially, on June 18th, Spain would face Chile. In a past life, the outcome of this match had sent shockwaves through the footballing world, as the defending champions, Spain, failed to rise to the occasion, suffering a humiliating 0-2 defeat and being eliminated in the group stage. Countless gamblers had taken to the rooftops in despair. Many speculated that Spain had thrown the match, as such a loss seemed utterly implausible. But what did speculation matter? The opinions of fans held no weight, without concrete evidence. Explanations were unnecessary. However, Wang Gan was indifferent to the allegations of match fixing. All that mattered to him was the prospect of winning big. He intended to parlay the outcomes of these 2 matches. The odds for a draw between Russia and South Korea stood at a mere 2-1, while the odds for Spain losing 0-2 to Chile were an astonishing 20-1. For the average person, this was already considered high and fraught with risk. Yet, Wang Gan was still unsatisfied. Having previously witnessed odds as high as 100-1, he found a modest 20-1 somewhat lacking in appeal. Nevertheless, after meticulously examining the betting rules, he discovered a method to enhance the return on investment. By combining the 2 bets, the cumulative odds would reach an astonishing 40-1. An investment of $1 million would yield a staggering profit of $39 million if successful. This sum would liberate him from financial constraints, providing the most solid foundation for the expansion of his future business endeavors. These were the 2 matches he felt most confident about after thorough research, and he would not place any bets on others that did not leave a significant impression. Wang Gan was no mere fan or reckless gambler. He deemed it irrational to wager even $2 on uncertain outcomes. As for why he refrained from increasing his stake, he considered that risking $8 million for a potential return of several hundred million was a prudent decision. The essence of football is round. Yet even Wang Gan is wary of the butterfly effect. A single misstep could render all prior efforts futile. Nevertheless, with several matches still ahead, caution is paramount. To avoid drawing attention and to ensure that his substantial wager proceeds smoothly, he plans to divide his $1 million into 4 portions, each amounting to $250,000, placing bets at different lottery shops. Driving aimlessly on the streets, he soon discovers a suitable betting outlet. The first lottery shop is located on the outskirts of the city, nearly at the banks of the Yangtze River. The establishment is modest in size, yet possesses a certain antiquity. A sign advertising sports lottery hangs at the entrance, while several match announcements are affixed to the glass door. Perhaps due to its location or the fact that it coincides with mealtime, the shop is devoid of customers, save for the proprietor. Wang Gan pushes the door open and steps inside. The lighting is somewhat dim, and the air is tinged with a faint aroma of tobacco and ink. A middle-aged man, wearing reading glasses, is seated behind the counter, engrossed in something on an old computer screen. Upon hearing the door, he lifts his gaze, adjusts his glasses, and scrutinizes the newcomer. Wang Gan approaches and realizes that the owner is also placing a bet, an interesting scenario akin to a sickly man running a pharmacy, both consuming and selling. One wonders if the earnings he makes each month suffice for his own indulgences. "Sir, I would like to purchase a World Cup lottery ticket," Wang Gan states succinctly. "Oh, which match?" the owner inquires. Wang Gan strides directly to the counter and clearly articulates his betting intentions. "On June 17th, Russia versus South Korea. I will bet on a score of 1-1. On June 18th, Spain versus Chile. I'm betting on Chile to win, with a score of 2-0. Let us combine these 2 bets." The owner pauses, his pen halting mid-motion, and he looks up in astonishment, reassessing Wang Gan. This audacious wager, specifying exact scores for what appear to be disparate matches, is indeed bold. "Are you certain about this bet? The odds are quite steep, and the risk is considerable," the owner kindly cautions. "I am certain," Wang Gan replies, his tone calm as he places his bank card on the counter. "Please place a bet of 250,000. 250,000. The owner's eyes widen slightly. It is a rarity to see a young person come in with such a substantial sum for lottery betting these days. He double-checks. "Young man, have you considered this carefully?" "Sir, just process the ticket as I instructed. I will take responsibility for the outcome," Wang Gan responds with a slight smile, exuding an undeniable confidence. Seeing his resolute demeanor, the owner refrains from further persuasion. He takes the payment and begins to operate the betting machine. After inputting the match details and the wager amount, the machine emits a series of clicks. "Indeed, it seems you have done your homework," the owner remarks with a smile. "Absolutely. I am certain I will win," Wang Gan replies with a grin. "Why don't you join me in this bet? I guarantee you'll win." "Haha, I think I will stick to my own strategy," the owner chuckles. "Not to mention, Spain conceding 2 more goals in the second match. That is quite the fantasy, an impossibility. Surely, the reigning champions would want to maintain some dignity." However, the owner refrains from uttering any discouraging words. As individuals arrive to place their bets, it is evident that they are all driven by the prospect of winning, brimming with confidence in their wagering strategies. Otherwise, would they truly be supporting the sports industry? At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. The betting machine, while in the process of printing tickets, suddenly jammed, emitting a cacophony of irritating static. "Oh, this wretched machine," the proprietor muttered under his breath, flustered as he began to pound on the exterior of the device, attempting to restore its functionality. Wang Gan stood calmly to the side, exhibiting no signs of impatience. He understood that maintaining composure was paramount in such situations. After all, there were no onlookers around, so the matter was not overly concerning. "I apologize. It seems you've purchased quite a few tickets. The machine has gone on strike," the owner remarked after a considerable struggle, perspiration beading on his forehead. Eventually, he managed to extract the jammed ticket paper, only to find that the tickets were rendered invalid. He offered a sheepish smile to Wang Gan, saying, "My apologies, young man. This old machine has a mind of its own. Let me print those for you again. After re-entering the information, the process finally proceeded smoothly. One by one, the tickets emerged from the printer, and the owner meticulously verified each one before handing them to Wang Gan. Wang Gan, too, was diligent, ensuring that he examined each ticket thoroughly. A mistake at this juncture would be a source of great embarrassment. After carefully reviewing the betting information and amounts, and confirming their accuracy, he carefully stored them in his newly purchased backpack. The malfunctioning machine had consumed an additional 10 minutes beyond Wang Gan's estimation. Once everything was secured, his bag was approximately 1/5 full. "Thank you, boss," he expressed gratefully. "No need for formalities. I wish you good luck." The proprietor beamed a professional smile, pleased with the 7% commission he had earned. Yet, internally, he pondered whether this young man had insider knowledge or simply had money to burn. Such a betting approach resembled tossing money into the water. Wang Gan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave the lottery shop. He had already placed a bet of 250,000, leaving 750,000 remaining. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards his car parked by the roadside, preparing to head to the next establishment. Chapter 43. The treatment of big clients. Having departed from the first lottery shop, which had been somewhat tumultuous, Wang Gan navigated through the city, mentally mapping out his subsequent route. He resolved not to be deterred by minor setbacks and sought out establishments with newer machines. Otherwise, it would truly be a waste of time. The second lottery shop was situated beside a relatively bustling commercial street, its storefront significantly brighter than the first, adorned with a plethora of winning announcements and event analysis charts. The proprietor, a shrewd man in his 40s, noted the arrival of Wang Gan in his BMW 7 Series, a glint of barely perceptible excitement flashing in his eyes. "Boss, I wish to place a bet on the World Cup," Wang Gan declared as he entered the shop, cutting straight to the chase. The owner, evidently skilled in handling such clientele, recognized that young patrons arriving in luxury vehicles were a rarity. If he could cultivate this individual into a loyal customer, it would ensure a steady stream of income. He approached Wang Gan with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Ah, the esteemed boss has arrived. Which matches are you interested in today?" His tone was exceedingly courteous, and he proceeded to produce some currency to facilitate the transaction. Wang Gan nodded slightly, reiterating the exact same betting details: a draw of 1-1 between Russia and South Korea, and a 2-0 loss for Spain against Chile, both placed as a parley bet with a stake of 250,000. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's smile widened even further. Such a precisely calculated high-odds parley, coupled with a substantial wager, undoubtedly constituted a significant bet among all bets. "Fei, quickly prepare a cup of coffee for this esteemed gentleman. Hurry, refrain from indulging in your trivial games," he commanded. Old Good turned around with a forced smile. "Children grow up and become disobedient. May I inquire your surname, dear sir?" "You are always welcome to visit our establishment for lottery purchases. I assure you of the utmost quality service." "I am simply Wang," replied Wang Gan, his tone devoid of apprehension. With a surname as common as Wang, shared by nearly 100 million people nationwide, there was no risk of information leakage. At that moment, a young lady, approximately 20 years of age, ambled over with a cup of instant coffee. Her attire, a hooded bear-themed pajama, was somewhat disheveled. Wang Gan increasingly perceived her as a quintessential reclusive homebody of future generations. However, she had not completely retreated into her room and was still willing to assist in monitoring the shop. "Olga, why are you shouting? You startled me." "My game has crashed," exclaimed a voice. "If you're on the verge of collapse, quickly bring over those snacks you purchased for Wang to pass the time." As Old Gu efficiently operated, he still had the leisure to scold his daughter. Other patrons, witnessing this scene, could not help but jest. "Old Gu, are you entertaining a client or courting a son-in-law? When do we receive such treatment?" "Scram, when have you ever been a client? I personally serve you tea and snacks." The commission on lottery sales hovers around 78 points, varying slightly across different outlets. With Wang Gan's wager of 250,000, Old Gu would earn over 10,000, a rather substantial sum indeed. Were it not for the World Cup, lasting barely over a month, he would have contemplated applying for a license to engage in betting himself. Wang Gan chuckled, realizing he had not entirely shed the frugality of his past life. continually preoccupied with such trifling profits. Reluctantly, Gu Feifei brought over the snacks, exclaiming, "These treats are quite expensive. I seldom indulge in them. Here you go, handsome. You probably do not fancy these, so I shall take them back." Noticing the girl's stinginess sparked a mischievous delight in Wang Gan. "I find them quite appealing. Let us leave them here for everyone to share." Wang Gan's unorthodox approach ignited Gu Feifei's frustration. How could someone so inept at feigned politeness amass such wealth? She huffed. Surely he is a wealthy heir lounging on the laurels of others, destined for bankruptcy in the streets. Unaware of Gu Feifei's inner critique, Wang Gan distributed the snacks among the fellow patrons present. "This instant coffee tastes like dishwater. Young lady, could you fetch me a cup of milk tea instead? Oomph. Drink it or not." With that, Gu Feifei turned to retreat, intent on resuming her gaming endeavors. Before Wang Gan could respond, old Gu interjected, "Feifei, hurry along. There's a shop not far ahead." Gu Feifei, disdainful of her father's obsequiousness, found herself embroiled in a playful exchange of banter with him. Wang Gan, meanwhile, continued to verify the lottery tickets while enjoying the unfolding spectacle. Old G's actions were swift, and he quickly completed a thick stack of lottery tickets. Realizing he could not persuade his daughter to assist him, he decided to apologize to Wang Gan and set off on his own. Witnessing old G's relentless pursuit of life, Wang Gan was reminded of the hardships he endured in his previous life and resolved to allow him a stroke of good fortune. Enough of running around. Continue placing bets for 250,000, the same as before, he instructed, handing over his bank card for processing. 500,000. Old G's expression momentarily stiffened before elation took over. He promptly began operating the machine with deftness, conversing with Wang Gan as he worked. "Boss Wang, you truly possess remarkable resolve. Most would hesitate to place such bets on these two matches. Do you have some insider information or an in-depth understanding of the teams?" Wang Gan merely smiled faintly and replied ambiguously, "Just having some fun. A friend recommended it. The odds looked enticing, so I decided to take a chance." He preferred not to elaborate further to avoid unnecessary complications. "Gu Feifei, hop on the electric bike and fetch a few cups of coffee from the Starbucks at the intersection. If you don't comply, you can forget about pocket money next month." Understanding she could no longer indulge in her whims, Gu Feifei hurriedly took the keys and left. Observing this exchange, several lottery players felt a twinge of temptation, convinced Wang Gan had insider knowledge. "Old Zhang, this fellow's quite the enigma. Should we place a few bets as well?" One mused. "Do you think it's a national football team? Our domestic players are not so easily swayed," another retorted. Most analyzed that the wealthy young man was merely gambling recklessly, essentially guaranteeing a loss. Only one bald-headed man, named Old Wu, trusted his instincts and followed Wang Gan's lead. Wagering 1,000, potentially earning 40,000. The other players mocked him, suggesting he had lost his senses in pursuit of wealth. Wang Gan, however, remained silent, offering no explanations even when questioned. "Buy if you wish, follow if you dare. If you do follow, consider yourself fortunate. If not, consider it a lack of fortune." The offline betting environment harbored a flaw, impossible to prevent others from mimicking. With everyone's bets laid bare, concealment was futile. Not following had little impact on Wang Gan. After all, he was not the house, and the lottery payouts were guaranteed regardless. Furthermore, with real money on the line, players tended to trust their own judgments more. After a while, just as the betting concluded, Gu Feifei hurriedly returned, having even dropped her hat, oblivious to the few stray hairs atop her head. "Boss Wang is far too humble," she exclaimed as the boss handed over the printed lottery tickets with both hands, eagerly accepting the packaged coffee from his daughter. "Boss Wang, do come by more often. Our service is swift and accommodating. For esteemed guests like you, we shall ensure you receive the utmost preferential treatment." His words were laden with an intention to cultivate a long-term relationship with this valuable client. Wang Gan accepted the tickets and coffee, nodding in acknowledgement. "Feifei, quickly asked the young man for his contact information. You will be responsible for maintaining this esteemed client from now on." Goodness, is he truly willing to sacrifice his daughter for business? However, it might also be a desire to achieve two objectives with one endeavor. securing a significant client while simultaneously facilitating the departure of a homebody. Marrying into wealth certainly seems advantageous. Nevertheless, one can only say that the brothers' aspirations are quite fanciful, while Wang Gan merely waved his hand dismissively. Well then, perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future. Without lingering any longer, Wang Gan drove away, unconcerned about whether this would spark a quarrel between father and daughter. In the subsequent lottery shop, Wang Gan's betting process became increasingly smooth. Learning from past experiences, he parked his vehicle at a considerable distance. After all, if someone noted his license plate, they could potentially uncover personal information. The proprietor of the third shop was a younger woman, whose appearance was somewhat lackluster, and her demeanor left much to be desired, especially when compared to the previous Gufei. Wang Gan, lacking any inclination for levity, swiftly conducted his business in a professional manner. Upon witnessing Wang Gan place a high-risk bet of 250,000, her eyes were filled with astonishment and curiosity. The shop owner, perhaps a bit socially anxious, refrained from excessive inquiries and simply said sweetly after printing the ticket, "Wishing you the best of luck with your prize." When a final ticket of 250,000 was printed and securely held in Wang Gan's grasp, the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. A total of 1 million in funds had been transformed into several hefty stacks of lottery tickets, each placed in 3 different establishments to maximize risk dispersion and avoid any unnecessary complications from placing a single large bet at one shop. Aside from his earlier indulgence at Old Ge's shop, where he couldn't resist admiring a young beauty, there were no significant issues. After all, with the lottery results due in 2 days, Wang Gan was destined to become an urban legend. He would be the subject of discussion among these lottery enthusiasts for quite some time, and perhaps even after the cup tournament concluded, his story would continue to circulate. Thus, no matter how enthusiastic the shop owners might be, Wang Gan would not set foot in those establishments again. The number of lottery shops in the provincial capital was beyond his ability to count, but he estimated there must be several hundred, more than sufficient for his needs during the World Cup. If necessary, he could always drive to neighboring cities. Chapter 44. Settling in as dusk fell and the city lights began to twinkle, Wang Gan's BMW 7 Series adeptly navigated through the congested evening rush hour, even finding it somewhat easier to weave in and out of traffic. Ultimately, he arrived at an area distinctly out of place amid the surrounding high-rise buildings, an urban village. The narrow and winding alleys were flanked by densely packed residential buildings, and the dim glow of streetlights barely illuminated the uneven pavement. The air was saturated with a mlang of food aromas, dampness, and the complex scent of urban refuse. Wang Gan's luxurious vehicle seemed somewhat incongruous with the environment, drawing curious glances from passers-by. He parked in a relatively spacious spot at the alley's entrance and took out his phone to call Sun Qing. Just as he unlocked the screen, he noticed a figure not far away, on tiptoe, peering in his direction. It was Sun Qing. Today, she had clearly made an effort to present herself well. A fitted, light-colored dress accentuated her youthful curves, and her subtly made-up face appeared particularly charming under the streetlight. Upon seeing Wang Gan's car, a radiant smile blossomed on her face as she grabbed a small handbag and hurried toward him. "Gange." Sun Qing's voice carried a hint of exuberance. Wang Gan opened the passenger door, gesturing for her to enter. Once she settled in and fastened her seatbelt, Wang Gan furrowed his brow slightly, his tone imbued with a barely perceivable reproach. "It's rather late. Do you not realize how unsafe it is for a girl to be waiting at the alley's mouth? Next time, just wait for me upstairs, and I'll call you when I arrive." Upon hearing this, Sun Qing paused momentarily, then lowered her gaze and replied softly, "I was just worried you might have trouble finding your way. This place can be quite confusing." She detected that Wang Gan's words were not born of genuine anger, but rather laced with a subtle concern, which warmed her heart. This kind of domineering, yet caring attention was unexpectedly gratifying. "I will send you my location in advance from now on," she assured him. Wang Gan started the car, smoothly navigating out of the narrow alleyway. Inside the vehicle, a brief silence enveloped them. Sun Qing covertly admired the profile of Wang Gan as he focused on driving, her thoughts swirling. She was aware of his wealth and understood the motives behind his interest in her. They had both agreed, in a more flattering light, that they were fulfilling each other's needs. In less flattering terms, Sun Qing preferred not to dwell on that. Yet at this moment, she found that this young affluent heir did not quite conform to the stereotype her beautiful sister had painted. Wealthy men as heartless scoundrels, merely throwing money at others. She sensed a flicker of sincerity in Wang Gan's words directed towards her. Casting a sidelong glance at her, Wang Gan spoke again. If you accompany me, perform well. And I assure you that you will not be treated poorly. I will provide you with a monthly allowance of 20,000 for your basic expenses. Should you have any other reasonable needs, feel free to discuss them with me. 20,000? Sun Qing's eyes brightened instantly, her voice brimming with astonishment. For a girl her age still striving in the urban village, that sum was undoubtedly a fortune. It would afford her a significantly better life and still leave her with some surplus to support her family. Previously, her monthly allowance barely amounted to a few hundred. She nodded eagerly, her voice sweetened. Thank you, Ganga. I promise to be obedient and perform well. Wang Gan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he took out his phone and transferred 20,000 directly through mobile banking. With a chime, Sun Qing's phone buzzed with a notification of the transaction. Upon checking, her smile grew even more radiant, and her gaze towards Wang Gan now shimmered with admiration and dependence. The sight of a man providing financial support was undeniably alluring. Ganga, you are so kind to me. Sun Qing leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek, only to retreat swiftly afterward. Ah, this little enchantress! Were it not for the safety concerns of driving, Wang Gan might have succumbed to temptation. Yet, one could hardly blame him for his eagerness. The absence of a serious girlfriend since graduation had left him yearning, a struggle only he could truly comprehend. Ganga, what movie shall we watch? A blockbuster or a domestic film? Wang Gan did not directly respond, opting instead to steer the car toward the most bustling area of the city center. Ultimately, he parked in the underground lot of the Hilton Hotel. You may disembark now. Sun Qing felt a touch of confusion, yet obediently followed Wang Gan out of the car and into the elevator, ascending directly to the hotel lobby. After completing the check-in process at the front desk, they ascended to the top floor, where Wang Gan used his room card to unlock the door to a luxurious executive suite. The spacious living room, adorned with exquisite furnishings and boasting magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows, exuded opulence. I have booked this room for a month, Wang Gan said casually. You can stay here as well. It's far safer and more convenient than that urban village of yours, and it will save me the trouble of picking you up each time. Sun Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. She understood Wang Gan's implication. This signified that she would officially become his exclusive companion, heralding a monumental shift in her life. Despite the exorbitant price, everything was undeniably splendid. However, she was not naive enough to express such thoughts to Wang Gan directly. She would rather convert into cash and rent a better apartment in a decent neighborhood. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded vigorously, saying yes. Thank you, Gange. Wang Gan said no more, striding over to a standing safe in the corner of the room. He input a code and opened the heavy door. After locating the manual inside, he changed the password. He carefully placed a backpack containing 1 million in lottery tickets into the safe, then secured it once more. Sun Qing curiously observed his actions, but wisely refrained from asking any questions. Adhering to the survival rule of her kind of girl, never inquire about matters that should remain unspoken. The thought of bringing a lottery ticket worth 40 million back to the dormitory would be utterly foolish. When it came to wealth and life, even the slightest carelessness was unacceptable. Having secured the keys to his future fortune, Wang Gan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, he turned to find Sun Qing, who was marveling at everything in the suite with excitement. And he felt a surge of satisfaction in his ability to control his circumstances. Ganga, this hotel has been renovated much more recently than the last one, she remarked. Different construction eras yield different styles, but it's a pity the view doesn't overlook the Yangtze River. The scenery is slightly inferior. Wang Gan was indifferent to this distinction. He simply enjoyed experiencing a variety of settings, observing the delight radiating from the young woman beside him. He patted Sun Qing on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Let us go. Now that we're settled, let us catch a movie." In the luxurious hotel suite, With immense wealth slumbering in the safe and the presence of this young, beautiful, and obedient girl beside him, Wang Gan felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Days like this, he could relish for 100 years without feeling weary. Chapter 45. A Father's Command. Ganga. Being with you makes me truly happy. Sun Qing's voice was sweet and deliberately flattering. Oh no, my makeup has smudged a bit. I need to touch it up. Who are you trying to impress at this late hour? For you, of course, Ganga. Wang Gan smiled faintly, lighting a cigarette and savoring this simple moment of tenderness. Just then, his phone rang, the screen flashing the words "old man." He slightly furrowed his brow but answered the call nonetheless. Hello, Dad. On the other end, his father, Wang Fuhai, spoke with a commanding tone that resonated with authority. Wang Gan, you must return this weekend. I have a significant project, and the bank loan requires your signature as a guarantee. Wang Gan's expression instantly turned cold. Once again, it was the familiar weight of a major business deal. The familiar insistence. It cannot be said that his father treated him poorly. Rather, the domineering, patriarchal manner of his father left Wang Gan feeling quite displeased. Decisions were made unilaterally, always dictated by his father's obstinacy. If he could manage it himself, it might be tolerable, but in the end, it only resulted in chaos. What project? He asked, his tone indifferent. You wouldn't understand. Why ask so many questions? Just come back to sign. Wang Fuhai replied impatiently. This project is guaranteed to yield profits. I toil day in and day out, and it's all for you and your mother. I've already spoken with Uncle Zhang and the others. We're just waiting for your signature. Stop dawdling. Wang Gan could almost envision the expression on his father's face on the other end of the line, slightly puffy from years of socializing, radiating an air of arrogance and dismissiveness. He exhaled softly, his tone calm, yet resolute. Dad, I will not sign that. What did you say? Wang Fuhai's voice suddenly escalated, filled with shock and disbelief. Repeat that. Wang Gan, have you grown wings? I raised you all this time, and now you can't even sign a guarantee? Who is this for? ISNT it for this family. For your future success? For this family? A smirk curled at the corners of Wang Gan's mouth. Dad, ask yourself honestly, how many of your recent so-called major business ventures have been truly secure? The alleys in the village aren't wide enough for you to walk through sideways. Your friends, when playing mahjong with you, have to wear helmets, fearing they might be struck by the tiles you carelessly toss. You've become so arrogant because of your past successes, with millions in assets that have made you lose your sense of direction. Half of these words were painful lessons from a past life, and half were forewarnings and mockery of the present. Wang Fuhai trembled with rage at his son's words, shouting, You ungrateful wretch! Are you cursing me? I tell you, if you don't sign this time, I, Wang Fuhai, will disown you. Where will my dignity go? My friends are all waiting. Dignity? Wang Gan scoffed. Dad, can dignity be eaten? Can it repay your debts? Let me be clear. I will not sign any guarantees. If you truly believe in that project, find a way to manage it yourself. With that, he hung up decisively, not allowing Wang Fuhai another moment to rant. Sun Qing, nearby, dared not breathe. Cautiously observing his expression, Wang Gan tossed his phone onto the coffee table and closed his eyes, memories from his past life flooding back like a tide. His father's blind confidence in several major investments had led to a broken financial chain, perpetually shifting resources from one area to another. Interest compounded like a snowball, growing ever larger until it became untenable. Ultimately, in 2015, they faced complete bankruptcy. As the guarantor, he had been burdened at a young age with debts exceeding $2 million. The entire family has been placed on a blacklist of dishonesty. In order to evade debts, the parents, despite their advanced age, are compelled to venture far from home, washing dishes in a small restaurant and hauling bricks at construction sites. As for him, due to credit issues, he finds himself unable to secure any respectable employment, languishing in the passage of time, with life appearing bleak. Sun Qing, tentatively, attempts to speak. Wang Gan opens his eyes. The coldness in his gaze has dissipated, returning to a state of tranquility. He understands that this rejection will disappoint his father, incite his wrath, and possibly even lead to a temporary severance of their relationship. However, this is a necessary short-term pain. He must impart a lesson to this man who has sailed smoothly through life for the better part of his existence. awakening him to reality. In this second chance at life, he will not permit such tragedies to unfold again. It's all right, he smiles faintly, patting Sun Qing's hand, indicating that this minor episode is not something she should concern herself with. For the sake of this family and for himself, he must proceed with resoluteness. A small issue cannot detract from his enjoyment of life. After all, living a second life is no easy feat. Wasting even a second is a crime. Wang Gan accompanies Sun Qing out of the Hilton Hotel. The night is deepening, and the city's neon lights flicker, outlining the contours of prosperity. They arrive at a premiere cinema at the nearby Wanda Plaza, where Wang Gan purchases tickets for the midnight screening of the film. The screening room is vastly different from ordinary theaters, with very few patrons, almost akin to a private event. Spacious and comfortable leather sofas can be adjusted to nearly a reclining position, equipped with small tables and service bells beside each seat, epitomizing privacy and service. This is Sun Qing's first experience of such a luxurious viewing method. Upon entering the theater, she is captivated by its opulence and comfort, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, yet tinged with a hint of shyness. Wang Gan selects the optimal viewing position in the center, with Sun Qing seated closely beside him. The film is a Hollywood blockbuster, Transformers, featuring stunning special effects and grand scenes. Nowadays, Hollywood still showcases a plethora of handsome men and beautiful women, making it a visual delight. Even the White Lotus has a role in this one. In a few years, the old guard will begin to embrace correctness, and the imagery will become quite the eyesore. However, Wang Gan's thoughts are not solely fixated on the film. He relishes the privilege and convenience afforded by wealth, enjoying the intimate atmosphere with a young, beautiful girl by his side under the dim lighting. Sun Qing evidently understands her role. She discreetly observes Wang Gan's expressions, noticing his apparent disinterest in the film, and thus initiates light-hearted conversations, sharing humorous anecdotes from her childhood. She attentively offers him drinks and popcorn, her gestures gentle and tinged with a desire to please. The emotional value is palpable. Wang Gan occasionally responds, commenting on the plot or sharing harmless jokes, to which Sun Qing listens intently, responding with her melodious laughter or gazing at him with admiration, perfectly embodying the role of an ideal companion. By the time the film concludes, it is past 1 a.m. Outside the cinema, the night breeze is cool. Wang Gan, accompanied by Sun Qing, drives back to the Hilton. "Are you hungry?" he casually inquires, primarily because he himself is feeling famished. Although Sun Qing aspired to lose weight, she possessed an innate talent for playful banter, instantly grasping the essence of the moment. Gently caressing her petite abdomen, she adopted a teasing tone, saying, "I'm feeling a bit hungry, Ganga. Let me make a call and see if the restaurant can deliver some barbecue. I know a particularly delightful place, though I'm unsure if they deliver this far." At that time, the takeaway industry had yet to formally flourish, and the pioneers were still struggling in the university town of Pudong. Craving takeout meant one had to call the restaurant. If it was too far, one had no choice but to venture out. At that moment, the luxurious Italian leather sofa cradled Wang Gan in a languid repose. Sun Qing, demurely kneeling on the carpet at his feet, delicately massaged his calves with her slender, fair fingers. Occasionally, she would lift the ashtray for him to flick away the ash. TSK, how delectable can your chosen restaurant truly be? Besides, by the time it arrives, the food will have gone cold. Allow me to handle the arrangements, she suggested. Sun Qing was clad in a silk nightgown she had recently purchased from the hotel boutique. Worth a 5-figure sum, the lightweight fabric accentuated her exquisite figure. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her porcelain skin and delicate collarbone. The air was infused with the scent of her expensive perfume, mingling with a subtle fragrance of fresh bathing. Wang Gan perused the hotel's dining menu on his tablet, casually flipping through the extensive array of dishes that harmoniously blended Eastern and Western cuisines. Yet, the prices were equally extravagant, with each dish costing several times more than those in regular restaurants. He ordered French escargot, Australian Wagyu ribeye, a serving of black truffle pasta, and a bottle of exquisite French red wine. Observing him order, Sun Qing was inwardly astonished by the names and prices of the dishes. Yet her face maintained a sweet smile as she timely praised, "Gangu truly has exquisite taste. You've chosen all the finest dishes. The hotel service is remarkable. The kitchen remains open at this late hour. Indeed, it is commendable, but all of this comes at a price," he replied. Sun Qing nodded vigorously, no longer paying attention to the costs, her senses dulled by the luxury. The efficiency of the room service was remarkable. Within half an hour, a sumptuous late-night feast was brought in by a waiter on a cart, arranged neatly on the small dining table in the living room. The exquisite plating and premium ingredients exuded an irresistible aroma. During the meal, Sun Qing displayed even more attentiveness, proactively serving Wang Gan, cutting the steak into bite-sized pieces, and filling his glass with red wine, her words laced with tenderness and flattery. Wang Gan merely grunted in response, content to relish the ambience, preferring silence over conversation. The dining table was adorned with the opulent late-night delicacies delivered by the hotel. Australian lobster sashimi, translucent and paired with freshly grated wasabi, air-freighted French Guillardeau oysters, plump and succulent, drizzled with lemon juice. A small portion of top-tier caviar, carefully scooped with a shell spoon and served with specially crafted blinis. And a bottle of already decanted Roman Icani, though not of the highest vintage, still of considerable value. This was merely a sampling of the late-night fare Wang Gan had whimsically ordered. Wang Gan restrained himself from flaunting his stature before the delivery person, unlike Hua Zai, who would demand caviar in individual servings. "Try this," he suggested with a glance at the lobster. Sun Qing immediately understood. Rising to delicately pick a generous piece of lobster meat with the serving chopsticks, dipping it in soy sauce, and carefully bringing it to Wang Gan's lips. He opened his mouth, savoring the sweet and succulent texture of the lobster. Sun Qing watched him intently, her eyes filled with admiration and a subtle, barely perceptible longing. She was acutely aware that this man, only a few years her senior, possessed wealth and status that she might never attain in her lifetime. Each moment spent in his company felt like a dream from which she never wished to awaken. "You should eat too," Wang Gan gestured toward the spread on the table. Thank you, Gangu," Sun Qing replied with a sweet smile, picking up an oyster and feigning elegance as she consumed it, a satisfied expression gracing her face. Wang Gan lifted his wine glass, taking a gentle sip of the crimson liquid, his gaze resting upon Sun Qing. "You can plan your day tomorrow. If you wish to go shopping, feel free. If funds are insufficient, just let me know," he said casually, as if discussing something trivial. Sun Qing's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to stars igniting in the night sky, her voice laced with surprise and gratitude. "Thank you, Gange. You are so kind to me." She leaned in, placing a gentle, alluring kiss on Wang Gan's cheek. He smiled non-committally, allowing her playful gesture. This too was a subtle test, should she pass. Granting her a supplementary card would not be out of the question. The lavish night was only just beginning. The following day, Wang Gan awoke in the presidential suite of the Hilton. As he stirred on the expansive bed, large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people, the clock indicated it was already past 9 in the morning. Sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting a bright beam across the carpet. Sun Qing had yet to awaken, her hair tousled, occasionally mumbling in her sleep. Wang Gan picked up his phone, which was charging on the bedside table, and opened WeChat. He discovered several messages from Wan Qing, the latest being a short video. Upon opening it, he noticed the footage was somewhat shaky, clearly recorded surreptitiously. The camera focused on the entrance of a teaching building at a university. An employee in a florist uniform was holding an enormous bouquet of at least 99 red roses, purposefully approaching the crowd. "Excuse me, could you tell me which classroom Ji Qinxin is in?" the florist inquired politely of a passing student. Soon, the camera locked onto Ji Qinxin, who emerged from the building. She was dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans, her backpack slung over her shoulder, her face devoid of makeup, yet her natural beauty shone through. When the florist presented the massive bouquet to her, stating it was from Mr. Wang Gan, Ji Qinxin's brows furrowed immediately, a clear expression of anger and rejection surfacing on her fair cheeks. "I don't want it. Please take it back," she replied coldly, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Huh? Miss, please just accept it." The florist's employee immediately donned a look of distress and pity, clearly a performance that Wan Qing had prearranged. Mr. Wang had expressly instructed that the delivery must reach your hands. If you refuse, I shall be severely reprimanded by my boss upon my return, and I might even lose my job. A number of curious students had gathered around, whispering and pointing at Ji Qin and the bouquet of flowers. Wow, it's another gift from Wang Gan. How romantic. Why doesn't Ji Qin accept it? If it were me, I would be overjoyed. I think she's just pretending to be aloof. Everyone knows the game of desire and restraint. Exactly. A wealthy second generation driving a BMW 7 Series is pursuing her, yet she remains proud. I truly don't understand her thoughts. In the video, Ji Qin's expression grew increasingly grim. She pressed her lips together tightly, appearing to suppress her anger with great effort. Ultimately, under the near-pleading demeanor of the florist's employee, who seemed on the verge of kneeling, and the surrounding classmates' raucous encouragement, she almost snatched the bouquet and hastily exited the frame, her back reflecting a sense of disarray and irritation. The video concluded at that moment. Wan Qing then sent a text message. Gonggu, accomplished. How do you like my efficiency? Huh, now the whole school knows of your affection for her. That flower delivery guy performed quite well, didn't he? I specifically instructed him to act pitiful. Her words brimmed with a sense of self-satisfaction. Wang Gan watched the video, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Wan Qing, this pawn, was proving to be quite useful. He casually transferred her a red envelope of 250 yuan with a note. Well done, keep it up. Ignoring Wan Qing's playful complaints, Wang Gan stowed his phone away. Though he was already late, he felt no urgency. He leisurely took a shower, donned a fresh outfit, and then savored the sumptuous breakfast provided by the hotel in his suite. Today, you can arrange your own plans. Feel free to go shopping or spend time with your girlfriends. I will contact you again in the evening. Wang Gan instructed the meticulously dressed Sun Qing. Sun Qing nodded obediently, her eyes filled with adoration for such a lavish lifestyle. It was nearly 10:30 when Wang Gan finally arrived at the university in his ostentatious BMW 7 Series. Chapter 47. The right to pursue. When he pushed open the door to dormitory 105, the morning classes had already concluded. Gu Linfeng and Su Wei were huddled around a laptop, animatedly discussing last night's World Cup match, their voices filled with excitement as highlights played on the screen. The commentator's fervent voice saturating the room. Damn, what were the Russians thinking? They ended up in a 1-1 draw with the Koreans. What a farce. A farce indeed, Su Wei exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his tone filled with disbelief and regret over his poor lottery choice. I had placed a hefty bet on the Russians winning. I might as well have lost my underwear. Gu Linfeng, on the other hand, wore the expression of an armchair critic, shaking his head and analyzing. I told you long ago that the Russians' possession play had been thoroughly studied, and this aging squad is in no condition to compete. Although those fellows play rather roughly, they display an audacious spirit akin to being invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, pressing forward with relentless aggression. Just observe that goal. How exquisite it was. Wang Gan, listening to their discussions, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had already won one of the 2 matches he wagered on, with a profit of 39 million merely a step away from being claimed. The sensation of wielding control over the future was simply sublime. Gange, did you watch the match last night? Did you place any bets? Su Wei inquired, turning to him, his eyes still tinged with the red of disappointment from losses. I caught a glimpse, but did not bet, Wang Gan casually replied, keen to conceal his recent stroke of luck to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, he was the archetypal rich heir, not a gambler or a betting enthusiast. Oh, Gonggu, you finally graced us with your presence. Gu Linfeng exclaimed dramatically upon spotting Wang Gan. This morning, the school forum was nearly inundated with your posts. The passionate heir presents roses. The Ice Queen reluctantly accepts. TSK. That title reads like a novel. Su Wei, also removing his headphones, leaned in with a gossipy expression. Gonggu, your methods of wooing women are rather intense. Aren't they? I heard when Ji Qin received the flowers. Her face turned green. Impressive, though she seems rather unwilling. Wang Gan chuckled nonchalantly. Tossing his car, keys onto the table. Unwilling? She'll come around eventually. By the way, Gan Ge, are you placing any bets on Spain tomorrow? I believe the Matadors will seek redemption. Wang Gan thought to himself, you should definitely refrain from betting on them. Chile is no pushover. I think a draw is more likely. Besides, the previous match took a toll, and Spain may not recover in time. They could very well lose. Wang Gan was taken aback, surprised that Gu Linfeng's luck could actually yield an accurate prediction. Not bad. Your analysis is quite thorough. So, what are you planning to bet on? I was too reckless with my previous bets. Now I intend to be more prudent. I'll wager 2,000 on a draw, 1,000 on a win, and 500 on a loss. I'm giving you a chance. You're not very useful otherwise. Wang Gan found it amusing that Gu Linfeng had unwittingly missed out on a grand opportunity. However, this was to be expected. Ordinary individuals cannot predict the future. How could they possibly know who would win or lose? Gu and Su were engrossed in a heated debate about the upcoming match, eventually remembering to inquire about Wang Gan's bets. Oh, I've settled with young Master Gu. 10,000 on a draw, 10,000 on a loss. Wang Gan quickly completed his wager on his phone. Calculating the odds, a Chilean victory stood at 5-1, potentially yielding a profit of 30,000. It seems even losing is a challenge. The two watched as Wang Gan's betting amounts elicited expressions of envy, wishing they could trade places with him. Gan Xiao is quite generous. After all, he can afford a 7 Series. Unlike some who talk about buying a car for days without even catching a whiff of exhaust fumes. Su Wei's remarks provoked Gu Linfeng's competitive spirit, leading to a playful scuffle between the two. Wang Gan contemplated. Although he had profited significantly from offline betting, he couldn't overlook the small stakes of online betting either. While the risks were greater, the likelihood of major platforms encountering issues was relatively low. As long as he remained cautious and kept the stakes modest, he believed there would be no major problems. Amidst the playful banter of his roommates, Wang Gan placed a bet of 100,000 on score predictions across several reputable platforms. With a modest wager of 500,000, one hopes to earn a little pocket money. 10 million in pocket change seems rather challenging to spend. My dear friends, allow me to treat you to a meal. Feel free to order anything from the cafeteria on the second floor. Upon hearing of the meal, Su Wei, enticed by the prospect of a free feast, abandoned the fight after enduring 2 punches from Gu Linfeng and eagerly followed suit. As the afternoon professional class commenced, an air of subtle tension enveloped the classroom. The news of Wang Gan presenting flowers to Ji Qinxin spread like wildfire throughout the journalism department, even showing signs of reaching the entire school. Students occasionally cast glances toward Ji Qinxin, who sat in the corner, her expression somewhat unnatural, and toward Wang Gan, who remained composed on the opposite side. Wu Yiwei's countenance was particularly grim. She discreetly stole a few glances at Wang Gan, her gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions. Once upon a time, Wang Gan was the most inconspicuous among her many suitors. Yet he had now transformed into a wealthy young man pursuing other girls in such an ostentatious manner. Beside her, Chun Jing wore an expression of amusement, occasionally whispering with Wu Yiwei about the unfolding drama, her eyes reflecting a hint of mockery, though it was unclear whom it was directed at. As soon as the class bell rang, Ji Qinxin sprang to her feet and hurried to Wang Gan. Her cheeks flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment was uncertain, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Wang Gan, I need to talk to you. Wang Gan raised an eyebrow, closed his book, and smiled. Sure. What would you like to discuss, Ji classmate? They stepped into the corridor outside the classroom, and Ji Qinxin took a deep breath, striving to steady her tone. Wang Gan, the flowers this morning were indeed from you, right? Why do you ask when you already know? Did the car not bear my name? I ought to confront the florist and ruin his shabby shop. Please, Ji Qinxin, don't let me make that call, Wang Gan said, blocking her attempt to dial. Why direct your anger toward others? Are you not aware that this could ruin their livelihood? Fine, I won't call. I suppose I could let them deliver more flowers, boosting their business and creating jobs, he replied nonchalantly. Why would you do such a thing? Ji Qinxin's brows knitted tightly. This has caused me considerable distress. Do you understand? Everyone in the department is discussing this. Her voice rose slightly, tinged with evident irritation and helplessness. Wang Gan, observing the slight redness around her eyes, maintained an air of calmness. I merely wish to express my feelings. You possess the freedom to decline, yet that does not hinder my right to pursue you, does it? His tone was gentle, yet undeniably firm. I do not desire this manner of pursuit. Ji Qinqin exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Please refrain from such actions in the future. That I cannot agree to. Wang Gan shook his head, his smile unwavering. Unless you agree to be my girlfriend, my pursuit will not cease. You are utterly unreasonable, Ji Qinqin retorted, exasperated by his brazen yet assured demeanor. She stomped her foot and swiftly turned to leave. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Linfeng and Su Wei had approached at some point, catching the latter half of the conversation. Wow, Gu, you are impressive, Su Wei exclaimed, his admiration evident as he gave a thumbs up. Now, that is how one pursues a girl, straightforward and to the point. Gu Linfeng rarely nodded in agreement, acknowledging the undeniable charisma that was far superior to the previous submissive demeanor. Was it possible to refrain from mentioning past events? Wang Gan's expression darkened momentarily. This black mark on his history was inescapable, wasn't it? Damn it, I treated you to lunch for nothing. Just then, Huang Mingzhi approached with a stern countenance, resolutely addressing Wang Gan. Wang Gan, your actions are profoundly disrespectful to classmate Ji Qinqin. Pursuing a girl should be done with sincerity, not through coercive and ostentatious methods, as this is utterly unethical. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Gan's face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold glare directed at Huang Mingzhi. When did my affairs become your concern? Huang Mingzhi, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. How did that fellow from the Entrepreneurship Club acquire my phone number yesterday? Don't think this matter will just fade away. Feeling slightly intimidated by Wang Gan's piercing gaze, Huang Mingzhi nevertheless mustered the courage to respond. I was merely trying to assist a fellow student in his entrepreneurial endeavors. He wanted to contact you for investment. Investment? If you're so benevolent, why don't you invest in him yourself? Why give my number to someone else? It's truly absurd. Wang Gan scoffed. Mind your own business, or don't blame me for being rude. Huang Mingzhi, caught off guard, turned crimson, his mouth opening as if to retort. But the imposing aura of Wang Gan left him speechless. In the end, he could only huff in frustration and storm off. Following this minor upheaval, Wang Gan's reputation in class soared to new heights. Surprisingly, during the break, several girls who had previously kept their distance from him suddenly approached, as if they had discovered a new world, each finding various excuses to engage him in conversation. Some requested his WeChat, others inquired about his BMW, while others simply indulged in idle chatter, their eyes shimmering with curiosity and a subtle hint of yearning. Wang Gan felt little interest in these attentions, responding with mere pleasantries. They simply did not align with his aesthetic. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the resolute and ethereal figure of Ji Qinqin. The game had only just begun. Chapter 48. An encounter during nighttime jogging on the playground on this day. Wang Gan refrained from engaging in frivolities. He diligently revisited the university life that had once captivated his thoughts before his rebirth. In his past life, he had often fantasized about how he would alter the course of his existence if given the chance to return to his younger days at university, striving for academic excellence, seeking a kindred spirit in a partner, and pursuing a promising career. Regrettably, now that he had truly been reborn, his mindset could not revert to its original state. Wang Gan chuckled softly, acknowledging the whimsicality of his thoughts. Starting off with immense wealth, what more could one desire? Every chapter of life should be savored for its distinct experiences. The life of a wealthy heir, full of exuberance, appeared quite appealing as well. Aside from strategizing to win over Ji Qinqin, Wang Gan began to contemplate his future earnestly. In his past life, he had squandered years in mediocrity, his health deteriorating due to a lifetime of relentless hustle and poor habits. Now, with a second chance, substantial wealth, and the advantage of foresight, he resolved to live a life that was not only more vibrant, but also healthier. To embrace a carefree and healthy existence for another 80 years was not merely a slogan. It was a personal commitment to himself. As one ages, wealth may accompany a frail body, reminiscent of the words of the esteemed citizen, Brother Hua Chong. When given the chance, one must not falter. A sense of urgency surged within him, compelling him to seize the moment. As dusk fell, the remnants of the setting sun bathed the sky in a resplendent hue of orange-red. Wang Gan donned a brand-new ensemble of high-end athletic wear and made his appearance on the school's synthetic track. He eschewed the pursuit of speed, opting instead for a steady, moderate pace as he jogged lap after lap. The track was populated by numerous students engaging in exercise, a lively gathering pulsating with youthful vigor. Naturally, Wang Gan's presence attracted considerable attention. After all, the allure of a wealthy heir driving a BMW 7 Series was undeniable. Moreover, his bold gesture of presenting flowers to Ji Qinqin had elevated him to the status of a campus celebrity. After dismissing several overly confident young ladies, the remaining girls harbored intentions but lacked the courage to act, fearing rejection and the resultant loss of face. Following a few laps, Wang Gan felt a gentle sheen of perspiration forming and a thirst beginning to arise. His preparations had proven inadequate, as he had neglected to bring even a single bottle of water. Perhaps for his next workout, he should consider enlisting a small assistant to attend to his needs. As he contemplated this, he strolled over to the resting area at the edge of the track, intending to summon Su Wei to fetch him some water. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted past him. A melodious voice chimed beside him. "Hey there, are you running alone?" Wang Gan turned to see a strikingly beautiful girl, tall and radiant, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. She wore a fitted athletic tank top and shorts that accentuated her graceful curves, her chestnut curls cascading casually over her shoulders. Beads of perspiration adorned her forehead, enhancing her dynamic allure. You seem to have worked up quite a sweat. You must be thirsty. Here, I have a bottle of Gatorade for you," she offered, extending the drink towards him. Such unexpected kindness. In truth, Wang Gan had once been quite fond of sport himself, having gone on countless night runs, yet he had never encountered such a delightful surprise. "Who are you?" he inquired, captivated by her beauty, which radiated charm with every gesture and smile. If one were to measure beauty, she might even surpass Ji Qinqin by a small margin. However, they embodied distinctly different styles, one pure and innocent, the other alluringly enchanting. In short, this girl was not the image of an ideal daughter. "Oh, I'm Bai Jie from the Foreign Languages Department," she replied, and in that instant, Wang Gan recognized her. Bai Jie, the campus belle of the Foreign Languages Department, was quite renowned within the school. It was said that suitors could be found queuing from the principal's office to the school gate in their pursuit of her. Years prior, a well-meaning individual had compiled a list of the 4 great beauties and initiated a voting campaign on the school forum, with Bai Jie prominently featured. Meanwhile, Ji Qinqin had been regrettably overlooked due to her personality, relegated to the status of merely a departmental flower. Yet, one could surmise that a girl focused on work and financial independence would hold little regard for such frivolous rankings. "Ilo, thank you for the water," Wang Gan responded politely. Although he was not particularly fond of Bai Jie's ostentatious fashion choices, the water was innocent. After all, he was indeed parched. Seeing Wang Gan accept her goodwill, Bai Jie beamed, her fox-like eyes narrowing with delight. "Do you enjoy running as well?" she asked. "Yes, to try and keep fit," he replied. Wang Gan politely nodded, somewhat surprised by her proactive approach. Logically speaking, given her status, she should not lack admirers, and wealthy second-generation individuals are hardly a novelty. Why would she choose to approach him? Bai Jie gracefully settled beside him, retrieving a bottle of water from her sports bag, her smile enchanting. "My name is Bai Jie, from the Foreign Languages Department. You seem unfamiliar. Are you just starting to work out?" Wang Gan, from the Journalism Department, he replied succinctly. "Perhaps I was not very noticeable before, failing to catch your attention." Giggling, Wang Gan, "You truly know how to speak." Bai Jie covered her mouth with a light laugh, her gaze boldly roaming over him. "In truth, I have noticed you for quite some time. The way you drive a BMW 7 Series is undeniably impressive. Today, presenting flowers to Ji Qinqin, quite a lavish gesture." Wang Gan raised an eyebrow. This campus beauty was refreshingly direct, no pretense in her approach. He chuckled nonchalantly. "You flatter me, Bai Jie." "Not at all," She leaned in closer, her breath fragrant as orchids. I find you quite charming and wish to get to know you. I wonder if I may have that honor? I already have someone I am pursuing. Wang Gan gestured toward the direction of the teaching building, subtly indicating Ji Qianqin. Upon hearing this, Bai Jin not only showed no signs of retreat, but her interest seemed to intensify. I know. During dinner, you had someone deliver flowers again. I saw it in the cafeteria. However, it's all in good competition. ISNT it? She isn't your girlfriend yet, is she? Tilting her head. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of provocation and unwavering confidence. She added, and how can you determine who is more suitable for you without a comparison? Perhaps I could offer you a different experience. This blatant suggestion brought a smile to Wang Gan's face. Bai Jie was indeed a captivating beauty, possessing considerable charm. Oh, what unique experience do you believe you can offer me, Bai Jie? Wang Gan inquired playfully, his tone laced with amusement. Bai Jie extended her delicate fingers, lightly brushing against Wang Gan's arm, sending a tingling sensation through him. That depends on whether Wang Gan is willing to grant me an opportunity to showcase it. As the night deepened, the lights on the playground illuminated. Wang Gan and Bai Jie exchanged a few more words before bidding each other farewell. Upon returning to her dormitory, Bai Jie excitedly told her friend Chen Xinyue, who was applying a facial mask. Xinyue, you won't believe it. I connected with Wang Gan tonight. Chen Xinyue removed her mask in astonishment. Really? The one who drives a BMW 7 Series and sent 99 roses to Ji Qianqin today? Indeed. He sent flowers twice. There was another delivery in the cafeteria this evening. It must have cost him quite a fortune, Bai Jie declared proudly, as if she were the recipient of those flowers. He looks even more handsome in person than in photos, and he is quite engaging in conversation. I directly told him I wanted to know him, and he mentioned he already has someone in mind, Ji Qianqin. Doesn't that mean you have no chance? Chen Xinyue expressed her concern. Silly girl, Bai Jie shot her a glance. Men often say one thing, but think another. How could someone as bland as Ji Qianqin ever compare to me? I spoke to him about fair competition, and he seemed quite receptive to the idea. Recalling Wang Gan's confident expression at that moment, she declared, I feel that winning him over is merely a matter of time. Just wait and see. With me, Jie, in action, which man could possibly escape from my grasp? Chen Xinyue, observing her friend's radiant confidence, couldn't help but smile. Indeed, who could resist our Jie's charm? That Ji Qianqin is nothing. Just wait for you to crush him. Biji smiled triumphantly, beginning to plot her next encounter with Wang Gan, contemplating how to further showcase her allure. Chapter 49. Insomnia as the night deepened. The dormitory building returned to a state of tranquility. In room 105, the gentle sounds of Gu Linfeng's light snoring, Huang Mingzhi's teeth grinding, and Su Wei's occasional murmurs in his sleep formed a discordant lullaby. However, for Wang Gan, who lay tossing and turning on the hard bed, these noises only served to heighten his agitation. The stark contrast between the luxurious, deeply cushioned bed at the Hilton Hotel, the soft, cloud-like down comforter, and the tender companionship of Sun Qing, and the current simplicity of the dormitory environment pricked at him like sharp thorns, rendering him profoundly uncomfortable. Initially intending to give Sun Qing some space, not wanting her to become complacent, he found himself plagued by insomnia instead. Indeed, it is far easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than the reverse. Closing his eyes, he found his mind racing with a multitude of recent events, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind that prevented him from finding peace. The overwhelming tide of wealth, Ji Qianqin's cold, stubborn visage, Bai Jie's fiery, audacious gaze, and the images of his parents back home flashed through his mind in a disjointed montage. Damn it, this wretched bed is unfit for human repose. Frustrated, he retrieved his Apple V phone from beneath his pillow, the cold light of the screen glaring in the darkness. The mobile internet of 2014, far less saturated with content than in future years, felt like a pioneering era. Bored, he scrolled through a few news articles and forums, quickly losing interest. Just as he was about to abandon hope and attempt to hypnotize himself into sleep, a sudden advertisement notification caught his attention. How antiquated! This was something he frequently used while gaming, a mix of various communities, song channels, and diverse streamers. Perhaps he could find a streamer to chat with? A thought flickered through his mind. He remembered that some female streamers offered services akin to sleep assistance or emotional companionship. Although the quality varied, it would certainly be better than staring blankly into the void. Resolute, Wang Gan entered the voice chat, navigating effortlessly into the entertainment category. Then sifting through the extensive list of streamers. Most were heavily made up, posing and performing in front of the camera, which held little appeal for him, and he swiftly scrolled past them. Patiently, he continued to search, and finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he stumbled upon a live stream titled Xiao Ya's Gentle Singing. The cover of the stream featured a sweet-looking girl with a charming smile, dressed simply in a white dress. She appeared remarkably innocent, in stark contrast to those flamboyant vixens. The title of the live stream exuded a poetic charm. Sleepless Nights, Let Xiaoya's Voice Warm You. The audience was sparse, comprising only a few dozen viewers, predominantly casual spectators. Wang Gan raised an eyebrow and clicked to enter. Inside the live stream, there was no pulsating music, nor were there the hoarse shouts of a frantic host. The girl was engaging with the visitors on the screen in a remarkably gentle voice, occasionally serenading them with a few soothing melodies. Her voice, indeed, was as tender and sweet as her profile picture, imbued with a hint of the unique softness characteristic of a southern accent. It caressed the eardrums like a feather, imparting a sense of comfort. Welcome to our new friends. If you enjoy Xiaoya's company, feel free to follow her. Those with coins could show their support with moi. Xiaoya sweetly responded to comments on screen. Wang Gan cast a glance at the gift list. The 2014 gifting system featured the most common items such as lollipops, 0, 1 yuan, moi, 1 yuan, roses, 5 yuan, and chocolates, 10 yuan. Beyond these were more extravagant gifts like perfume, 50 yuan, diamond rings, 100 yuan, blue roses, 520 yuan, and luxurious cruises, 1,314 yuan. There were also premium gifts like the Guardian Angel, which required several hundred to several thousand yuan to activate, with monthly renewals, along with special limited-time offerings. At that moment, a few lollipops and moi appeared sporadically on the screen, hardly significant for the host. Wang Gan observed the host, named Xiaoya. Despite the dim lighting and low camera resolution, her innate charm was evident. She possessed a purity intertwined with an endearing quality that was hard to resist. He had always been powerless against such types of girls. Without hesitation, he thought, charge. Only by investing can one become stronger. Rather than typing, he directly accessed the gift section, locating the notably substantial gift of blue roses. This gift was valued at 520 coins, equivalent to 52 yuan, which constituted a generous offering for an ordinary visitor. Without a moment's pause, Wang Gan entered 10 in the quantity box and clicked to send. In an instant, the screen of the live stream exploded with a cascade of 10 enormous virtual blue roses, radiating a gentle blue light, nearly engulfing the entire display. The dazzling visual effects and exclusive sound immediately captivated the attention of everyone in the room. The system notification scrolled across the screen. System, dare to be the first in the world, has gifted 10 blue roses to host Xiaoya in her Gentle Serenade live stream. Xiaoya, who had been quietly interacting with the visitors, momentarily froze in surprise at this sudden deluge of gifts. Her face quickly transformed into an expression of delight and disbelief. She hurriedly covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow! Thank you to the generous brother for sending 10 sets of blue roses. Thank you. You're too extravagant. Xiaoya's voice quivered slightly with exhilaration. With a sweet and hurried voice, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude into the microphone. Is the esteemed dare to be first under heaven, brother new here, to send such a lavish gift to me, Xiaoya, on your very first visit? I'm utterly speechless. The public screen in the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow. A witty patron, coming in with 10 sets of blue demons. Dare to be first under heaven. How majestic. Which grand figure has graced us with their presence? Incredible. This must be worth over 500 bucks. The host is bound to strike it rich tonight. Xiaoya, make sure to cling tightly to this benefactor. Wang Gan observed the fervor on the public screen and the host's surprised demeanor. A wave of long-lost control and satisfaction surging within him. Before entering university, he was well known as a wealthy gentleman, basking in the admiration of his peers. However, after attending university, he found himself ensnared by Wu Yi, gradually losing his sense of self. Fortunately, everything had changed. The thrill of asserting his presence through wealth, relishing the attention of the crowd and the affectionate flattery from the beautiful host, was indeed exhilarating. Ignoring the discussions flooding the public screen, he opened the gift bar once more, this time selecting an even more extravagant present, a luxurious cruise ship. This gift was valued at 314 coins, signifying a lifetime of love. In today's world, the foolishly wealthy often indulge in extravagant pleasures offline, neglecting the joys of the online realm. Those who could afford to send a cruise ship online were undoubtedly of a godly caliber. Maintaining a stoic expression, Wang Gan entered the quantity as 5 and clicked to send. Boom! If the earlier blue demon had provided a visual shock, the luxurious cruise ship was a comprehensive sensory feast. 5 shimmering, grand virtual cruise ships, accompanied by stirring background music, gracefully sailed across the screen of the live stream. Countless coins and rose petals cascaded from the ship, enveloping the entire live stream in an aura of opulence. System messages flooded the screen. System, dare to be first under heaven, has gifted 5 luxurious cruise ships in the gentle singing live stream of host Xiaoya. A windfall has descended, igniting the entire scene. All-channel broadcast. The godly benefactor dare to be first under heaven has lavishly gifted 5 luxurious cruise ships in host Xiaoya's gentle singing live stream. Everyone, hurry to witness this tycoon and bask in their fortune. This time, not only Xiaoya's live stream, but even other entertainment channels received the all-channel broadcast. In an instant, countless visitors surged into Xiaoya's previously obscure stream, like sharks sensing blood in the water. The online viewer count skyrocketed from dozens to hundreds, and it continued to rise. Xiaoya was utterly bewildered. Chapter 50. Oh no, the host has been whisked away. Xiaoya had been a host for some time now, occasionally receiving gifts from generous patrons. However, these were usually modest gestures. To have an entire fleet of cruise ships appear at the outset was something she had scarcely witnessed, let alone experienced. Fortune had suddenly rained down upon her. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xiaoya stammered into the microphone. Thank you. Dare to be first under heaven, brother. Thank you for the cruise ships. You are so handsome. You are magnificent. Xiaoya loves you dearly. The public screen erupted with fervor. My goodness. 5 cruise ships. This is truly a lavish patron. Daring to be the first in the world. Esteemed sir, do you still need any charms? The kind that can shout 666. Xiaoya is on the verge of taking off. She's been directly noticed by a wealthy benefactor. Host, quickly message the esteemed sir. This must be prioritized. Wang Gan, observing the frenzied barrage of comments and the incessant influx of viewers, could not suppress the widening smile at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the effect he sought. Undeterred, he proceeded to grant Xiaoya the highest level of royal protection. Activating royal protection required nearly 10,000 yuan, accompanied by exclusive entrance effects, noble insignia, and a plethora of privileges. When the system announced that daring to be the first had activated royal protection for the gentle singing of Xiaoya, the entire live stream room erupted in a frenzy. Royal protection? How astonishing! Who is this daring to be the first, truly? He must be immensely wealthy. Xiaoya, did you save the galaxy in your past life? At that moment, Xiaoya was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears threatened to spill. She understood the significance of encountering such a benefactor willing to lavish wealth upon her. Especially as a small streamer, this was not merely a financial boon. It symbolized popularity and status. Daring to be the first, royal brother, Xiaoya's voice trembled with emotion. Choked with gratitude, thank you for granting me royal protection. Xiaoya truly does not know how to express her gratitude. Finally, Wang Gan typed his first message on the public screen, a mere 2 words, private chat. Upon seeing those words, Xiaoya immediately understood and responded eagerly, all right. Daring to be the first, royal brother, I will log off now and add you as a friend for a private chat. She even neglected to explain to the incoming viewers in the live stream directly addressing the microphone. Dear babies, Xiaoya has something important to attend to, so I must log off now. I'll accompany you all tomorrow. Love you, moi. With that, she hurriedly closed the live stream. The public screen went dark instantly, and the audience erupted in chatter. What a rich local tycoon. Being wealthy is impressive, isn't it? Now, it's a one-on-one private service. Hey, I might as well switch to another streamer. We might not see Xiaoya again. Time to wash up and sleep. I'm emotionally wounded today. Soon after, Wang Gan received a friend request, which was from Xiaoya. He accepted it. Daring to be the first royal brother, it's me, Xiaoya. She sent a text message, followed by a shy emoji. Wang Gan replied, is it convenient for a voice call now? Absolutely. Brother, shall I call you directly? Good. In the next moment, a voice call request from Xiaoya popped up on Wang Gan's screen. He donned the Apple-provided headphones, slightly uncomfortable, and answered the call. Daring to be the first royal brother. Hello. Xiaoya's voice came through, tinged with nervousness and shyness. Yet, her demeanor remained tender and sweet, even imbued with a touch of authenticity that surpassed that of her live broadcasts. You need not call me king. Simply refer to me as dear brother, there will suffice. Wang Gan stated with a nonchalant air, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. Understood, brother Dare, Xiaoya replied obediently, fully aware that for someone of his stature, compliance and deference were the most prudent attitudes to adopt. I find myself somewhat insomniac tonight. Wang Gan candidly expressed his intent. I noticed your live stream's title suggesting warmth for sleepless nights, and I thought I might give it a try. Oh, I see, Xiaoya realized, quickly assuring him. Rest assured, brother Dare, I shall do my utmost to help you unwind and drift into slumber. Would you prefer to listen to me sing, engage in conversation, or perhaps I could share a bedtime story with you? Her voice softened further, laced with a hint of careful charm and subtle intimacy. Do you possess any sleep-inducing techniques? Wang Gan inquired, reminiscing about some soothing methods he had encountered in a previous life. Xiaoya seemed unfamiliar with the term, pausing before responding, Brother Dare, I'm not quite sure what that entails. However, I can certainly speak to you gently in my own way. Perhaps I could hum some lullabies to help you feel comfortable and relaxed. Does that sound agreeable? Yes, let us give it a try, Wang Gan replied, acknowledging that professionalism was not a prerequisite, as long as her approach could lull him to sleep. Very well, Brother Dare. Xiaoya's tone grew increasingly tender. Now, please find a position that is most comfortable for you. Close your eyes and temporarily cast aside all worries and stress, if you would. Wang Gan complied, shutting his eyes and cocooning himself within the blanket, striving to relax. Now, let's begin with a deep breath. Xiaoya's voice, like an enchanting incantation, whispered in his ear, gentler than the night's tranquility. She patiently guided him in adjusting his breathing, using her unique timbre to gradually soothe his inner turmoil. She refrained from deliberately mimicking professional relaxation techniques, instead engaging Wang Gan in a near-whispered exchange, her sincerity and gentleness radiating through her words. She inquired about his day, sharing amusing anecdotes from her own life, and during moments of silence, she softly hummed tuneless melodies. Her voice, close and intimate through the headphones, created an illusion that she lay beside him, whispering tenderly in his ear. The warmth of her breath and the softness of her tone carried a trace of teasing allure, gradually uncoiling Wang Gan's taut nerves. He could distinctly perceive each subtle breath she took, each delicate swallow, the sounds magnified in the stillness of the night. Instead of discomfort, these sounds fostered an extraordinary sense of closeness and reassurance. Brother Dare, are you still listening? After a while, Xiaoya gently inquired, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible concern. Wang Gan murmured, his consciousness beginning to blur, his eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. Would you like to hear a lullaby that I composed myself? Xiaoya asked, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Before Wang Gan could respond, a soft, albeit slightly off-key, melody began to emanate from the headphones. There were no ornate phrases, no intricate melodies, just the pure, gentle intentions of a girl conveyed through her voice. Twinkling little stars accompany Brother Gan into dreams. Worries dissipate, leaving only good cheer. Wang Gan felt as though he were floating in a warm sea. All fatigue and irritability melting away under the soothing cadence of her song. The hard dormitory bed seemed less uncomfortable, and the surrounding snores and murmurs gradually faded into the boundless darkness. He could not recall when he had fallen asleep, nor when Xiaoya had ceased her gentle humming. When he regained consciousness, the soft light of dawn had already seeped through the window. This slumber had been the most tranquil and delightful since his return to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, having confirmed that Wang Gan was truly asleep, gently ended the voice call. She gazed at the substantial gifts accumulated in her account, and then at the resplendent King Guardian badge, a relieved smile gracing her face. She understood that from this night onward, her streaming career might undergo a monumental transformation, thanks to this man, known as the one who dares to be the first in the world. Yet, at this moment, all she desired was a good night's sleep, for attending to a sleepless king was indeed a mentally taxing endeavor. Chapter 51. Yushan Wang Gan awoke refreshed, his spirits buoyant. However, this pleasant mood did not linger for long. Shortly after the first class of the morning, his phone rang, an unfamiliar campus short number. Frowning, he answered, suspecting that the number must have changed. Otherwise, any random person could reach him. Hello, who is this? Assuming it was a nuisance call, his tone was not particularly cordial. Wang Gan, are you playing dumb? Come to my office at once. Wait, how am I supposed to know who you are if you don't identify yourself? Having been reborn, Wang Gan had gained clarity about many matters. Some things he had once feared now seemed trivial. Engaging in bureaucratic formalities was futile. He preferred to dismiss such antics. I am Yushan, the counselor from your college. I would like you to come to my office right now. I need to discuss something with you. The voice on the other end was somewhat formal, and then the call abruptly disconnected. Yushan. Wang Gan had a vague recollection of her. She was a relatively new young instructor, perhaps in her mid-20s, generally responsible and reliable. She would not be the type to be unavailable when needed. Aside from her earnest attempts to appear mature, she often displayed a humorous side. Overall, she was quite adequate. It seemed that his recent high-profile actions had finally drawn the attention of the college administration. Oh no, Brother Gan, you're in trouble now. Su Wei chimed in with a mischievous expression. You've landed in the hands of the formidable Miss Yu. You better be careful with your grades. Begone. What a ridiculous notion. One might as well consider her merely as Zhou Zhiraw. Goodness, old Wang, you aren't actually going to take action on this, are you? Beside him, Gu Linfeng wore a smirk of amusement. In the counselor's office, Yushan was seated behind her desk, meticulously organizing documents. Clad in a well-tailored professional suit and adorned with slender-framed glasses, she exuded an air of competence and intellect. Upon noticing Wang Gan's entrance, she set aside her work, adopting a facade of seriousness as she gestured toward the chair opposite her. Wang Gan, please take a seat. I have a few matters to attend to, so kindly bear with me. Oh, employing subtle tactics to test the waters, are we? Does he truly appear to be someone striving for progress? You Laosher, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Please, feel free to be direct. My time is quite precious. Wang Gan stated plainly as he took a seat across from her. Her words momentarily rendered Yushan speechless, as her authoritative demeanor faltered under his candidness. Adjusting her glasses, she spoke in a gentle yet serious tone. Wang Gan, there have been some discussions regarding you within the college lately. Particularly, your ostentatious gesture of sending flowers to Ji Qinchin has stirred quite a reaction among the students. Oh, and what reaction might that be? Vangenfagnet ignoranza. Many students perceive such an act as excessively flamboyant, potentially causing distress to Ji Qinchin. Moreover, your driving a BMW 7 Series around campus draws considerable attention, and I hope you will treat these matters with the seriousness they deserve. Naturally, Wang Gan would not acquiesce to her line of thinking. He retorted, who dares to slander me? You Laosher, kindly disclose the identity of the informant, and I shall confront them. These individuals, unable to attain the fruit, deem it sour. How pitiful that they cannot witness another pursuing the beauty of love. Yushan found herself at a loss. Was it not the time for the student's explanation, or perhaps a feeble defense? Why was he so boldly retaliating? Choosing her words carefully, she continued. The school wishes for students to maintain a low profile and concentrate primarily on their studies. While pursuing romance is a personal liberty, We would prefer to avoid any unnecessary, shall we say, negative discourse that might affect the school's reputation. To clarify, it is not merely that other students have complained, but rather that Ji Qinxin herself feels perturbed. Upon hearing this, Wang Gan inwardly chuckled. This counselor spoke quite delicately, clearly concerned that this privileged heir might cause a stir at the school, tarnishing its reputation. Leaning back slightly in his chair, with his hands folded before him, he spoke in a calm tone. You lausher, first and foremost. My pursuit of Ji Qinxin is a personal affair. The manner in which I choose to express my affection is likewise my prerogative. If she feels troubled, she may directly refuse me or have an open conversation with me, rather than exerting pressure through the college. Such actions have severely wounded my delicate heart. Secondly, the vehicle I drive to school is a reflection of my family's means, and it appears to be in accordance with school regulations, does it not? Yushan was momentarily taken aback by his balanced yet firm reply, her brows knitting together. Wang Gan, I did not intend to interfere in your personal life. However, as a counselor, I bear the responsibility of reminding you to be mindful of your conduct, to avoid casting a negative light on other students and the institution. I comprehend the teacher's earnest intentions. Wang Gan nodded, a subtle smile gracing his face as he replied, I shall be mindful. However, regarding his pursuit of Ji Qinxin, he remained resolute in his determination not to relent. Yushan, observing Wang Gan's obstinacy, recognized the futility of further discourse and sighed in resignation. Very well. You must find your own balance. Should you encounter any difficulties or require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, teacher you. Wang Gan replied as he rose to take his leave. Exiting the counselor's office, his mood remained unperturbed. He had never placed much weight on the meeting. Just then, a notification pinged on his WeChat, a message from Ruan Qing. Young Master Wang, something's amiss. Qin reported to the counselor yesterday afternoon, claiming you sent her flowers and harassed her. The message was accompanied by an anxious emoji. Wang Gan furrowed his brow at the notification. Ruan Qing's timing was rather unfortunate. He had just concluded a pleasant conversation with the counselor, and she was only now relaying this news? What purpose did her role as an informant serve? He promptly dialed Ruan Qing's WeChat call. Hello, young Master Wang. Ruan Qing's voice was laced with eagerness and an undertone of flattery. Ruan Qing, your information is exceedingly tardy. Wang Gan's tone had grown somewhat frosty. I have just exited the counselor's office. Ruan Qing on the other end seemed taken aback, quickly stammering an explanation. Ah? Young Master Wang, I only just found out and rushed to inform you. Qin returned from the counselor's office yesterday afternoon, looking rather upset. It took a bit of prodding before she revealed anything. Enough, Wang Gan interjected. Consider this a one-time reprieve. The value of intelligence lies in its timeliness. Do you understand? Should there be a recurrence of such oversight, your performance evaluation may suffer. Yes, you are right, young Master Wang. I shall be more vigilant next time. Ruan Qing responded eagerly, anxious to appease him. Wang Gan chose not to elaborate further and swiftly opened the transfer interface, sending her a red envelope of 250 yuan with a note. Be more attentive. Ruan Qing promptly received it, seemingly unbothered by Wang Gan's subtle humiliation in text, and quickly replied with a sycophantic smiley. Thank you, young Master Wang. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Qin. Chapter 52. Acquiring a watch following his restful experience the previous night, Wang Gan felt increasingly convinced that the affluent truly know how to indulge. However, the bundled Apple earphones were dreadful, akin to a cacophony of noise pollution. Moreover, they were uncomfortable, causing his ears to ache. Reflecting on his current financial standing, he resolved to purchase a genuinely high-end pair of headphones, not only to enhance his future relaxation sessions, but also to satisfy his pursuit of a refined lifestyle. Having been delayed by Yushan's class, he decided to forego the remainder entirely. Wang Gan drove directly to the largest comprehensive shopping center near the university, Wanda Plaza. On the third floor of Wanda Plaza, dedicated to digital audio and luxury goods, Wang Gan had a clear objective. He headed straight for a prestigious store specializing in top-tier headphones. The shop featured soft lighting and well-defined sections, housing renowned brands such as Sennheiser and Beyerdynamic, which were well known among audiophiles, all elegantly displayed in glass cabinets, exuding an air of opulence. A meticulously made-up female sales associate, dressed in a professional suit, noticed Wang Gan's distinguished demeanor. Her attention was particularly drawn to the BMW car key casually laid on the sofa, prompting her to approach him with a bright smile. "Good day, sir. Which model of headphones are you interested in? We offer a comprehensive range of brands and have a dedicated listening room." Wang Gan was unfamiliar with these brands, having previously only used headphones that cost around 10 yuan. "I am looking for a closed-back over-ear model, primarily for classical music and richly detailed vocals," he replied succinctly. "Certainly, sir. This way, please." The sales associate guided him to a private listening room, equipped with professional players and amplifiers. She recommended several flagship models. This one is the Sennheiser 820, a closed-back flagship known for its remarkable clarity. Here is a model from France, renowned for its excellent resolution and dynamics. And finally, the Beyerdynamic DT530, which offers comfortable wear and balanced 3-frequency response. Wang Gan listened to each one in turn, needing no extensive description from the associate. He simply closed his eyes to savor the auditory differences presented by each headphone. When he donned a pair and played a segment of Yo-Yo Ma's cello concerto, the rich and elastic low frequencies, the melodious mid-high frequencies, and the precise spatial positioning eased the tension in his brow. Wang Gan could not be certain whether it was a matter of metaphysics, as he was unsure if he even had a discerning ear. Nonetheless, none of that mattered. "I'll take this one," he declared, removing the headphones with a nonchalant demeanor, as if he were merely purchasing an ordinary household item. "Excellent choice, sir. This model is one of our star products, priced at 23,800 yuan. The sales associate's smile brightened even further. A customer willing to make such a decisive purchase was undoubtedly a significant client. As she prepared to discuss payment options and membership benefits, Wang Gan had already produced his bank card. "Charge it," without a hint of hesitation, negotiation, or even unnecessary expressions. The sales associate silently admired his decisiveness as she swiftly processed the transaction, packaged the item, and handed him an elegantly branded shopping bag. Just as Wang Gan stepped out of the headphone store, a charming voice filled with surprise called out from behind. "Wang Gan, is that really you? What a coincidence!" Turning around, he saw Bai Jie standing a short distance away, looking vivacious. She had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance today, a tailored Chanel-style tweed skirt paired with a white silk blouse. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a delicate collarbone adorned with a slender necklace. Her face was graced with a refined nude makeup look, exuding both purity and allure, while her captivating eyes sparkled with an appropriate degree of astonishment as she gazed at him. "Bai Jie, indeed a coincidence," Wang Gan politely nodded, his mind fully aware of the implications. This was their second serendipitous encounter, and the intentions of the campus belle were unmistakably clear. He couldn't help but wonder whether her exquisite outfit was a high-quality imitation. Bai Jie gracefully approached Wang Gan, her gaze naturally falling upon the shopping bag in his hand. With genuine curiosity, she inquired, "Are you shopping? Is that headphones? It looks so high-end just from the packaging." Her tone carried a hint of youthful innocence and admiration. "Perfectly balanced." "Yes, just getting a new pair of headphones," he replied. Wang Gan casually responded, revealing no intention to elaborate further. The two walked side by side, with Bai Jie occasionally introducing light-hearted topics in an effort to cultivate a harmonious atmosphere. Wang Gan replied intermittently, his gaze meandering over the surrounding shops. As they passed a Rolex boutique, he momentarily paused. "What's the matter?" Bai Jie perceptively noted his hesitation. Wang Gan glanced at his bare wrist and remarked, "I need a watch, just browsing." Back in his previous life, during high school, an old man had gifted him a solar-powered citizen watch. Later on, as mobile phones became ubiquitous, the habit of wearing watches faded, and Wang Gan naturally followed suit. However, now that he had wealth, he thought it prudent to adorn himself a little. After all, what was the point of earning money if not to enjoy it? Spending it all on women would merely render him a sycophant. Men's accessories are limited to a few items: a bag that might make one appear like a nouveau riche, a belt, and perhaps a watch, though the latter seemed somewhat inauspicious. He decided it was best to acquire a watch for himself. Bai Jie felt a stir of excitement. a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Buying a watch? A Rolex, no less? What a splendid opportunity for observation. She immediately responded with a charming smile. Great. I'll accompany you. I'm quite interested in watches myself. Though I can't afford one, it's lovely to admire them. Wang Gan remained non-committal as he stepped into the Rolex store. The interior exuded understated luxury, with an air thick with the scent of affluence. A poised sales manager, donned in white gloves, approached them promptly. Upon noticing the car key for a BMW 7 Series nestled between Wang Gan's fingers, his demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Good day, sir. Welcome to Rolex. How may I assist you? I'd like to see the Datejust or the Submariner, Wang Gan stated directly. Certainly, sir. Right this way, please. The sales manager led them to the respective display cases. Bai Jie stood beside Wang Gan, gazing at the glimmering timepieces within the glass cabinets, each adorned with jaw-dropping price tags. Although she had encountered affluence among her suitors, none had entered a Rolex store with such casual ease as Wang Gan. His eyes swept over several classic models without lingering too long, ultimately settling on a two-tone blue dial Datejust 41. This one, please take it out for me. The sales manager carefully retrieved the watch and presented it to Wang Gan. He weighed it in his hand, examined the craftsmanship of the dial and strap, and nodded in approval. It's decent. Do you have the same model in all steel? Indeed, sir, you have an excellent eye. We do offer the all-steel version. But this two-tone blue dial is quite popular this year and exudes a sense of exclusivity, the sales manager explained with a smile. Wang Gan remained non-committal and then pointed to a neighboring model, the green Submariner. What about this one? The Submariner is a timeless classic. However, both the green and black dials are currently on pre-order, and the wait time may be considerable, the sales manager replied apologetically. Then I'll take the two-tone blue dial from earlier. Wang Gan made his decision swiftly, as though he were merely selecting a cabbage at a market rather than purchasing a watch worth over 100,000. Swipe my card and adjust the strap for me. Certainly, sir. The sales manager, beaming with delight, swiftly began preparations. Bai Jie watched from the side, her heart racing in quiet astonishment. From the moment they entered the store to the decision to purchase, only a few minutes had elapsed. The exquisite golden blue log-style watch she had briefly glanced at bore a staggering price tag of 128,000 yuan. Wang Gan didn't even blink. Without inquiring about the price, he simply declared he would pay by card. This composure, this extravagance, this nonchalance towards money profoundly stimulated Bai Jie's senses. She had encountered wealthy individuals before, but none so young and so assured. He resembled not the ostentatious nouveau riche eager to flaunt their wealth, but rather a true gentleman of high standing, who regarded money with indifference. Bai Jie observed Wang Gan as he casually donned the watch upon his wrist, exuding an effortless grace that made her heart skip a beat. Fortunately, Wang Gan remained oblivious to Bai Jie's thoughts. If he were aware, he would certainly tease her for overthinking. Haggling in a luxury store? That was simply unheard of. They sold prestige. Even if there were unsold items, they would be bundled with bestsellers. Unless the brand faced extinction, such discussions were moot. Among Swiss luxury watches, many brands had succumbed to this fate, with several once prominent names now languishing in obscurity. However, Rolex was not one of them. Wang Gan recalled its multiple surges in value, particularly during the mask-wearing period when it had even been speculated upon as a financial derivative. It was hard currency at pawn shops. Although Wang Gan was not particularly knowledgeable about watches, the wealth of information available in the future, particularly through numerous video bloggers seeking attention, had imparted a fair amount of trivial knowledge to him. This so-called loser had naturally opted for the most economical way to learn through videos. He discovered that purchasing a Rolex, especially a sought-after model, was not just a purchase but an investment that yielded substantial returns. Thus, it was evident that, for the affluent, making money was a relatively effortless endeavor. In that moment, Bai Jie was utterly convinced that Wang Gan was the prey she had long sought. No, her destined partner. His level of financial prowess, coupled with his commendable appearance and shared alma mater, rendered him an impeccable candidate for a golden son-in-law. Although Wang Gan had shown no inclination to buy her anything from the outset, not even a polite inquiry about her preferences, Bai Jie remained unfazed. She understood her positioning. It was not yet the time to request anything. What she needed was to showcase her charm, to pique his interest, and ultimately to secure his affections. His apparent indifference only intensified her desire to conquer. Wang Gan, that watch looks splendid on you. It truly enhances your aura. Bai Jia offered her compliment at the opportune moment, her gaze radiating sincere admiration. Wang Gan casually moved his wrist, feeling the weight of the watch. Not bad. It's fun to wear. So, where shall we head next? It's nearly mealtime. How about I treat you to dinner? I know of a newly opened Western restaurant nearby with an exceptional ambience. Bai Jia warmly extended the invitation, aiming to further bridge their connection. Having just witnessed Wang Gan's remarkable spending power, she could hardly contain her eagerness for further interaction with him. Just as Wang Gan was about to speak, his phone rang unexpectedly from his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID, slightly furrowing his brow. He then gestured apologetically to Bai Jia and stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello, Mom." The conversation on the other end was inaudible, but Wang Gan maintained a calm demeanor, responding with an occasional in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange, he hung up and casually waved goodbye to Bai Jia, whose expectant gaze remained fixed on him. "I have some matters to attend to, so I must head back. We can talk another day." Without waiting for her response, he turned and strode purposefully towards the parking lot, leaving Bai Jia standing alone, disheveled by the wind. As she watched Wang Gan's retreating figure, the sweet smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of barely perceptible frustration. The ambience she had so painstakingly cultivated was abruptly shattered by the phone call. However, this fleeting annoyance was soon overshadowed by a surge of excitement and an insatiable desire for conquest. With headphones worth over $20,000 and a watch nearing $130,000, he exhibited no hint of hesitation. Driving a BMW 7 Series with such lavishness, he possessed a gravitas and aloofness that belied his youth, utterly captivating Bai Jia. Wang Gan was undoubtedly a treasure trove, worth every ounce of her energy and cunning to unearth. She inhaled deeply, allowing a confident smile to re-emerge. It was all right. Time was on her side. The more elusive he was, the greater the sense of achievement in conquering him. "Wang Gan, you cannot escape." As fate would have it, Wang Gan returned to school, parking his car without haste. With the campus beauty present, discussing family debt issues would tarnish his image. He also wanted to prolong the moment with the stunning beauty, savoring the sensation of being pursued. Wang Gan displayed a quintessentially masculine demeanor, patiently waiting. Sure enough, it was not long before his mother's call came through again. Lu Guoping's nature was such that she often exhibited impatience. She would not relent until matters were resolved on the spot. He had already anticipated the content of the call. His father, Wang Fuhai, had likely faced setbacks and turned to his mother for both complaint and assistance. "Hello, Mom." Wang Gan answered the phone, attempting to infuse his tone with a lightheartedness. "How are you doing at school, dear? What were you up to just now? Are you busy with studies? Is your money sufficient?" Lu Guoping's voice, as always, brimmed with concern as she began with pleasantries. "Everything is fine, Mom. No need to worry. My studies are manageable, and I have enough money," Wang Gan replied with patience. As predicted, after the customary exchanges, Lu Guoping shifted her tone, infusing it with urgency and reproach. "Wang Gan, your father called yesterday, asking you to come home this weekend. He needs you to sign a document for a loan guarantee. Why did you refuse? How could you be so inconsiderate? Your father is so upset he can hardly eat. The family is relying on you. You must return and sign that document. It could help us through this crisis." Wang Gan leaned back against the chair, his voice betraying no emotion. "Mother, I've already expressed my stance on this matter. I cannot sign that document. Signing it will not only fail to save Father-S company, but it will also drag me down with it. How can you say such a thing? That represents your father's lifelong dedication. The money he earned is meant for you, isn't it?" Lu Guoping's voice grew sharp. "Your father said that as long as you sign, the bank loan will be approved and the company will recover." Wang Gan scoffed internally. He no longer believed a word of Wang Fuhai's assurances. In his past life, it was precisely because he had been gullible enough to trust such statements that he ended up signing those guarantee documents. The company ultimately failed, leaving him burdened with insurmountable debts. "Mother, Please do not listen to Father's empty promises. You are unaware of the extent of the company's debt, but I am keenly aware. He endeavored to maintain a calm tone. You should ask Uncle C. Inquire if father has already begun borrowing from loan sharks. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Lu Guiping responded with a hint of faltering defensiveness. Well, that was the only option available. The company is struggling with cash flow. We must find a solution. What is wrong with borrowing from loan sharks? As long as the company recovers, we can repay it quickly. Wang Gan sighed. He had encountered his mother's naive thoughts countless times in his previous life. She possessed an almost blind faith in Wang Fuhai, always finding justifications for his reckless actions, regardless of how absurd they were. Mother, the situation is not as simple as you perceive. Father's company is fundamentally rotten. The management is chaotic, the products are outdated, and coupled with the drain from his unscrupulous friends, it is nothing short of a bottomless pit. Borrowing from loan sharks is merely a temporary fix. Even if I were to sign and secure that loan, it would not suffice to fill that abyss. How can you speak of your father in such a way? Lu Guiping's voice rose in distress. He is doing this for our family. He works so hard. Yes, he works hard. But his extravagant expenditures and losses at the gambling table far exceed any effort he puts in. Wang Gan's tone grew cold. Uncle C lent him 500,000 and is now requesting 80,000 more. If he didn't agree, the call came to me. These words struck Lu Guiping like a dagger, piercing her vulnerable spot. She fell silent. The only sound on the line was her suppressed sobs. Chapter 54. A strong remedy. Wang Gan understood that reasoning with his mother was futile. She had been under his father's influence for decades, her mindset rigidly fixed. Without administering a strong remedy, his parents would remain ensnared in their delusions. Lu Guiping truly believed that they faced merely a small hurdle, one that could be overcome with perseverance. Little did she realize that although Wang Fuhai claimed to possess assets worth millions, his debts had long since surpassed 20 million. Wang Gan was uncertain of the exact figure. In his previous life, when he inquired, his father remained silent, shedding tears in secret. The figure of 20 million was an estimate made by Wang Gan and several uncles. Each of them had been swindled by their father, losing amounts ranging from hundreds of thousands to several million, and they were further burdened with the worry that Wang Fuhai might take his own life, prompting them to console him. One might say that my brother has done his utmost in this matter. It is indeed pitiable for Uncle Air, who has endured the battlefield twice and finally secured a decent position in a bank. Yet, due to his guarantee for our father, his monthly retirement pension of 10,000 yuan has been reduced to a mere 1,000 yuan as basic sustenance. It seems he has toiled his entire life in vain. Presently, although Wang Gan is capable of providing financial support to mend the deficit, it would be futile if it does not alleviate the father's suffering or clarify who is virtuous and who is not. There remains the possibility of further contributions, which would only lead to an abyss. Old man, it is time for you to learn your lesson and embrace a peaceful retirement. With such thoughts, Wang Gan resolved not to prolong the conversation with his mother. Mom, I have classes. I must hang up now. Please ponder over my words. And by the way, do investigate Dad's secretary. He purchased an apartment for someone at the Hot Spring Mansion. After speaking, Wang Gan did not allow Lu Guiping the chance to respond and promptly ended the call. He tossed his phone onto the table and exhaled deeply. His father, Wang Fuhai, resembled a drowning man in a turbulent stream. Not only does he struggle desperately, but he also clings to anyone nearby, attempting to drag them down with him. The only recourse for such a person is to maintain a distance, allowing him to confront the tempest alone. Perhaps only when he sinks to the depths and chokes a few times will he come to a sudden realization. After resolving to invest, the first task Wang Gan undertook was to research the purchasing process. He swiftly discovered that it was not as straightforward as he had imagined. It required access through specific trading platforms and involved relatively complex technical operations, such as the creation and management of digital wallets. For someone like him, a liberal arts student with minimal computer knowledge, navigating this alone would undoubtedly be time-consuming and fraught with errors. He would need assistance from someone well-versed in the field. Wang Gan contemplated this and first thought of the computer club at his school. A gathering of tech enthusiasts would surely harbor capable individuals. He opened the campus forum, which featured introductions to various interest associations, and soon pinpointed his target, the Computer Enthusiast Association, known simply as the Computer Club. The president of this club was a girl named Xia Yuran, who was not only an outstanding student in the computer department, but also a technical prodigy, well-versed in programming and cybersecurity. A girl as president? A technical genius? Wang Gan felt a flicker of curiosity about Xia Yuran. He wondered if she was truly a bald-headed person in reality. That afternoon, Wang Gan followed the address listed on the forum and arrived at the computer club's activity room. It was a modest classroom on the third floor of the old teaching building, repurposed into a dedicated activity space. Upon pushing open the ajar door, he was immediately enveloped by a strong atmosphere of technology. The room housed a dozen computers, their screens flickering with lines of code and program interfaces. Several young men were intensely focused on their screens, the rhythmic clatter of keyboards resonating throughout the space. A faint aroma of electronic components mingled with that of instant noodles permeated the air. Wang Gan's arrival instantly disrupted the tranquility that had pervaded the activity room. Dressed in casual designer attire, he appeared remarkably out of place amidst the simplicity, even disheveled ambience of the room, like a peacock that had inadvertently strayed into a henhouse. A few young men, initially engrossed in their computers, instinctively lifted their heads, their gazes converging on Wang Gan at the entrance, filled with scrutiny and a subtle hint of wariness. "Hello, may I inquire if President Xia Yuran is present?" Wang Gan asked, his voice breaking the tranquility of the activity room. A boy with black-framed glasses, his hair somewhat greasy, adjusted his spectacles and appraised Wang Gan from head to toe. His tone was brusque. "What do you need with our president?" "I have a technical matter I would like her assistance with," Wang Gan replied succinctly. "A technical matter?" Another boy, sporting a buzz cut and a slightly stout build, snickered with evident skepticism. "I suspect your intentions lie beyond mere inquiries. You're trying to woo our president, aren't you? Let me advise you, young man, save your breath. Our Yuran is not someone who can be easily courted by a frivolous second-generation rich kid like you." Wang Gan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. When had his reputation deteriorated to such an extent? The animosity these nerds directed towards him was palpable. Clearly, President Xia Yuran held considerable esteem within the club. These tech enthusiasts had almost become her devoted guardians. "I assure you, I have legitimate business," Wang Gan maintained his composure, "but I cannot disregard the matter of compensation." "What legitimate business could possibly require our president's attention?" "We could assist you just as well," the buzz-cut boy persisted, clearly perceiving Wang Gan as a lecherous intruder eyeing their goddess. Just as Wang Gan began to grow impatient, contemplating whether to offer a monetary incentive, a crisp, calm female voice emanated from within the room. "Zhang Chong, Li Ming, do not make things difficult for him. Let him come in." At this, a young woman emerged from behind a computer, surrounded by a tangle of wires and equipment, approaching Wang Gan. He focused on her, noting that she appeared to be around 20, of average height, and somewhat slender. She wore a simple white shirt adorned with code patterns and a pair of faded jeans, with silver-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her face was devoid of heavy makeup, her hair casually tied back in a ponytail. While not strikingly beautiful, her features were pleasant and appealing. Particularly captivating were her eyes, which, through the lenses, sparkled with intelligence and composure, exuding a distinctive focus and logical clarity characteristic of tech enthusiasts. "This must be Xia Yuran. You're looking for me?" Xia Yuran stood before Wang Gan, examining him with a steady gaze, as if analyzing a program. Wang Gan felt a twinge of displeasure at her scrutiny. He was not there for romantic pursuits. With significant financial prospects on the horizon, he was acutely aware of the distinction between business and flirtation. "Indeed, President Xia," Wang Gan nodded. "I am Wang Gan from the journalism department. I have heard of your expertise in computer science and would like to request your assistance. Rest assured, I will provide appropriate compensation for your help." "Oh," Xia Yuran raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the term labor fees, but her curiosity was more pronounced. "What kind of work? Do elaborate." Her voice was not loud, yet her enunciation was clear, imbued with an undeniable competence. The group of boys, while still bearing animosity towards Wang Gan, felt compelled to temper their words in the presence of the president. They merely cast vigilant glances at Wang Gan, as if fearing he might harbor ulterior motives towards Xia Yuran. Meeting Xia Yuran's inquisitive gaze, Wang Gan candidly stated his intention. I wish to procure some, but I am not well versed in the operational procedures and would appreciate your assistance in facilitating the process. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of surprise and contemplation crossed Xia Yuran's eyes. Chapter 55. The prodigy seizes opportunity. You, a journalism student, are considering the purchase of such items? Xia Yuran's tone conveyed a hint of curiosity. In 2014, while it had garnered a measure of recognition within geek circles and certain investment circles, it remained an enigmatic concept to the majority of ordinary students. I stumbled upon this knowledge and surmised that it might hold value in the future. Hence, I thought to invest a modest sum to test the waters, Wang Gan explained, half-truthfully. He could not divulge that he had been reborn with foreknowledge of its future astronomical appreciation. After a brief pause, Xia Yuran remarked, I possess some knowledge about it. It is founded on cryptographic principles, decentralized with a fixed total supply, making it a form of digital cryptocurrency. However, its price fluctuations are extremely volatile, posing significant risks. Moreover, it lacks effective regulation, resembling a high-risk speculative asset. Some even liken it to a variant of a Ponzi scheme. She paused, gazing intently at Wang Gan. I am aware of your affluent background, yet I advise you to tread cautiously. If you are genuinely looking to invest, it would be wiser to consider more stable stocks or mutual funds. Wang Gan scoffed, dismissing her concerns. Which stock yields such returns? That is not your concern. I merely seek your assistance in registering an account and guiding me through the operations. Truly, she was a prodigious talent. The technical jargon she used left Wang Gan somewhat bewildered. He recalled that in his past life, she had risen to prominence in a major corporation and had been recognized as an outstanding alumnus. Her astute awareness was impressive, even pinpointing the associated risks, prompting him to regard her with greater respect. In truth, Wang Gan's perception mirrored that of Xia Yuran. Both viewed it as a game of hot potato. Had it been in his previous life, he would not have ventured near it, despite possessing wealth. The risks were too formidable, beyond his control. But now reborn, he was guided by history that revealed a torrent of capital flooding into its speculation, used as a hedge and a convenient payment method. Speculation and shadowy funds propelled its meteoric rise. If it were a chance to acquire wealth effortlessly, why not seize it? Destiny favors the bold, Wang Gan mused. If he could invest several million, merely stashing on a hard drive would secure his future comfort. He could indulge in a life of leisure as he pleased. Xia Yuran scrutinized Wang Gan with her bright eyes, a hint of amusement playing across her features. Wang, Bitcoin is a treacherous affair. Its price swings are severe. It can have in value within a single day, and doubling is commonplace. Are you certain you wish to engage in this? Especially for someone like you, a novice. It is all too easy to be taken advantage of. Wang Gan chuckled, exuding an air of confidence. I understand the risks. Consider it an experiential purchase. President Xia, I recognize your expertise in this field and assure you that your assistance will not go unrewarded. How about a service fee of 3,000? Upon hearing this, the other members in the activity room halted their tasks, their gazes converging on him. Li Ming, a slightly plump boy with black-rimmed glasses, pushed him up and whispered to Zhang Chong beside him. Goodness, 3,000, just to register an account and teach the operation? That's an easy way to earn money. Zhang Chong scoffed. For a tycoon like Wang Gan, 3,000 is akin to $3. But will President Xia agree? She isn't one to be swayed by mere money. Xia Yuran raised an eyebrow, a sly smile curling at her lips, resembling a languid little fox that suddenly perked up. 3,000? She extended her slender fingers, waving them before Wang Gan. Given your earnestness and my need for funds to upgrade the club server, I propose 5,000. A firm offer. Li Ming nearly spewed the sip of cola he had just taken. Zhang Chong's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, Wow, the president is taking advantage of the situation. That's quite audacious. The expressions of the other members mirrored their shock, their gazes towards Xia Yuran shifting. The usually aloof and ethereal genius girl could be so ruthless in her dealings. Wang Gan, however, was unperturbed. In fact, he found the girl rather intriguing. He nodded readily. No problem, 5,000 it is. When shall we commence? Xia Yuran smiled with satisfaction. We can start right now. Did you bring your laptop? Soon. I will retrieve it from my dormitory. Wang Gan replied, rising to leave. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, he returned, carrying a substantial black computer bag. As he extracted a sleek, luminescent Alienware 17 from within, the room filled with soft gasps of amazement. This once premier laptop boasted the most formidable specifications of its time. Its robust body exuding a sense of power. Wow, an Alienware 17. It must be nearly 20,000, right? Li Ming's eyes nearly bulged out. Young Master Wang is indeed exceptional in his choices. Zhang Chong, an aficionado, spoke with envy. Xia Yuran took the laptop, expertly powering it on, and began guiding Wang Gan through the process of registering an account on the trading platform, identity verification, and linking a bank card. Her explanations were clear and logically structured. All right, the account is activated. How much would you like to purchase? Xia Yuran inquired, glancing at the real-time Bitcoin price displayed in the lower right corner. Approximately $450 per coin. Wang Gan pondered for a moment. Let us start with 500,000 RMB. 500,000? Xia Yuran confirmed once more. Based on the exchange rate of about 615 at that time, 500,000 RMB would equate to over $81,000, enough to acquire approximately 180 Bitcoins. She swiftly executed the purchase, and the transaction was completed in no time. Gazing at the newly added 180 Bitcoins in his account, Wang Gan furrowed his brow slightly. President Xia, having such a substantial amount of money in this trading platform's account makes me feel rather uneasy. What if the platform gets hacked or goes bankrupt? I have heard that these things are prone to theft. Xia Yuran cast an approving glance at him. Having a sense of risk awareness is commendable. For those holding significant amounts of Bitcoin, the safest method is to utilize a cold wallet. In simple terms, this means storing your private keys on a completely offline device. As long as the private key remains undisclosed, your Bitcoins are absolutely secure. An offline device? Wang Gan inquired further. What specifically does that entail? Xia Yuran elucidated. Common options include specialized hardware wallets, though it might be too late to purchase one now. There is also a more comprehensive approach, using a computer that has never been connected to the internet as a cold wallet. Generate and store your private keys on this computer and conduct transaction signing while offline, only transferring the signed transaction data to an online computer via a clean drive. This way, your private key has never encountered the internet, ensuring a high level of security. Wang Gan's eyes lit up, pointing at the laptop before him. Let us use this one. President Xia, could you assist me in turning this computer into a cold wallet? This 5,000 yuan service fee should cover this service, right? Xia Yuran paused momentarily, then smiled warmly. Using a laptop as a cold wallet? Wang, you truly are squandering resources. Chapter 56. Safety first. Xia Yuran took the laptop, operating it while explaining. However, this task is not simple. It requires formatting the hard drive, installing a pristine offline operating system, then installing wallet software, generating and backing up the private keys, and finally transferring your coins. It will take quite some time. Do you wish to wait here? Not a problem. I have the time, as long as it can be completed today. Wang Gan, despite his busy schedule, was unperturbed by the time investment. If he had worked hard to acquire the coins only to discover they had been stolen when he was ready to cash out, that would indeed be a farcical situation. He would likely be infuriated. Even as a novice, Wang Gan was aware of the rampant activities of cyber hackers. He had heard of the notorious Lazarus Group and certainly did not want to fuel the extravagant lifestyle of the portly figure associated with it. Li Ming and Zhang Chong, observing from the side, were taken aback. Wow, using a top-tier Alienware as a cold wallet? Just to store some Bitcoin? That is quite a hefty investment. Li Ming whispered in astonishment. Well, if one is willing to spend 500,000 on virtual currency, 5,000 for a smile from a beautiful woman is hardly substantial. He continued, the flowers he gives to Ji Qin daily must cost over 1,000, twice a day, quite the lavish expenditure. Zhang Chong nodded in agreement. Now I understand why the president dares to charge 5,000. This foolish wealthy individual is an opportunity not to be missed. One cannot put it that way. The president is truly skilled in this technical endeavor. Who else could manage such operations? The other members began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes toward Xia Yuran filled with admiration. They began to comprehend the true value of the 5,000 yuan service fee. This was not merely about creating an account. It constituted a comprehensive professional asset security solution. Xia Yuran took a deep breath and addressed Wang Gan. All right, let's commence. You don't have any important data to back up on this computer, do you? I intend to completely format the hard drive. None at all. Feel free to proceed. Wang Gan replied nonchalantly, viewing the computer merely as a gaming device. If worse comes to worst, I'll just acquire another one and continue to have Su Wei assist with the installation of games. He is always eager to help. Xia Yuran nodded, retrieving a disk from her drawer. I possess a pristine system image and the installation files for the core client. We shall first create a bootable disk and then begin. Wang Gan gestured for her to go ahead. During the ensuing moments, the atmosphere in the activity room became intensely focused. Xia Yuran methodically carried out the operations, creating the bootable disk, entering the setup to boot from the disk, formatting the Alienware's 1 terabyte mechanical hard drive along with the 256 gigabyte solid-state drive, and installing the system. She disconnected all network connections, removing the network cable and disabling the module, before proceeding to install the client, generating a new wallet address and private key. With each step, she meticulously explained the principles and precautions to Wang Gan, particularly emphasizing the importance of backing up the private key. She instructed him to prepare paper and a pen, ensuring that the mnemonic phrase and the private key were transcribed neatly. She stressed the necessity of multiple backups, stored securely in different locations. This is your wallet address. It is currently empty. Xia Yuran indicated a string of characters on the screen. Next, we shall transfer your 180 bitcoins from the trading platform to this cold wallet address. This process is known as withdrawal. She guided Wang Gan to log into the trading platform on the connected community computer to initiate the withdrawal request. The target address was the cold wallet address generated earlier on the Alienware. To ensure absolute security, she also instructed Wang Gan on how to perform a small test transfer. When the first transaction of 0.01 successfully transferred from the trading platform to the offline Alienware cold wallet and was confirmed on the Blockchain Explorer, both Wang Gan and Xia Yuran exhaled in relief. Subsequently, the remaining bitcoins were also transferred in full. Gazing at the balance displayed on the client interface of the Alienware, Wang Gan finally broke into a satisfied smile. President Xia, I cannot thank you enough. This 5,000 was truly well spent. He genuinely admired the young girl before him, who possessed such profound technical prowess at such a tender age. Xia Yuran appeared somewhat fatigued, but her eyes still sparkled brightly. You're welcome. Remember, this computer must never be connected to the internet again. All operations should be conducted offline. Exercise utmost caution with the disk as well. Wang Gan nodded solemnly, carefully folding the note containing the private key and placing it securely in his pocket. He closed the Alienware, which had once been a gaming beast, now transformed into a robust bastion of his digital wealth. Contentedly, he departed the computer club's activity room, clutching his digital treasury. No sooner had he left than the room erupted in excitement. Wow, President, you're incredible. 5,000. Just like that. Wang Gan is indeed quite the spendthrift. Indeed, I previously thought Wang Gan joined our club merely to pursue the president, but it turns out he genuinely had matters to discuss. President, you have truly exemplified the transformation of technology into tangible benefits. Xia Yuran gazed at the transfer records on her phone, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. She clapped her hands, drawing the attention of everyone present. My friends, she cleared her throat, surveying the spirited members around her. You have all worked hard today, accompanying me through this overtime, witnessing this historic moment of success. This windfall shall be shared among us. Tonight, the feast is on me. Order whatever you desire. Cheers to the president. Li Ming was the first to cheer. Long live the president. Zhang Chang joined in the revelry. The activity room erupted in jubilance. President, shall we dine at Chuan Xiangge behind the school? Their boiled fish and spicy hot pot have been tantalizing my palate for quite some time. Propose a tall, slender member. Chuan Xiangge is too crowded. The queue will be unbearable. How about we opt for all-you-can-eat barbecue? Just 50 yuan per person, and it's a feast. Another bespectacled member swallowed hard. Xia Yuran waved her hand dismissively, smiling. Look at your aspirations. Today we have sponsorship. We must indulge in something exquisite. Chuan Xiangge, while decent, is rather commonplace. All-you-can-eat barbecue? Can we truly make the most of that? After a moment of contemplation, she continued, I know a place, Lao Tao Lu. I've heard their Buddha jumps over the wall is unparalleled, and they offer a plethora of seafood and game. I assure you, you will relish every bite. Today, we shall indulge there and make the most of this 5,000 yuan. Lao Tao Lu. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. President, that place is rather expensive. It must be at least 300 to 500 per person, right? With 7 or 8 of us, will 5,000 be sufficient? Although he yearned for such upscale dining, he remained slightly apprehensive about the budget. Xia Yuran waved her hand grandly. Whether it is enough or not, we shall see when we arrive. If necessary, I can supplement it. The main objective is to ensure everyone enjoys themselves as a reward for the contributions you have made to our club. Now let us set off. She led the way out of the activity room. Li Ming, Zhang Chong, and several other core members followed her like jubilant soldiers returning from victory. Lao Tao Lu was situated in the heart of a bustling commercial street, its facade exuding an aura of antiquity and depth. Upon entering, a waitress clad in a Chong Sam greeted them warmly. Xia Yuran requested a private room and then handed the menu to Li Ming and the others. Don't be shy. Order whatever you wish, especially the expensive items. Make sure to include them. Initially, Li Ming and the others felt somewhat reserved, as they seldom frequented such high-end establishments. However, encouraged by Xia Yuran, they gradually loosened up. They ordered without hesitation steamed Asian sea bass, cheese-baked lobster, charcoal-grilled Angus steak, and of course the signature mini Buddha jumps over the wall. Soon, an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes flowed onto the table. The rich fragrances filled the room, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Come, let us dig in. Xia Yuran raised her drink. This lavish meal is thanks to the generous contributions of Wang Gan, as well as the technical prowess of our computer club. I propose a toast to our club's continued growth and success, and may we secure more substantial projects in the future. Cheers to our club's prosperity. As the crowd raised their glasses, the atmosphere was vibrant and jubilant. The celebratory feast continued until well past 9 in the evening, with everyone feeling sated and content. When it came time to settle the bill, it indeed amounted to nearly 4,000 yuan, yet Xia Yuran remained unconcerned. Upon returning to dormitory 105 with the hefty alien device in hand, Wang Gan found that his 3 roommates had yet to finish their classes. He placed the laptop, now dedicated to the cold wallet endeavor, in a corner of his desk, pondering the unfortunate reality that he would be without a computer for gaming. However, this predicament conveniently provided him with a legitimate reason to purchase a new one. It was certainly not a case of frivolous spending on his part. Wang Gan first logged into his mobile banking account, transferring another 1 million yuan to the trading platform. With the cold wallet as a safety net, his confidence grew. He swiftly executed his trades, acquiring approximately 360 more units. Only after completing this did he recall the minimum price from 2014 had plummeted to $200, whereas the current price was $450 per unit. It seemed he had made a rather unfortunate purchase. Quickly halting his transactions, he realized the cost difference was over double. He decided to wait until the price approached its nadir before buying again, allowing him to acquire even more units. Resolutely, he closed the trading platform and, following Xia Yuran's method, carefully transferred the newly purchased units into the cold wallet in batches. Thus, he amassed over 500 units in his cold wallet. Although he had spent a bit more than necessary, Wang Gan was not perturbed. Securing his investment was paramount, and it was unrealistic to wait for the price to drop to 200 before buying. He understood that he needed to build his position when the price hovered near the bottom. At that moment, the dormitory door creaked open, and Su Wei, Gu Linfeng, and Huang Mingzhi entered, chatting and laughing. Hey, Wang Xiao, you didn't go out today? What a rare sight, Su Wei exclaimed as he stepped inside. Gu Linfeng added nonchalantly, What is this? Did you not continue your pursuit of Ji Qin today? Strike while the iron is hot. Wang Xiao. Wang Gan Tutklet. I had some serious business to attend to. Su Wei, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed the watch peeking from Wang Gan's wrist. The distinctive triangular pattern of the bezel and the two-tone bracelet caught the light enticingly. Wow, Gangu, is that a Rolex? Although Su Wei couldn't identify the specific model, he recognized the crown logo, his voice filled with astonishment. Gu Linfeng's gaze sharpened as he inched closer. Date just 41 millimeters. Two-tone blue dial? That watch must not come cheap, especially since it's a popular model. He himself wore a Wang Gan's master collection and felt quite content with it. But in comparison to Wang Gan's watch, it paled significantly. Wang Gan casually flicked his wrist. It's all right, just purchased it around 100,000 or so. 100,000? Su Wei felt his heart skip a beat. His monthly living expenses were only 800 yuan. Just then, Su Wei's attention was drawn to the elegant silver-gray headphones resting on Wang Gan's desk, quietly displayed on a custom walnut stand. Gangu, those headphones look incredibly high-end. What brand are they? Su Wei was always curious about luxury items. Wang Gan replied, "Oh, just for listening." Gu Linfeng exclaimed in astonishment once again. He had experimented with various audio devices and was aware that in 2014, this particular dynamic headphone was a flagship standard, priced over 20,000 yuan, with a high demand for front-end equipment. Brother Gan, the cost of your mere listening device could suffice to assemble a commendable system for me. Although Su Wei did not comprehend the specifics of the model, he could discern from Gu Linfeng's tone that the headphones were undoubtedly exorbitant. Stammering, he remarked, "Brother Gan, with your extravagant ensemble, you could probably construct a small building back in my hometown." Huang Mingzhi, sitting nearby, silently adjusted his glasses, abstaining from comment on these luxury items. Yet his ears were evidently attuned to the conversation. "By the way, Brother Gan," Su Wei suddenly recalled, pointing at the Alienware laptop on Wang Gan's desk. "Could you lend me your Alienware for a gaming session? I assure you I won't damage it." Wang Gan chuckled. "Oh, that? It has honorably retired. It will now exclusively serve to store important digital data and cannot be connected to the internet." "What? Such a fine computer is no longer for gaming? What precious data could possibly justify that?" Su Wei inquired, his face a picture of confusion and regret. Wang Gan responded with a mysterious smile, "Commercial secrets. In any case, it will no longer be relied upon for gaming." "Is it perhaps an educational video from our teacher?" Su Wei teased. "Get lost. As if I would need that." In his current state, Wang Gan would not squander his energy on trivial matters. After all, real human interaction was far more enriching. "Then what will you use to play games?" Su Wei pressed on. "Well, I was just about to purchase a new one," Wang Gan replied, opening the website of Dongzi's store. "Assist me in deliberating," he said, turning his phone towards them. "The new flagship from Alienware has been released. How about an 18 this time? Dual graphics cards should be even more exhilarating." The imposing aesthetics and customizable configuration list of the 18 were displayed on the screen for all to see. As for the processor, is the Core i7-4910 sufficient? Or should I go straight for the top-tier 4940 Supreme version? Wang Gan mused, stroking his chin, akin to selecting vegetables at market. The memory must be 32 gigabytes. The graphics card? 880 with dual cards. That is a must. For the hard drive, a 512 gigabytes solid-state drive for the system, supplemented with a 1 terabyte 7200 RPM mechanical drive for games. Naturally, the screen should be an 18. 4-inch 1080 display. As he rambled on, he swiftly checked the configuration options. Su Wei and Gu Linfeng leaned in, their eyes widening at the sight of the premier hardware specifications and the rapidly escalating price. When Wang Gan selected nearly the top configuration, the final price settled at 389,990. Su Wei gasped, 39,000. Brother Gan, is this yet another top-tier Alienware? The previous one was not considered top-tier. This one truly is. I had merely been feigning poverty, and I became so accustomed to it that I momentarily did not react. Thus, it has retired for data storage. Wang Gan nonchalantly clicked to purchase, then seamlessly filled in the delivery address and opted for online payment. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. Damn, the three in the dormitory could not help but collectively give him the middle finger. Even the antiquated Huang Mingzhi could not restrain himself this time. Such pretentiousness. Done. It is said that it will be delivered tomorrow. Wang Gan closed his phone, his face radiating ease. Gu Linfeng observed Wang Gan, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had always believed his family was well off, considering himself among the affluent in his peer group. Yet today, a series of events orchestrated by Wang Gan profoundly illustrated what true financial prowess entailed. Whether it was the watch worth over 100,000, the headphones costing several tens of thousands, or the nearly 40,000 yuan top-tier gaming laptop he casually purchased, all of this far surpassed his own spending capacity. The sense of superiority he felt as a second-generation rich kid evaporated in an instant. Huang Mingzhi also lifted his gaze from his book, adjusting his thick glasses, his eyes behind the lenses brimming with confusion regarding this world. He murmured softly, Wang Gan's daily expenditure nearly matches our family's income for several years. Su Wei gazed at Wang Gan with admiration, exclaiming, Gangu, you are truly my idol. You're incredible. You discarded one Alienware and then bought an even better one. This is the epitome of a wealthy lifestyle. He began to fantasize about whether he could borrow Wang Gan's new computer to indulge in the latest blockbuster games once it arrived. For that Alienware had become a sacred object, untouchable. Wang Gan reveled in the astonished, yet envious glances of his roommates, a sense of exhilaration surging within him as he relished his control over everything. He knew this was merely the beginning. Armed with this newfound financial acumen, his future promised to be a grand tapestry of adventures. Chapter 58. The flower seller. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Wang Gan awoke, his biological clock having roused him. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at his phone, the screen displaying the result of the World Cup group match between Spain and Chile. Spain had been sent home with a score of 0-2. A smile crept across Wang Gan's lips. The result had finally surfaced. He swiftly navigated to a betting platform under a major internet corporation, and indeed, a prominent notification of his winnings popped up. Dear user, congratulations. You have won a prize of 2,000,000 yuan in the World Cup betting, which has been credited to your account balance. Please check promptly. 5 times, each yielding 2 million. After all, it was a reputable company, not one to abscond with funds. Of course, it was likely that Wang Gan's amount had yet to reach their threshold for deceit. 10 million, even with his recent familiarity with large sums. His heart raced at the prospect. With this latest windfall, combined with previous winnings, his account now boasted nearly 18 million. Without hesitation, he clicked to withdraw the entire amount. It was wise to secure such funds swiftly. Soon, a text arrived from the bank confirming the deposit. What a relief! Wang Gan stretched, his spirits soaring. Alas, a pang of hunger struck. Hey, Su Wei, are you awake? Please run an errand and grab some breakfast. Ideally like a McDonald's Big Mac meal. But swap the cola for hot milk tea. Also, get Gu Xiao and Huang Dashue their usual orders, Wang Gan instructed, casually placing a 100 yuan bill on the table. Su Wei's drowsy voice responded, Oh, sure thing, Wang Ge, I'll head out right away. Providing assistance to Wang Gan presents an opportunity for him to foster a sense of intimacy. With the breakfast dilemma resolved, Wang Gan began to contemplate the day's agenda. Having secured a staggering 10 million online, he also had an additional 40 million in lottery winnings awaiting redemption. He had meticulously locked that ticket in the safe of a suite at the Hilton Hotel. Once Su Wei returned from breakfast, they would head to the Hilton to retrieve the ticket and then make their way directly to the Municipal Sports Lottery Center. As Wang Gan envisioned this plan in his mind, a blissful smile involuntarily graced his face. The total windfall, combining both online and offline winnings, amounted to an astonishing 50 million. The exhilaration of this prospect was simply unparalleled. Just then, his phone chimed, an incoming call from Ruan Qing. Wang Xiao, this is not good. Ruan Qing's voice carried an edge of urgency. Wang Gan raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Take your time. Ji Qin. She is downstairs in the dormitory, and she has taken apart the flowers you sent to sell them. Oh, Wang Gan was taken aback, but not angry. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. At what price is she selling them? She claims those Ecuadorian roses, originally priced at 500 to 600 per bouquet, are being sold for 1 yuan each, and she has even dubbed them Wang Gan's heartfelt roses, clearance sale. Ruan Qing's voice brimmed with dismay at such a squandering of beauty. Upon hearing this, Wang Gan let out a chuckle. How intriguing. I'll go take a look. After ending the call, he quickly freshened up and donned a casual outfit. Su Wei returned, laden with breakfast. Brother Wang, Gu Xiao, Huang Gu, breakfast is here. Wang Gan picked up his Big Mac and milk tea, thanking Su Wei. Thanks. I'll be stepping out for a bit. You all enjoy. Downstairs at the girls' dormitory, a sizable crowd had already gathered, pointing and whispering among themselves. Yikvinkin, true to Ruan Qing's account, had indeed disassembled several elegantly packaged bouquets of roses. Each rose lay scattered on the ground, accompanied by hastily scrawled signs and marker. Wang Gan's heartfelt roses, 1 yuan each, 50 yuan per bouquet, first come, first served. Ruan Qing was earnestly attempting to dissuade her. Qin, these are high-end custom roses. Each bouquet comes with a unique certificate of true love. Selling them this way is such a shame. Moreover, it undermines Wang Xiao's kind intentions. Dressed in a simple white dress, Qin's natural beauty shone through. And with her hands on her hips like a triumphant little hen, she retorted to Ruan Qing, "What kindness! He gave them to me. How I choose to handle them is my affair. Besides, isn't it reasonable to make a little money from something free? Or would you prefer I sell you a bouquet for 50 yuan, just for the sake of our roommate bond?" Ruan Qing was left speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. The surrounding boys burst into laughter, relishing the spectacle of Wang Gan, the ostentatious wealthy heir, facing this unexpected setback. Many even pulled out cash to buy a few roses. Cheering as they did so, roses sold by the campus beauty herself, infused with celestial charm. 1 yuan each, it's a steal, and it supports the campus beauty's work-study efforts. As Qin noticed Wang Gan approaching, her expression momentarily faltered. With a defiant tilt of her delicate chin, she locked eyes with him. Yet, within her lively gaze, there lingered a hint of mischievous triumph and a barely perceptible tension. Wang Gan, observing the scene before him, felt no anger. Rather, he found the spirited nature of Qin, this little firecracker, quite intriguing. Approaching her with a gentle smile, the murmurs around them faded, and all eyes turned to Wang Gan, eager to witness his reaction. Would he storm off in a fit of rage, or would he explode in anger? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Wang Gan merely smiled softly and remarked to Qin, "It seems my flowers are quite popular. No worries if you enjoy selling them. Go ahead. Once you're out, I'll have someone bring more. I assure you, the supply will remain ample." With that, he even retrieved a coin from his pocket and handed it to Qin, saying, "I'll buy this one to support you." He then picked up a rose that Qin had cheekily sold and sauntered away. Qin was utterly taken aback. She had anticipated various reactions from Wang Gan: anger, questioning, embarrassment, but she never imagined he would respond with such nonchalance, even a hint of indulgence. This left her meticulously crafted counterattack feeling like a punch against cotton, producing an indescribable sense of frustration. The onlooking boys were equally astonished. They had expected a dramatic spectacle, only to witness Wang Gan effortlessly diffuse the awkwardness, even turning the tables with his magnanimous demeanor. Ruan Qing gazed at Wang Gan's retreating figure, filled with admiration. Wang's handling of the situation was on an entirely different level. As for the other girls, they were envious to the core, feeling it was truly romantic, akin to a scene from a novel. They wished they could take her place. Wang Gan, holding the repurchased rose, remained unaffected. To him, Qin's antics were merely a whimsical interlude in the pursuit. His thoughts had already soared towards that $40 million lottery ticket. Chapter 59. A calculated encounter. Wang Gan, clutching the repurchased rose and nibbling on a hamburger, strolled towards the parking lot, indifferent to the whispers of fellow students along the way. He recalled the scene of the cool, aloof Qin selling flowers beneath the girls' dormitory and felt a newfound appreciation for this little firecracker. Faced with his almost harassing pursuit, and after finding no resolution through the counselor, she had chosen neither to create a scene nor to silently endure. Instead, she took a different path, resisting with a sense of playful mockery. This resilience and her unconventional approach to fate intrigued Wang Gan, far more than girls who either complied blindly or reacted with fierce opposition. Upon arriving at the parking lot, his obsidian black BMW 7 Series appeared particularly dignified and composed in the morning light. Just as he opened the car door, a crisp, melodious voice called out from behind him. Wang Gan, what a coincidence! Turning around, he saw the campus belle by Jia standing a short distance away. Dressed in a pale pink dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, she wore a perfectly timed smile, her beauty reminiscent of a painting. Holding several books in her hands, she appeared to be on her way to the library. Wang Gan nodded slightly, noticing that the campus belle had evidently adorned herself meticulously to cater to his aesthetic preferences. She had opted for an elegant style, a departure from her usual heavy makeup. Could this be mere coincidence? Good morning, Bai Jia, Wang Gan greeted politely. Although he felt no particular inclination towards this proactive belle, he maintained his composure. Bai Jia approached gracefully, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation and shyness. Are you heading out? I was just about to visit the city library to gather some materials. The morning bus is quite crowded. I wonder if I might catch a ride with you? As she spoke, her cheeks tinted slightly, adding to her allure. The timing and location of this encounter seemed rather orchestrated. Wang Gan, ever astute, was not the naive youth he once was. He discerned Bai Jia's subtle intentions with ease. Under normal circumstances, offering a ride to the belle would not be a burden. But today he was pressed for time. Eager to head to Hilton to collect his lottery ticket and subsequently claim his prize at the lottery center. With a smile, he replied, I'm afraid it's rather unfortunate, Bai Jia. I have pressing matters that require me to leave the city today, and my route may not align with yours. Perhaps next time? Bai Jia's smile faltered instantly, and the sparkle in her eyes dimmed. She had not anticipated such a decisive refusal from Wang Gan, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. Convinced of her beauty and family background, which were among the finest in school, she had always attracted suitors. Taking the initiative to ask for a ride was a concession on her part, yet it yielded this outcome. A wave of indignation surged within her, and her complexion turned pale. Forcing a smile, her tone grew notably colder. It's all right. I was too forward. Please take care, Wang Gan. Without waiting for his response, she clutched her books and turned away, her demeanor betraying a sense of urgency and despondency. Wang Gan watched her retreating figure, shaking his head slightly. He realized that his rejection might have wounded her pride, but he remained indifferent. To him, the prospect of a 40 million lottery prize far outweighed the triviality of escorting a campus belle. In matters of the heart, if the flower blooms, the butterfly will surely come. As long as he maintained his vast wealth, women would never be in short supply. Sliding into his BMW 7 Series, Wang Gan started the engine and smoothly departed from Ma Ling Industrial University. Bai Jia dashed back to her dormitory, slamming her books onto the table, her eyes slightly reddened. What is wrong, Jia? Who upset our esteemed belle? Her roommate, Chun Xinyue, inquired, glancing at her reflection in the mirror while perfecting her eyebrows. Bai Jia recounted her earlier encounter, growing increasingly agitated. What is so special about Wang Gan? Just because his family has a bit of money? I took the initiative to speak to him, and he dared to reject me. It infuriates me. Chun Xinyue set down her eyebrow pencil and turned to face her, her expression turning serious. Instead of immediately offering consolation as she typically would, she paused thoughtfully before speaking. Jia, please don't be angry. There is something I feel compelled to tell you, although it may not be pleasant to hear. Bai Jia pouted, awaiting her friend's continuation. Chun Xinyue organized her thoughts and spoke. We all acknowledge your beauty. You are the campus belle, a goddess in the eyes of ordinary boys. However, Jia, you must grasp a stark reality. For someone like Wang Gan, a second-generation rich, beauty is truly not a scarce resource. What do you mean? Bai Jia furrowed her brow. Chun Xinyue sighed. Consider this. Does someone like Wang Gan lack beautiful girls around him? The number of alluring women who actively seek his attention far surpasses the charm of the girls at our school. In their circle, beauty may merely serve as a ticket for entry, or perhaps not even that, merely a supplementary advantage. What do they value more? It could be the compatibility of family backgrounds, the allure of personality, or perhaps some unique value. It might even boil down to pure chemistry and attraction, much like Ji Qin. Are you suggesting that I am insignificant to him? Bai Jia's voice trembled, and this realization left her feeling deeply defeated. Chen Xinyue nodded, her tone gentle, yet her message unambiguous. Jia, it's not that you are lacking. You are truly exceptional. However, in the presence of Wang Gan, your allure as the campus belle might not shine as brightly as you envision. His pursuit of Ji Qin, whether it is genuine affection or merely a pastime, is difficult to ascertain. Yet, he has never shown any particular interest in you, has he? You have been orchestrating encounters, but he seems indifferent. Today, he declined your invitation. Perhaps he genuinely had urgent matters, but it is also possible that he simply does not wish to send you any misleading signals. Therefore, Jia, Chen Xinyue took by Jia's hand, gazing earnestly into her eyes. It is not worth investing your time and emotions in a man who holds no interest in you. You possess such admirable qualities. There is no need to hang your hopes on him. If he fails to appreciate you, rest assured that many others will. Our objective should be to elevate ourselves, to cultivate our own worth, rather than to pin our hopes on the favor of a man. Even if one seeks a wealthy partner, it should be one who genuinely cherishes you, not someone who, even with your efforts, may not even notice you. Sister, you can do it. Chen Xinyue's words of encouragement left by Jia momentarily speechless. Though her words were somewhat harsh, they sliced through the reality Bai Jia had been reluctant to confront. She had always believed that her beauty and family background were sufficient to capture Wang Gan's attention. However, it now appeared that she had overestimated the significance of beauty in the selection criteria of top-tier wealthy individuals. After a long pause, she exhaled deeply. Although her gaze still held a hint of disappointment, there was also a newfound clarity. Xinyue, you are right. I have been too presumptuous. Perhaps I truly should shift my focus away from him. For the first time, she began to seriously contemplate what attributes she could offer to attract genuinely exceptional individuals beyond mere beauty. Perhaps she ought to strive to become a better version of herself. This thought, like a seed, was quietly planted in her heart. Meanwhile, Wang Gan's BMW 7 Series had already exited the school gates. He was preparing to accelerate towards the Hilton Hotel when his peripheral vision caught sight of a lavishly decorated real estate agency, AI Jia Real Estate, situated diagonally across from the school. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Indeed, I have yet to secure a place near the school. The dormitory is crowded and chaotic, making it inconvenient to store many belongings. Although the hotel offers privacy, residing there daily would be a hassle, not to mention its considerable distance from the campus. He recalled his computer, now serving as a cold wallet, along with his newly purchased headphones and Rolex watch, valuable items that felt insecure in the dormitory. Aside from the cold wallet, the other possessions were not particularly significant to Wang Gan at present, but the thought of them being stolen would be utterly disheartening. If he could purchase an apartment near Mailing University of Technology, he could safely store these items and enjoy a quiet, private space during his leisure hours. Perhaps even engage in heartfelt conversations with senior and junior classmates. This residence would primarily serve as a home, with convenience being the main priority. Investment considerations could come later. With this in mind, Wang Gan deftly turned the steering wheel, bringing his BMW 7 Series to a steady halt in front of AI Jia Real Estate. Chapter 60. House hunting. It was just past 9 in the morning, the beginning of a bustling day for the realtors. As Wang Gan's obsidian black BMW 7 Series gracefully pulled up, all eyes in the agency were drawn to the vehicle almost simultaneously. Wow, it's a fully equipped BMW 7 Series, exclaimed a young male realtor in a hushed tone. Checking the license plate, he noted it was a brand new vehicle. This is undoubtedly a high-profile client, remarked another seasoned agent, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The atmosphere within the office became subtly charged. Several staff members, who had been engaged in phone calls or organizing documents, instinctively paused, their gazes shifting towards the entrance like sharks sensing blood in the water, ready to pounce on the opportunity. As the car door opened, Wang Gan stepped out with an air of composure, dressed in well-tailored casual attire. His wrist adorned with a golden blue Rolex date just sparkled in the sunlight. Not to mention his youthful, handsome face, which bore a hint of maturity. "Don't compete with me. This client is mine," rang out a clear, decisive female voice. A tall, professionally attired young female realtor, exuding competence and poise, swiftly approached in her high heels, her face adorned with a warm, professional smile. "Good day, sir. Welcome to AI Jia Real Estate. I am a client manager, Song Jing. How may I assist you today?" Her voice was melodious, and her demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing. The male colleagues who had been outpaced by her could only stand there, grumbling softly. "It's that girl Song Jing again. She's just too quick." What could they do? After all, she was both attractive and successful. A female colleague, who had always been at odds with Song Jing, remarked with a hint of envy. However, young gentlemen driving luxury cars were often just looking to rent a modest apartment for fun. How much profit could there be? Song Jing, naturally, overheard the murmurs behind her, but remained unfazed. All her attention was focused on Wang Gan, her instincts telling her that this client was extraordinary. Wang Gan cast a discerning glance at Song Jing. Although she was youthful, her bright eyes radiated a certain cleverness, leaving him with a favorable first impression. "I am looking to purchase an apartment near Mailing University for personal residence," Wang Gan stated directly, placing emphasis on the aspect of self-occupation. Song Jing felt a rush of joy. Clients seeking homes for their own use typically possess clearer demands and a stronger intent to transact. She promptly invited Wang Gan into the reception room and personally poured him a cup of exquisite Longjing tea. "Mr. Wang, do you have specific requirements for the property? For instance, the area, layout, and budget?" she inquired, retrieving her tablet to showcase available listings. Wang Gan took a sip of tea and pondered before responding. "First and foremost, the location is paramount. It must be within a 10-minute walking distance from Mailing University. Anything further loses its significance. The community environment should be pleasant, tranquil, and secure, with reliable property management. Regarding size, approximately 100 square meters will suffice, ideally 2 or 3 rooms. Primarily, I need a space to store some belongings and a place to rest during my spare time. It need not be overly spacious. A well-decorated unit, ready for immediate occupancy, will be ideal. As for the budget, it is not a concern as long as the property is suitable." Listening to Wang Gan's requirements, Song Jing swiftly filtered the listings in the system. The 10-minute walking radius was rather limited, especially when considering high-end communities, thus narrowing the options further. She quickly pulled up several listings that roughly matched the criteria, complete with photographs, floor plans, and basic information, to present to Wang Gan. The first was Hanlin Yayuan, located about a 7 to 8 minute walk from the south gate of Mailing University. "Mr. Wang, this Hanlin Yayuan is one of the higher quality communities in the university town. This particular unit is a 98 square meter 2-bedroom, elegantly renovated, and the owner is in urgent need to sell due to overseas commitments," Song Jing explained. Wang Gan scrutinized the photographs and details. The decor appeared somewhat dated. The furnishings seemed old-fashioned, and the view was obstructed by the wall of another building, raising concerns about natural light. He frowned slightly. "I am not fond of this decor. It feels rather oppressive." Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Song Jing quickly switched to the next listing. "Then take a look at this one, Shuxiang Mendi Community, which is approximately a 9-minute walk from the north gate. This unit is a 110 square meter small 3-bedroom, uniformly decorated by the developer in a modern minimalist style." Wang Gan examined the photographs. The decor was acceptable, but the floor plan indicated a dark living room with only a small north-facing window, raising issues about ventilation and sunlight. Moreover, the community appeared somewhat aged, with mediocre landscaping. "This layout is not ideal. The living room is too dim." Wang Gan shook his head again. After reviewing 4 or 5 listings, none of which met his expectations, Wang Gan grew increasingly dissatisfied. Either the locations were slightly beyond his 10-minute walking limit, or the community environments were subpar and the buildings older. Alternatively, the layouts were peculiar, or the decor was outdated. He was in a hurry to claim his prize today and had little patience for visiting properties one by one. Is there not a more updated, higher quality community with acceptable layouts and decor located just beside the school, within a 5 to 6 minute walk? Wang Gan asked, his impatience evident. He was aware that prime properties in this core area were typically in high demand, yet he did not anticipate the search to be so arduous. It was indeed unfortunate that wealth could not easily translate into acquisition. Wang Gan contemplated switching to a different real estate agency for his next endeavor. A bead of sweat formed on Song Jing's forehead. She understood that the client's requirements, while seemingly straightforward, were in fact quite precise and discerning. A 10-minute walk may seem inconsequential to someone accustomed to driving, yet for students or faculty genuinely seeking convenience, it constitutes a rigid criterion. Furthermore, the closer one is to the university's core area, the more scarce the housing options become, particularly for quality new or relatively new properties. Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize, but at present, there are very few listings in our system that fulfill all your criteria, especially the combination of being within a 10-minute walk, high quality, new or nearly new properties, Song Jing said, somewhat awkwardly. Those near the school's core area are either outdated faculty dormitories or early developments whose quality and management may not meet your expectations. Most newly constructed high-quality buildings tend to be slightly further out, which may exceed the desired walking distance. Wang Gan furrowed his brow even tighter. He was unwilling to squander time viewing properties that did not meet his standards. His primary objective today was to redeem his prize. Purchasing a home was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, but if he could not find a suitable option, he would prefer to postpone the acquisition. Let us do this. Wang Gan stood up. Please search meticulously for me again. Look for any quality properties that owners may be privately listing, which have yet to be posted online, or any insider information about new developments set to launch soon. The emphasis remains on location. 10 minutes on foot is the maximum. The closer, the better. If all else fails, then so be it. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and he could not afford further delays. Seeing Wang Gan's apparent disappointment, Song Jing hastily added, Mr. Wang, may I have your contact information? I will immediately mobilize all available channels, including private listings from our other colleagues and connections with cooperating developers, to keep a close watch for you. I will notify you at the earliest opportunity if a property matching your criteria arises. She recognized that clients with clear needs and ample resources, once secured, could result in significant transactions. Even if a deal was not concluded today, she resolved not to let him slip away easily. Wang Gan pondered for a moment and provided his mobile number. All right, contact me if something suitable comes up. With that, he turned and departed from IGR Real Estate. Chapter 61. The underlying struggle after Wang Gan left IGR Real Estate. Song Jing immediately immersed herself in her demanding work. She meticulously jotted down Wang Gan's requirements on a sticky note and affixed it to the most prominent spot on her computer screen. Milan University. Within a 10-minute walk. The closer, the better. High quality, quiet, and safe. Approximately 100 square meters. Fully furnished, budget not capped. She swiftly reviewed all listings around the university district in the system once more, hoping to uncover any overlooked options, but the results remained disheartening. Those truly close, good, and new properties were either long sold out or occupied by owners who had no intention of putting them on the market. Song Jing, how is it coming along? The young gentleman driving the 7 Series, has he been secured yet? Male colleague, Zhang, leaned over from the adjacent workstation, a teasing smile adorning his face. Yet, beneath the surface of his gaze, a subtle hint of jealousy lurked. Song Jing, without lifting her head, deftly typed on the keyboard. Simultaneously, she engaged in a rapid conversation with an acquaintance from another agency via her Bluetooth headset regarding property listings. I am still searching. The client has high expectations and a substantial budget, so this task requires considerable effort. She skillfully emphasized the client's merit, subtly indicating her own capabilities. High demands are advantageous. After all, it signifies ample financial resources. Another female colleague, Lu Fongfong, sauntered over with a cup of coffee in hand, a seasoned veteran in the office. She was also one of Song Jing's unspoken rivals. Casting a glance at the limitless budget noted on Song Jing's sticky note, she smirked with insinuation. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, however, Song Jing, allow me to offer a word of caution. Dealing with such young and wealthy gentlemen often requires more than mere charm. Sometimes, one must leverage their own advantages to truly captivate the client, Wouldn't you agree? Lu Fongfong deliberately stressed the phrase own advantages, her eyes sweeping over Song Jing's well-proportioned figure. The implications were unmistakable, clearly mocking Song Jing's potential reliance on her physicality to close significant deals. The office fell momentarily silent, with other colleagues pricking up their ears, eager for the unfolding drama. After concluding her call, Song Jing maintained her professional smile, though her gaze had cooled slightly. She picked up her water cup, took a gentle sip, and responded at her own pace, "Sister Lu, you jest. For those of us in sales, the crux lies in our professional skills and service attitude. Since the client has chosen our love home real estate, they inherently trust our brand and capabilities. As for personal advantages," she paused, her eyes locking onto Lu Fongfong's, her tone remaining gentle yet tinged with an imperceptible sharpness. "I believe that assisting clients in finding their most satisfactory home in the shortest time possible, addressing their real concerns, constitutes our greatest asset as agents. After all, property is the true currency. Everything else is merely embellishment, sometimes even a superfluous addition, wouldn't you say, Sister Lu?" Lu Fongfong's smile faltered, taken aback by the youthful Song Jing's implicit rebuke of her own aging. Observing the exchange, Zhang quickly intervened, attempting to lighten the mood, though his tone still held a hint of mischievous mockery. "Oh, Song Jing, Sister Lu was merely joking, trying to liven up the atmosphere. But truthfully, if you can seize the opportunity with a gentleman like that, you might just ascend to great heights. You won't have to toil so hard to chase business anymore. Look at you, beautiful and capable. With a little extra effort, the position of a wealthy matron might just beckon to you." Such remarks had long since become commonplace for Song Jing. She too had fantasized about encountering a Prince Charming, marrying into wealth, and thereafter leading a life free of financial worries. What young girl hasn't indulged in such daydreams? Yet the harshness of reality has long awakened her. The depths of the wealthy are profound. Entry is not as facile as one might hope. Furthermore, what kind of exquisite beauties has a scion of Wang Gan's stature not encountered? Her modest allure may well be inconsequential in their eyes. Rather than placing her hopes on the ethereal dream of marrying into affluence, it is far more prudent to remain grounded and diligently enhance her professional skills. Securing more contracts and earning tangible commissions is decidedly more reliable. She disregarded the chatter of her colleagues, reclaimed the phone, and commenced contacting property listings. Meanwhile, Wang Gan had already arrived at the Hilton Hotel. On the floor of the business suite, he encountered Sun Qing, who was preparing to leave, followed closely by Li Meili. Sun Qing retained her innocent and charming demeanor, brimming with vitality. Clad in simple t-shirts and jeans, her face bore a hint of bashfulness and joy at the sight of Wang Gan. Upon seeing Wang Gan, Li Meili's smile transformed into an exaggeratedly flattering and enthusiastic expression, her keen eyes shimmering with calculated intent. "Young Master Wang, you have arrived. Qing has been quite well behaved these past few days, constantly mentioning you." Wang Gan acknowledged Li Meili's cordiality with a mere nod. His gaze turned to Sun Qing, his tone softening slightly. "Have you been accustomed to these past few days? Is it dull?" Sun Qing replied quietly, "Quite well, with Meili Jia accompanying me." "Thank you, Gangu. Is the money sufficient?" "Yes, it is ample. Meals are included in the room charge, so I needn't spend extra." Sun Qing hesitated for a moment, but could not refrain from saying, "Perhaps I should move out. The bill is quite alarming." During these days, after receiving Wang Gan's transfer, she had refrained from extravagant spending. Most of her time was spent in the hotel, watching television, browsing the internet, or strolling nearby with Li Meili. She meticulously managed the 20,000 yuan Wang Gan had given her, sending a few thousand home and retaining a substantial portion. "Stay a bit longer. I will arrange for you when I have the time." Wang Gan produced a stack of cash, approximately 10,000 yuan, and handed it to Sun Qing. "By the way, since you have some free time these days, enroll in a driving school to obtain your license. It will be more convenient for future travels." Sun Qing, taken aback by the generosity, expressed her gratitude profusely. Li Meili's eyes sparkled as if the money were intended for her. Wang Gan said no more, proceeding directly into the bedroom of the suite, closing the door. and retrieving a backpack containing lottery tickets from a safe. After a meticulous check to confirm everything was in order, he prepared to depart. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Make yourselves comfortable, he said to Sun Qing and Li Meili. Young Master Wang, take care. Li Meili promptly bowed in farewell, her smile blooming like a flourishing chrysanthemum. Sun Qing also softly uttered a goodbye to Gan Ge. It was not until Wang Gan's silhouette vanished at the elevator entrance that Li Meili straightened up, her sycophantic smile dimming slightly. In its place was an unmistakable excitement and urgency. She seized Sun Qing's hand, dragging her to the sofa, and, lowering her voice conspiratorially, said, Qing, you truly are fortunate. You see how well young Master Wang treats you? He provides financial support and encourages you to learn to drive. It is evident that you hold a special place in his heart. You are usually quite talkative, yet today you seem unusually mute, responding to inquiries with mere monosyllables. You're like a wooden puppet. Li Meili, in her frustration, playfully tapped Sun Qing's forehead. Embarrassed, Sun Qing lowered her head. I haven't seen him for a few days, so I feel a bit shy and unaccustomed. However, young Master Gan has been quite kind to me. He surely wouldn't mind. Kind? Li Meili's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Sun Qing, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Qing, heed your sister's advice. Such opportunities are rare, and you must seize them. The time to alter your fate has arrived. Sun Qing looked at her in confusion. Sister, what are you talking about? Li Meili, exasperata, poked her forehead again. You foolish girl. What I mean is, you must find a way to completely win over young Master Wang's heart. Merely accompanying him is insufficient. You need something substantial to secure your position. Pausing momentarily, a glint of mischief appeared in her eyes. Qing, when you are with young Master Wang, be sure not to take any contraceptive measures. Ideally, you should become secretly pregnant with his child. As long as you bear him a son. No, even a daughter would suffice. How could the Wang family, with its vast wealth, neglect their own flesh and blood? At that point, you will hold a position of privilege, and your life will be free of worries. Moreover, I can follow your lead, becoming your caregiver, looking after the child. Our good days are yet to come. Chapter 62. A second bloom, Li Meili's ambitions were palpable, as if she could already envision a bright future alongside Sun Qing. Sun Qing listened in stunned silence, her cheeks flushing crimson. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm still young. I haven't had my fill of life yet. I have never even considered having children. At just 19 years of age, she still felt like a child herself. The concept of childbirth was entirely foreign to her, even somewhat frightening. Oh, my foolish Qing, Li Meili exclaimed, exasperated. What do you mean by still being young and not having had enough fun? Opportunities like this are fleeting. Finding a wealthy suitor like young Master Wang is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Countless women vie for such a chance, yet many fail to grasp it. The opportunity lies before you. If you do not take it, you will surely regret it in the future. With the wisdom of experience, Li Meili fervently urged her, painting a vivid picture of a life of luxury and comfort that awaited her should she marry into a wealthy family, alongside the dire consequences of missing out on such a chance. Sun Qing felt somewhat flustered by her words, yet she couldn't deny that there was a kernel of truth in Li Meili's reasoning. The allure of young Master Gan's excellence and fortune was undeniably potent for a girl of her humble origins. If it were indeed possible, as Li Meili suggested, to bear his child, perhaps it could genuinely alter her and her family's destiny. But would young Master Gan even like children? Would he want one? Sun Qing hesitantly inquired. Seeing her wavering, Li Meili's heart surged with excitement, and she quickly seized the moment. What man does not adore his own child? Especially a wealthy man like young Master Wang, who would be eager for heirs to inherit his legacy. You merely need to descend, and everything else shall be inconsequential. Trust your sister. It will surely be right. Sun Qing lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her mind waging a fierce internal battle. On one hand, there lay the alluring promise of an unknown future, while on the other, there loomed the dread and anxiety of premature responsibilities. Moreover, the secret of her pregnancy felt like a deception, Sun Qing also feared that Wang Gan might become enraged and choose to abandon her. Li Meili observed her wavering expression, knowing her words had taken effect, and she felt a quiet sense of triumph within. She was confident that, confronted with immense incentives, Sun Qing would ultimately make the right choice. Meanwhile, Wang Gan remained blissfully unaware as he drove towards the provincial lottery management center, contemplating how to discreetly and smoothly claim his substantial prize. Alas, this was his second visit, and it seemed that discretion was elusive. Nevertheless, relinquishing the opportunity to claim the award was out of the question, unless he were to lose his sanity. Upon arrival, Wang Gan deliberately parked his BMW 7 Series 2 streets away in an underground parking lot. He retrieved a backpack from the trunk, from which he extracted a pre-prepared hat, mask, and a pair of ordinary black-rimmed glasses. Today, he donned an inconspicuous dark sports outfit, striving for subtlety. After all, a grand prize of 40 million was bound to elicit considerable attention, and he had no desire to become a headline sensation. Entering the lottery center's claim hall, he found it bustling with patrons. The ongoing fervor of the World Cup would surely yield a few fortunate winners. However, amidst the clamor, most were merely claiming smaller prizes of tens or hundreds of thousands. Such trivialities. If those individuals were to win millions, they would, like Wang Gan, remain quiet and discreet. Having returned for the second time, he navigated confidently to a window marked for major prize claims, gently tapping on the glass. Fortunately, a different attendant was present, and he hoped to avoid raising any eyebrows. Facing him was a refined woman in her 30s, wearing glasses. Upon noticing Wang Gan's standard prize-claiming attire, a glimmer of understanding flickered in her eyes. She adjusted her glasses and asked in a formal tone, "Hello, how may I assist you?" "Greetings. I am here to claim a prize." Wang Gan endeavored to keep his voice calm. "Please present your lottery ticket and identification," the female attendant replied. "Certainly," Wang Gan responded, maintaining his composure. However, the subsequent action nearly caused the attendant's eyes to pop out in astonishment. He retrieved from his backpack a robust package tightly wrapped in sturdy brown paper, square and nearly the thickness of a brick. When he placed it on the counter, it emitted a substantial thud. The attendant appeared momentarily dazed. "This is your lottery ticket," Wang Gan stated nonchalantly. He began to unwrap the brown paper, revealing a meticulously organized stack of lottery tickets within. Each ticket represented a betting amount of 990 yuan. A rough estimation indicated that this bundle contained no fewer than 1,000 tickets. 1,000,000 yuan in bets was thus presented before her in a strikingly tangible and overwhelming manner. The attendant's mouth fell agape, leaving her momentarily speechless. She had been working in the lottery redemption for many years and had witnessed winners claiming several million or even tens of millions. But those were always from one or a few tickets. However, encountering someone like Mr. Wang, who brought in a whole bag of tickets, each seemingly a high-stakes bet, was a first for her. "Mr. Wang, did you win them all?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Indeed," Wang replied succinctly. The female staff member felt her palms begin to sweat. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure and started to pick up the tickets one by one, preparing for a preliminary verification. However, the sheer volume was overwhelming. She realized that it would be impossible for her to complete the task alone in a short time. "Mr. Wang, please hold on for a moment. The amount you have is quite substantial, and I will need to consult with my supervisor and possibly seek assistance from my colleagues for verification," she said, somewhat flustered. Of course, Wang nodded, standing casually at the counter. The female staff member quickly picked up the internal phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaozhou. This is Sister Lin. Yes, there's a very special winner at the large prize redemption window. The amount is potentially enormous. Could you come over? I can't handle this alone." After hanging up, she smiled apologetically at Wang. "Our colleague Xiaozhou, who specializes in large prize redemptions, will be here shortly. She has considerable experience." Before long, Zhou Xiaozhou arrived at the counter. Upon seeing the thick stack of tickets, her surprise surpassed that of Sister Lin's. Her gaze shifted to Wang, revealing a flicker of astonishment and keen interest. She took a ticket, examining the betting details and amounts closely, then observed Wang's impeccable attire for claiming prizes. "Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to see you again. You really don't need to be so discreet. Our center maintains strict confidentiality for winners. Wang's disguise was ineffective against the staff, as claiming a prize necessitated identification. Is it warm? Would you like to remove your covering and rest in the VIP lounge for a while? No need. I'm fine as I am. Wang shook his head, declining Zhou's kind offer. The more I can conceal, the better. After all, ID photos can be misleading, and revealing my true appearance might lead to unwanted photographs being taken. We need to verify each ticket, which may take some time. I hope you understand. That is all right. I have time, Wang replied. Zhou nodded and instructed Sister Lin. Please bring over the ticket verification machine from the next room, and call in 2 more colleagues to help. We'll divide the work and complete the verification as quickly as possible. Soon, the redemption window became bustling with activity. 2 verification machines began operating simultaneously, producing sounds of tickets being processed and confirmations. Zhou personally managed one of the machines, while the other 2 staff members worked diligently and systematically on verifying and recording the tickets. Sister Lin was responsible for organizing the verified winning tickets and cross-referencing them with Wang's identification information. Chapter 63. Not donating is not donating the entire large prize redemption hall, although devoid of other lottery participants, was alive with the hum of activity. However, the other staff members also noticed the commotion and cast curious and inquisitive glances, whispering amongst themselves, "My goodness, how much could that possibly be? Judging by the thickness of the lottery tickets, it must be at least several tens of millions, right? Surely, they haven't bought out the entire lottery station's tickets? Look at that person claiming the prize, bundled up so tightly. They must be extraordinarily skilled." Zhou Xiaozhu swiftly verified the tickets while occasionally glancing at Wang Gan. "Mr. Wang," she casually inquired during a lull in her ticket verification, "your predictions for the football matches have truly reached an extraordinary level, haven't they?" She recognized that her question was rather abrupt, but her curiosity was overwhelming. While football is more predictable compared to the lottery, the series of consecutive, remarkably accurate, and substantial wins had transcended the realm of mere luck, veering into the territory of the metaphysical. She too yearned for wealth. After all, the center was not her establishment. Although Zhou Xiaozhu had some connections, she remained a low-ranking employee. Watching others win grand prizes daily was a torment. Wang Gan smiled faintly. "Miss Zhou, you flatter me. It is purely luck." Zhou Xiaozhu encountered a soft rebuttal. Given the regulations, she refrained from pressing further. She understood that such extraordinary individuals tended to be discreet, unwilling to divulge their secrets. After nearly an hour of intense work, all the tickets were finally verified. Zhou Xiaozhu took a deep breath, handed the data to Wang Gan, and said, "Mr. Wang, congratulations. Your total winnings amount to 40 million yuan. According to the regulations, there is still no income tax this time. It's even more gratifying than winning the double color ball or the big lottery, since no single ticket exceeds 10,000. You won't have to pay a single penny in tax. It's painful to think about giving away an additional 20% for the same grand prize." Zhou Xiaozhu envied Wang Gan so much that she almost wanted to ask for his contact information, but the regulations and her colleagues nearby held her back. She handed the printed prize confirmation slip to Wang Gan. "Please verify the information. If everything is correct, kindly sign here." Wang Gan took the confirmation slip, glanced at it, and signed his name. "Mr. Wang," Zhou Xiaozhu said with a professional smile, though her tone was now more respectful than before. "Our center conducts a small interview with grand prize winners, primarily to promote the public welfare aspect of the lottery. Would you be amenable?" Wang Gan shook his head once more. "I'm afraid not. I wish to maintain a low profile and decline any form of interview." "Very well. We fully respect your wishes." Zhou Xiaozhu nodded, as per our usual practice. "We encourage grand prize winners to voluntarily donate a portion of their winnings to support sports public welfare or social welfare initiatives, as a means of contributing to society. What are your thoughts?" Wang Gan's response mirrored his previous one. "Miss Zhou, thank you for your suggestion. However, I already have my own plans for the prize money. As for public welfare, I will participate in other ways in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaozhu's opinion of Wang Gan elevated further. He was certainly not someone easily swayed. She is truly the epitome of the ideal for him, principled and steadfast, and, crucially, affluent. In the presence of such immense wealth, she remains clear-headed and possesses a well-defined plan. Such a person is certainly not to be underestimated. Very well, Mr. Wang, we comprehend. Zhou Xiaozhu refrained from further discussion and promptly processed the substantial remittance from Mr. Wang. Regardless of whether the donation would be made, it would not benefit her in any way. With the director absent today, Zhou Xiaozhu chose not to engage in unnecessary chatter. As Mr. Wang received the letter bearing the staggering sum of 40 million, an unusual silence enveloped the entire prize redemption area. All present staff gazed at Mr. Wang with curiosity, as if beholding a figure from an urban legend. Mr. Wang expressed his gratitude to Zhou Xiaozhu, and Sister Lin gathered his materials and turned to depart from the lottery center. It was only after his figure vanished through the entrance that Zhou Xiaozhu exhaled a long sigh of relief. She remarked to Sister Lin and her colleagues, "Today has truly been an eye-opener. This Mr. Wang is undoubtedly a legendary figure." Sister Lin nodded vigorously. Indeed, it's astonishing. His luck is remarkable, almost like something out of a film. If only I could win the jackpot. You won. Did you even buy a ticket? Sister Lin shot a glance at her young colleague and retorted, "I don't understand the game. Would I just be throwing money into the water? I didn't T-buy one. Yeah, I'm supposed to win? What a fanciful notion." Exiting the lottery center, he hastily drove away. After speeding several kilometers, he finally pulled over to check his phone. During the redemption process, his phone had been vibrating incessantly. At that time, Mr. Wang had no opportunity to answer calls, so he had simply switched it to silent mode. He retrieved the phone that held the memories of his first fortune, and the screen displayed several missed calls and a plethora of WeChat messages. One call was from a familiar number back home, his high school classmate and childhood friend, Zhou Xingjie. He was among the few who had extended a helping hand when Mr. Wang sent out a mass request for a loan upon his rebirth. Although that 1,000 yuan was trivial to him now, he valued the friendship that provided support in times of need. Not to mention, they shared a profound bond from their previous lives. He returned the call, and after a brief ring, it was answered by a cheerful male voice. "Hello, Ganzi. You finally called back. Where you up to? Busy pursuing your Wu sister." Zhou Xingjie's voice brimmed with vitality and a hint of teasing. He was well aware of Mr. Wang's pursuit of Wu Yue and had never fully endorsed it. As he put it, had he possessed Mr. Wang's circumstances, he would have already been off gallivanting. Not her, I would have moved on long ago. "Hey, brother, you've finally come to your senses." After exchanging playful banter for a while, they eventually got to the crux of the matter. "Ganzi, I have something to tell you. In a couple of days, this weekend, I plan to take my fiancée, Wei Hongwan, to the provincial capital to explore the market. My father-in-law has secured some funding to support me in opening a specialty store for hairy crabs, starting with a trial in the provincial capital. You, as the local expert, must be sure to treat us well." "Oh, Wei Hongwan, hairy crabs?" Wang Gan's grip on the steering wheel faltered momentarily as a vague figure materialized in his mind. He recalled Zhou Xingjie's fiancée, or rather, his former wife from a past life, Wei Hongwan, who indeed hailed from a well-to-do family. However, one must address the matter of character. "All right, no problem," Wang Gan readily agreed. "Feel free to speak up when you arrive. I'll take care of all the food, drink, and entertainment." "Very generous," Zhou Xingjie replied with satisfaction, then shifted the conversation slightly, infused with a hint of probing. "By the way, Ganzi, isn't your family in manufacturing? You are certainly a second-generation wealthy individual, and you must have a better grasp of business than I, a mere novice. I was thinking, how about you invest a bit in my hairy crab restaurant? Together, we could expand this business and achieve great success. When the time comes, you, as an original shareholder, will also soar to new heights. It would save your father from constantly nagging you." Zhou Xingjie evidently still assumed that Wang Gan was that affluent young master, completely oblivious to the precarious state of Wang Fuhai's factory. Upon hearing this, a meaningful smile crept across Wang Gan's lips. Why did those words sound so familiar? He remembered that during a similar time in his past life, Zhou Xingjie had enthusiastically shared his vision for the hairy crab business and had also invited him to invest. At that time, Wang Gan was wholly preoccupied with Wu Yue and had scorned such seemingly meager ventures, dismissing the idea without a second thought. He believed Zhou Xingjie was merely indulging in fanciful dreams, wondering how selling a few crabs could lead to substantial wealth. However, the unpredictability of life is profound. This venture turned out to be incredibly lucrative, especially in the present, where information is not as readily accessible and few provide insights into the intricacies of various trades. Opening a specialty hairy crab shop with a willingness to invest in advertising could easily yield several million in profits annually. Even at its worst, tens of thousands were attainable. Wang Gan had missed a golden opportunity to turn his fortunes around in his past life. Eventually, the Wang family faced bankruptcy, leaving him in dire straits. Ironically, it was Zhou Xingjie, whom he had once looked down upon, who offered him refuge during his most challenging times. Wang Gan worked diligently for 2 years in Zhou Xingjie's modestly successful hairy crab restaurant, just to scrape through that bleak period. While the pay was decent, the labor was grueling, and his hands were sore from binding crabs during the busy season. Yet, he always held deep appreciation for the hand that had helped him in times of hardship. Chapter 64. Everyone desires easy living, considering an investment is not out of the question. Wang Gan smiled noncommittally. Shifting the topic with a touch of jest, he inquired, "But, Xingjie, are you sure you can convince your esteemed Miss Wei? Will she agree to let an outsider like me take a slice of her cake?" The phone call from his childhood friend had unexpectedly opened a new avenue for Wang Gan. Since his rebirth, he had been making money effortlessly, hardly contemplating this direction. Upon reflection, it seemed feasible, especially as a former practitioner well acquainted with the nuances of the industry. In his previous life, he had been hindered by a lack of startup capital, unable to venture out on his own, left only to lament his situation. Now, with substantial resources at his disposal, he could launch a bold and expansive initiative, armed with the experience and foresight of future trends. The crab season lasts 3 to 4 months, and generating several million is not an insurmountable task. However, the question of whether to form a partnership remains debatable. On the other end of the line, Zhou Xingjie's voice, upon hearing this, grew noticeably somber, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, filled with helplessness and a hint of barely perceptible bitterness. "Ah, Ganzi, please don't jest with me," he remarked. "Her temperament is indeed quite formidable, and her opinions are resolute. Nonetheless, she is a good person, treating me and my family quite well. There is no other way, brother," Zhou Xingjie sighed, his voice tinged with a sense of pragmatic resignation. "After all, her family's circumstances are well established. I've come to terms with it. Relying on starting from scratch, when could I ever hope to succeed? My ex-girlfriend left me without a backward glance simply because I couldn't afford a wedding house in the city. In this day and age, lacking financial resources makes every step a struggle. I aspire for upward mobility, wishing to toil less. Surely, I must sacrifice something in return." Wang Gan remained silent. Zhou Xingjie's family background could only be described as average. Both parents were ordinary workers, and he himself had only completed high school. Before meeting his future wife, relatives assisted him in securing a job as a security escort, accompanying oil transport vessels along the Yangtze River, confined to the waters day after day, earning a meager salary of around 3,000 yuan. Given these circumstances, establishing a foothold in society and marrying a local girl from a well-off family posed immense pressure. Wei Hongwan, Wang Gan vaguely recalled, was passably attractive after applying makeup, yet her family was affluent. She was engaged in the building materials business back home, possessing considerable assets. It was she who took the initiative to pursue Zhou Xingjie, instantly captivated during their first meeting. After all, Zhou Xingjie stood at 1.8 meters tall, with a sunny and handsome appearance, making him quite popular among girls during his school days. However, this seemingly advantageous union of wealth and looks did not culminate in a happy ending in the past. After a few years of marriage, Wei Hongwan likely grew weary of Zhou Xingjie, expressing disdain for his lack of ambition. Yet more likely, it was Zhou Xingjie's declining health that could not satisfy her insatiable appetite. She strayed with younger men, it seemed, not just one. Their conflict escalated into a public spectacle, with both families embroiled in a bitter feud, making it common knowledge in the small county. Ultimately, it concluded with a divorce. Although Zhou Xingjie received some assets, those years were fraught with frustration. Reflecting on this, Wang Gan was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The patterns of history appeared to be repeating themselves. All right, enough of your lamentations. Wang Gan interrupted his grievances. When you and Wei arrive in Muling, we can discuss this further in person. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. All right, it's a deal, Ganzi. I'll contact you in advance. Zhou Xingjie's tone regained some levity. After ending the call, Wang Gan exhaled softly. Zhou Xingjie's hope of altering his fate through marriage had always been fraught with thorns. Without strength, one cannot feast on the fruits of another's labor. In this life, with substantial resources at his disposal, if Zhou Xingjie truly finds himself in need, he would not hesitate to lend a helping hand to his brother. Given their past camaraderie, after concluding the conversation with Zhou Xingjie, Wang Gan felt a slight tumult of emotions. Memories from his past life surged forth like a tidal wave, bringing with them the struggles and hardships, the helplessness and resentment, all vividly rekindled by a single phone call. He gently shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts. Living in the present and seizing the future is of utmost importance. Upon opening WeChat, the glaring red dot of unread messages remained painfully prominent. At the forefront was the persistent Xinjing. The latest messages contained nothing more than trivial campus gossip, interspersed with updates on Wu Yiwei's current situation. Each line exuded a subtle intention to capture his attention. With a stoic expression, Wang Gan scrolled through, adhering to a strategy of reading without responding. Seemingly aware of his stark indifference, after a few moments of silence, Chun Jing's avatar flickered to life once more. This time, she sent an image instead of text. Wang Gan's fingertip gently tapped the screen. The photo was more revealing than her previous selfie, captured under dim, sultry lighting. Chun Jing appeared as if she had just emerged from a bath, wrapped in a towel that barely concealed her modesty. Her damp hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few strands clinging to her smooth forehead and slightly flushed cheeks. She faced the camera sideways, one hand brushing aside her wet hair, her gaze dreamy, lips slightly parted, the edge of the towel accentuating her delicate curves. This woman, in her quest for attention, seemed increasingly unrestrained. Yet, she undeniably had substance. A smirk of derision graced Wang Gan's lips as he typed a few words on the screen. "What? Are you being provocative again?" Almost immediately, he received a response. "Oomph. ISNT the frustration due to your dense nature? With such assertiveness, can't you at least acknowledge me with a reply?" Accompanying her message was an expression sticker that conveyed a sense of grievance. Wang Gan scoffed lightly. This woman's skills were still lacking, her performance somewhat overdone. "Let's get to the point. I'm busy driving," he replied dismissively. "That's annoying. Of course, I have important matters." Chun Jing seemed to seize upon a lifeline, immediately following up. "I must tell you, one of my dorm mates has recently taken up live streaming. Just singing, dancing, chatting with the camera. Guess what? Last night, in just a short while, a wealthy patron gifted her thousands in presents. It's like picking up money." Her tone brimmed with astonishment and a tinge of barely concealed envy. "Do you think if I started streaming with my looks and figure, I could also gain some fame? Perhaps those affluent gentlemen would shower me with rockets and luxury cars?" Chun Jing's next message followed closely, laden with aspirations of wealth and a subtle probing of Wang Gan. The live streaming industry of 2014 was still in its nascent, untamed phase. Various questionable practices were commonplace, indeed giving rise to a plethora of so-called internet celebrities and the myth of overnight riches. Chun Jing's instincts, it seemed, were quite astute. "Do as you wish. Why tell me?" Wang Gan's response remained indifferent, imbued with a palpable air of apathy. "Oh, I merely wish to inquire about your opinion." Chun Jing seemed somewhat flustered, sending a flurry of playful emojis. "But what if, just what if, I truly ventured into live streaming? Would you, perhaps, come to support me? Just a small gesture, like sending a tiny airplane or even just following me would suffice." Her tone brimmed with anticipation, reminiscent of a tail-wagging puppy eagerly awaiting its owner's affection. In Wang Gan's mind, the image of Chun Jing flashed before him, Her somewhat acerbic yet undeniably stunning visage, coupled with a figure that far surpassed Wu Yiwei's allure. If she were to genuinely pursue live streaming, given her assets and relentless drive, she might indeed carve out a niche for herself. After a moment's contemplation, he replied with 2 words, "We'll see." The ambiguity of his response left ample room for speculation. As expected, Chunjing promptly sent back a jubilant emoji, followed by a stream of praises such as "Thank you, Gangge. You're truly wonderful." Wang Gan, disinterested, tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. Chapter 65. A little game thinking of Zhou Xingjie stirred something within Wang Gan. Now driving a BMW 7 Series, while impressive, felt somewhat ostentatious for picking up Zhou. It might inadvertently provoke unnecessary assumptions or pressures. It's better to keep things casual between old friends, he murmured to himself. Moreover, given their small hometown, if news of his wealth from driving a luxury car spread, it could hinder the renovation of his family's old property. After some reflection, he picked up his phone and searched for the WeChat contact of Jiang Xiaoya from the BMW dealership. Having added her as a friend before, she occasionally checked in, but Wang Gan had been rather aloof, responding sporadically. "Xiaoya, are you busy?" he texted. Jiang Xiaoya responded almost instantaneously. "Gangge, not busy at all. What can I do for you?" Wang Gan was taken aback. His jest had been taken seriously. Jiang Xiaoya seemed to be a few years his senior, and he wondered how she could address him so casually. Was it the allure of wealth? "Could you do me a favor? I'd like to order a BMW 3 Series, preferably the 328 model, with higher specifications. Do you have any in stock?" he inquired directly. The BMW 3 Series, as a flagship model for the brand, had long been synonymous with youthful dynamism. The 328 variant, in particular, stood out for its high performance too. 0-liter turbocharged engine and sport package. Its sleek aesthetics and superior handling had endeared it to the younger demographic. Additionally, its price was far more accessible compared to the 7 Series, aligning perfectly with the affluent persona he wished to project before his old friends. 328, you say? Please hold on, Gangge. I'll check the inventory. Jiang Xiaoya responded promptly. After approximately a minute and a half, she sent another message. Gangge, unfortunately, we just sold the last 328 of that configuration. It's currently out of stock. Rest assured, I have already requested our manager for an urgent transfer of a vehicle from one of our sister stores in another region. It should arrive within 3 days at the latest. Does that work for you? Yes. Please choose a mainstream color and interior. Ideally, a white exterior with a dark interior. Wang Gan instructed. Understood. A white exterior and either black or mocha interior. Correct? That poses no problem. I will ensure to select the best condition vehicle for you. Regarding the price, I shall seek a special employee discount from the manager, guaranteeing your satisfaction. Jiang Xiaoya's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Very well. I appreciate your efforts. It is no trouble at all. Serving you, Brother Gan, is truly my honor. Once the car arrives, I will notify you immediately. After hanging up, Wang Gan nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Xiaoya indeed demonstrated commendable efficiency and an acute sense of timing. A 3 Series car was merely a trifling matter for him. Purchasing it was akin to acquiring a grand toy. Moreover, it was not a waste, as he could hand it over to Sun Qing once she completed her driving lessons. After the call, Wang Gan started his vehicle and turned toward the school. Upon returning to dormitory 105, he pushed the door open, and a familiar blend of sweat and instant noodle remnants wafted toward him. Gu Linfeng lay reclined on the bed, engrossed in a device. The screen a kaleidoscope of images while he occasionally emitted impatient clicks with his tongue. Su Wei had brought a small stool and nestled beside Gu Linfeng's bed, craning his neck in concentration, fixated on the tablet's display, murmuring instructions. Hey, left side, merge that 6. Yes. Wang Gan, where's my computer? He asked, his tone tinged with impatience as he approached his own bed. Both were interrupted by Wang Gan's voice. Su Wei whipped around, and upon seeing Wang Gan, a sycophantic smile spread across his face. Brother Gan, you're back. The computer? Oh, you mean the Alienware. The courier, Dongzi, delivered it this morning. I thought it was rather precious. If it got damaged, I wouldn't be able to afford the loss. I told the courier to wait for you to sign for it personally. The courier had also mentioned that for such valuable items, It was best if the recipient signed to avoid any potential issues. Wang Gan's frown deepened at this. If even the smallest matters could not be handled efficiently, what risk was there in merely signing a name? Did he truly need to wait for his return? Wang Gan felt a twinge of annoyance. Su Wei was incapable of even the simplest tasks. Were it not for his unique attributes, he would never benefit from him, nor would he ever be taken along for the ride. Hey, Brother Gan, it's just a precaution. Su Wei chuckled nervously, refraining from arguing further. The courier mentioned he would return later in the afternoon, so it should arrive soon. Wang Gan grunted in response, uninterested in further debate. He tossed the car keys onto the table and was just about to sit down when there was a knock at the door. Is Wang Gan here? Dongzi the courier, came a slightly hoarse young voice from outside. Su Wei's eyes lit up at the sound, more eager than Wang Gan himself. He dashed to the door and flung it open. Yes, I'm here. Master, you have worked hard. Please come in. At the entrance stood a young courier clad in a red uniform, bearing a massive cardboard box emblazoned with an unusual skull design upon his shoulder. After Wang Gan presented his identification for the signature, the courier hurriedly departed. Su Wei immediately approached, buzzing with curiosity like a fly drawn to blood, circling the box in wonder. Gu Linfeng also peered from his bed, intrigued by the spectacle. Ignoring them, Wang Gan began to unwrap the package, revealing a futuristic silver-gray 18 model, which he placed steadily upon his desk. Pressing the power button, the screen illuminated, and the keyboard along with the chassis lights glowed. Hadieting en enchanté Nora. Su Wei, captivated, rubbed his hands together, gazing eagerly at Wang Gan. Brother Gan, this top configuration is truly exceptional. It looks even more impressive. Wang Gan cast a fleeting glance in his direction, but chose to remain unresponsive. He proceeded to connect to the internet, downloading some essential software and drivers. His gaze inadvertently drifted back to Gu Linfeng's bedside, where the screen, closely observed by Su Wei, displayed a digital merging game. Hey, you two. You seem quite engrossed in this game. Why not try 2048? ISNT that's simpler and more direct? 2048? Gu Linfeng inquired, lifting his head in confusion, furrowing his brow as he pondered. What is 2048? I've never heard of it. Is a new game? More enjoyable than this one? Su Wei mirrored his bewilderment. Looking at Wang Gan. Yes, Brother Gan. What is 2048? Is it also a numbers game? Is it available? Does it cost anything? Wang Gan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing their simultaneous inquiries. You haven't heard of it? ISNT, it in Chapter 66 of the Entrepreneurial Projects? His mind raced. He recalled that this paid digital puzzle game had launched in early 2014, earning a certain reputation among core players due to its unique merging mechanics based on multiples of 3. Opening the App Store, he confirmed that the upload timeline matches memory. However, the price in the domestic market was set at 18 yuan, which seemed rather steep for a simple game. The true phenomenon that popularized this gameplay globally, spawning countless variations, was the free web-based game titled 2048. Its core mechanics were similar to the earlier game, but simplified the merging rules to the more accessible multiples of 2. In his previous life, 2048 had emerged shortly after the release of the other game, around March 2014, crafted by a mere 19-year-old Italian programmer over a weekend and subsequently released as open source. It quickly ignited a viral sensation worldwide. Yet now, Gu Linfeng and Su Wei, two young individuals with a high receptivity to novelty, surprisingly claimed to have never heard of 2048. Continuing his search, he found no download link in the Apple Store. Perhaps it had initially been a web-based game. He should not celebrate too soon. Wang Gan immediately sat upright, opened a brand new notebook, and swiftly connected to the campus network. He rapidly entered keywords such as 2048 and 2048 game into the browser's address bar. With a press of the enter key, the search results page refreshed briskly. Wang Gan's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously scanned each line and sentence. Much of the page was cluttered with irrelevant information regarding the mathematical significance of the number 2048, technical jargon from the realm of computing and certain product models. He exercised patience, flipping through page after page, even switching between several different search engines. The outcome, however, continued to quicken his heartbeat. There was nothing, absolutely no screenshots of the familiar game interface of 2048, dominated by shades of black, white, and gray, adorned with numbers such as 2, 4, 8, and 16. Nor were there any news reports about the game's explosive global popularity. There is also no information regarding the Italian programmer who rose to fame because of it. Only a few scattered posts in foreign technical forums or independent game developer communities discuss the algorithms and design of 2048, pondering the possibility of simplifying its rules. Yet, these discussions remained in the realm of theoretical exploration, with no one having truly put it into practice and developed a mature product for public enjoyment. A surge of uncontrollable elation suddenly erupted within Wang Gan's chest, prompting him to chuckle softly. His eyes sparkled with a wolf-like intensity. Blank. The phenomenon that is 2048 existed in utter obscurity at this moment. Perhaps that Italian lad from his previous life had yet to embark on this venture. Or perhaps he had not yet succeeded due to some unknown reasons. Meanwhile, Wang Gan, with the foresight of a reborn individual, had acutely perceived this temporal advantage. Opportunity. This was undoubtedly a divine chance. An endeavor with minimal investment, a remarkably short development cycle, yet with an extraordinarily vast potential user base and a crystal-clear monetization pathway. A golden project laid bare before him. He did not need to create any earth-shattering inventions. He simply needed to replicate the successful idea that had already been validated in his previous life. By seizing this moment, he could capture a significant market share and reap immense traffic and wealth. This was not merely a small game. It was a pivotal leverage point capable of unlocking capital. It represented yet another splendid opportunity for him to rapidly accumulate initial capital, contributing to the foundation of his future business empire, aside from the World Cup and Bitcoin. This would be his first truly original project in his rebirth journey, albeit inspired by future creativity. Unlike the enviable windfalls of lotteries or Bitcoin, the gaming industry, while not entirely viewed positively in domestic discourse, at least constituted a legitimate field. Countless titans of the internet and technology have garnered their initial fortunes from the realm of gaming. Even the illustrious Pony Ma, were it not for his triumphs, might not have persevered until the end. Once this notion took root in his mind, it ignited like a wildfire, instantly kindling a fervent ambition and desire within him. His intention was clear: to incubate this future blockbuster ahead of time. Therefore, he was compelled to race against the clock. After pondering for a while, Wang Gan resolved to outsource the task to Xia Yuran. As a liberal arts student, he lacked substantial connections within the programming community, and it was prudent to rely on someone experienced. Given her prior involvement with cold wallets, Wang Gan believed that Xia Yuran, as the president of the computer club, possessed adequate expertise. The phone rang a few times before it was answered. A familiar voice, slightly languid yet tinged with an air of coolness, came through the receiver. "Hello. Who is this?" "It's me, Wang Gan." He got straight to the point. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if she were recalling who Wang Gan was. "Oh, it's you. The affluent one." Xia Yuran's tone remained flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. "What do you need?" "Let me be clear, my technical consultation fee is 500 per hour, and no credit will be extended." Wang Gan's lips twitched. This woman was indeed a pragmatist, valuing money over personal connections. "Rest assured, you shall not be deprived of your due rewards." Wang Gan suppressed his irritation, striving to maintain a friendly tone. "I have a small project and would like your assistance, along with your fellow club members. The compensation is negotiable." "A small project?" Xia Yuran's voice carried a hint of skepticism. "What sort is it?" "Be explicit. We do not engage in overly complex or mundane tasks. It's a mobile game, quite simple, but possessing significant potential." Wang Gan paused, emphasizing his words. "If your results meet my expectations, this could be a lucrative opportunity for you." Another silence ensued on the line. "All right then." It seemed Xia Yuran was swayed by the prospect of substantial earnings. "Where are you now?" "Come to the computer club for a face-to-face discussion." "However," she continued, "let me make one thing clear. If the project proves untrustworthy and wastes my time, the consultation fee will be collected, doubled." With that, without waiting for Wang Gan's response, she abruptly hung up. Wang Gan listened to the dial tone, shaking his head in resignation. Xia Yuran was indeed a wild card, unpredictable in her approach. However, he understood that capable individuals often possess a bit of temper. Chapter 67. The Ride of the Big Spender. Meanwhile, in the activity room of the computer club at Muling Industrial University, Xia Yuran set down her phone, a mischievous smile dancing upon her charming face. Clearing her throat, she addressed the dozen or so members engrossed in coding or gaming. "Attention, everyone! Attention!" All eyes turned towards her. Having just received a call from their benefactor, Xia Yuran raised her phone, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "The last time, that gullible soul who spent 5,000 to have us assist in purchasing Bitcoin has returned. He claims to be developing a mobile game, and the remuneration is negotiable." Wow, the Navi one is back. Splendid. Another opportunity for extra earnings. The last time his Buddha jumps over the wall was exquisite. I wish to indulge in it once more. Sister Xia is formidable. Can he truly be swayed back? What should our asking price be this time? Should we propose an upfront development payment of 80 or 100,000? Your offered price is ludicrous. Last time was entirely due to the boss's efforts. You didn't even shout 666 loudly enough. In the activity room, a chorus of excited discussions and cheers erupted. The atmosphere instantly became lively. For these computer science students, most of whom come from modest backgrounds, the prospect of following the charismatic Sister Xia and engaging in side projects for some pocket money to enhance their lives was undoubtedly a delightful opportunity. However, in the past, they had often found themselves overworked with meager compensation, and it was not uncommon for clients to demand revisions due to dissatisfaction. Sister Xia, too, possessed a temper that could spark arguments. Thus, the computer club was often more about revelry than actual work. Earning 5,000 with ease, as they did last time, was a rare occurrence in their university lives. Wang Gan, with his image of being foolish yet wealthy, had become well known among them. Sister Xia raised her hands to quiet the group, signaling for calm. Although the specifics of the project had yet to be discussed, his tone suggested he was quite confident. When he arrives, everyone should act professionally. We must not scare away our benefactor. A smile played on her lips, yet a flicker of curiosity danced in her eyes. Who exactly is this Wang Gan? So generous, yet his actions carry an air of enigma. Last time, instead of simply searching online for Bitcoin, which would have required only a modicum of time and effort, he chose to pay a premium for her assistance. Now, he seeks to create a mobile game, which sounds promising. Could it be that he possesses a genuine avenue for profit? Or, as the club members speculated, does he harbor feelings for her? If so, he should not blame her for taking advantage of the situation. Unbeknownst to Wang Gan, he had already been branded as both a fool and a benefactor in the minds of the computer club members. He tucked his phone away, grabbed his laptop bag, and prepared to leave. Upon reaching the bottom of the dormitory building, just as he intended to head to the parking lot, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. At a nearby intersection, Wang Qi was approaching on a pink electric scooter. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, she revealed her long, fair legs. Her hair, slightly damp, was casually tied back, with a few strands blown by the breeze, adding an air of innocence and charm. Accompanying her were two other girls, similarly dressed, holding buckets and wash basins, chattering cheerfully as they seemed to have just returned from the communal bath. Girls could be such a hassle. Even though the dormitory has showers, they insist on going to the bathhouse together. Wang Gan's eyes brightened as he hurried over. Hearing her name, Wang Qi turned to look, her expression revealing a hint of surprise, quickly followed by a momentary avoidance of his gaze. "Wang Gan, do you need something?" she softly inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Class monitor, since you're headed that way, would you mind giving me a ride?" Wang Gan pointed towards the direction of the computer club, wearing a smile that seemed entirely natural. "Huh, how is that on your way?" Wang Qi paused, instinctively glancing at the bucket and basin resting on the back seat of her electric bike. Her two female classmates nearby curiously scrutinized Wang Gan, one of whom, a demure girl with black-rimmed glasses, stifled a giggle and remarked, Chi, when did you become so close with young Master Wang? Is he going to be your personal chauffeur now?" The other, sporting a lively bob, mischievously winked. "Exactly, Chi. Young Master Wang is quite the figure at our school, recently flaunting luxury cars and pursuing the prettiest girls. You should seize this opportunity." Wang Qi's face flushed deeper, and she shot a reproachful glare at her two roommates. Stop joking. We're just ordinary classmates. She then looked at Wang Gan with a hint of reluctance. I still need to return to the dorm to drop off some things. And besides, my bike isn't really suited for carrying passengers. However, Wang Gan appeared unfazed as he stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the bucket and basin off her back seat and placing them on a nearby step. Leave these here. You can get them later. As for convenience, he patted the back seat of the electric bike, grinning. I find it quite suitable. Or are you concerned that I, as a passenger, might be too heavy for your little electric steed? Wang Qi was left both amused and exasperated by his shamelessness, unable to scold him in front of her roommates. With a resigned sigh, she said, all right, get on. I can't believe I'm yielding to you. Excellent. Wang Gan nimbly hopped onto the back seat of the electric bike, instinctively wrapping his arm around Wang Qi's slender waist to maintain balance. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted from her, reminiscent of floral-scented body wash mingled with the natural scent of youth. Fresh yet slightly sweet, it enveloped Wang Gan's senses, evoking a subtle thrill within him. Her waist felt delicate, and through the thin fabric of her shirt, he could distinctly sense the softness and warmth of her skin. Wang Qi's body stiffened momentarily, her cheeks turning a vivid shade of crimson, even the roots of her ears tinged with a suspicious pink hue. Where are you placing your hand? Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with embarrassment and annoyance. Hold steady. Safety first. Wang Gan replied unabashedly, making no effort to loosen his grip and instead unconsciously tightening it a little. Let's get going, he urged playfully. Oof. Wang Qi huffed, but said nothing further as she started the electric bike. The two classmates beside them watched in astonishment, before bursting into laughter filled with meaning. Chi, go for it. We're rooting for you. Don't worry, we'll take your things back. You don't need to return tonight. Wang Qi, mortified, wished she could vanish into thin air. With a sudden twist of the throttle, her pink electric bike zipped away, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. The bike glided through the tree-lined path, the summer breeze gently caressing them. The gentle breeze tousled Wang Qi's fringe, dispersing the last traces of steam from her post-bath skin, leaving only a captivating fragrance that lingered at Wang Gan's nostrils. The girl's back pressed against his chest, swaying with the bumps of the vehicle, occasionally eliciting a soft and resilient sensation. Wang Gan could even feel her slightly rapid heartbeat and the fine beads of sweat that formed on her neck from nervousness. The atmosphere, inadvertently, grew somewhat ambiguous. Wang Gan was aware that, at present, Wang Qi should not harbor too many feelings for him. Her shyness was likely a result of the significant changes he had undergone in recent days. Who among young girls would remain unflustered in the presence of a school celebrity? Their paths had crossed prematurely. Wang Gan was eager to advance matters early on. In his past life, amidst the gaps of her two failed marriages, they had shared a brief and secretive romance. However, at that time, he was destitute and unable to offer her any promises. In this life, he did not wish to miss the opportunity again. Naturally, he would not hang his hopes on a single tree. Soon, they arrived at the experimental building housing the computer club. As the electric vehicle came to a halt, Wang Qi, like a startled rabbit, hurriedly jumped out, her cheeks still flushed. I've arrived. I'm heading back, she exclaimed, casting not a glance at Wang Gan. She pushed the electric bike away, fleeing with a somewhat awkward yet endearing demeanor. Wang Gan watched her hasty retreat, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed that this former class monitor from his past life was even more innocent than he had anticipated. Having successfully teased her, he felt a surge of joy. He adjusted his collar, grasped his laptop bag, and strode through the door of the computer club. President Xia, I'm here. Are you ready to welcome guests? Chapter 68. The Insight of the President Speak Up. Wang, what opportunity for fortune do you bring? Xia Yuran, lounging at the computer, remained motionless. Wang Gan was unperturbed. As long as he could work, he was satisfied as a diligent laborer. He picked up his phone, pointing at the game interface displayed on the screen. President Xia, the game I intend to develop is an optimization and enhancement of this game. Xia Yuran took the phone, casually scrolling through it. Her brow furrowed slightly. This game? I've heard of it. It sells for 18 yuan. How do you plan to optimize it? A mere reskin, or will you introduce new features? Her tone conveyed a hint of skepticism, suggesting that she found this seemingly trivial numerical puzzle game rather uninteresting. The core gameplay will remain, but the merging rules need alteration. Wang Gan stated clearly, eliminate the number 1 and merge multiples of 3 into multiples of 2. In other words, 2 merges with 2 to become 4. 4 merges with 4 to become 8, and so forth. The objective is to synthesize larger powers of 2, such as 1024, 2048, or even higher. He paused for effect and added, it must be available on mobile and Android platforms. The interface should be exquisitely minimalistic, the controls remarkably smooth, and ideally, a leaderboard and social sharing features should be included. Wang Gan abandoned the route of launching the web version of 2048 first and then porting it to mobile. In his view, the mobile internet had already taken shape by 2014 with a substantial penetration of smartphones. Directly seizing the mobile market was the swiftest and most straightforward method of reaping rewards. The web version was merely superfluous. After listening to Wang Gan's description, Xia Yuran fell silent for a few seconds, then gazed at him with an expression that seemed to question whether he was jesting. Is this really it? Merely changing a 3 to a 2 and altering the name? What sort of optimization is this? This amounts to nothing more than a superficial imitation. What significance does such a subpar game hold? Not only is it a mere 3 transformed into a 2, but it also discards the 1, resulting in a drastic decrease in complexity. Yet, Xia Yuran's radiant face openly displayed her disdain and contempt. Wang Gan had anticipated her reaction. After all, in the eyes of true technological experts, such projects of borrowing and minor innovation were indeed beneath consideration. President Xia, whether this game holds significance or can achieve popularity is my concern, Wang Gan stated with a calm yet unassailable tone. You need only inform me if you and your computer club can produce it within the shortest time possible. While technological geniuses are indeed impressive, the finest game producers are not necessarily those who are technically inclined. Their thinking is sometimes stifled, lacking in innovation. Xia Yuran curled her lip, tossed the phone back to Wang Gan, crossed her arms, and observed him leisurely. Producing it is certainly feasible. Such a level of modification and development poses no challenge for us. However, given that this is a project of our benefactor, the pricing is something to consider. She deliberately elongated her tone, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Extending one finger, she added 5 more, 150,000, for both Android platforms, including design, rankings, and social sharing features. The initial version will be delivered within a week, with subsequent modifications and optimizations as per your requests. 150,000? Wang Gan nearly choked on his own saliva. Xia Yuran, do you take me for a fool? For such a mediocre game, you dare ask for 150,000? Is it not enough to simply extort money? He recognized that Xia Yuran would demand a high price, yet he did not anticipate her audacity to this extent. It felt as though she was treating him as a lamb for slaughter. Expenditures are one matter, and entrepreneurship is another. One must not conflate the two. Costs must be controlled. Young Master Wang, one cannot speak in such a manner, Xia Yuran replied with a smile. Our computer club is not some fly-by-night outsourcing team. Each member here is a top student from prestigious university computer science departments. We offer not only premier technology, but also our invaluable time. Furthermore, did you not say this game possesses great potential for substantial profits? A mere 150,000 in development costs is a triviality for you. The members of the computer club behind her joined in the chorus. Indeed, the price set by Sister Yuran is absolutely fair. A boy named Zhang Chong, wearing black-framed glasses and appearing somewhat dull, chimed in. Another boy, Li Ming, with a buzz cut and dark skin, added his support. Young Master Wang. We guarantee quality and honesty. Wang Gan let out a cold chuckle, declaring 150,000. Don't even think about it. 30,000. This includes all functionalities for both Android platforms, with delivery in 3 days. If you can do it, then do it. If not, I shall seek others. He had decisively cut the offer to the quick. He was acutely aware of the development costs for such a trivial game, and 30,000 yuan represented a substantial income for a student team. 30,000, Xia Yuran exclaimed, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Her eyes widened dramatically. Wang Gan, are you sending us off like beggars? 30,000 is barely enough for our members to enjoy a few takeout meals. No, it must be at least 120,000. 30,000 is my final offer. Not a penny more. Wang Gan stood his ground unwaveringly. 100,000. It cannot be any less. This includes design and server backend. Xia Yuran retorted through gritted teeth. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, their words clashing as they fervently negotiated the development costs. The other members of the computer club looked on in astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed someone daring to haggle with Xia Yuran and yet maintaining their footing. Ultimately, after a protracted tug-of-war, both parties made concessions. 30,000. The development period is 5 days. A deposit of 10,000 up front. Another 10,000 upon delivery of the initial version, and the final 10,000 after the acceptance of the final version. After the game becomes profitable, excluding channel fees, your team will receive 5 of the net profits. Wang Gan stated emphatically, establishing his bottom line. If you agree, we shall sign a contract. If not, I shall take my leave. Given Xia Yuran's technical prowess, Wang Gan still had numerous ideas that required her expertise to bring to fruition. A share of the profits dangled before her like a carrot to motivate her enthusiasm. Xia Yuran pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes flickering with resentment and anger. The 30,000 yuan fell far short of her expectations. Yet, Wang Gan's resolute demeanor, suggesting he would walk away at a moment's notice, made her hesitant. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, she felt a twinge of curiosity about the game that Wang Gan spoke of with such potential. Perhaps observing the outcome could serve as practice for the team, especially since they had little else to occupy their time. There was also the matter of a financial backer, making this opportunity rare. Eurojia, why not just accept it? Zhang Chong whispered from the side. 30,000 is quite a sum. It could buy us a few new devices for the club. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Yes. Eurojia, consider it practice. What if this game truly becomes as popular as Wang Xiao claims? Xia Yuran took a deep breath, seemingly arriving at a difficult decision. She shot a fierce glare at Wang Gan. 40,000 must be in cash. Don't talk to me about profit sharing once the game is launched. I won't fall for that. Not a problem. Wang Gan readily nodded. And? Xia Yuran added. The contract must clearly state that we are solely responsible for technical development and repairs. We will not be involved in subsequent operations or promotions. It was evident that she had been provoked by Wang Gan's unwavering confidence in the game's profitability, fearful that he might embellish the prospects. Wang Gan, upon hearing those words, curled his lips into a playful smile, inwardly reflecting, silly girl, truly blind to opportunity. You are willfully disregarding a chance at sudden wealth. In the future, you shall merely become a technical expert, toiling endlessly for meager earnings. Of course, he would never voice this sentiment aloud. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Soon, a succinct development contract was drafted. Wang Gan promptly transferred a deposit of 10,000 yuan to the account designated by Xia Yuran via mobile banking. With the transaction settled and the contract signed, he extended his hand. A pleasant collaboration, President Xia. Xia Yuran, somewhat annoyed, swatted his hand, signifying their handshake. Humph. I hope that wretched game of yours truly enables you to recoup that 40,000. Wang Gan merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to exit the computer club. Once he left, the activity room erupted into a flurry of excitement. Xia Yuran cast them a disdainful glance and said curtly, All right, enough of this. Get to work. We must complete this wretched game within 5 days. However, a frail boy wearing thick glasses timidly inquired, But why are we not taking a share of the profits? What if the game becomes as popular as he claims? Xia Yuran scoffed derisively, her tone dripping with contempt. Popular? Based solely on that idea of changing a 3 into a 2? Surely, you don't genuinely believe such a subpar game could achieve global fame? Stop daydreaming. Earning tangible money is the priority. I refuse to be left empty-handed by that naive fool. In her view, Wang Gan's unwavering confidence was merely a tactic to reduce development costs by leveraging the illusory prospect of future profits. She had encountered such petty tricks many times before. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had just missed an opportunity that could have granted her financial freedom. Chapter 69. The Benefactor's Guidance. Early the next morning, after Wang Gan had finished his morning routine in the dormitory, he was approached by Gu Linfeng, who wore a mysteriously animated expression. With a conspiratorial grin, he exclaimed, "Ganzi, guess what I'm up to today? It will absolutely astonish you." Wang Gan shot him a sidelong glance, noting that he had ceased calling him by the affectionate nickname, sensing that it was likely trivial. Indifferently, he replied, "Given your demeanor, you're either off to woo some new girlfriend or itching to indulge in reckless spending. Hey, you rascal, can't you be more tactful?" Gu Linfeng retorted with playful rebuke, then lowered his voice, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement and pride. "Today, my friend, I'm going to pick up my new car, a truly luxurious and sophisticated vehicle. It will dazzle you all." "Oh, a new car?" Wang Gan was somewhat surprised, yet he did not regard it as significant. For a wealthy second generation like Gu Linfeng, acquiring a new car was hardly an extravagant expense. His current concern lay more with the development progress of 2048. With no morning classes, Wang Gan directly headed to the computer club. Pushing open the door to the activity room, he was greeted by a rich aroma of coffee and Red Bull, mingling with the rhythmic clatter of keyboards. Xia Yuran sat before the computer, intensely focused on the dense lines of code on the screen. Her vibrant face bore signs of undeniable fatigue, with faint dark circles under her eyes. Yet her gaze remained strikingly focused and bright. The core members under her supervision, each bearing the telltale signs of sleeplessness, were deeply engrossed in their work. Upon seeing Wang Gan enter, Zhang Chong, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, lifted his head and nodded in acknowledgement, softly remarking, "Brother Wang has arrived." Sister Yuran had pulled an all-nighter last evening and had only managed to doze for a few hours at her desk this morning. Wang Gan, upon hearing this, realized that the remark was a subtle boast. Nonetheless, he could not help but admire Xia Yuran's dedication. Clearly, the 40,000 yuan spent was not in vain. Approaching Xia Yuran's computer, he observed the preliminary interface of 2048 alongside its core logic code displayed on the screen. "How is the progress?" Wang Gan inquired. Xia Yuran rubbed her slightly throbbing temples, her voice a touch hoarse. "The core merging algorithm has been implemented, and the first version is ready. Take a look and see if there are any issues." Wang Gan scrutinized the design on the screen, then commenced his role as the financial backer offering guidance. "President Xia, the rounded corners of this block are too pronounced, giving it a somewhat childish appearance. This should be adjusted to smaller radii for a more robust look. The color contrast of the numbers is insufficient. They need to be more vivid and striking to ensure clarity under various lighting conditions. The response speed for the sliding action is still somewhat sluggish. It must be impeccably responsive, with no trace of delay or lag. Most importantly, the interface must adhere to a minimalist philosophy. Eliminate all unnecessary decorative elements. I seek a pure, immersive gaming experience that allows players to focus entirely on the merging of numbers." Drawing upon his prior experiences with 2048 and other successful casual games, Wang Gan continually emphasized the significance of user experience and minimalist design. Initially, Xia Yuran attempted to argue her case, hoping to counter Wang Gan's amateur suggestions with design theories and technical feasibility. However, she soon realized that while Wang Gan might lack knowledge of specific technical details, his understanding of the final presentation and insight into user psychology were remarkably astute. After several ideological clashes, Xia Yuran grew weary of the debate, ultimately conceding, all right, you're the financier, you're right, and we'll implement your changes." Though reluctant to admit it verbally, she recognized that many of Wang Gan's suggestions were indeed rooted in a user-centric perspective, often pinpointing the issues with remarkable clarity. This seemingly unlearned scion of wealth possessed an extraordinary sensitivity and foresight in certain respects. Thus, under the guiding principles of their benefactor, Xia Yuran's team began meticulously refining and optimizing 2048 in strict accordance with Wang Gan's directives. Wang Gan, resembling a supervisor, periodically checked in to assess progress and offer constructive feedback. After spending the entire morning in the computer club, he realized that aside from stipulating overall direction and user experience requirements, he was utterly in the dark regarding the specifics of technical implementation. Xia Yuran and her team members engaged in a discussion laden with specialized terminology such as rendering efficiency, memory optimization, and concurrent processing. To him, it sounded like an arcane language, leaving him unable to interject. As time passed, he began to feel a twinge of boredom. He glanced around aimlessly, resembling a languid idler. Xia Yuran, deeply engrossed in debugging a segment of code, found her concentration disrupted by Wang Gan's restless movements beside her. Unable to contain her irritation any longer, she finally lifted her head and remarked, "Young Master Wang, if you're truly at a loss for what to do, why not take a stroll outside or pursue your infatuation with the beauty of your department? Please refrain from lingering here, as your presence is a distraction that hampers our efforts to conquer this technical challenge." Her tone was imbued with the exasperation typical of a programmer disturbed during work. Wang Gan, pouting slightly, realized that his presence was more bothersome than helpful, akin to a foreman inciting annoyance. All right. I see that the esteemed Director Xia is hard at work. I shall take my leave." He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, tactfully preparing to depart. Just as he retrieved his phone to check for news, a call came through. It was Song Jing, the real estate agent. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I apologize for the interruption." Her sweet voice resonated through the receiver. "I have recently filtered through the high-quality, spacious, and well-decorated properties near the university town that you entrusted me to find. I have come across a particularly suitable option, and the owner is eager to sell, with room for negotiation on the price. Do you have time this afternoon to meet the owner and discuss in person?" "Oh, have you found something suitable?" Wang Gan perked up, eager for details. "It's a 3-bedroom apartment in Shuxiang Yuan, covering 130 square meters, exquisitely decorated. The owner mentioned it was recently completed as a newlywed's home and has never been occupied. Importantly, this property includes 2 underground parking spaces. I've reviewed the photos and documents and found it quite appealing," Song Jing elaborated. Shuxiang Yuan? Wang Gan recalled this community as one of the more upscale developments in the university town, known for its excellent landscaping and property management. The allure of a 130 square meter apartment with 2 parking spaces, freshly decorated and uninhabited, was indeed tempting. "Very well, I am available this afternoon. Please send me the specific time and location." Wang Gan decisively agreed to visit. Chapter 70. The adaptable Chen Jing after ending the call. Wang Gan stretched lazily and left the computer club in high spirits. As he walked along the tree-lined paths of the campus, his mind began to ponder future promotional strategies for 2048. Even the finest wine fears the depths of an alley, no matter how exceptional the game may be. Without effective promotion, it is challenging to ignite the market in a short span. Deep in thought, he made his way toward the campus gate. Upon nearing the library, he spotted Chen Jing approaching gracefully from the opposite direction. Today, she donned a cream-colored lace dress that accentuated her beautiful figure, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. Upon seeing Wang Gan, her eyes lit up, and she hastened toward him, resembling a fox that had just spotted its prey. This was the same woman who once aligned herself with Wu Yiwei, treating him with disdain and mockery. Her face no longer bore the former arrogance and disdain. After undergoing several prior adjustments, her mindset had undergone a profound transformation. She no longer viewed Wang Gan as someone she could easily manipulate, but instead developed a morbid fascination, tinged with both fear and admiration, due to his inscrutable background as a wealthy heir and the subtle yet palpable aura of control and danger he exuded. This fascination was not merely a matter of innocent infatuation. It stemmed more from a yearning for power and wealth, as well as a Stockholm Syndrome-like attachment born from being subdued by a stronger force. Thus, when Chen Jing spotted Wang Gan, she instinctively quickened her pace, striving to muster what she believed to be her sweetest, most endearing smile. "Wang Gan, what a coincidence to see you here." Her voice trembled slightly, laced with a tentative curiosity. Wang Gan merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his stride unbroken, his tone as frigid as ice. What is it? He had never regarded women like Chun Jing with any semblance of warmth. Stung by his indifferent demeanor, Chun Jing felt a surge of grievance and resentment. Yet she dared not express it on her face. She understood that the current Wang Gan was no longer someone she could easily manipulate. Hurriedly, she jogged a few steps to keep pace with him, walking closely at his side, making an effort to soften her tone. Oh, it's nothing major. I just wanted to have a little chat. Pausing as if recalling something, her eyes brightened, and she immediately adopted a gossiping demeanor. Lowering her voice conspiratorially, she said, "Hey, Wang Gan, have you heard? Our class leader, Wang Qi, seems a bit off lately." Wang Gan's pace faltered slightly as he turned to glance at her, a hint of curiosity flickering in his gaze. Sensing his interest in the topic, Chun Jing's heart leaped with delight as she continued. "I overheard the girls in her dormitory saying that Wang Qi has been daydreaming alone frequently, and sometimes she even blushes. Plus, someone saw her riding an electric bike with you. Is there something going on between you two? Have you shifted your affections from Ji Qin to her?" As she spoke, she regarded Wang Gan with an understanding look, her tone brimming with inquisitiveness and probing. Wang Gan's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance at her gossiping and speculative nature. However, he was indeed somewhat intrigued by the matter concerning Wang Qi. Had a mere jest struck a chord in the heart of the esteemed class leader? Was it truly that effortless? "Oh, is that so?" he replied non-committally, his tone inscrutable. Noticing that Wang Gan had not outright denied her insinuation, Chun Jing assumed she had hit upon the truth and grew even more animated. "It must be true. Wang Qi always appears so serious and aloof, like an ice queen. Who would have thought she could develop feelings?" She continued, "But speaking of which, Wang Gan, you are the talk of the school now, driving luxury cars and pursuing the most sought-after girls. If Wang Qi truly has some interest in you, it will be quite normal." In Chun Jing's tone, there lingered a subtle hint of envy and jealousy. Once upon a time, she and Wu Yue were the center of attention, while Wang Gan was merely the most inconspicuous among their many suitors. In Chun Jing's eyes, whatever her good friend possessed was as good as her own. Yet now, the situation had turned completely on its head. Wang Gan scoffed, remarking, "You girls are truly tedious, fixated on trivial romantic affairs all day long. Instead of wasting time on such matters, why not read more and better yourselves?" Although his words were rather brusque, Chun Jing dared not retort and instead acquiesced to his sentiment. "Indeed, Wang Gan, you are quite right. We're just too nosy." At that moment, Wang Gan's phone chimed again. It was a WeChat message from Song Jing, reminding him of the time and location for a house viewing that afternoon. Wang Gan glanced at his phone and casually replied with an acknowledgement. Chun Jing, quick to notice, caught sight of the real estate agent's name and some property information on Wang Gan's screen. Her heart suddenly stirred. "Wang Gan, are you going to view a house?" she asked tentatively, her tone laced with incredulity. Wang Gan replied with a non-committal "Wow, really?" Chun Jing's eyes sparkled as if she had stumbled upon a new world. All her previous grievances and discomfort, as well as her gossip about Wang Qi, were momentarily cast aside. Buying a house. A university student buying a house. And Wang Gan, this affluent heir, making such a bold move. This was a rare opportunity to broaden her horizons. She instantly donned a naive and curious expression, her tone becoming lively. "Wang Gan, are you planning to buy a grand and beautiful house? I've never seen how anyone goes about buying a house," she exclaimed. "Could you possibly take me along to see it? I promise I won't be a bother. It will just be an opportunity for me to learn." She cautiously observed Wang Gan's expression, fearful of rejection. Wang Gan halted, turning to appraise Chun Jing with a scrutinizing gaze. This woman certainly knew how to read the room. Just a moment ago, she had been eagerly gossiping about Wang Qi, but upon hearing of a potential benefit, she instantly changed her demeanor. However, he reconsidered. Bringing Chun Jing along could be amusing. It would allow her to witness firsthand how he spent money lavishly, which she could then relay to her good friend. How it would torment Wu Yue. "Want to come?" Wang Gan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Yes. Chun Jing nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "All right then," Wang Gan replied, his tone still nonchalant, though a glint of mockery flashed in his eyes. "But don't expect me to treat you seriously. In my eyes, you are, at best, just a walking decoration." His words were exceedingly harsh and unrelenting. Had this been in the past, such remarks would have surely incited her fury. Yet, in this moment, she seemed oblivious to the insult, her delight stemming from Wang Gan's acquiescence. "Thank you, Wang Gan. You are truly wonderful." She smiled sweetly, as if Wang Gan had just bestowed upon her a monumental favor. The abrupt shift from arrogance to deference was astonishing. Wang Gan regarded her sycophantic expression with a cold smile in his heart. He walked to the parking lot and pressed the remote key for his BMW 7 Series. As a luxurious car, a symbol of wealth and status, emitted the unlocking sound, a fiery gleam ignited in Chun Jing's eyes once more. She could hardly contain her eagerness as she hurriedly approached, intent on opening the door to the front passenger seat. However, just as her hand brushed against the handle, Wang Gan's icy voice halted her. "Sit in the back." Chun Jing froze, a flicker of shock and grievance crossing her face. "What's wrong? Can't you understand human speech?" Wang Gan's gaze was frigid, devoid of warmth. "Or do you believe you deserve to sit in the front passenger seat?" A wave of humiliation crashed over Chun Jing as her heart sank. She recognized that Wang Gan was deliberately belittling her, reminding her of her place. She bit her lip tightly, her nails nearly sinking into her flesh. Ultimately, she silently released the handle of the front door, circled to the rear, opened the door, and took her seat inside. Throughout the entire exchange, Wang Gan merely observed her with an air of indifference and control. He intended to make it clear to Chun Jing that no matter how low she stooped or how much she sought to ingratiate herself in his presence, she would forever remain a mere plaything, devoid of even the right to stand on equal footing. As she settled into the spacious and comfortable back seat, inhaling the scent of high-quality leather mingled with a subtle fragrance, her heart felt icy. She understood that from the moment she chose to attach herself to Wang Gan, she had forfeited all dignity and pride. But what did it matter? As long as she could cling to this lifeline, as long as she could obtain what she desired from Wang Gan, what was the cost? Resolving herself, she took a deep breath, striving to suppress the humiliation and resentment within her, forcing a stiff smile back onto her face. Wang Gan caught a glimpse of Chun Jing's forced smile in the rearview mirror, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The game had only just begun. Chapter 71. Buying a house is like shopping for groceries. Wang Gan arrived at the real estate agency, where he had arranged to meet Song Jing. She was already waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing Wang Gan pull up in the BMW 7 Series with the fashionably dressed Chun Jing beside him, her smile became increasingly professional and enthusiastic. Bringing a woman along to view properties significantly increased the likelihood of a successful transaction. "Mr. Wang, Miss Chun, this way please." After exchanging pleasantries, Song Jing diligently led the two into the meeting area, where she began to present the details of the property at Shuxiangyuan. "Mr. Wang, this property is the prime unit in Shuxiangyuan, spanning 130 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with excellent north-south ventilation and lighting. The owners are a young couple who originally decorated it as a marital home, utilizing only high-end materials and modern designs. Due to certain circumstances, they are now eager to sell. The most remarkable aspect of this property is that it comes with 2 underground parking spaces, which is a rarity in the esteemed Shuxiangyuan community." Song Jing spoke with enthusiasm. Chun Jing, listening nearby, was utterly captivated. A spacious 130 square meter 3-bedroom apartment, situated in the pinnacle of the building, complete with 2 parking spaces. This is undoubtedly a configuration befitting a luxury residence in a Muling University town. She cast a discreet glance at Wang Gan, her heart brimming with astonishment and disbelief. The individual she once perceived as utterly inconsequential was now poised to purchase such a high-caliber property. After hearing the introduction, Wang Gan nodded. "It sounds promising. Let us contact the owner and arrange to view the apartment, while discussing matters in person." "Certainly, Mr. Wang. I have already scheduled an appointment with the owner. We can head over now." Song Jing promptly rose, guiding both of them towards Shuxiangyuan. True to its reputation, Shuxiangyuan is an upscale development within the university town, boasting an elegant environment, shaded by lush trees and spacious building spacing. Song Jing led Wang Gan and Chun Jing to the designated building for the property. This high-rise structure, centrally located within the community, offers exceptional views. Upon taking the elevator to the 18th floor and opening the door, they were greeted by a spacious and luminous living room. The light gray floor tiles and off-white walls harmonized beautifully with the dark leather sofa and the strikingly designed lighting fixtures. The overall decor exuded a modern minimalism that was tasteful yet stylish. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a breathtaking cityscape. Mr. Wang, just look at the natural light and the view. It is truly exceptional, Song Jing enthusiastically introduced. The kitchen and bathroom fixtures were all imported brands, reflecting the owner's meticulous attention to detail during the renovation. Wang Gan carefully explored the property. The 130 square meters were thoughtfully designed. Each of the 3 bedrooms was quite spacious, with the master suite featuring an en-suite bathroom and a walk-in closet. Although the title of Pinnacle Unit was perhaps an embellishment from Song Jing, under the circumstances of 2014, the conditions were indeed quite commendable. Did Chen Jing, who stood by, not appear mesmerized by the opulence? What particularly pleased him was the presence of a built-in safe in one corner of the closet, quite ample in size, capable of accommodating numerous items. Chun Jing, following behind, was utterly awestruck by the luxury and refinement of the apartment, her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. She had previously visited some relatively nice homes of friends and relatives, but in comparison to this apartment, they seemed trivial. Where is the owner? Wang Gan inquired, feeling generally satisfied with the property. The owner is already waiting for us at the property management clubhouse. He mentioned that discussing matters there would be more convenient. Song Jing replied. The 3 arrived at a small conference room in the community's property management clubhouse. A couple, appearing to be in their 30s, had been waiting there. The man wore a slightly wrinkled white shirt, his hair disheveled, with deep-set eyes that bore the marks of fatigue, as though he hadn't slept well in quite some time. The woman, adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed in a designer gown, exuded an unmistakable air of impatience and irritability. Upon their entrance, the man forced a strained smile and rose to his feet. Hello, I'm the homeowner Zhao Kai. The woman, however, merely cast a cold glance at Wang Gan before lowering her head to engross herself in her phone, seemingly indifferent to the transaction at hand. Good day, Mr. Zhao. I am Wang Gan, here to view the property, he said, extending his hand for a brief handshake. Please, Mr. Wang, have a seat. Zhao Kai gestured, his tone polite, yet his gaze evasive. As soon as they settled, before Song Jing could introduce the situation, a dramatic scene unfolded. The woman, who had been fixated on her phone, suddenly lifted her head and slammed her device onto the table. Pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Kai, she shrieked, Zhao Kai, I will ask you one last time. Are you returning that 500,000 or not? Don't think that selling the house will let you evade this. Zhao Kai's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he lowered his voice to a roar. Fong Li, have you not caused enough chaos? Can you not show me a shred of respect in front of outsiders? Respect? You dare to speak of respect? Fong Li scoffed, her voice becoming increasingly shrill. When you were out with your mistress, did you ever consider my dignity? When you squandered our hard-earned wedding funds on that vixen for bags and cars, did you think of my dignity then? You are slandering me. Zhao Kai trembled with rage. Slander? The security guards saw you cozying up with that wretched woman. The neighbors are gossiping behind our backs. Do you think I am blind and deaf? Fong Li's emotions spiraled out of control as she seized a cup from the table, preparing to hurl it at Zhao Kai. Song Jing, quick to react, stepped forward to intervene, urging her gently, Miss Fong, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. No need for violence. The conference room descended into chaos, a flurry of commotion. Wang Gan and Chun Jing exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unprepared for such a melodramatic marital dispute. It became apparent that this couple, once on the brink of marriage, had jointly invested in and renovated this home. Zhao Kai had contributed the down payment, while Fong Li had taken charge of the subsequent renovations and appliance purchases. However, as the wedding date approached, Fong Li discovered Zhao Kai's infidelity, transforming their once sweet abode into a battleground of separation. Now, amidst their tumultuous quarrel, their only shared resolution was to sell the house swiftly, divide the proceeds, and sever all ties henceforth. Wang Gan, listening intently to their discord, felt his brow furrow deeper with disinterest in their familial melodrama. Enough! Wang Gan suddenly interjected, his voice commanding and firm, cutting through their strife. Zhao Kai and Fong Li were momentarily stunned into silence, ceasing their verbal onslaught to focus on him. I do not concern myself with your personal grievances. Wang Gan's gaze was icy, his tone devoid of emotion. I have but one question. Are you selling this house or not? If so, let us discuss the price and sign a contract. If not, I shall take my leave now and spare us all further time wasted. Zhao Kai and Fong Li were taken aback by Wang Gan's succinct and decisive demeanor. The two individuals exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions, anger, resentment, but predominantly a profound yearning for wealth. Love had dissipated, yet money could not follow suit. After a few moments of silence, it was Zhao Kai who broke the quietude. His voice hoarse as he declared, "Sell. Of course, we must sell." Fong Li clenched her teeth in agreement, vehemently asserting, "Sell? Whoever refuses to sell is a fool. However, the proceeds must be split equally. The 500,000 he owes me for renovations must be deducted from his share. An equal division was acceptable." Zhao Kai inhaled deeply, seemingly resolved, yet he insisted that the matter of the renovation funds be settled privately, so as not to hinder the transaction of the property. Oof. Fong Li let out a cold snort, tacitly acquiescing. Wang Gan, uninterested in the sordid details of their animosity, directly addressed Song Jing, stating, "Miss Song, please negotiate the price with them. You should be aware of my psychological price point." The ensuing price negotiation progressed surprisingly smoothly, perhaps due to the prior tumultuous spectacle. Whether it was the haste to extricate themselves from a failed relationship or the urgency to divide their assets, Zhao Kai and Fong Li did not linger excessively over the price. Ultimately, this finely furnished 130 square meter apartment, complete with 2 property rights parking spaces, was sold for $35 million. This price was considered quite reasonable, even slightly below market value, in the Muling University town area in 2014. Wang Gan continued with a cash transaction, requesting the swift processing of the transfer formalities. To avert any subsequent complications, he specifically required that both Zhao Kai and Fong Li sign the purchase contract jointly. Furthermore, it was explicitly stated that the payment method and division of funds were to be negotiated between them and bore no relation to the buyer. Although both Zhao Kai and Fong Li were reluctant to maintain any further ties with one another, they could only grit their teeth and acquiesce in order to secure their funds. During the contract signing, the two were even disinclined to sit together, as if merely gazing at one another would tarnish their eyes. Wang Gan observed this absurd scene before him, his heart unperturbed. In the realm of adulthood, self-interest invariably reigns supreme. The notions of love and marriage often prove fragile and easily shattered in the face of wealth and desire. Chapter 72. The foot washer. The procedures for a cash transaction were straightforward, and with time still on their side, Wang Gan, accompanied throughout by Song Jing, successfully completed the property transfer procedures with Zhao Kai and Fong Li at the housing authority. The payment of $35 million was transferred by Wang Gan via bank transfer, deposited in a jointly designated escrow account. When the brand new property certificate and a heavy set of keys were handed to Wang Gan, a surge of indescribable emotions welled up within him once more. How many days had passed from the moment of his rebirth until now? It had barely been half a month. He not only possessed $56 million in cash, but also owned a luxurious residence in a prime location of Muling, the provincial capital. In his previous life, he had toiled endlessly, striving to secure a modest abode in this city. Countless nights were spent in hardship, enduring numerous grievances, only to end up with empty hands and nothing to show for it. Yet now, merely through the foresight granted by his rebirth, he had achieved what once seemed unattainable. He effortlessly achieved the dreams that had once seemed unattainable in his past life. The gifts of fate can sometimes be remarkably direct and unrefined. It also underscores the reality that without opportunity, the impoverished can hardly hope to rise through mere labor alone. A lifetime may pass without redemption. Mr. Wang, congratulations once again. The residence in Shuxiang Yeyuan is indeed an excellent choice, considering its location, quality, and future appreciation potential. Song Jing timely offered her blessings, her face radiant with a professional yet sincere smile. Facilitating such a substantial transaction yields her a commendable commission. Miss Song has worked hard. Wang Gan nodded in good spirits. Although property prices may decline in the future, that is a concern for 6 or 7 years down the line. It is not something to ponder at present. Moreover, if by then Wang Gan still worries about such property, it would indicate he has not fared well enough. Upon exiting the housing authority, Chen Jing remained steadfastly by Wang Gan's side, like an ever-dedicated assistant. The recent melodrama of a marital upheaval had not only deepened her skepticism towards love, but also enhanced her understanding of Wang Gan's financial prowess and determination. Purchasing a home felt as simple as buying groceries. It was as if one had merely acquired a large carrot. Upon returning to their new abode in Shuxiang Yeyuan, Wang Gan unlocked the door with his key. A faint fragrance of lilies wafted towards him, left behind by the previous owner's essence. Everything in the house appeared just as it had during the viewing, clean, tidy, and imbued with a modern aesthetic. Yet, as Wang Gan surveyed the furnishings, he felt a slight aversion, wishing to replace them. Who could say if the previous occupants had secretly engaged in their own battles within these walls? Replacing them would not significantly dent his finances. As soon as Chen Jing stepped inside, she exhibited more excitement than Wang Gan, the actual homeowner. Like a jubilant little bird, she flitted around the spacious living room, touching this sofa and inspecting that ornament, exclaiming in exaggerated awe. Wow, Wang Gan, this place is simply fantastic. This floor-to-ceiling window. This view, it's unbeatable. I adore this open kitchen. I can cook here in the future. And the master bedroom's walk-in closet is so large. It can hold so many beautiful clothes. Wang Gan found her naivety amusing, yet he too was infected by her enthusiasm. Unable to resist, he playfully flicked her smooth forehead with his finger. All right, don't act like an unsophisticated visitor in a grand mansion. Tone it down a bit. Ouch, that hurts. Chen Jing pouted, feigning grievance while her eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. She turned around and took a few steps closer to Wang Gan, her gaze filled with anticipation and a hint of cautious charm, her voice taking on an unusually sweet tone. Wang Gan, this house is so big, and there are so many rooms. Living alone must be quite lonely. Could I possibly stay here too? Before she could finish her plea, Wang Gan raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile. Are you still half asleep? What are you dreaming about? Chen Jing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she summoned her courage to respond. Yes. Can I? Previously, you weren't opposed to my aspiration of becoming an online streamer, were you? The environment in the dormitory is rather unfavorable, bustling with people, and the internet connection is frequently interrupted at night. This place, however, is perfectly suited for my endeavors. I can also assist you with cleaning and cooking. Moreover, the ambience here is so delightful, and the internet is undoubtedly swift, making it an ideal setting for my live broadcasts. Once I attain success and become a prominent streamer, I shall never forget your kindness in recognizing my potential. As she spoke, she deliberately straightened her posture, attempting to showcase her usefulness. Wang Gan, upon hearing this, curved his lips into a familiar smirk, his gaze playfully scanning her form. Oh? So you truly wish to nest in my abode? No. Chen Jing quickly waved her hands, a flattering smile gracing her face. I merely think that such a wonderful house should not be left vacant. Besides, having another person around would certainly liven up the atmosphere, wouldn't it? Liven up the atmosphere? Wang Gan scoffed, his tone dripping with unrestrained sarcasm. I would say it would merely add an additional burden. He paused, his eyes glinting with mockery. Chen Jing, how persistent you are. Let me make myself perfectly clear. You are not deserving of residing in my house. Chen Jing's smile faltered, her expression instantly freezing, a flicker of hurt and grievance flashing in her eyes. But you've already forgiven me, haven't you? You even bought me a phone and supported my streaming career. What does a phone matter? That was merely a way to pass the time, Wang Gan interrupted coldly. When have I ever supported you? I merely mentioned that you could do as you please. He continued, my residence is not a place where just anyone can take refuge. Then, he uttered a profoundly insulting remark. Perhaps as a foot servant, I might consider allowing you to sleep on the floor. Chun Jing's complexion drained of color, her eyes rapidly welling with tears. She never anticipated that Wang Gan would resort to such humiliating words. The last time she heard something similar was during an argument with Su Wei at a hot pot restaurant. Their financial standings were incomparable, rendering Su Wei's words insignificant compared to Wang Gan's. Biting her lip tightly, Chun Jing trembled slightly with a mix of anger and indignation. The atmosphere in the room grew stifling and heavy. Song Jing, standing nearby, witnessed the entire exchange, internally astonished. This young Mr. Wang, despite his youth, exhibited a cunning nature, employing a uniquely ruthless approach towards women. She cast a sympathetic glance at Chun Jing, but dared not speak further. After a long pause, just as Wang Gan presumed that Chun Jing would storm off in frustration, she took a deep breath, seemingly resolved. Tun Ying slowly approached Wang Gan, and to the astonishment of both him and Song Jing, she gradually crouched down and reached for his shoelaces. Mr. Wang, I shall remove your shoes for you. Her voice trembled with suppressed emotion, yet her movements were tender and meticulous. Wang Gan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He hadn't anticipated that Chun Jing could truly set aside her so-called dignity to such an extent. It appeared that the allure of wealth and material possessions held an irresistible power over certain individuals. The woman, in her relentless pursuit of social elevation, exhibited an astonishing capacity for humility and adaptability. Wang Gan refrained from intervening, merely observing as she clumsily endeavored to remove her shoes. Just as she prepared to don a pair of slippers, he halted her. Stop! Are you planning to serve the master with someone else's foot basin? When Chun Jing raised her head, her eyes, still glistening with remnants of tears, yet brimming with hope, sought his gaze. A cryptic smile graced Wang Gan's face. Not bad. You possess the potential to be a foot servant, he remarked nonchalantly. However, let's forget the bedding on the floor. There is a guest room available that you may temporarily use. In an instant, Chun Jing's eyes sparkled with astonishment, as if struggling to grasp the reality of his words. Really? Is that true, young Master Wang? Indeed, it is, Wang Gan replied, his smile growing more enigmatic. But remember your position. Do not entertain any unrealistic notions. I understand. I understand. Thank you, young Master Wang. Thank you. Chun Jing exclaimed, her delight evident as she nodded fervently, anxious that Wang Gan might rescind his offer. Observing her humble yet exuberant demeanor, Wang Gan felt no stirrings of emotion within him. He was acutely aware that this woman had been thoroughly ensnared by him. The manipulation of human sentiment seemed rather intriguing indeed. Chapter 73. Profligate Wang Gan chose to disregard her further and turned to Song Jing, who was watching the scene unfold. Miss Song, I require your assistance. Of course, Mr. Wang. Please, give your instructions, she replied promptly. All the furniture and appliances in this house, with the exception of the embedded safe that I need to retain, must be cleared out. Please arrange for their disposal or contact second-hand dealers. In short, everything needs to be emptied. Wang Gan's tone was calm yet resolute, leaving no room for debate. Clear everything? Song Jing was momentarily taken aback, nearly unable to believe her ears. The entirety of the room was furnished with high-end items recently purchased by the landlord. To dispose of them all seemed exceedingly wasteful. She instinctively glanced at the brand-new leather sofas, the marble dining table, and the luxurious solid wood bed, as well as the gleaming imported kitchenware, her heart heavy with regret. Wang Gan possessed a naturally mild inclination towards cleanliness, particularly concerning used personal items, which he found instinctively repulsive. Though the household items were not personal and appeared to be new, they were, in Wang Gan's eyes, still second-hand. Previously, he had made do out of necessity. Now that he had the means, why should he continue to settle? Chun Jing, too, was struck dumb, disbelief evident in her eyes. She had barely come to terms with the notion of playing the role of a foot servant in this opulent mansion. Yet, Wang Gan was even unwilling to tolerate these seemingly immaculate furnishings and appliances. His fastidiousness was excessive. A profound sense of injustice surged within her. Why should he so easily discard what she had to strive so hard to obtain? Mr. Wang, are you certain you wish to dispose of all these furnishings and appliances? This is all new and of quite good quality. It would be a shame to dispose of it. Song Jing could not help but confirm again. Wang Gan raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze flashing with a hint of impatience. What, Miss Song, do you think I am in need of such trifling money? Or do you have a particular fondness for these used items? Song Jing felt a touch of embarrassment from Wang Gan's somewhat oppressive retort and quickly waved her hand in explanation. No, Mr. Wang, you misunderstand. I merely believe it to be somewhat wasteful. Since you have made your decision, I will contact the disposal service immediately. Internally, she mused that this Mr. Wang was not only affluent, but also possessed an incomprehensible fastidiousness. However, a client is akin to a deity, and she dared not voice any dissent. Chen Jing, listening from aside, felt an increasing discontent towards Song Jing. This real estate agent was far too adept at ingratiating herself. These items, if sold as secondhand, could fetch quite a sum. She had worked diligently, even setting aside her pride, to secure a place in this luxurious residence. Yet, she found herself overshadowed by an outsider. Chen Jing keenly sensed that Wang Gan seemed to place greater trust in Song Jing, delegating all matters to her, while maintaining a wary distance from her, the one who had proactively sought his favor. This left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Such a waste. Chen Jing couldn't help but mutter under her breath, her tone laced with dissatisfaction and jealousy. These items are still so new. Even if not used, they could be kept. Wang Gan shot her a cold glance, his tone dripping with derision. What, feeling sorry? Perhaps I should gift you all this trash, so you can take it back to your dorm and use it at your leisure? Chen Jing was left speechless by Wang Gan's blunt mockery, her face flushed crimson. Yet she dared not retaliate, merely clenching her lips in frustration. Wang Gan chose to disregard the differing sentiments of the two women and took out his phone to access a familiar e-commerce platform. He began placing orders for brand new furniture and appliances online. His fingers glided swiftly across the screen, selecting items ranging from Italian imported leather sofas, Nordic solid wood dining tables and chairs, to smart temperature control mattresses. He also ordered the latest models of side-by-side refrigerators, washer-dryer combos, and oversized curved televisions. He essentially reselected everything needed for the entire house. Moreover, the brands and models he chose were all top-tier, with prices that left one astounded. Song Jing and Chen Jing watched in disbelief as Wang Gan added one expensive item after another to his shopping cart and proceeded to pay, as if he were merely purchasing vegetables at market. The shock they felt was beyond words. This was no longer mere financial indulgence. It was as though he were constructing an entirely new world with his wealth. Particularly for Chen Jing, as she gazed at the orders on Wang Gan's phone, some costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, she could not help but compare it to her meager monthly living expenses, and how long it would take her to save for a designer outfit or cosmetic. The sense of imbalance and desire for wealth surged within her like a torrential flood. She even began to feel a sense of relief, grateful that she had recognized the situation and clung tightly to Wang Gan's golden leg. Even if it means merely serving as a footman, residing in such opulent surroundings and experiencing this lifestyle is immensely preferable to his previous existence. Soon, Wang Gan completed all procurement orders, with total expenses effortlessly exceeding 600,000. Having finished, he tucked away his phone, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He relished the freshness of everything, each detail aligning perfectly with his desires. Mr. Wang, Song Jing gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. After years in the industry, she had encountered her fair share of affluent individuals, but witnessing someone like Wang Gan, who, upon purchasing a property, immediately decided to replace all furnishings without a second thought, was indeed a first. The newly acquired items would be delivered in the coming days. Wang Gan said to Song Jing, "Miss Song, I must trouble you once more. Please oversee the receipt of these goods and arrange them according to my specifications. As for the old items, kindly contact someone to dispose of them as swiftly as possible." Though surprised, Song Jing immediately donned a professional smile. "Of course, Mr. Wang. Rest assured, I will handle everything meticulously. This was an excellent opportunity to build rapport with such a prestigious client, ensuring future business would follow. However, upon hearing this, Chun Jing felt a surge of anxiety and resentment. Why should such fortune fall solely to Song Jing? She stepped forward, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile, her voice dripping with sweetness. Young Master Wang, there's no need to trouble Miss Song with such trivial matters. I can assist as well. I assure you, I will make your new home beautiful and comfortable. I have quite the knack for organizing and decorating. She attempted to secure another opportunity to showcase her abilities, hoping to enhance her presence before Wang Gan. Yet, Wang Gan did not even glance her way, addressing Song Jing directly. Miss Song is, after all, a professional with considerable experience in handling such matters. I trust her more with this. The implication was clear. He had little faith in Chun Jing and preferred not to involve her. Song Jing, hearing this, allowed a poised smile to grace her lips, her gratitude for Wang Gan's trust deepening. Casting a discreet glance at Chun Jing, she felt a subtle sense of superiority. Chun Jing, stung by Wang Gan's blatant disregard and disdain, felt her complexion shift from pale to flushed, standing frozen with clenched fists at her sides. Unable to utter a single word, she understood that her standing in Wang Gan's eyes was likely inferior to that of the real estate agent. As for the locks, Wang Gan paused before adding, "For now, there's no need to change them. Once everything is arranged, after you hand me the keys, I will arrange for a complete smart lock system for the house." He was keen to keep the access codes to his new home confidential, particularly from someone as inscrutable as Chun Jing. Although currently relegated to a menial position, caution was paramount. Safety would always take precedence. Song Jing comprehended Wang Gan's intent and promptly nodded in agreement. "Understood, Mr. Wang. I will follow your instructions." Having arranged everything, Wang Gan prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he cast a glance at Chun Jing, who remained rooted in place, and instructed her like a subordinate. "You will accompany Miss Song and ensure that everything here is managed properly. Remember, be swift and do not cause me any trouble." Upon hearing this, Chun Jing was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. Although Wang Gan's tone remained icy, he had not dismissed her. Instead, he had granted her an opportunity to atone for her previous shortcomings. "Yes, young Master Wang, I will certainly cooperate with Miss Song and keep everything in perfect order." Chun Jing responded eagerly, nodding and bowing with great humility. Chapter 74. Gu Xiao's reluctant dignity. Wang Gan had just returned to the school parking lot in his BMW 7 Series. Barely had the chance to head to his dormitory when his phone rang. It was Su Wei calling. "Hey Ganga, where are you right now? Hurry to the school gate. Gu Xiao is treating us to celebrate his new car. Same old place, that Stone Granny's spicy chicken." Su Wei's boisterous voice echoed through the receiver, accompanied by the chatter of Gu Linfeng and Huang Mingzhi in the background. "Got it. I'll be there shortly." Wang Gan chuckled softly as he ended the call. Gu Linfeng, that rascal, was making quite a fuss over acquiring a vehicle. Upon arriving at the bustling spicy chicken restaurant near the school gate, Wang Gan immediately spotted Gu Linfeng, Su Wei, and Huang Mingzhi seated by the window. In the center of the table sat a steaming hot clay pot brimming with vibrant red oil, aromatic chicken pieces, and an assortment of blanched vegetables. This culinary trend had become quite popular in recent years, filling the restaurant's owner's coffers. "Ganzi is here. Come sit, come sit." Gu Linfeng exclaimed enthusiastically upon spotting Wang Gan, his face beaming with uncontainable pride. Wang Gan took a seat next to him, his gaze drifting to a brand new white sedan parked not far from the restaurant entrance. Its streamlined body, frameless doors, and coupe-like design stood out among the ordinary family cars lining the street. It was a Volkswagen. "What do you think, Ganzi?" Gu Linfeng pointed toward the new car with a hint of boastfulness in his tone. "Isn't my new ride understated enough? Isn't it's sophisticated?" He emphasized the notions of modesty and value for money, but Wang Gan detected a barely perceptible hint of disappointment behind his somewhat forced smile. Clearly, this young Master Gu's quest for a luxury vehicle had not unfolded smoothly. Not only had his dream of acquiring a 5 Series been dashed, but even settling for a 3 Series had proven unattainable. In the end, he was left with this Volkswagen worth just over 200,000. Su Wei, sitting nearby, smirked and unceremoniously undermined Gu Linfeng's delight. Gu Xiao, this is quite a pretty car. However, compared to Gan Ge's BMW 7 Series, it still falls a bit short in presence. At his words, Gu Linfeng's smile instantly faltered, and he shot Su Wei an irritated glare. You really don't know when to keep your mouth shut, do you? I'm treating you, and you still can't hold your tongue? What do you know? The 7 Series is far too ostentatious and doesn't align with my current low-key and pragmatic style. I must tell you, the experience of driving this car is simply extraordinary. Furthermore, with a 2.0 engine, the power is robust, fuel consumption is low, and the value for money is exceptional. Gu Linfeng began to boast about the myriad advantages of his vehicle. He spoke of a golden power combination, precise chassis tuning, and a design language that leads the trends. As if this car, worth over 200,000, had transformed into $1 million supercar, in his words. Wang Gan observed Gu Linfeng's stubborn demeanor and couldn't suppress a chuckle. Choosing to remain silent. All right, to each their own, Wang Gan interjected diplomatically. Gu Xiao's car is indeed quite striking, and it suits a young man's spirit. He raised his glass. To Gu Xiao's new car, let us drink to that. The four of them toasted, and the atmosphere gradually became more animated. After a few rounds of drinks, Gu Linfeng became more loquacious and relaxed. Let me tell you, he said, setting down his wine glass. Adopting a tone of a seasoned individual, buying a car is merely a consumer choice. It depreciates the moment you drive it off the lot. It's purely for enjoyment and convenience, not worth the expense. Those with true wisdom understand the importance of investing wisely, such as in real estate. Oh, investment? Su Wei's eyes lit up with curiosity. Gu Xiao, what are you planning to invest in? Count me in. Gu Linfeng feigned profundity, cleared his throat, took a sip from his beer glass, and leisurely replied, of course, investment is essential. Only by making money work for you can one achieve lasting wealth. However, as university students, we should prioritize our studies and lack the energy to manage investments. Thus, I have been contemplating purchasing a property in the university town, buying a house. Su Wei and Huang Mingzhi exchanged surprised glances with Gu Linfeng. Indeed, Gu Linfeng declared proudly, lifting his chin. I've inquired and found out about a new development in the university town called Xuefu No. 1. It boasts a prime location and high quality. It is reportedly a pre-sale that will soon be launched. I intend to secure a unit when it opens. What do you call that? It is called preserving and appreciating assets. Do you understand? He wore an expression that suggested they could never fathom his profound foresight. Wang Gan listened, secretly amused. Gu Linfeng claimed that buying a house was an investment, likely due to his family's disapproval of his luxury car aspirations, and thus he settled for regaining some face through real estate. However, his choice of Xuefu No. 1 was somewhat serendipitous. This development indeed had considerable appreciation potential in the past due to its advantageous geographical location and quality. More importantly, a subway line was planned to run nearby, which significantly boosted property prices. In a previous life, without Wang Gan's encouragement, Gu Linfeng had also purchased a property in Xuefu No. 1. Years after graduating, he boasted in their group about selling that unit for nearly 100,000 in profit, whether it was mere luck for a wealthy second generation or guidance from his family. Fortune is indeed a form of strength. Wang Gan mused that when Gu Daxiao went to view the properties, he might as well follow suit and purchase a building himself, albeit just one. Su Wei, having listened to Gu Linfeng, initially intended to tease him further. Upon hearing the term buying a house, he instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Coming from a modest background, the prospect of homeownership seemed a distant dream, let alone acquiring Gu Linfeng's Volkswagen, valued at over 200,000. Among the four in their dormitory, his financial circumstances were undoubtedly the most precarious. This stark disparity filled him with waves of inferiority and disappointment. Huang Mingzhi adjusted his glasses and earnestly remarked, Gu Linfeng, purchasing a property is indeed a prudent investment strategy. However, one must be mindful of the risks associated with pre-sale properties and thoroughly investigate the developer's credentials and the project's planning. Growing impatient, Gu Linfeng waved his hand dismissively. All right, I get it, Huang, the academic overachiever. Let's eat. No need to dwell on such dreary topics. Come, let us toast to my new ride. The four raised their glasses, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. Wang Gan set down his glass and casually remarked, Gu Xiao, when you go house hunting, do let me know. I might invest a little for appreciation. Oh, Ganzi, how much are you planning to buy? Gu Linfeng inquired. Before he could continue his boastful banter, Wang Gan's next statement rendered the other three speechless. As much as I can, my bottom line is a whole building. The trio resumed their meal in silence. Chapter 75. The restless Song Jing. As night deepened, Song Jing returned to her shared rental room in a mid-range community in Maoling City, her weary body betraying her exhaustion. However, her face radiated a subtle excitement and satisfaction that she could hardly conceal. Earlier that afternoon, following Wang Gan's instructions, she had contacted second-hand appliance and furniture dealers, clearing out everything from the Shuxiang Yuan apartment, save for the embedded safe. Although those items still appeared relatively new and of good quality, it felt somewhat regrettable to dispose of them as second-hand goods. Yet, Song Jing had no space to store them. Had she been back home, she would have certainly moved everything there. Fortunately, the resale price offered by the second-hand dealer was quite generous, allowing her to make a tidy profit. Moreover, she had transferred several relatively new and easily transportable small appliances and exquisite home decor items to her rental room. At that moment, a nearly new Philips air purifier, an almost unused Deloney coffee machine, a set of imported bone china dinnerware still in its packaging, along with several uniquely styled crystal ornaments and an artful decorative painting, occupied the corner of her room. If purchased at retail price, these items would easily amount to several thousand, if not tens of thousands of dollars. Xiaojing, you're back? You seem quite busy today. Did you land a big deal? A young girl in pink cartoon pajamas, her face adorned with cucumber slices, peeked from another bedroom, curiously surveying the new additions to Song Jing's room. The girl, Zhou Xiao, was Song Jing's university classmate and roommate. After graduation, she worked as a copywriter at a small advertising agency, leading a regimented 9-to-5 life. Upon seeing the items Song Jing brought back, clearly beyond her own spending capacity, Zhou Xiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, what splendid items are these? A coffee machine? An aroma diffuser? And this cup looks quite expensive. Come clean. Is it a gift from some admirer? Song Jing set down her bag, rubbing her shoulders wearily. Yet a hint of undeniable pride lingered on her face. An admirer? Merely a client who recently acquired a luxury home and found the previous items unsightly, requesting my assistance in handling them. These are all things he no longer wanted, and I thought it a pity to discard them, so I casually took a few to bring back. The clientess discards? Zhou Xiao nearly dropped the cucumber slices from her face. Leaning in closely to scrutinize the capsule coffee machine, her astonishment palpable. My heavens! I recall seeing this coffee machine at the department store. It must cost several thousand, and this aroma diffuser is exquisitely designed. What kind of extravagant client is this? These items appear as if they are brand new. Song Jing feigned nonchalance, though her tone bore a hint of subtle bragging. What can one do? Wealth affords one the luxury of caprice. To him, these may be as trivial as us tossing out a few worn shirts. This client is exceedingly generous. Zhou Xiao's eyes sparkled with envy. Xiao Jing, your luck is incredible. To encounter such a wealthy client. Unlike our company, which is miserly, reluctant to offer even a modest increase in overtime pay. Song Jing secretly reveled in her good fortune, but humbly replied, it was merely a stroke of luck. However, Mr. Wang is indeed the most generous and, well, decisive client I have encountered in my career. She recalled how Mr. Wang, at the housing authority, paid the full amount of $35 million without batting an eye, and later, on an e-commerce platform, casually spent $600,000 on new furniture and appliances. Her understanding of the term tycoon had now reached a new pinnacle. Mr. Wang? He sounds quite young. Zhou Xiao's gossip radar immediately activated as she leaned closer to Song Jing, lowering her voice. How old is he? Is he handsome? Is he the type of super-rich second generation with a family fortune? Xiao Jing, you must seize the opportunity. Proximity to wealth brings favor, perhaps. Song Jing felt her cheeks flush slightly at her roommate's unabashed teasing, playfully shoving her away. What nonsense! Mr. Wang is just in his early 20s, still in university. He merely comes from a well-off family. Still in university and already so wealthy? Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, this is practically a real-life version of the domineering CEO falls in love with me. Xiao Jing, honestly, do you have any feelings for him? Song Jing's heart raced, involuntarily conjuring Wang Gan's youthful and handsome visage, his mature composure and sharp demeanor surpassing his years, along with his lavish, spending, and decisive nature. To claim she felt no attraction would be disingenuous. What girl wouldn't he wish to encounter a young, affluent, and generous Prince Charming? Wang Gan undoubtedly fulfilled every condition of her fantasies. However, Song Jing instinctively touched her face and glanced around her somewhat cramped rental apartment. A wave of inexplicable inferiority washing over her. Hailing from a rural background, she had managed to secure a place at university through her own efforts and remained in the provincial capital to strive for success. Although she worked diligently and her performance was commendable, it paled in comparison to individuals like Wang Gan, who could effortlessly throw around millions. Between them lay an insurmountable chasm. Stop overthinking. Song Jing suppressed the flutter of her heart and feigned calmness as she remarked. Mr. Wang is of a different stature. I am merely a modest real estate agent, fortunate to assist him in his affairs and earn a commission. I wouldn't dare entertain any other thoughts. Zhou Xiaoxiao observed Song Jing's slightly despondent expression, curling her lips in disbelief. Come on, spare me this talk. Prince Charming, tall, rich, and handsome. Little Jing, let me tell you, opportunities present themselves. It all depends on whether you dare to seize them. What if he has even a slight interest in you? Impossible. Song Jing instinctively retorted, though her voice lacked conviction. She recalled how Wang Gan had gifted her those small appliances today, his casual yet playful gaze lingering on her. And later, the trust he placed in her when asking her to oversee the delivery of new furniture. Could it be that he regarded her with even a modicum of distinction? Once this thought arose, it rippled through her heart like a stone cast into a still lake. Yet, rationality swiftly pulled her back to reality. What kind of women surrounded Wang Gan? Would they be as stunning and alluring as Chun Jing, yet humble enough to cater to men? Or perhaps like those refined socialites, born into affluence and well-versed in propriety? And what about herself? Apart from being reasonably attractive and diligent at work, what else did she possess that could captivate him? With a soft sigh, Song Jing dispelled those unrealistic fantasies from her mind. All right, enough gossip. Hurry and put on your face mask, she told Zhou Xiaoxiao. I'm utterly exhausted and need to rest early. Tomorrow, I must supervise the arrival of that gentleman's new furniture. Though she referred to him as that gentleman, a subtle hint of anticipation colored her tone. Zhou Xiaoxiao, witnessing Song Jing's feigned composure, flashed a knowing smile. No longer saying much, she patted Song Jing's shoulder meaningfully. Little Jing, you've got this. I believe in you. Song Jing, both amused and exasperated, ushered her roommate out of her room. Once the door closed, she was left alone. She gazed at the spoils of her recent endeavors, exuding an air of opulence, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Wang Gan's entrance into her life was akin to a boulder disrupting the calm surface of her existence, stirring tumultuous waves. She was uncertain of the direction these waves would carry her, yet she sensed that her life might indeed be on the cusp of transformation. Whether this change would be a blessing or a curse, she could not foresee. All she could do was diligently attend to the tasks entrusted to her by Wang Gan, striving to leave a favorable impression. As for everything else, she would let it unfold naturally. Yet, the heart that fluttered because of Wang Gan could not find tranquility for a long time. Chapter 76. The Ruthless Boss in the Following Days. The activity room of the computer club transformed into a battleground for Xia Yuren's team. To meet Wang Gan's 5-day deadline for the completion of the version of 2048. Xia Yuren and her core members worked tirelessly, often until the late hours of the night, even resting on military cots set up in the activity room. The strong aroma of coffee and energy drinks mingled with the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and sporadic technical discussions, creating a unique working atmosphere. Wang Gan visited the club 1 to 2 times daily, ostensibly to check on the progress. In reality, he was more inclined to offer unsolicited advice on user experience and details. When he next arrived at the computer club, Xia Yuran, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes and bloodshot irises, was nonetheless exceptionally spirited. "The version is complete," she exclaimed, pointing to the smoothly running 2048 game interface on her computer screen, her voice hoarse yet tinged with a sense of relieved pride. "All functional modules have been implemented and nearly all bugs resolved. You may test it now." Wang Gan took the testing device from Xia Yuran and began to operate it skillfully. The classic black, white, and gray color scheme, the clear numerical tiles, the smooth, sliding experience, and the perfectly timed sound effects were already strikingly close to the globally popular 2048 he remembered. "Excellent. Truly remarkable." Wang Gan nodded in satisfaction, lavishly praising President Xia. "Your team's execution is indeed commendable. The investment of 40,000 is well spent." The recognition from their benefactor brought a glimmer of relief to Xia Yuran and her equally exhausted teammates. Their relentless efforts over the past few days had finally borne fruit. "Now that the version is complete, let us promptly submit it for review," Wang Gan stated, "and we must also begin work on the Android version without delay." "What? Start on the Android version now?" Xia Yuran nearly choked on her words. "Wang Xiao, do you think we're made of iron? We have just finished this version, and we haven't even caught our breath." The other members echoed her sentiments, groaning in protest. "Yes, Wang Ge, could we take a day to rest?" they pleaded. "Adapting to the Android platform is far more complicated. The workload is exponentially greater. If this continues, we might well collapse in front of our computers." Wang Gan observed the weariness etched on their faces and recognized that he had perhaps been a tad too hasty. However, he understood that time equates to money, especially during such crucial moments when seizing opportunities is paramount. Even the slightest delay could lead to catastrophic losses. "I appreciate your hard work, and I understand your fatigue," Wang Gan said, adopting a more amicable expression. "How about this? Tonight, I will treat everyone. Order whatever you desire. Eat well, drink well, and rest thoroughly tonight. Tomorrow, we will devote ourselves to conquering the Android version. Upon project completion, I will reward everyone with a generous bonus as a token of appreciation." The duality of reward and punishment, a slap followed by a sweet date, is a tactic often employed by Wang Gan. Upon hearing of a sumptuous feast and the prospect of red envelopes, the previously listless spirits of the crowd were instantly revived. Long live Brother Wang. His compassion for his subordinates is commendable. Although Xia Yuran remained somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Gan's relentless demeanor, the allure of delectable food and monetary gifts compelled her to acquiesce, begrudgingly acknowledging his slight conscience. With a huff, she accepted Wang Gan's overtures. Having placated Xia Yuran's team, Wang Gan retrieved his mobile phone, initially intending to call Su Wei, his loyal errand boy, to procure some milk tea and hamburgers for an afternoon treat. He reconsidered. Su Wei's clumsiness and inefficiency were well known. Suddenly, the obsequious visage of Chun Jing flashed through his mind. Familiarity breeds comfort, and it was time to reward this foot servant with a taste of sweetness. A playful smile curled at the corners of Wang Gan's mouth as he sent a WeChat message to Chun Jing. "Go to the commercial street in the university town and buy 20 cups of cheese milk cap. Then head to Mackenzie for 20 spicy chicken leg burgers and 10 large fries, delivering them to the Computer Society's activity room. I'll send you a red envelope. Keep the rest as your errand fee." After dispatching the message, he promptly transferred a 500 yuan red envelope to her. Chun Jing responded almost instantaneously. "Received. Young Master Wang, I promise to complete the task. How much sugar for the milk tea? Should the burgers be spicy?" Wang Gan replied, "You decide. Just get what everyone usually orders." He then chose to disengage, relishing the feeling of authority and the casual command over others, particularly over Chun Jing, who had once looked down on him but now eagerly sought his favor. This elicited a peculiar sense of satisfaction within him. In less than half an hour, Chun Jing arrived at the entrance of the Computer Society's activity room, breathless, carrying an assortment of milk tea and burgers. She had made an effort to dress up today, donning a fitted white shirt and denim shorts that accentuated her curvaceous figure. her face adorned with exquisite makeup that radiated youth and vitality. "Young Master Wang, the milk tea and burgers are here." As she placed the items on the table, she discreetly observed Wang Gan from the corner of her eye, her gaze filled with flattery and anticipation. The few socially awkward male members of the computer society, upon witnessing the unexpected arrival of the beautiful junior, were momentarily entranced. Forgetting their tasks, having organized matters for the computer society, Wang Gan was just about to depart when his phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar landline number, registered locally in Moling. "Hello, is this Mr. Wang Gan?" Came a gentle and melodious female voice from the other end. "This is he. May I ask who is calling?" Wang Gan inquired. "Good day, Mr. Wang. I am Zheng Yiyun, a client manager at the VIP Wealth Management Center of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Moling." The tone of the woman was exceedingly polite, imbued with professional respect. "We have detected several substantial deposits in your savings account, ending in 9527 recently. In accordance with the compliance management regulations of the bank, it is required that you personally bring valid identification to our branch to complete the necessary compliance confirmation procedures and undergo a risk assessment." Upon hearing this, Wang Gan understood the situation clearly. The substantial winnings he had amassed from the World Cup totaled several tens of millions. Such a significant flow of funds would undoubtedly attract the bank's attention and trigger the corresponding anti-money laundering and compliance review processes. "All right, I understand. I will make time to come by this afternoon," Wang Gan replied. "Very well, Mr. Wang. We will await your arrival at the VIP Wealth Management Center this afternoon. To save you time, I suggest you make an appointment with me in advance, so I can arrange a dedicated financial advisor for you." Zheng Yun's tone grew increasingly cordial. A client with several tens of millions in liquid assets is undoubtedly a priority to be meticulously managed by any bank. There is no need for such formalities. I can come directly. Wang Gan preferred to keep things uncomplicated. After ending the call, Wang Gan glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. After some contemplation, he decided to address the matter at the bank promptly to avoid any potential complications later. Driving to the Industrial and Commercial Bank's mailing branch located in the city center, Wang Gan entered the elegantly decorated VIP Wealth Management Center. After announcing his name, he was soon greeted by a young woman, approximately in her late 20s, dressed in an exquisite professional outfit, who welcomed him with a warm smile. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Zheng Yiyun, and it is my honor to assist you." She was indeed the client manager who had contacted him earlier. Zheng Yiyun led Wang Gan to a private consultation room with excellent confidentiality, personally serving him a cup of fragrant Dahong Pao tea. "Mr. Wang, regarding the sources of the funds in your account, we are required to conduct a routine compliance inquiry." Zheng Yiyun carefully phrased her words. "Every penny is from legitimate gambling winnings, and I possess the tax payment certificates," Wang Gan interjected directly, producing a thick stack of lottery redemption receipts and copies of his income tax payment certificates from his bag. Zheng Yiyun accepted the documents and meticulously verified them. After confirming their accuracy, her smile grew even more radiant and respectful. "To have won such substantial amounts? This indicates that our esteemed guest has engaged significantly in the World Cup, suggesting a considerable fortune. This young Mr. Wang possesses not only extraordinary luck, but also an undoubtedly remarkable background. I wonder which affluent family he hails from. Such indulgence in leisure pursuits must surely raise eyebrows at home." Zheng Yiyun silently critiqued in her mind while maintaining her composed smile. She was merely a junior manager in the major client department. Although she had some connections, they were incomparable to those of the elite clientele. Any misstep could bring trouble to her family. "Mr. Wang, we have thoroughly verified your information, and it complies fully with the regulations." Zheng Yiyun respectfully returned the documents to Wang Gan, her tone imbued with increasing reverence. "In light of the scale of funds in your account, your regular savings card has automatically been upgraded to our bank's highest tier, the Private Banking Black Gold Card. You will enjoy a comprehensive array of exclusive privileges, including a dedicated one-on-one client manager, access to global airport lounges, expedited channels at top-tier hospitals, and various bespoke wealth management services." As she spoke, she handed Wang Gan a beautifully crafted black metal card. Wang Gan glanced at the black card nonchalantly, revealing little interest. These so-called exclusive privileges held little allure for him. They were merely embellishments. With wealth, he could procure anything he desired. Mr. Wang, as your dedicated client manager, I am eager to provide you with professional asset allocation advice. Zhang Yiyun seized the moment to promote the bank's financial products, knowing that every high-net-worth client was a target they strived to secure. Wang Gan had already met the threshold with his modest financial goal. Our bank has recently launched a series of stable and aggressive investment plans tailored for high-net-worth clients, with anticipated annualized returns that are quite promising and manageable in terms of risk. I have no interest in your financial products, Wang Gan interjected directly. I am not considering any investments for this sum at the moment. It was laughable. He had little regard for the meager annualized returns offered by the bank. Handing money over to a fund manager to navigate the ups and downs felt absurd. With such time on his hands, he would rather invest in Bitcoin or wait for the World Cup finals to reap some profits. Wang Gan had also been studying the stock market. A bull market was expected to commence in a few months. By then, with the World Cup concluded, he would have refined his initial capital. A few hundred million could easily multiply 2 or 3 times. Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback by Wang Gan's blunt refusal, but her professional demeanor quickly resurfaced, her face still adorned with a sweet smile. Very well, Mr. Wang, I understand. Should you have any financial needs in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. After completing the compliance formalities, Wang Gan prepared to depart. As he passed through the bank lobby, he inadvertently noticed a rather lengthy queue at the gold services counter. Numerous elderly patrons were enthusiastically inquiring about and purchasing physical gold bars. A thought struck Wang Gan. In 2014, international gold prices were at a relative low. He recalled that starting in the latter half of 2015, due to increasing global economic uncertainty and the emergence of various geopolitical risks, gold, as a traditional safe haven asset, began a prolonged descent in price. Although the investment return on gold might not rival that of high-risk, high-reward cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, it boasted stability and preservation of value, easily convertible at any moment. It was an excellent asset for both home security and potential escape. Therefore, allocating a portion of his assets to physical gold would indeed be a prudent choice. Moreover, with substantial cash on hand, while keeping it in the bank felt secure, it also left him somewhat uneasy. Converting a portion into tangible gold bars would serve as a form of psychological comfort. As he contemplated this, Wang Gan came to a halt and addressed the manager beside him. Zhang Yiyun. Manager Zhang, what is the current price of the gold bars your bank is selling? Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Wang Gan to exhibit an interest in gold bars, yet she promptly responded with professionalism. Mr. Wang, the investment gold bars we are currently offering vary in price, depending on their purity and specifications. For instance, a standard investment gold bar with a purity of 9,999, when accounting for today's real-time gold price along with processing and sales fees, amounts to approximately 250 yuan per gram. This figure may sound somewhat unappealing, but if we convert the units, it becomes more palatable. 1 kilogram would be 250,000 bungentaltalatet. Indeed, Mr. Wang, how much stock do you currently have available? He inquired. Zhang Yun was once again taken aback. The rapid shift in Wang Gan's thought process was astonishing. Just moments ago, he had shown disdain for financial products, and now he seemed intensely interested in purchasing gold bars, even hinting at a substantial order. She quickly responded, Mr. Wang, as a regional central branch, our reserve of physical gold is quite ample. If you have a purchasing need, we should be able to accommodate an order of several dozen kilograms. Wang Gan nodded auriget. Then I would like to order 100 pounds. 100 pounds? Zhang Yiyun's jaw nearly dropped, her eyes wide with disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. 100 pounds of gold equates to 50 kilograms. Calculating at the price of 250,000 per kilogram, the total value would soar to an astounding 12.5 million. This Mr. Wang truly defies conventional spending norms. Mr. Wang, are you certain you wish to purchase 100 pounds, which is to say 50 kilograms of investment gold bars? Zhang inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure as she sought to reconfirm the astonishing figure, fully aware that this was no trivial amount. If this transaction were to be completed, Her commission for the month would undoubtedly leave her beaming with joy. Indeed, 100 pounds, Wang Gan replied with an unperturbed tone, as if he were casually discussing the purchase of rice. However, I do have a few specific requests regarding the specifications. Please, Mr. Wang, go ahead. Zhang Yiyun immediately heightened her focus. The majority should be standard 1,000-gram gold bars, but I would also require some smaller sizes, such as 100 grams, 50 grams, or even smaller for convenience and, well, for gifting purposes. Wang Gan recalled the lavish displays in ancient dramas, where young masters would reward others with gold ingots. And he felt inspired to try it himself. Yet, since silver had now become a mere industrial commodity, he had to settle for gold bars. Alas, the costs were skyrocketing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiyun gained an even deeper understanding of Wang Gan's enigmatic character. Absolutely, Mr. Wang. That is entirely feasible. A radiant smile instantly graced Zhang Yiyun's face, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Our bank offers a full range of investment gold bar specifications, from 10 grams to 1,000 grams. I will arrange everything for you immediately, tailored to your needs. She promptly picked up the internal phone and began to contact her colleagues in the gold business department, meticulously detailing Wang Gan's requirements and coordinating the inventory and dispatch of gold bars. 100 pounds of gold is not a trivial amount, even for a branch-level vault. Particularly since it needed to be matched with different specifications. This would require a certain time for adjustment and counting. During the waiting period, Zhang Yiyun's demeanor towards Wang Gan grew increasingly respectful and attentive. She personally refilled his cup with the finest Wu Yinsha tea and softly introduced him to the bank's latest high-end client activities and some internal market analyses. Her balance was perfectly measured, neither overly opportunistic nor lacking in professionalism, showcasing her expertise and regard for the client. Approximately an hour later, several bank staff members wheeled in two specially designed, locked metal safes, escorted by security personnel to the VIP negotiation room. Zhang Yiyun approached personally and used a special key to unlock the safe. Inside, a thick layer of red velvet lined the interior, and gleaming gold bars were neatly arranged. Most were hefty 1,000-gram standard gold bars, but there were also some smaller 100-gram bars. Additionally, there were several stacks of exquisitely packaged 50-gram and 20-gram gold bars, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the light. Mr. Wang, the 100 pounds of investment gold bars you ordered have been prepared according to your specifications. Please take a look. Zhang Yiyun's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible excitement as she gestured for Wang Gan to inspect the contents. His gaze swept across the gleaming precious metals, and he nodded in satisfaction. He casually picked up a 100-gram gold bar, feeling its weight and the cool touch, accompanied by its distinctive metallic luster, instilling in him an inexplicable sense of security and fulfillment. With these, as long as he safeguarded them, he would never go hungry, and his family could thrive for generations. Yes, this will do, he remarked. Following this, the transaction and relevant purchase procedures commenced. A staggering sum of 12,500,000 was deducted from Wang Gan's recently upgraded private banking black card, leaving behind a cold string of numbers, as if merely completing a trivial daily operation. Once all procedures were finalized, Zhang Yiyun personally directed the bank's security personnel to carefully transport the two heavy metal safes filled with gold to the trunk of Wang Gan's BMW 7 Series, parked in the bank's underground garage. For safety reasons, the safes were locked again before loading, with the keys personally handed over to Wang Gan by Zhang Yiyun. Mr. Wang, here is my business card, Zhang Yiyun said as she presented an exquisitely crafted, gold-embossed card with both hands. Her fingers, whether intentionally or not, lightly grazed Wang Gan's palm. Her face retained a professional yet alluring smile, her eyes sparkling with a captivating brilliance. In the future, should you have any financial needs or encounter any minor issues in life, do not hesitate to reach out to me at any time. My phone is always on, ready to heed your commands. Her tone was as gentle as flowing water, her gaze brimming with unreserved hints and anticipation. To establish a connection with Wang Gan, a young, affluent client known for his lavish spending and enigmatic demeanor, undoubtedly promised immeasurable benefits for her future career. Should their relationship transcend that of a typical client manager, the prospects would be boundless, a meteoric rise to success. Wang Gan accepted the business card, casually glancing at the name Zheng Yiyun and the string of numbers before tucking it into his pocket. His expression remained unperturbed, as if oblivious to the underlying implications in her words. "I will contact you if needed," he replied nonchalantly, then started the car, smoothly departing the parking lot amidst the envious and awed gazes of the bank staff, along with Zheng Yiyun's hopeful eyes. Zheng Yiyun stood rooted in place, watching the taillights of the BMW 7 Series fade into the distance, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. She understood that the person she had encountered today was undoubtedly a benefactor capable of altering her destiny. Her earlier promise of 24-hour service was far from mere pleasantries. Meanwhile, Wang Gan, driving his BMW 7 Series laden with 2 heavy safes full of gold, merged into the evening traffic of Muling City. A confident and profound smile crept upon his lips. Wealth, power, and beauty, elements once distant and unattainable, were now drawing closer, even courting him with open arms. The sensation of rebirth was truly ineffable. Chapter 79. The impulse comes swiftly. Wang Gan, piloting the BMW 7 Series with its trunk weighed down by 2 heavy safes filled with gold, made his way back to the book fragrance elegant garden. Upon unlocking the door, a refreshing breeze mixed with the faint scent of lemon-scented cleaner enveloped him. It was evident that the place had recently undergone a meticulous cleaning. The house had transformed remarkably. The second-hand furniture and appliances that Wang Gan had previously despised had vanished, replaced by brand-new, high-end items exuding an aura of affluence. All purchased online. A genuine Italian leather sofa was positioned at the center of the living room, while a Nordic solid wood dining table radiated a warm luster. An oversized curved television, resembling a piece of art, hung elegantly on the wall, everything arranged to his liking. The door to the master bedroom was slightly ajar, with faint rustling sounds emanating from within. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Wang Gan's mouth as he silently approached and gently pushed the door open. Inside, Song Jing was kneeling on the soft wool carpet, meticulously laying out the newly purchased Egyptian long-staple cotton bedding set, her back turned towards the door. She wore a fitted light blue dress that accentuated her graceful figure. At this moment, she was bending over, diligently tucking the corners of the sheets beneath the mattress. This posture accentuated the alluring curvature of her hips, and her dark, lustrous hair swayed gently with her movements, a few playful strands cascading onto her fair neck. A fine sheen of perspiration adorned her forehead, shimmering under the soft glow of the light. The concentration and earnestness reflected in her demeanor, coupled with the faint fragrance she exuded, momentarily led Wang Gan to perceive her as an ideal wife, meticulously preparing the bed for her husband. Yet, this thought flickered through his mind, but briefly. "Mr. Wang, you're back." Song Jing seemed to sense the movement behind her, abruptly turning to face Wang Gan. A hint of shyness and surprise illuminated her face as she quickly rose from the floor, brushing off the creases from her skirt. The furniture and appliances were mostly in place, and the cleaning lady had just departed. "Please take a look and let me know if there is anything that does not meet your expectations." Her cheeks, slightly flushed from her recent exertions, held a glimmer of anticipation in her gaze. In truth, when she received Wang Gan's request to assist with disposing of old furniture and accepting new items, Song Jing had already harbored a faint premonition. She was acutely aware that a young and affluent man like Wang Gan, decisive in his actions, would undoubtedly have women surrounding him. His choice to entrust her with the management of this new residence perhaps served as a subtle implication. Today, she had made a particular effort to present herself well, although still attired in a professional dress. She selected a style that accentuated her figure and applied a delicate touch of makeup. She had mentally prepared herself for certain possibilities, yet she had not anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. Wang Gan surveyed the newly arranged master bedroom, appearing quite satisfied with Song Jing's efficiency and attention to detail. He nodded appreciatively. Not bad. You've worked hard. It looks even better than I had imagined." He proceeded directly into the master bedroom's walk-in closet, placing the two hefty safes into the designated embedded safe. Skillfully, he set the combination and secured it. Throughout this process, he made no effort to conceal his actions from Song Jing, who, in turn, discreetly refrained from looking too closely, quietly standing by the bed and adjusting the covers. "Mr. Wang, why didn't your girlfriend, Miss Chun, come along today to see the place? Such an important occasion must surely excite her as well." Song Jing inquired casually while smoothing the duvet, her tone laced with a subtle hint of probing. Upon hearing this, Wang Gan raised an eyebrow slightly, stepping closer to the bed and gazing at Song Jing's face, which appeared all the more enchanting under the light. "She is not my girlfriend," he replied softly. "Ah, is that so?" Song Jing paused momentarily, her expression betraying a perfectly measured surprise, which soon transformed into a knowing smile. "I assumed that with her beauty standing beside Mr. Wang, it would be a match made in heaven. I thought you might bring her today to surprise her." Mid-sentence, she seemed to realize that she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. She hurriedly lowered her head, a hint of an apologetic smile gracing her lips. "I apologize, Mr. Wang. It was my folly to speak so much." Wang Gan regarded Song Jing, who feigned ignorance yet wore a gaze full of allure. A playful smile danced on his lips as he strolled to her side, his eyes drawn to the elegant curve of her neck revealed by her slight bow, and the delicate collarbone that peeked from her neckline. His voice carried a subtle magnetism. "Oh, do you find her beautiful?" Song Jing felt a rush of fluster at Wang Gan's sudden proximity, her cheeks betraying her with a faint blush. She instinctively sought to retreat, only to find herself cornered at the edge of the bed, with nowhere to escape. She could vividly perceive the potent masculinity emanating from Wang Gan, along with the penetrating depth of his gaze that seemed to unravel her very soul. "Miss Chun is indeed quite beautiful, with a commendable figure. She must be the belle of the class at school," she replied, her voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor, her eyes evasive and unable to meet his scorching stare. "Is that so?" Wang Gan's gaze lingered on Song Jing's exquisite and unadorned beauty, her natural charm impossible to conceal. A flicker of unreserved admiration and desire crossed his eyes. "Yet, I can't help but feel that you surpass her in beauty and possess a captivating allure." Song Jing's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, her breath becoming increasingly rapid. She could distinctly sense Wang Gan's warm breath brushing against her ear, stirring a disconcerting yet tantalizing sensation within her. "Mr. Wang, please do not jest. I am merely an ordinary real estate agent," she stammered, her voice betraying her fluster and bashfulness, her hands unconsciously entwining. However, Wang Gan pressed closer, reaching out to gently tuck a stray lock of hair that had fallen by her ear. His fingertips inadvertently grazed her warm, smooth earlobe, causing her body to tremble slightly as if electrified. "I am not jesting," he replied, his voice low, laced with a husky allure and an undeniable dominance. "Song Jing, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your uniqueness. It seems my instincts were indeed correct." An air of ambiguity quickly enveloped them, the atmosphere thickening with heat. Song Jing felt her mind blanking, her heartbeat escalating as if it might leap from her throat. She sensed Wang Gan's fervent gaze traversing her form, evoking a tumult of emotions within her, nervousness, shyness, and an unbidden, secret anticipation. Rationality urged her to push Wang Gan away and firmly reject such untimely advances. Yet her body seemed enchanted, frozen in place and immobile. Deep within, a faint voice urged her to seize this chance, for it might be her solitary avenue to alter her destiny. Wang Gan observed Song Jing's coy demeanor, her eyes sparkling with uncertainty, inviting yet hesitant. His smile deepened, brimming with confidence and allure. Without uttering another word, he extended his hand and encircled her slender waist, barely substantial enough to grasp. With a gentle yet firm tug, he pulled her into his embrace. Song Jing gasped, instinctively attempting to struggle. But Wang Gan's arm was as unyielding as iron, binding her tightly and rendering her immobile. He then lowered his head, accurately capturing her slightly parted, alluringly tinted lips. After a passionate encounter, the room was suffused with a lingering, intoxicating ambience. Song Jing nestled against Wang Gan like a languid kitten, her body languid and weak. Her cheeks flushed with the afterglow of satisfaction and bashfulness. Yet, her gaze held a hint of confusion and uncertainty about the future. She gently pushed against Wang Gan's solid chest, her voice raspy from the recent intimacy. "Mr. Wang, what exactly is our relationship now?" Wang Gan looked down at the woman he had just thoroughly conquered. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as exquisite white jade, radiating a subtle, enchanting fragrance. Instead of answering her question directly, he picked up his phone from the nightstand, skillfully opened WeChat, and transferred 50,000 yuan to Song Jing's account. The notification sound resonated clearly in the quiet room. She picked up her phone in confusion, and upon seeing the transfer record, she was momentarily stunned, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Wang Gan reached out, gently caressing her silk-like cheek, his tone calm, yet undeniably assertive. "From now on, you'll be with me. Consider this your allowance." There were no sweet words or grand declarations of love. Only 5 simple and direct words, accompanied by a sum of money that stirred her heart. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Song Jing. She understood the implications of Wang Gan's statement and the monetary gesture. It meant she would become his woman, perhaps without an official title, but one who would enjoy the material comforts and protection he provided. This was far removed from the pure, romantic love she had once envisioned. The notion of a domineering CEO falling for her seemed like a fantasy confined to novels. Yet, reality was starkly cruel and straightforward. She gazed at Wang Gan's handsome, youthful face, marked by an air of detachment and dominance, and reflected on her years of toil for survival. Perhaps, aligning herself with such a powerful and enigmatic man was not an unwise choice. At the very least, it could spare her years of struggle and afford her a life she had once only dared to dream of. Moreover, this man was not someone she found repugnant. After a prolonged silence, Song Jing lifted her gaze to meet Wang Gan's eyes, nodding gently, her voice barely a whisper. A simple syllable, yet it signified a pivotal decision that could alter the course of her life. Wang Gan smiled with satisfaction and pulled her tightly into his embrace once more. He understood that this astute woman had made a choice that best served her immediate interests. Just as he was preparing for another endeavor, his phone rang. It was Zhou Xingjie calling. "Ganzi, we are setting off. We will arrive in Mailing in 2 hours." Zhou Xingjie's cheerful voice resonated through the receiver. "So soon?" Wang Gan was somewhat taken aback, glancing at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. "All right, I'll make arrangements. I'll host you all tonight for a warm welcome." "That sounds great. We want tea-hole back." Zhou Xingjie chuckled. "I must tell you, my fiancé is quite the gourmet, very discerning. You must find a good place." After hanging up, Wang Gan pondered. Since it was a welcome dinner for Zhou Xingjie and his affluent fiancé, Wei Hongwan, a regular restaurant would certainly not suffice. He needed a more upscale and sophisticated venue to avoid letting the pretentious Wei Hongwan look down upon him. Instantly, the image of the beautiful client manager, Zheng Yun, from the industrial and commercial bank appeared in his mind, along with her radiant smile and her promise of 24-hour service at your disposal. This was the perfect opportunity to assess the quality of service and connections offered by this charming client manager. Without hesitation, Wang Gan dialed Zheng Yun's number. "Mr. Wang, hello. Hello. It is truly an honor to receive your call so soon. Is there something I can assist you with?" Zheng Yun's voice was laced with unmistakable excitement and eagerness, as if she had been anticipating this call for quite some time. "Manager Zheng, I need a favor," Wang Gan stated directly. "I have 2 very important friends coming from out of town this evening, and I would like to treat them to dinner. Could you recommend the most upscale, finest, and most authentic Japanese restaurant in Mailing City? Ideally, it should have private dining rooms for a sense of intimacy." Although Wang Gan was not particularly fond of Japanese cuisine, finding it rather bland and insufficiently filling, he was well aware of the nature of his childhood friend's wife, an utterly spoiled and foolish woman who adored a touch of bohemian flair and foreign elegance. Since he was hosting, he needed to put on an impressive front. "Japanese cuisine? No problem, Mr. Wang. You have come to the right person." Zheng Yun immediately perked up, her tone brimming with confidence. I know of a kaiseki restaurant nestled within a premier office building in the city center, with ingredients air-freighted directly from Japan. The head chef is a specially appointed Michelin 3-star chef. The flavors are undoubtedly authentic, and the ambience is serene and elegant, with excellent privacy. Many prominent business figures and dignitaries frequent this place to entertain esteemed guests. I will secure the best scenic private room for you. Would that be satisfactory? Yes. That sounds great. We should arrive around 6:30, Wang Gan responded, feeling somewhat pleased with Zhang Yiyun's recommendation. Please send me the name and address of the restaurant. Certainly, Mr. Wang. I will take care of it right away, and the details will be sent to your phone shortly. Wishing you and your friends a delightful dining experience. Should you require anything during your meal, do not hesitate to contact me. I will do my utmost to assist. Zhang Yiyun's tone was imbued with efficiency, thoughtfulness, and a subtle hint of implication. Wang Gan shook his head, feeling a tinge of narcissism lately. Ever since he struck it rich, he seemed to perceive that every beautiful woman he encountered harbored an interest in him. Such inflated egotism was unwarranted. After settling matters at the restaurant, Wang Gan recalled the BMW 3 Series he had previously reserved. Checking the time, he realized it was about due. He dialed the phone of Ms. Jiang Xiaoya, a sales representative at the BMW dealership. Ms. Jiang, do you have any updates regarding the 328 sport model I ordered? Wang Gan, your call is perfectly timed. I was just about to reach out to you. Ms. Jiang's delighted voice resonated through the receiver, brimming with excitement. The mineral white exterior with a black interior 328 sport model you ordered just completed its final inspection this afternoon, and all the paperwork is in order. The vehicle is flawless and ready for pickup. Would you like to come in to complete the pickup process? I'm available right now, Wang Gan replied. However, I prefer not to make another trip to the dealership. Please deliver the car to Shuxiang Yuanir Mailing University and bring the paperwork along. I will settle the payment on the spot with my card. Deliver it to your doorstep? Ms. Jiang was taken aback by Wang Gan's unconventional and generous approach. However, she quickly regained her composure, her tone brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. All right, Wang Gan, no problem. I will arrange it immediately. I guarantee that your brand new vehicle and all the necessary documents will be delivered within an hour. Please hold on. Having a car delivered to one's doorstep was undoubtedly a luxurious privilege. Yet, Ms. Jiang relished the opportunity. In just a few days, young Master Wang had acquired a second vehicle. If she served this young master well, she could secure a future as the sales champion and ensure substantial bonuses for herself. Who could rival her in this regard? She even began to fantasize about whether this car delivery could lead to some delightful misunderstanding with the enigmatic young Master Wang. With everything arranged, Wang Gan's spirits soared even higher. Wealth, connections, and favors made tasks remarkably convenient and swift. Chapter 81. The ladies probe. Wang Gan cast a glance at Song Jing, who lounged nearby like a curious cat. Her ears perked up as she listened to his phone call. A playful smile curled at the corners of his lips. Please deliver to my university district, Shuxiang Yuan. You can navigate it yourself. Understood, young Master Wang. We will arrange it right away. After hanging up, Song Jing blinked her large eyes and curiously inquired, young Master Gan, don't you already have a 7 Series? Why purchase a 3 Series as well? The imposing presence of the 7 Series had left a profound impression on her, which was why she felt compelled to deliver it personally. Wang Gan emitted a casual snort, nonchalant in his response. Just for fun, money is no object. He tossed the hefty smart key of the BMW 7 Series to Song Jing, saying, here, enjoy driving the 7 Series for the next few days. Song Jing caught it, feeling as though she had just grasped a hot potato, her face turning pale. Young Master Gan, this is too valuable. I cannot drive it. What if I scratch it or cause damage? I couldn't possibly afford the repairs. A mere scratch on that car would likely surpass her entire annual salary. Wang Gan observed her startled demeanor, reminiscent of a frightened fawn, and found it rather amusing. This reaction, indeed, was genuine. He reached out and gently pinched Song Jing's delicate cheek, his tone laced with a hint of coaxing. What are you afraid of? I am here. If you perform well, I shall buy you the car you desire. Song Jing's heart skipped a beat. She was even a couple of years older than Wang Gan. Yet she paid no heed to the address. A flicker of surprise and yearning shone in her eyes. Carefully, she returned the key to the 7 Series to Wang Gan, her voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Gan, I will do my best." After a moment of hesitation, as if summoning her courage, she shyly inquired with a hint of youthful anticipation. "Can I choose any car I want?" Wang Gan looked at her with keen interest. Song Jing's cheeks flushed slightly as she nervously fiddled with the corner of her garment. "I have always thought the Beetle is adorable, round and reminiscent of a little sprite. In those years, the Beetle indeed was the dream car of many young girls, compact and exquisite, brimming with personality. Alas, in 5 years, this model would cease production, and subsequent maintenance would be exceedingly troublesome. However, with wealth, all problems could be effortlessly resolved." Wang Gan, upon hearing this, chuckled with a knowing smile, his gaze wandering over her curvaceous form. He then patted the space beside him, his tone suggestive. "Oh, the Beetle? First, you must prove to me that you are worth the investment in such a car." His hand casually brushed against her waist, the implication unmistakable. Song Jing was all too aware of his meaning. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her heart pounding wildly. Biting her lip, she shyly adopted a flirtatious demeanor. Leaning closer and whispering, "Mr. Gan, I will strive to perform well." The temperature in the room seemed to rise imperceptibly. After an indeterminate time, amidst this enchanting atmosphere, Wang Gan's phone rang. An incoming video call from Jiang Xiaoya. TSK. Wang Gan frowned slightly, irritated by this unexpected interruption. He answered the call, his tone betraying his annoyance at being disrupted. "What is it?" "I am busy." On the other end, Jiang Xiaoya, clad in a sharp professional outfit with impeccable makeup, immediately sensed the unusual tone in Wang Gan's voice, coupled with the faint sound of a woman's soft breathing in the background. She paused momentarily, then regained her professional smile, though her eyes held a hint of scrutiny. "Young Master Wang, I have arrived at the entrance of Shuxiang Yuan. Would you be able to come down to sign for something?" Wang Gan cast a glance at Song Jing, who was now gazing at him with sultry eyes. In reply to the screen, "Understood. Wait for me for half an hour. I will come down once I'm finished." He spoke with casual nonchalance, as though he were merely attending to a mundane task. Jiang Xiaoya felt as if she had stumbled upon something significant. Half an hour? This young Master Wang certainly had a peculiar sense of time. Unbeknownst to her, this duration was Wang Gan's way of enhancing his speed. Else she might have been utterly shocked. Wang Gan's advance had left a shadow in its wake. After a busy day, Wang Gan tidied his attire and descended the stairs, supporting the slightly unsteady Song Jing with a refreshing demeanor. Jiang Xiaoya and a driver awaited them downstairs, with a brand-new BMW 3 Series gleaming under the sunlight. Upon seeing Wang Gan emerge from the building accompanied by a striking young woman, Jiang Xiaoya felt a sudden pang of surprise. She recalled that during Wang Gan's last visit to collect the 7 Series, he had been accompanied by another young lady named Sun Qing. In just a few days, had he already changed companions? Moreover, during their previous conversations, hadn't T. Wang mentioned residing in a Hilton suite? Why had he now purchased a property in such a collegiate area? Was wealth truly this capricious? "Wang Xiao, the car has been delivered. Please inspect it." Jiang Xiaoya suppressed her astonishment and inwardly critical thoughts, guiding him through the inspection with professionalism. Wang Gan cast a casual glance and signed off without much thought. He had grown accustomed to such vehicles by now. He pondered whether he was being overly sensitive, realizing that driving a better car to meet old classmates was nothing extraordinary. There was no need to conceal anything from old friends. However, he had already made the purchase and could let Sun Qing drive it for a few days, as she was the first woman he had connected with after his rebirth. Jiang Xie could not suppress her curiosity and, seemingly casually, inquired, "Wang Xiao, did you just buy this house? The environment is quite nice, close to the university, and convenient for daily life." "Yes, just bought it. It makes attending classes and resting more convenient," Wang Gan replied nonchalantly. "Convenient for attending classes?" Jiang Xiaoya initially thought Wang Gan had acquired the property to woo university girls. It was then she noticed his casual attire and the youthful innocence still present in his features. A realization dawned upon her. This gentleman was indeed a concealed, affluent university student. To facilitate his studies, he casually purchased a house and frequently changed companions. Jiangxia marveled inwardly at the vibrant life of Wang Gan. She took a moment to reassess Song Jing. Although beautiful, the girl's attire appeared rather ordinary. At that moment, owing to the earlier intense encounter, she looked somewhat disheveled, her hair in slight disarray. Glancing at herself, clad in a designer business suit with a polished makeup, she considered her own aura and professional demeanor to be on par. Yet, why did Wang Gan seem to favor these youthful girls, over casting even a fleeting glance in her direction? Was her allure waning? For the first time, a hint of doubt crept into Jiang Xiaoye's mind regarding her own appeal. Wang Gan, oblivious to Jiang Xiaoye's internal musings, turned to Song Jing and said, "Let us go. Accompany me for a meal." Upon hearing this, Song Jing's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Sure, Gan Xiao." To her, joining Wang Gan at an official event was undoubtedly a form of recognition. However, she glanced down at her slightly wrinkled, inexpensive ensemble, which had been disheveled by Wang Gan's earlier antics, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "But Gan Xiao, my outfit," she began, having been so preoccupied with her performance that she had completely disregarded her appearance. Wang Gan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "No worries. I'll buy you a new outfit on the way." To him, it was merely a trivial matter. As the two prepared to enter the newly acquired BMW 3 Series, Wang Gan's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure not far away. There stood Chen Jing, holding a pink foot bath basin, her gaze laden with resentment as she fixed her eyes upon them. "Ah, this lunatic has actually bought a foot bath." Chapter 82. The clash at the dinner table. Wang Gan merely cast a cursory glance at the sneaky Chen Jing in the distance before diverting his attention, treating her as if she were an inconsequential weed by the roadside. This extreme disregard stung Chen Jing far more than any biting ridicule could. With gentlemanly grace, Wang Gan opened the car door for Song Jing, who too noticed the almost incendiary glare emanating from Chen Jing. Yet, with Wang Gan by her side, she felt akin to a victorious peacock. With her chest held high and an almost imperceptible air of triumph, she elegantly settled into the passenger seat. The brand-new BMW 3 Series glided smoothly out of the Shuxiang Yuyuan community, leaving behind a stylish silhouette and a heart shattered in Chen Jing's wake. True to his word, Wang Gan, while en route to pick up Zhou Xingjie, made a detour to a high-end women's boutique. Initially somewhat reserved, Song Jing gradually relaxed under Wang Gan's casual encouragement. "Pick whatever you like. Money is no object for me. What matters is whether you can add to my esteem when you wear it." Bolstered by half-hearted motivation and the enthusiastic service of the sales staff, she began to explore freely. Ultimately, she selected a beautifully tailored, pale blue silk dress that perfectly accentuated her slender figure, complemented by a pair of exquisite nude stiletto heels. After changing, her aura elevated to an entirely new echelon, exuding an enchanting charm that was both refreshing and inherently alluring. Wang Gan nodded in satisfaction, effortlessly swiping his card without a flicker of hesitation, spending thousands without a second thought, and even treated Song Jing to a matching dainty handbag. Song Jing gazed at her transformed reflection in the mirror, feeling as though she had undergone a metamorphosis. She then glanced at the composed and lavishly generous Wang Gan beside her, filled with a sense of surrealism and intense exhilaration. This brief experience within a day had proven to be more fantastical and thrilling than her previous 20 years combined. She silently resolved to firmly grasp onto Wang Gan, the towering tree of her aspirations. Even if it meant being just one among many admirers, it was infinitely preferable to her past days devoid of hope. Arriving at the high-speed railway station's exit, Wang Gan immediately spotted Zhou Xingjie, eagerly awaiting him, accompanied by the somewhat haughty Wei Hongwan. "Ganzi!" Zhou Xingjie exclaimed, waving excitedly upon seeing Wang Gan. His eyes widened further when he noticed the brand-new BMW 3 Series and the remarkable beauty seated in the passenger seat. He winked at Wang Gan, sharing a knowing smile that only men could understand. "Look at you, my friend. You've upgraded. This car is impressive. Is this beauty your sister-in-law?" Clearly, he assumed Song Jing was Wang Gan's new girlfriend. "Sister-in-law? You should call her sister." Wang Gan chuckled, playfully rebuking him. as he preferred not to be seen as the little brother. This remark instantly invigorated Song Jing, filling her face with a radiant smile as if she had been rejuvenated. Wang Gan greeted them with a cheerful demeanor, succinctly introducing, "Zhou Xingjie, my childhood friend. This is Wei Hongwan, the fiancé of Lao Zhou. And this is Song Jing, my friend." He specifically emphasized the word friend, also directed at Song Jing to prevent her from overthinking, which could lead to complications. Song Jing, displaying poise, greeted them warmly. Yet when she glanced at Wei Hongwan, she keenly perceived a fleeting look of disdain and scrutiny in the latter's eyes. That gaze felt as if it were appraising a commodity, leaving her somewhat uncomfortable. Wei Hongwan scrutinized Wang Gan, her eyes lingering momentarily on his newly acquired BMW 3 Series. She then cast a sidelong glance at Song Jing's obviously expensive attire, her lips curling imperceptibly. In her view, although the 3 Series is a BMW, it ultimately lacks prestige. As for Song Jing, she seemed to be a shallow woman easily won over by Wang Gan's financial prowess, fairly attractive, yet lacking in both elegance and depth. However, when her gaze inadvertently swept over the Rolex on Wang Gan's wrist, her expression subtly shifted, her earlier contempt diminished, replaced by a deeper curiosity. One might say that while the affluent indulge in watches, the less fortunate are engrossed in computers. Spending over 100,000 on a watch with little practical value certainly warrants careful consideration of one's financial standing. Once inside the car, Zhou Xingjie sat in the back seat, admiring Song Jing's graceful silhouette and exquisite profile. Unable to restrain his sincere admiration, he exclaimed, "Ganzi, your friend is truly stunning. More beautiful than those celebrities on television. Your taste is impeccable." Wang Gan glanced at him through the rearview mirror, chuckling. "Naturally, my friends are never subpar." His words not only responded to Zhou Xingjie, but also subtly elevated Song Jing's status. Listening to Zhou Xingjie's praise and Wang Gan's defense, Song Jing felt a slight flush on her cheeks, warmth swelling in her heart. Wei Hongwan was displeased with Zhou Xingjie's demeanor and pinched him sharply. She then interjected with a tone reminiscent of an elder offering advice. "Xingjie, you should associate more with friends like Wang Gan. They have family support, personal capability, and ambition, and can attract such beautiful and accomplished friends. Unlike you, who only mingles with those good-for-nothing companions." Wang Gan started the car, casually remarking, "The so-called rich second generation is all hearsay. This car was purchased with pocket money I earned recently by partnering with friends on a little game. Nothing worth mentioning. Song Jing is my business partner, highly capable, and has assisted me greatly. We're just having a meal together today to discuss our future collaboration." He wished to conceal the matter of his recent windfall, using the 2048 game as a convenient pretext, even though it hadn't been released yet. After all, childhood friends wouldn't delve too deeply. He also aimed to present Song Jing as a business partner to alleviate any potential awkwardness. Upon hearing this, Song Jing looked gratefully at Wang Gan, her admiration for him deepening. This man not only possessed wealth and charm, but also understood how to consider the feelings of those around him. Engaged in gaming? Profitable? Zhou Xingjie looked on with envy. "Ganzi, you are becoming more impressive by the day. Bring me along to make some money next time." A glimmer of interest sparked in Wei Hongjuan's eyes as she nonchalantly inquired, "Oh, Wang Gan, how promising is your game project? Should additional investment or channel expansion be considered? My family possesses certain resources in the cultural media sector, which may prove beneficial." Wang Gan cast a glance at her through the rearview mirror. This woman was indeed a shrewd character, albeit with a degree of superficial cleverness. What relevance does cultural media have to gaming? The Wei family is currently flourishing, and it is only natural that Miss Wei feels a sense of pride. She has no shortage of acquaintances from various walks of life. Her father, engaged in real estate development back home, possesses assets that could certainly reach a modest target. Not the kind of boastful claims made by Gulinfeng, but rather those of a substantial business mogul. However, in a few years, as large enterprises penetrate the lower-tier markets, Old Wei may find himself in a precarious situation. Transitioning to a different industry, he has plunged into a deep pit, investing over 100 million to establish a private hospital. Before Wang Gan's rebirth, He had heard rumors that it was still barely surviving. He chuckled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Wei. The project has only just begun and is still in the exploratory phase. Additional investment is not required at this time. If opportunities arise in the future, I shall certainly seek your guidance." The vehicle came to a halt in front of a tastefully decorated, discreetly luxurious high-end Japanese restaurant named Sakurazaka, reputedly helmed by a Michelin 3-star chef imported from Japan. The ingredients are air-freighted daily, with a considerable average expenditure per patron, and reservations are notoriously difficult to secure. Once seated in a tatami room, a kimono-clad waitress offered kneeling service, presenting exquisite appetizers and warm sake. Zhou Xingjia, evidently visiting such an upscale establishment for the first time, appeared somewhat uneasy, especially when confronted with the unfamiliar Japanese names on the menu. Although Song Jing also felt a tinge of nervousness, her experience in sales had afforded her a glimpse of the world, and she endeavored to maintain her composure. Yet, she could not help but feel somewhat at a loss while ordering. Wei Hongwan, on the other hand, displayed an air of poise as if she had rehearsed for this moment. She conversed with the waitress in a casual yet fluent manner, ordering several signature dishes that evidently commanded a high price, such as bluefin tuna belly sashimi, sea urchin sushi, and wagyu teppanyaki, exuding an elegance and confidence that spoke of her seasoned experience. After placing her order, she deliberately turned to Wang Gan, smilingly inquiring, "Wang Gan, are the dishes I selected acceptable? Is there anything in particular you wish to try?" Her tone suggested she was the host for the evening. Wang Gan offered a faint smile in return. "Miss Wei has chosen exquisite dishes. I have no particular preferences, so I shall defer to the host." With a casual flick, he returned the reins of authority to Wei Hongwan. Chapter 83. Investment shares. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, at a subtle nod from Wei Hongwan, Zhou Xingjia cleared his throat, somewhat abashed, and broached the topic of investing in the crab specialty store once more. Gunzi. Regarding the crab specialty store we discussed last time, I've spoken with my father-in-law, and he is quite supportive. He even mentioned that he could help us connect with some high-end clientele. The preliminary budget, including store rent, renovation, and initial inventory, is estimated to be between 600,000 to 800,000, primarily depending on the store's location. Wei Hongwan elegantly lifted her delicate porcelain cup filled with sake. Savoring a sip before placing the cup down, her enchanting gaze shifting to Wang Gan, her tone imbued with a hint of casual superiority. "My father believes that if one is to embark on a venture, it must not be approached half-heartedly. After all, the provincial capital is a vast place, brimming with opportunities yet rife with competition. Our preliminary plan involves an initial investment of 600 to 800,000, primarily contingent upon the shop's location and the quality of its decor. Should the endeavor prove successful, we would promptly expand into a chain." As Wei Hongwan articulated this sentiment, a subtle glimmer of inquiry sparkled in her eyes. She sought to discern Wang Gan's reaction to this investment threshold. Would he deem it too modest to warrant consideration, or too formidable to pursue? This also serves to indirectly reflect Wang Gan's financial acumen and vision. Song Jing, seated nearby, listened attentively, quietly pouring tea and wine for Wang Gan, striving to embody the role of a considerate and devoted partner. She sensed the disdain in Wei Hongwan's gaze, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. Yet, she was acutely aware that her current status could not be compared to that of her counterpart. Thus, she treaded carefully, fearful of uttering something that might embarrass Wang Gan. Wang Gan, a man of considerable experience, had navigated various scenarios in his 2 lifetimes and understood the intricacies of social dynamics. Not to mention, he had engaged with Wei Hongwan for 2 years in his previous life. This woman was profoundly reliant on connections. Naturally, the hairy crab business revolved around such relationships. The prospect of opening a chain next year? That would hinge on old Wei's approval. Although Wei claimed his assets exceeded 100 million, his involvement in the real estate sector raised questions about whether his liquid capital reached 10 million. Moreover, Wei Hongwan had a brother, given the nature of a local magnate. How much wealth could he be willing to allocate for his daughter and son-in-law? That raised a significant question mark. Wang Gan delicately placed a slice of the finest wagyu beef, as thin as a cicada's wing, onto the sizzling stone slab, allowing it to sear for a moment. Once the meat transformed in hue and released its enticing aroma, he dipped it in a special sauce and elegantly savored it. The exquisite melt-in-the-mouth experience prompted him to slightly squint in delight. After relishing the delicacy, he leisurely remarked, "Miss Wei makes a valid point. The high-end market indeed holds potential. However, prime locations in the provincial capital command steep rents, and the competition is fierce. The hairy crab, being a highly seasonal product, cannot sustain year-round sales, placing substantial demands on cash flow. As for shop resources and client referrals, I do have acquaintances who could assist. Yet in business, the efficacy of the product and the quality of service ultimately dictates success. After all, a forcibly harvested fruit is seldom sweet, no matter how strong the relationship. If the product falters, clients will not patronize, potentially straining connections." His words validated the other's perspective while simultaneously highlighting potential pitfalls. Moreover, he skillfully sidestepped any commitment to provide resources, subtly redirecting the conversation with deftness and poise. He paused, turning to Zhou Xingjie, and continued, "However, Xingjie, conducting business is not akin to hosting a banquet. Risks and opportunities coexist. The market competition in the provincial capital is exceedingly fierce, and as newcomers, you have much to learn from scratch, which undoubtedly entails considerable pressure. You must contemplate this carefully." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingjie nodded vigorously, declaring, "Rest assured, Ganzi, we are resolute in our ambition to forge a successful enterprise." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Wei Hongwan, his eyes brimming with determination and a hopeful vision for the future. Wei Hongwan silently nodded in response to Wang Gan's assertive and well-structured analysis. Recognizing that this individual was not merely a wealthy scion indulging in hedonism, but rather possessed a keen business acumen, her interest in Wang Gan deepened considerably. She seized the opportunity to speak, her voice infused with a judicious blend of humility and anticipation. "Wang Gan, we are aware of your extensive connections in the provincial capital and your resourcefulness. Our visit is to seek your assistance. We hope you might guide us in acquiring some shares and illuminate our path forward. Naturally, we would not seek your help without compensation. We can negotiate the equity aspect." She lowered her stance, cognizant of the fact that they were asking a favor. In the nascent stages of entrepreneurship, every additional penny could significantly enhance their chances of success. Once they achieved a promising start, she would have a valid reason to request resources from Old Wei. Observing Zhou Xingjie's fervent demeanor and the glint of shrewd calculation in Wei Hongjuan's eyes, Wang Gan understood their intentions clearly. He recognized that Zhou Xingjie was resolutely determined to ascend by leveraging the Wei family's influence. It was not his place to critique Zhou Xingjie's choice, for everyone harbors their own aspirations, and he had no desire to sway Zhou's resolve to rely on the Wei family as support. After a moment of contemplation, he readily replied, "All right, since you've expressed it so earnestly as a brother, I shall certainly lend my support. Let us do this. You two should develop a detailed business plan and operational strategy. I will refrain from direct involvement in the management, as I have my own commitments that require my attention." As he spoke, he took out his phone, opened his banking app, and said to Zhou Xingjie, "Please provide me with your bank account number. I will transfer 400,000 as my investment, which will represent a 40% stake. Should the venture prove successful and necessitate expansion, I will reconsider additional investment. 400,000 for a 40% share, an investment at a premium." Zhou Xingjie and Wei Hongwan were momentarily taken aback. They had initially anticipated that Wang Gan would invest a mere 70 to 80,000 for a minor stake, merely to show goodwill and extend a favor. They had not expected such a decisive and generous offer. The boldness, trust, and financial capability exhibited by Wang Gan moved Zhou Xingjie to tears as he exclaimed, "Ganzi, you are truly a remarkable brother. Your generosity is beyond measure." Meanwhile, Wei Hongwan was utterly astonished by Wang Gan's liberality and decisiveness. Although 400,000 might not constitute a substantial sum for her family, it was far from her personal wealth. Her annual living expenses barely matched that figure, requiring her to continually charm old Wei for funds. Yet, Wang Gan's nonchalant demeanor and unwavering trust in his friends transformed her perception of him entirely. She had previously considered Wang Gan merely a relatively privileged heir from a county town. But now she realized how narrowly she had viewed the world and how she had underestimated the caliber of talent beyond her scope. This Wang Gan was certainly no ordinary individual. His prowess, perhaps, far exceeds his own imagination. Under Wang Gan's urging, Zhou Xingjie scrambled to provide his bank account number. Soon, a notification from a bank arrived on his phone, confirming a deposit of 400,000 yuan, not a single cent less. Staring at the glaring figure on the screen, Zhou Xingjie was rendered speechless with excitement. Meanwhile, Wei Hongwan looked at Wang Gan with undisguised admiration, curiosity, and even a hint of infatuation. She suddenly realized that the so-called talented youth she had encountered in the county town paled in comparison to Wang Gan, who seemed to radiate an indescribable charm that quickened her heartbeat and made her yearn to know him more intimately, to draw closer to him. Wang Gan appeared oblivious to the shift in Wei Hongwan's gaze. He set down his phone, raised his glass, and with a smile addressed Zhou Xingjie and Wei Hongwan. The money has been transferred. Xingjie, this is your initial startup capital, the cornerstone of your future happiness. You must work diligently and not let my expectations and those of your sister-in-law down. He deliberately emphasized sister-in-law, hinting at something deeper. Wei Hongwan perceived the teasing undertone in Wang Gan's words. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully shot him a glance, her demeanor possessing a unique allure. Quickly lifting her glass, her voice softened. Wang Gan, I truly cannot thank you enough. Rest assured, we will strive to make the crab restaurant a success. In the future, we shall rely on you, our esteemed mentor. At this moment, Wei Hongwan's attitude towards Wang Gan had transformed from initial condescension to one of equal regard, even hinting at a burgeoning admiration. The vague thoughts in her mind began to crystallize. Wang Gan smiled as he clinked glasses with them and drained his cup of clear liquor. He understood that this 400,000 was not merely an investment in Zhou Xingjie's future. It had also sown a seed in Wei Hongwan's heart, one capable of altering many circumstances. He hoped that this couple would not lead a life of trivialities in the days to come. Chapter 84. Whispers in the spring chamber. After a hearty meal, the night had deepened. Wang Gan escorted Zhou Xingjie and Wei Hongwan to their hotel. As Wei Hongwan alighted from the vehicle, she subtly suggested to Wang Gan that they should meet for tea another day to discuss the intricacies of business collaboration and life aspirations, her gaze almost overflowing with flirtation. Wang Gan merely nodded in response. But in his heart,